Tusk Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while observing the evil goat demon's neck as he withdrew. It was too shallow. He couldn't swing the sword perfectly because he was protecting Run-On at the same time. Blood was gushing from the cut on the evil goat demon's neck, but the injury wasn't that deep. Rayon Zieghart. A delighted voice came from the evil goat demon's helmet. I knew you'd be here. I've been waiting for you. He spread his arms to welcome him while wiping the blood off his neck. Evil goat demon no. Rayon twisted his lips while watching the purple eyes glowing inside the evil goat demon's helmet. Should I call you Syria Sullian? Hu. The evil goat demon took off his goat helmet. He had a refined appearance, but the way his lips curved into a deep smile looked like something was wrong with him. How did you figure it out? Because you are the only one who can cause this shit. Run-On was engulfed in a black atmosphere after being forced to wear Baphomet's helmet, and he could feel Rockin and Clara's presence from the other room. He could assume that they were unconscious. The only person who could ruin House Sullian to that point was an insider, Syria Sullian. It all makes sense now. He finally realized why the evil goat demon felt familiar during their first encounter when he was trying to rescue Frederick. Ice Cream Girl. Wrath flew at Run-On with trembling lips. You irredeemable piece of garbage. His intense bloodlust made it seem like he would have pulled Syria's head off right away if only he had a body. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Run-On as her limbs trembled. The soul offering ceremony. She must have been fighting against the owner of the helmet, Baphomet, in her mental world, just like he'd fought against the Draconian when he'd been kidnapped by Eden to be forced to wear the dragon's helmet. I need to help her. He bit his lip and clenched the hand holding Heavenly Drive. You should be aware that I let you live back then. Why do you think I did that? Shut up. It was because I can see that happen. Syria raised his finger and pointed at Run-On, whose body was convulsing. I figured Run-On would become a master even faster if she stayed with you. I actually helped you a lot in the past. He shook his hand, saying that Rayon didn't need to thank him. However, you aren't needed anymore since my sister will break out of her shell today. Syria stomped the ground. Dark red combative energy burst from his spiky shoulders. It felt like the heavy and ferocious wave of energy was tearing his skin apart. Shring, Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand. He's powerful. It was unsure whether he'd been hiding his power or he'd gotten stronger in the meantime, but Syria's energy wave was even more powerful than Cloud, the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple. However, Rayon wasn't afraid of him at all. The emotion of wrath dwelling at the bottom of his soul leaped upwards like fireworks and spread all around his body. His heart pounded rapidly to the point of bursting, and he felt like an unknown monster was taking over his body. Wrath. The wrath he'd received from Wrath was connecting with his emotions, which wanted him to rampage like crazy. Why is the evil goat demon here? Moreover, that's Run-On. Martha's eyes trembled while looking back and forth between Syria and Run-On. Run-On's parents are over there. I want you to rescue them. Rayon pointed at the room on the left side where Rockin and Clara were lying unconscious and told her to rescue them. What about me? Dorian pointed at himself from above the ground. The warriors from House Sullian are soon going to barge in. Stop them from coming this way. You understood. Dorian nodded and blew a long whistle. Piep, the sound echoed endlessly. Is that? We made it while you were missing. The entire Light Wind Division is going to arrive soon. Martha told him to believe in them and jumped towards the collapsed wall, so neither of us have much time on our hands. Syria extended his hand with a smile on his face, and a greatsword as big as an adult man surged from the destroyed ground. He clenched the greatsword, and a dark flame of combative energy burst from it. Rayon could ascertain that Syria was more powerful than Cloud in his current state. Let's quickly put an end to this. The moment Syria was about to approach, Rayon slammed Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem into the fissured land. Incomplete sword field creation. Divine and demonic harmony. His wrathful voice distorted the flow of the world. His further improved mental world was released, and heaven and earth trembled violently. A red sun and a blue moon rose to the sky, and the divine and demonic swords appeared in Rayon's hands as he stood under that mysterious light. The sword field creation. Syria's trembling eyes revealed his surprise. I see, so that's how you managed to defeat the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple. He twisted his lips, saying that he finally understood it, but I'm different from him. Rayon kicked the ground the moment Syria started to speak. He dashed like a ferocious tiger and smashed his divine sword towards his head. You are too impatient. Syria pulled his lips into a smile, and the flame of combative energy bursting from his greatsword became concentrated, turning into a dark sphere. He had created the astral sphere from combative energy. Wham! The clash between the astral sphere of the greatsword and the divine sword's flame caused a tremendous shockwave to burst from it. The firmly hardened land was split apart and the walls crumbled. I'll kill you. Rayon stopped the shockwave from spreading towards Run-On and slashed at Syria's neck. Syria drew a strange pattern with his left hand, the one that wasn't holding the greatsword. Some kind of black streams emerged from his left shoulder and blocked the demonic blade. Didn't you know? Baphomet can use both magic and martial art. Who cares? Rayon stopped breathing. He leaned forward and contracted the muscles all over his body. He incorporated his raging wrath into the divine and demonic swords and slammed them down upon Syria. Rumble. The divine sword burned like hellfire to push back Syria's greatsword, and the ice cut apart the black stream as violently as the barren wind. Sword field creation. It's certainly unexpected. However, with a creepy smile, Syria turned his body like a loach. He avoided the energy wave of the divine and demonic swords and swung his greatsword in return. The astral sphere soared, as smooth as a black pearl, and pushed back the divine and demonic swords at the same time. It's still immature. Rayon didn't yield to Syria's provocation. He advanced as much as he was pushed back and twisted his wrist holding the divine and demonic swords. Kring. The principles of dual wielding that he'd learned from Shirl connected to the versatile sword's trajectory and created a tremendous amount of pressure. Rumble. The dark astral sphere dominating the space was blocked by the divine and demonic swords and trembled to the point of explosion. It was a clash of powers. The clash between the aura and combative energy made the entire land tremble, and the walls and ceiling crumbled like a dry cookie. Damn it, I thought I was going to die. Just as Rayon gritted his teeth and was about to advance even further, Martha came out while carrying Rockin and Clara on her shoulders. Blood was flowing from her forehead and shoulders endlessly. She must have gone through an intense battle, too. I'm taking Run-On too. Make sure to win. Martha picked Run-On up from the back of her neck as her body convulsed and climbed the destroyed wall. Where do you think you're going? Run-On is mine. Syria extended his left hand and unleashed a dark spark toward Martha as if he forgot that he was fighting against Rayon. It was a high-ranking spell, the Grasp of Darkness. Wayap. Rayon slashed the divine sword overhead and unleashed the firewall. The flame pillar surged from the ground to fend off the Grasp of Darkness. Wham. The clash between the intense fire and mana of darkness covered the entire space with purple sparks. Slash. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity as Syria was distracted and cut his thigh with the demonic sword in his left hand. Aak. Syria still tried to attack Martha from behind with his combative energy even though his flesh was torn off and blood was gushing out. Don't touch my things, you disgusting bastard. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Syria. Run-On isn't yours. He was aware that Syria was obsessed with Run-On ever since the first encounter. However, he realized it couldn't be simply called an obsession anymore. It was madness. Rayon incorporated his wrath into the sword instead of throwing up. Wham! The flame and frost that had condensed into the divine and demonic swords exploded and tore apart Syria's combative energy. He was barely managing to defend himself with his greatsword and wall of darkness, but his eyes were still fixated on Run-On. Run-On. Rayon let go of the demonic sword that was blocked by Syria's wall. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched his mouth as he shouted Run-On's name. Smock. The sound of breaking bones and teeth resounded throughout the space, and Syria was sent flying, falling onto the ground. Cough. Reddened teeth were coming out of Syria's mouth. However, he kept shouting Run-On's name despite the intense pain he was feeling. Run-On. Rayon smashed the divine sword downward while blocking Syria's view. Syria rolled like a bug to dodge the sword and stood up while supporting himself on the wall. Stop bothering me, Zeeghart dog. He wielded the greatsword with both hands and started an eerie chant. The dark particles of mana gathered from all over the world and were absorbed into Syria's body. His wave of energy burst out like a tidal wave, and the astral sphere burning above his greatsword became at least twice as big as before. Wham! Syria rushed at him with his greatsword pulled behind him. The ground was crushed and the flow of mana became twisted. He was going all out with no consideration for the future. The energy wave wasn't the only thing that had gotten stronger. Rayon could feel extremely polished principles of heavy and powerful swords from the greatsword he was thrusting forward. It was a stupidly powerful attack, and dodging it to counterattack afterward would have been the correct thing to do. However, Rayon didn't want to avoid it for once. Whether he was devoured by the Baphomet or not, he was a pervert obsessed with his own sister, and Rayon wanted to crush him with sheer power. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot. He harmonized the pulsations of his muscles and aura in a single move and slashed down with the divine and demonic swords at the same time. Wham! The frontal clash between the astral sphere, the concentration of combative energy, and the heat and coldness created a powerful storm of mana. The walls, floor, and ceiling disappeared, and the open sky could be seen above them. Rumble. Syria's power and combative energy was tremendous, befitting one of Eden's demons who was at Grandmaster's realm, but Rayon wasn't pushed back in the slightest. He was using a lot of aura from activating the sword field creation and attacking all out, but a power even more powerful than that was welling up inside him. Wrath. The wrath that he'd received from Wrath was piercing into his soul, granting him the power to destroy reason. He would have normally stopped the wrath from taking effect by using the Ring of Fire, but he accepted it instead while stopping the Ring of fire, he felt like wrath was running through his veins instead of blood. The storming emotion of wrath was encroaching from his fingers to his brain. You. Wrath was saying something, but Rayon didn't pay any attention. I'll kill you. Rayon unleashed his will to kill the piece of garbage in front of him amid the omnipotence he was feeling. Wham! The divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost burst out to reach the sky upon taking in his emotion of wrath. Rumble! Rayon crushed Syria while showing his uncontrollable anger. How could this happen? Syria's eyes widened because he had never imagined that his all-out astral energy would lose in a clash of sheer power. Slash! Rayon didn't even try to hide his murderous intent and cut Syria's abdomen as he got pushed back. PSSH, the armor was even harder than steel, yet it was torn apart from the strike and blood gushed from the violent laceration. Syria stepped back with his greatsword. His trembling eyes reflected his panic and questions. What are you? Do you even realize how much hardship she had to endure? Rayon chewed his lip and walked up to Syria. I'm asking if you know how long she kept swinging her sword and anguished in order to get rid of the trauma you gave her. He was fully aware because he'd been watching Run-On from by her side. She'd been feeling the pain of being stabbed by a blade every day, yet she never expressed it on the outside. She didn't want her parents nor her companions to feel her sadness, so she'd been enduring it alone all along by removing the expression from her face. Even though she'd simply said that she wanted to eat ice cream, Rayon was well aware of how many emotions were dwelling in it. That was why Syria was one person that he couldn't forgive. The reason Run-On is learning defensive swordsmanship is also because of you. She decided to defend rather than swing her swordall in order to protect her parents from you. He ground his teeth violently and fixed his grip on the heavenly and demonic swords. You don't deserve to exist in this world. Shut up. Stop calling Run-On's name with that dirty mouth of yours. Syria shouted and raised his greatsword. The astral sphere welling up from the worn edge of his blade was on a whole different level from before. The storming darkness possessed a frightening amount of power, implying that he was using all of his remaining combative energy and mana. Run-On is mine. She doesn't belong to anyone. Rayon jumped into the dark astral sphere that was wavering on the brink of explosion and crossed the heavenly and demonic swords, Rayon Sieghart style. Sixth form, divine and demonic harmony combination technique. Red-blue invincible sword. The heavenly and demonic swords fell with determination, just like a master calligraphist's brush drawing a straight line, to draw red and blue lines while using the world as its paper. Wham! The red flame and blue frost combined as if they only had a single color from the beginning and a majestic light radiated from it. Crack! Astral energy that seemed powerful enough to devour the entire world was cut apart, and Syria's arms were pulled off. Kua! Syria slammed on the ground while screaming. A dangerous amount of blood was pouring from his missing arms. Syria Sullian. Rayon charged at him like a beast, not satisfied with his dying face. PSSH. He stabbed Syria's shoulder with heavenly drive and blade of Requiem, which had returned as the sword field was removed, and smacked his face with his clenched fist. Smock. Even though his aura was already exhausted, his wrath was burning even more intensely. He used that eternal rage as his fuel to repeatedly smash Syria's face. Wham! Wham! Every single time his fist fell upon Syria's face, his cheekbones were broken, his nose was crushed, and his teeth were pulled out. Ka. Syria's eyes rolled back as he made some strange sound that could be either a scream or a laugh. Die. A bloody smile appeared on Rayon's mouth. His raging wrath shouted while melting down his brain. Kill him. It was telling to kill Syria while giving him as much pain as possible. Rayon responded to that while by pounding Syria's body even more disorderly and cruelly. Just as he was about to destroy Syria's collarbone with his fist, Wrath suddenly jumped in front of his eyes. Come back to your senses already. Wrath, you idiot. His narrowed vision was widened and he returned to his senses upon hearing Wrath's scolding. What are you doing right now? There's no time to waste on this perverted bastard. He smacked Rayon's head, telling him to save Run-On already. The wrath that had been suppressing his aura to dominate his body and mind finally subsided. Cough. Black blood came out of his mouth. He felt exhausted and his body ached all over. It was probably the aftereffect of letting the wrath take control of him. It's still too early for you to control the wrath. Huff, no, there's no time for a scolding. Get moving already. Wrath raised his hand, telling him to hurry up and go to the upper floor. I'm sorry. Rayon bit his lip and turned around. He crawled through the destroyed place to climb up. Wham! Once he arrived above the surface, he could see Dorian fending off the warriors from House Sullian by using various pieces of equipment. Martha was next to him, and she was holding Run-On back by force as she tried to stand up. Why are you so late? Stop her already. Bloody tears were flowing from her eyes, implying that she'd used too much power, and Run-On was violently pushing Martha away with Baphomet's helmet on her head. Dark mana was spreading around her. Rayon's lips trembled as he saw the purple light from her eyes. Is it too late? The strength left his hands, and he dropped Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. He couldn't think straight anymore, and he was engulfed by the regret that he had allowed the wrath to take over his body. Wrath, is there any way? It would have been a different story if she was still putting up a fight, but in that state. Wrath bit his lip, even he didn't seem to know what to do. Run on, it was my. Rayon gritted his teeth while watching Run-On turn into a demon, only for a mole to suddenly come up from the ground below him. It's not too late yet. The mole shook its head while rubbing its head. It was Merlin's voice. Go to her, I'll help you. How are you even here? That's not the important part right now. She really won't be able to return if you waste even more time. She shook her hand, telling him to go to her already. Thud, Rayon bit his lip and kicked the destroyed ground. He placed his hand on the Baphomet helmet on Run-On's head as she stood on her own after pushing Martha away. Disappear. Run-On's hoarse voice sounded like it came from hell. She was about to stab him with her dark hand when Merlin's mana seeped into him, causing his vision to go white. Run-On raised her gaze and swallowed nervously. Where am I? She was inside a room that was as dark as a moonless night. No, it wasn't a room. It was so wide that she couldn't grasp the distance at a glance, and everything was engulfed in darkness. In the midst of the darkness that rippled like water, a frighteningly intense smell of blood permeated the air. Her fingers trembled from the incomprehensible fear. Run-On bit her lip and turned around. Unlike the darkness lurking in front of her, there was a clear blue space there. There was a small house that seemed to be made of ice, and dolls that seemed to be made of ice cream were lined up inside. She could tell at a glance that the dolls were the personification of her father, mother, Rayon, and the Light Wind Division, and they were showing their characteristics as they stood. Lastly, her sword, Snow Flower, was floating in the air. Unlike the darkness, her heart was filled with warmth just from looking at it. Come over here. Run-On extended her arm, and Snow Flower slowly descended to enter her grip. What is this place? Why was she there? Why was that place? She couldn't understand anything. She could just instinctively understand that she shouldn't approach the darkness. I was eating with Mom and Dad Ack. Run-On quietly groaned while stroking Snow Flower. With a headache that felt like someone was crushing her head, her memories returned to her. The helmet. Yes, Baphomet's helmet. She remembered that Syria had forced her to wear Baphomet's helmet. In that case, the answer was simple. The dark space ahead of her was the domain of the Baphomet dwelling inside the helmet. Wham! Run-On clenched Snow Flower's hilt with her trembling hands, and a violent sound echoed from the darkness. Rumble, the dark land fissured, and something surged from the intense darkness. It was standing on a goat's hooves. Its waist was as thin and straight as a human's, and its goat head had long spiral horns where it emerged as it made a sound similar to a baby's cry. Whap! Baphomet raised its gaze. A dark flame was burning in its vertical elliptic pupils. Run-On's chin trembled as she pressed on her chest with her left hand. All she did was to meet Baphomet's eyes, but she was feeling nausea similar to an internal injury. Baphomet's pressure was tremendous. Baphomet walked towards her, crushing the darkness on the way. She could guess from its large strides that it was going to reach her soon. Run-On stepped back with trembling lips. The Baphomet looked bigger and bigger. She felt like she wouldn't be able to win against it no matter what she tried. She was aware that it was a powerful monster, but she'd never expected that there would be such a huge difference between them. What am I supposed to do? Run-On's lips were turning pale as a clear resonance resounded from Snow Flower. The serene resonance was removing her fear and waking her mind. Bzzz. Snow Flower's vibrating blade seemed to be telling her to go inside the ice house behind her. Do you want me to go into that house? The resonance intensified as if it were saying yes. All right. Run-On nodded and smacked her thigh with her fist. Her body was stiff because of Baphomet's pressure, but she forced it to move and enter the ice house. Even though the house was made of ice, the inside was as warm and comfortable as if there was a bonfire. However, there was no time to enjoy that comfort. Wham! Baphomet was approaching the ice house while spreading its eerie wave of energy. Its hooves stepped onto the blue land, and darkness started to permeate into her space, just like a blue ink dripping onto a white piece of paper. It's meaningless to hide. Baphomet was speaking the human language. Its voice was trembling faintly, as if a goat were speaking. Resistance is only going to make it more painful. Its body became as large as the darkness, and it became big enough to reach the sky in the end. All right. I'll trample upon you like the worm you are. Baphomet raised its leg. It violently stepped upon the ice house with its foot, which was as big as a house. No, never. Run-On gripped Snow Flower and shouted that it couldn't be destroyed. Wham! The moment Baphomet's leg struck the ice house, she felt a shock similar to a hammer hitting inside her head. She fell on her knees before she knew it because the pain felt like her brain was falling apart. I'll grant you a painless death if you come out now. Baphomet nodded while holding a dark red whip in its hand. And no, Run-On shook her head. Baphomet was going to take over her body the moment she left the house. She had to resist until the very end. What foolishness. Baphomet furrowed its brow and struck down with the whip that was behind its shoulder. Wham! The whip landed on the ice house, and a groundbreaking impact engulfed the area. Run-on collapsed along with a piercing scream. The tremendous pain dominating her brain made it feel like she was hit by the whip instead of the ice house. She even wanted to tear her flesh off because of how painful it was. I understand it now. This house is my mind, and the dolls inside are the people precious to me. She was currently having a war against Baphomet with her body, and her most valuable things were at stake. Come out, Run-on stood up while supporting herself on Snow Flower. I'll never allow that to happen. I have something I need to do. She was going to kill Syria, save her mom and dad, and repay the favor to Rayon because she could never do anything for him. Lastly, she wanted to spend more time with the Light Wind Division, and that was why she wasn't about to be defeated at such a place. She forced her aching body to stand with the determination to endure no matter what. Baphomet sneered at her and attacked with the whip over and over. The whip fell like a rainstorm and mercilessly pounded the ice house. Wham! Every time the whip hit the ice house, she felt like her bones and flesh were tearing apart. Her hands and feet were spasming from the extreme pain and she couldn't think straight. She even wanted to go outside the house and die. It's too late to regret it now. I'm only just starting to have fun. The combative energy surrounding the whip intensified further, and even magic was added to it. Baphomet seemed to be enjoying Run-on's screams. Rumble. The whip felt like a heated blade cutting through her flesh, and the magic felt like a cold awl was stabbing her vitals. As the pain accumulated, her soul manifested in the shape of a body was cut apart, and blood started to flow from it. Run-on looked up to the ceiling of the ice house with a pale face. Fissures of different sizes were spreading across the house that used to be solid. It's because of me. The fissures must have been appearing because her mind was collapsing from the pain. I need to endure. She was well aware that she had to endure, but she had no idea how long she had to do that, or how to win against the monster in front of her. Run-on closed her lips tightly and raised her head. The entire space was covered by Baphomet's darkness, and even the ice house was on the verge of destruction. She started to think that everything was over, but I'll still awe. Just as she resolved herself to endure once again, Baphomet's ferocious whip struck the center of the ice house. Wham! The fissured ice shattered and the ceiling collapsed. I can finally see you. Baphomet smiled frighteningly while shoving its eye at the hole in the ceiling. Its finger entered the ice house. It's over now. Run-on fell to her knees while looking at Baphomet's finger as it approached her. She wanted to endure until the very end, but it was impossible to do so since the ice house was destroyed. Her mind collapsed and the ice forming the house melted. Rumble. Baphomet's huge finger completely destroyed the ceiling and approached her. I'm sorry. Run-on turned around. She hugged the cute little dolls and closed her eyes. You don't need to apologize. Just as she thought she was going to die and bit her lip, Rayon's doll flew into the sky. You've done great holding out so far, Run-on. She opened her eyes and the Rayon doll that she was hugging jumped into the sky. Slash. The Rayon doll unsheathed its toy sword and cut off Baphomet's finger, which was trying to intrude into her ice house. Its finger was even thicker than a castle pillar, but it was completely cut off and Baphomet stepped backward. Let's fight. The Rayon doll landed on the ground and turned around. He nodded with his eyes brimming with confidence, just like the real Rayon would. We can win. Rayon looked away from Run-on, who was confused, and looked at his own hand instead. He only had 2 fingers, as if he was wearing a mitten, and his limbs were short. His body was literally a doll made from ice cream. It must be because I'm inside Run-on's mental world. Since he was inside Run-on's mental world, he must have transformed into the shape she had created. Yuhehe. Wrath pointed his round finger at Rayon while looking at him. What a perfect appearance for a nasty guy like you. It would have been great if you looked like that in real life. He looked really happy as he laughed despite the serious situation. You should take a look at yourself before you laugh at me. Rayon shook his head. Since Wrath didn't even exist in Run-on's mental world, he was taking the form of an extremely small cotton candy. To be honest, he could easily be mistaken for dust. Wrath blinked while looking at himself. What's going on? Why is the King of Essence so small? He jumped, telling him to stop looking down on the Monarch of Wrath, but he was even worse than a flea. No, that's not the important part right now. Ice Cream Girl. Wrath flew towards Run-on and wagged his tail. Don't worry. The King of Essence is going to help you now. Or are you really Rayon? Run-on ignored Wrath and walked up to Rayon. Yes, Rayon calmly responded and nodded his head. Run-on bit her lip and her clenched fist trembled. Moisture welling up in her blurry eyes was as transparent as the morning dew. You did really great holding out so far. Rayon smiled while tapping on her shoe. He was serious about it. It was amazing that Run-on could last for so long since she hadn't created a proper mental world yet. She had really amazed him. That's the King of Essence's subordinate for you. He's so proud of you. Wrath patted Run-on's shoulder to compliment her. By the way, who is this? Run-on raised her finger and pointed at Wrath. She tilted her head, implying that she couldn't hear him. Rayon blankly stared at Wrath and shook his head. I don't know either. I think some dust entered along with me. He explained to her properly. Wrath shouted while flailing his arms around. Anyway, the dust isn't the important part right now. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he kept screaming and looked at Run-On instead. He had to look far above himself because there was a huge height difference. We can't leave this place unless we defeat Baphomet. Then let's do it, Tojith. No, you have to kill it. Rayon shook his head. Me, we are inside your mental world. You are the owner and I'm a guest. You are the only one who can finish off that monster once and for all. Run-On's lips trembled as she watched Baphomet slowly stand up. It was an expression of terror. She must have been going through lots of pain until he arrived. I don't know how I can win against that. It's okay. Rayon kicked the ground and jumped onto Run-On's shoulder. He smiled while infusing the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy into her. Like I said, we are currently inside your world. Your willpower is more important than your aura, body, or your martial arts realm. You are fully capable of defeating it since you managed to overcome Syria's brainwashing by yourself. He wasn't lying. The Baphomet she was facing was definitely a powerful one, but Run-On's willpower didn't lose to it. She was fully capable of winning against it with a bit of encouragement and help. Really? Indeed. That thing is big, but it's empty inside. It's pretty much mint chocolate ice cream with no mint included. It's big, but it's empty inside. It's practically mint chocolate ice cream without any mint. Rayon repeated after Wrath to encourage Run-On. Run-On's lips curved upwards. She clenched Snow Flower while smiling faintly. Okay, I believe you. Let's go. Run-On nodded and opened the door of the destroyed ice house to go outside. Wrath went to Rayon and shouted at him. That was the King of Essence's line. Where is the copyright? It doesn't matter whose line it was. The important part is that Run-On gained courage from it. He was frustrated but simply bit his lip because he couldn't argue against that. How dare you? Baphomet regenerated its arm and became even bigger. It looked like the entire world was devoured by it. Run-On quietly groaned. She seemed to be crushed by the Baphomet's pressure dominating the darkness. It's usually the ones that aren't a big deal that try to look bigger like that. Think of it as cookies and cream without any cookies. Run-On, the ones that aren't a big deal usually try to look bigger. It's just cookies and cream without any cookies. Stop repeating after him. Wrath barked and grabbed him by his collar with a deadly glare. All right. Run-On nodded, her eyes turning blank once again. She seemed to have overcome her fear. I'll crush you. Baphomet raised its huge foot and tried to stomp Run-On. Run-On kicked the darkened ground. Her lively yet profound footwork drove away the creeping darkness and gave her wings on her back. Wham! Baphomet's huge foot didn't achieve anything. It only destroyed the empty ground. Thud! Run-On stepped upon the land that was falling apart and moved to Baphomet's left side. Think about the strongest warrior you've seen so far. You can also think about your stronger future self. Rayon advised her what he'd learned about his mental world and calmed her down. That's already decided. Run-On responded decisively and stepped forward with her left foot. She closed the distance to Baphomet in an instant, as if she were folding the ground, and ferociously swung her sword. Slash! The energy of frost burst endlessly from Snow Flower to cut through Baphomet's ankle. Darkness flowed down from the cut on Baphomet's ankle instead of blood. That movement just now, the footwork looked like the Supreme Harmony steps, while the sword technique was similar to the Crimson Slash from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Was that me? The image of the powerful warrior in Run-On's mind seemed to be none other than himself. But why? He couldn't understand why she was thinking about him because there were countless warriors who were more powerful than him. He wanted to ask why, but he simply cheered for her because he didn't want to distract her. You are doing great. Make it a bit faster and a bit stronger. Run-On dodged Baphomet's whip and slashed its shin with blank eyes. It looked like she had returned to her usual self. Wham! Baphomet was unable to withstand the impact and collapsed on its back. Do it now. Run-On nodded and attacked Baphomet's heart with her frost. The blade of frost rose like a spire and descended in a sweeping arc. Disappear. Baphomet made its combative energy explode, and Run-On was pushed back by its powerful wave. Baphomet's size decreased rapidly. It returned to its original shape, wrinkles all over its face. It looked extremely angry. I'll kill you. Baphomet ground its teeth and swung the whip. It was less powerful than before, but the speed was incomparably faster, and a ferocious principle of martial arts was dwelling in it. It includes the principles of swiftness, variation, and illusion. You should be able to dodge it by focusing on the tip of the whip. All right. Run-On nodded and pierced into the whip covered in combative energy. She avoided the whip strikes raining down upon her and closed the distance towards Baphomet. That won't work against me anymore. Baphomet stepped back, judging that Run-On's sword was dangerous. It unleashed the whip attacks and magic one after the other to make it impossible to approach it. Rumble. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the magic and combative energy rampaging around. It will be disadvantageous for Run-On at this rate. She had already spent most of her willpower when she was trying to protect the ice house. Her focus was going to run out first if the fight dragged on. In that case, I'll help her in a different way. Rayon put his hands around his mouth and strained his abdomen. You seem to be putting up a desperate struggle, but there's no point in going out right now. Your mate is already dead. Rayon raised his voice, saying that Syria in the outside world was already dead. Judging from the draconian that he'd encountered last time, the monster inside the helmet and demons from Eden on the outside were capable of communicating with each other to a certain extent. That was why he was certain it was going to be effective. Stop lying. Baphomet's attacks intensified, telling him to cut his crap. Its combative energy curved like a snake and ruthlessly destroyed the ground. Run-On was using her footwork to the best of her ability, but she was getting less and less space to work with. Think about it. How would an outsider like me even be here if your mate was still outside? Rayon sneered while stating the truth. I'm not lying. I killed your mate. Shut up. Baphomet's motions became bigger and the magic scale was enlarged. The attacks were extremely powerful, but an opening that didn't exist before was created in return. Thud. Run-On didn't miss that opportunity and kicked the ground. She cut through the darkness with snow flower clenched in her hands, stabbing Baphomet's neck. Cough. Baphomet tried to pull out the sword and gain distance, but Run-On even bit its arm with her teeth, not letting it go. Wham! The coldness emerging from snow flower spread under Baphomet's neck and its whole body started to freeze. How could I be defeated by mere humans? Baphomet's widened eyes trembled as it watched its freezing body. It worked perfectly. Baphomet still had more willpower left than Run-On, but it couldn't take advantage of that fact because it was shocked by Syria's death. Rayon was glad that the mind game worked. Run-On bit her lip tightly and completely cut off Baphomet's head. The monster turned into dust and disappeared as if it had never existed to begin with. Baphomet's darkness that had been covering the entire world also turned into particles of darkness and faded away. Good job. Rayon jumped down from Run-On's shoulder and patted her ankle. Run-On didn't respond. The energy left behind after Baphomet's death was landing on her to grant her a new power. Rayon remembered how he was enlightened after defeating Lochter, the Draconian. That's great. Rayon smiled at Run-On, who was in a trance. He wanted to give her a gift for overcoming the pain, and he was glad that it went according to his plan. She is so praiseworthy. Wrath sniffled while watching Run-On. Seeing that child all grown up now and overcoming her hardship fills the King of Essence with joy. Rayon blinked while watching his hands. The energy left behind by Baphomet was landing on Rayon to give him power instead of just Run-On. Why are you even getting that? It looks like Run-On couldn't take all of it and the leftovers are coming to me. He could guess that the energy that Run-On couldn't take in was entering him. He could feel that his mental world was getting bigger and sturdier. This is why humans have to do good deeds. What about the King of Essence? Wrath barked at him. The King of Essence also did a good deed. All you said to comfort Ice Cream Girl were his lines. Why are you the only one getting rewarded? Because you aren't a human. You are discriminating right now. You are finally getting it right. It's not racist, because that word is usually used between human races. Discrimination is the correct word. Shut up. Rayon ignored Wrath as he started to rampage and closed his eyes. I should be able to broaden my mental world even further. Baphomet's combative energy, purified by Run-On's frost, was seeping into his body. Since he had a spiritual body, Baphomet's energy naturally settled inside his mental world. Since combative energy's sole purpose was to fight, it sharpened the blades embedded in his mental world. I should take it in as it is. He could change Baphomet's energy to match his characteristics, but he kept the wild nature of the monster on purpose. Since Glenn had told him to experience various things in order to achieve the versatile sword, he wanted to bring new stimulation to his mental world by taking in an energy that didn't exist there before. Rayon opened his eyes, feeling as his soul level grew even greater with Baphomet's combative energy. Run-On's shoulders were trembling, her eyes closed. She still seemed to be trying to stabilize the energy. Damn it, Wrath punched the ground, his fist looking like a sweet bun. Why is the King of Essence the only one who never gets anything? He shouted in frustration, saying that he never gained anything even though he worked hard with everyone else. What are you talking about? There's something to gain for you. Really? Yes, you'll be able to eat ice cream once we get out of here. Indeed. That's certainly a great wait. We were supposed to have that anyway. Wrath furrowed his brow and punched Rayon. I'll buy food that you wanted to have as well. Just be quiet for now. Rayon easily dodged the fist by tilting his chin and shook his hand. I see, then he'll stay Quino. You were supposed to do that anyway too. The promised 3 weeks aren't over yet. You aren't as easy to deceive as before. Rayon murmured that it was a shame and sighed lightly. Seriously, you bastard. Anyway, I'll do everything you want today, so please calm down. Really? Yes, as long as you stay quiet without doing anything unnecessary. Rayon nodded at Wrath's doubtful gaze, and Run-On's mental world trembled violently. Rumble. Baphomet's encroaching darkness disappeared, and Run-On's mental world became incomparably wider than before. Beautiful particles of snow were falling upon the new land. Run-On's world turned a serene and pristine white. Wham! The ice house that protected Run-On was destroyed, and the ice cream dolls inside stood up on their own and started to walk. Huh, Rayon gasped while watching the Burin and Martha dolls, which started to argue as soon as they came out. Does this mean it means that Ice Cream Girl's mental world has grown? Wrath smiled while watching the dolls starting to walk on their own. The mind of a child who wanted to protect her family, even if she had to sacrifice herself, has matured. Yes, it looks like it. Watching the ice house being destroyed and seeing her precious dolls move on their own made him realize the immense growth her mind had achieved, just as Wrath had said. As Rayan was watching the dolls move around the white world, Run-On opened her eyes with a small groan. Her purple eyes were glimmering like stars. She's gotten stronger. Her mind wasn't the only growth she'd achieved. It was hard to tell for sure until he was outside, but her power also seemed to have improved noticeably. Run-On walked up to him and extended her hand. Since he still looked like an ice cream doll, he jumped nimbly onto her hand. How are you feeling? Rayon asked while looking up at Run-On. Even though they were inside her mental world, the delicate fragrance of her hair was tickling his nose. I feel like I bathed in warm water after being covered in mud. Run-On raised her hand to meet his eyes. Her eyes weren't blank anymore. They were as clear as morning dew on leaves. They looked as beautiful as the starry night sky. It was all you. Rayon shook his hand at her nod of appreciation. No, I would have never won if I was alone. Run-On raised her lips faintly. It was clearly a smile, though it was small. Your example with ice cream gave me strength. I'm glad to hear that. That's not true. The King of Essence was the one who said it. He didn't do anything at all. He's a villain who stole his copyright. Wrath had been admiring her growth, but he sprang up wildly and shook his hand upon hearing it. The dust is still around. Run-On tilted her head while looking at Wrath. Dust. Wrath felt his chin trembling. Ice Cream Girl, how could you do this to the King of Essence? He lamented. He seemed extremely shocked. Just ignore it. It's just dust. Rayon smiled and easily slapped Wrath away. How pitiful. Run-On caught Wrath with her left hand and carefully caressed him. He knew it. Ice Cream Girl and the King of Essence are on the same wavelength. Just wait a little, Ice Cream Girl. What kind of wavelength? Rayon laughed bitterly when his body and Wrath suddenly shone and they started to return to their original shapes. Is this? When he thought about it, Wrath had returned to his original shape after a while when he'd fought against the Draconian in the past. They seemed to be returning to their original appearances because they got used to Run-On's mental world. Finally, Wrath laughed in delight while looking at his long finger. The King of Essence can finally return to his original shape. Who are you? Run-On blinked. It looked like she could finally see Wrath. Ice Cream Girl, listen. This guy is the source of evil. Everything he said so far was the King of Essence's lines, and everything he's done was the King of Essence's. Wrath started to talk shit about Rayon even though his body wasn't fully visible yet. Rumble, however, Run-On's mental world collapsed before he could finish talking, and the sky and land became darker. It wasn't Baphomet's revival. They must have hit the time limit to stay in Run-On's mental world. And no, there are still so many things he needs to say. Wait. Wrath extended his hand while screaming, but Run-On wasn't there anymore. Damn it, Wrath howled while kicking the ground. This is way too unreasonable. At least let him talk. Rayon shook his head in the middle of the darkening world. You would have said it if you didn't waste your time insulting me. Rayon slowly opened his eyes. He could see that his right hand was touching the Baphomet helmet that Run-On was wearing. Clang. Even though he didn't do anything to it, the helmet was split in half and fell to the ground. However, Run-On was still sleeping without a sigh of waking up. Rayon carefully laid her down and smiled faintly. She's still getting stronger. As expected, the growth of her mental world was also happening to her body. He could expect her to wake up after she reached the new realm. You damned heaven, Wrath shook his fist while looking up to the sky. Why are you always disturbing the King of Essence? That's why you should have said it quickly. You had more than enough time for it if you hadn't tried to insult me. Rayon pushed Wrath away and examined the states of Rockin and Clara, who were lying unconscious right next to him. They seemed to be poisoned by something. The movement of their blood was subdued, as if time had stopped. They seemed to be rendered unconscious with a special drug. It's not poison, at least. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief, as Frederick would likely be fully capable of treating them. As for Merlin, he thought it was strange that he couldn't find Merlin, who should have been running at him right away, and noticed that a mole was limp on the ground. Did she push herself too hard? She seemed to have fainted because she used too much power in her animal form. Rayon put the Merlin mole in his clothes and walked towards the underground area where Run-On used to be confined. He's here. Syria's corpse was at the same place where he was killed before Rayon had gone to rescue Run-On. However, there was one strange thing. His helmet was nowhere to be found. What? He furrowed his brow while thinking that it was strange when a powerful shockwave occurred from the right. Rumble. Rayon looked around. Martha, Dorian, and the warriors from House Sullian who had been suppressed by Syria were fighting against the traitors who followed Syria. There seemed to be lots of Eden's demons wearing monster helmets or masks as well. Ack. Rayan was about to walk towards them but came to a halt and clutched his chest. My body won't move. His mental world had achieved growth, but the aftereffect of letting wrath take over his body remained. He felt like a line of pain was connecting from his scalp all the way to his toes. He had even exhausted his aura and willpower from using the sword field creation, making it even more difficult to move. The King of Essence told you before, it's still too early for you to control the wrath. Wrath shook his head at how weak he was. It couldn't be helped. He was engulfed in wrath before he knew it when he saw that Runan was wearing the helmet. His primal emotions seemed to be getting stronger the more wrath he received from wrath. But I still need to settle this situation. Rayan bit his lip and stepped forward. He mustered his force to activate the ring of fire and went up next to Martha. Is it over? Martha exhaled roughly while brushing aside her blood-soaked hair. She was severely injured, and she seemed to be exhausted from fighting powerful opponents one after the other. PL, please save me. Dorian was almost on his knees as he pleaded with teary eyes. He was also severely injured, and his trembling hands revealed how exhausted he was. Good job. Rayan went ahead after he smiled at Martha and Dorian. Tell me how it went. Is she okay now? Martha cared about Runan before anything else, even though she was in an extremely difficult situation herself. Even though they usually looked like they were on bad terms, they seemed even closer than real siblings. She's fine. Rayan nodded with a smile. She will wake up and she will be even stronger than you when that happens. HMPH, I'm fine with that. I just want her to wake up already. Martha twisted her lips while staring at Runan. R. Rayan Sieghart. Which means Sarsaria really has. Damn it, the swordsman who betrayed House Sullian by turning to Syria's side bit their lips upon seeing Rayan. It's all over for you. Dorian raised his hand while panting. Look more closely. The Eden's demon wearing a Knoll Lord helmet, the corpse hound demon, pointed at Rayan. The white sword dragon isn't in good shape. He noticed Rayan's bad state at a glance and licked his lips. He seemed to have noticed his injury with the Knoll's sense of smell. Fight. We are going to die anyway if we can't kill them all. Us. How did this happen? The traitors from House Sullian bit their lips, realizing that it was the last chance they had. You are right. I'm not in good shape, however. Rayan admitted that he was in bad shape and nodded. It doesn't change the fact that it's over for you. The moment he voiced those words, the western walls of House Sullian were destroyed. Wham! The Light Wind Division ran through the cloud of dust and encircled Eden's members and the traitors. Light Wind Division. We've arrived under the Vice Division leader's order. Burin bowed at Rayan and unsheathed his sword. Slash. Mark Goten cut off the red-eyed demon's head nearby as if he was telling them that talking was unnecessary. The other light wind swordsmen also unleashed their deadly energies. They are just a bunch of nobodies. Fight until the very end. The corpse hound demon tried to raise their spirits, but the traitors were turning pale. The light wind division isn't the only one. Rayan sneered at Eden's demons and the traitors. The powerful warriors from the house were running towards the scene because his battle against the evil goat demon had spread their wave of energy. It was only a matter of time until they were neutralized. I'll drag you down with me at least. The corpse hound demon unleashed his yellow madness and dashed at Rayan. The sharp blade of his twisted sword was rushing towards his neck. Rayan, dodge it. Martha and Dorian tried to protect him, but they were faltering because they were both exhausted. You underestimate me too much. Rayan advanced with a cold-hearted smile on his face. He raised his right hand without even drawing his sword. Slash. With his fingers put together, his hand cut through the corpse hound demon's sword like a sharp blade, even severing his helmet. With the helmet divided into two, the face of the swordsman who talked to the butler earlier was revealed. He collapsed with trembling lips, unable to believe his own death. Even though I'm injured, people like you will never be able to defeat me. Rayan furrowed his brow while looking at the old swordsman who came after the corpse hound demon. That man, he was Rockin's butler, the one who'd come to greet him at the entrance. Even a person who'd been serving the house for a long time ended up a traitor. Rockin and Runan must have been tremendously shocked. Should I kill him now? Since there were many people he could get the information from, he figured it would be best to just kill him before making Runan even sadder. Rayan was about to extend his hand to kill him when he felt a presence from behind. He turned around and saw that Runan was calmly standing up. Even though she'd gone through so much pain and mental shock, she still had a straightforward look in her eyes. I'll do it. Runan picked up the sword from the ground and stepped forward. Lady Runan, there was a misunderstanding. The butler immediately went to his knees. He bowed while looking as pitiful as possible, trying to take advantage of Runan's kind heart. However, Runan was different from her past self from his memory. Slash. Runan swung the sword she was holding and cut off the butler's head without hesitation. Kua. The butler watched his own headless body in disbelief before he perished. As the substitute head of House Sullian, I issue this command. Run-On stepped over the butler's corpse to approach the traitors. She stomped her foot while glaring at the disgraced figures of the house with her clear, piercing gaze. Kneel, traitors. Rayon gasped while watching Run-On's small back. Look at her. He thought that it would take a long time for the growth in her mental world to take effect in reality, because people didn't change that easily. However, he was gravely mistaken. Run-On's mind had achieved tremendous growth, rather than her strength. She was such a gentle girl whose hand trembled from killing a random enemy, yet she wasn't wavering after killing the butler she'd known her entire life and boldly pressured her enemies with her aura. She seemed to have steeled herself in order to protect Rockin, Clara, and House Sullian, HMPH. Wrath watched Run-On with teary eyes. Ice Cream Girl, the King of Essence is so proud of you. You ignored him while calling him dust, but he is still proud of you. He sniffled while shouting that it was good enough for him. His red nose suggested that he was serious about it. He always goes too far. Rayon smiled faintly as he watched Wrath continuously shouting Run-On's name. No, maybe it's not excessive. Run-On has always been distracted. She must have been worried about protecting her family from Syria, and she must have been contemplating what course of action she should take. However, her worries completely disappeared, both voluntarily and involuntarily, and her mind had become even harder than steel, and she's also gotten a lot stronger. Run-On had only become a master recently. She should have normally gone through a period of stagnation, but she'd achieved drastic growth from defeating Baphomet in her mental world. Her realm was at the intermediate master level. It was difficult to believe, but she'd almost caught up to Mark Goat. Kneel. Run-On pointed her radiant snow flower at them, and Eden's demons rushed at her with trembling shoulders. Yeah. They noticed that it was their last chance and unleashed the combative energy they'd been hiding to attack her. Blades sharpened like the rough fangs of beasts were rushing toward Run-On's vitals. Slash. Run-On bent her left knee slightly and pulled snow flower towards her chest. Her silver blade bolted like lightning from under her arm, creating sharp fragments of ice. Clang. Eden's demons tried to kill Run-On without caring about their own lives, but they froze completely as soon as they touched the frost and collapsed. This is your last chance. Kneel. Run-On calmly advanced to cut off the head of a demon wearing an orc's helmet and pointed her sword at the traitors once again. How is this happening? The traitors from House Sullian watched Run-On's cold-hearted gaze with trembling lips. They realized it was impossible for them to win and fell to their knees. Martha gasped while watching Run-On's back. She really got stronger. Wow, I'm so salty. Even though she sounded like she was irritated, she collapsed with a satisfied expression on her face. Then, I'm going to collapse now. Dorian panted like a thirsty puppy and fell to the ground. You idiots, fight until the very end. We are going to die anyway if we surrender now. Take as many of them down with you as you can. The Green War Demon and the other demons from Eden were ordering them to fight until the very end, just as black and red clothes fluttered from above the walls to the right. Glenn Sieghart. His crimson eyes revealed his rage as the head of Sieghart and the lord of the land. How dare you act like this here? Glenn's pressure was almost brutish as he walked towards Eden's demons, clearly enraged. Rumble. His massive wave made it look like the sky was howling and the land was screaming. Eden's demons dropped the weapons they were holding and started to convulse as if they were being suffocated. We aren't done yet for the restoration. Eden's demons realized that there was no escape for them and concentrated their aura in their energy center in order to end themselves. What? Why? However, their lips trembled in panic as they realized that their aura was as immobile as hardened plaster. You aren't allowed to die. Glenn coldly twisted his lips while looking down on Eden's demons. You won't be able to die until I give my permission. Eden's demons collapsed while foaming at the mouth as soon as that frightening resonance brushed past them. Rayon swallowed nervously as he watched Glenn. Is he really human? He had neutralized Eden's demons without even moving his finger, even though hundreds of people were in that wide space. His might had truly transcended the human realm. Run-On sighed and sank to the ground. Lady. Are you okay, Lady Run-On? The loyal retainers of House Sullian who'd been stopping the traitors ran up to her to examine her condition. I'm fine. Run-On nodded and raised her finger to point at the traitors. Tie them up for now. You understood. The warriors seemed to be surprised by Run-On's dominating spirit, something that they'd never seen before, and they couldn't take their eyes off her even when they were suppressing the aura of the traitors and tying them up. Run-On. Rayon came up next to Run-On. Her clear eyes had returned to being blank at some point. He thought that those eyes were the best suited for her. Holding back his laughter, he asked, How is your condition? It's bearable. Run-On blinked, saying that she was fine, and turned around to crawl towards Rockin and Clara. Since her job as the substitute of the head of house was over, she was finally checking on her parents' condition. She sighed deeply upon confirming that they were safe. Considering the way she prioritized the house's affairs over her parents, she really seemed to have gained the qualifications to be the head of house even though she used to be just like a child. Whereas the evil goat demon, Run-On asked about Syria's location while holding Rockin and Clara's hands tightly. He's in there. Rayon supported Run-On and showed her the hole where Syria's corpse was located. Syria's corpse and his severed arm were exactly where they were before, but his helmet was still nowhere to be found. There was something strange, but he's clearly dead. The evil goat demon might still be alive. Run-On shook her head while looking at Syria's corpse. What do you mean? Rayon narrowed his eyes. He couldn't understand what she was saying since the corpse had stopped breathing a long time ago. The evil goat demon threw a strange bead aside before you got here. He said that it was a precautionary measure. Run-On raised her finger and pointed at the corner where he'd thrown the bead. Precaution. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the corner that Run-On was pointing at. I have no idea. He couldn't see anything like a bead because the floor was completely destroyed by the violent battle against Syria. Since he couldn't really feel any special energy, he couldn't tell at all what kind of bead it was. Wrath, you only need the King of Essence at a time like this. Wrath furrowed his brow in displeasure. It's for the ice cream girl you are so proud of, not for me. Ahem, he reluctantly examined the hole. There isn't any strange energy around here, and the bead can't be found either. Wrath shook his head, saying that it didn't seem to be a big deal. You are so useless, you bastard. Rayon briefly licked his lips. He wanted to ease Run-On's troubled mind, but he was frustrated because he couldn't find a definite answer. Run-On for now. I'm fine. Run-On shook her head and looked up to the clear sky. My brother is already dead. The evil goat demon is an enemy. I'm going to stop him even if he returns. She clenched her fist, saying that she was going to finish Syria off with her own hands. Rayon could see her determination to not agonize on the matter any further in her eyes. The King of Essence will help you if anything happens. Wrath grabbed Run-On's sleeve, saying that he would help no matter what. Tell me if you need help. Run-On started to nod but raised her gaze to stare at him. You know, there was dust that entered my mental world with you. Yeah. I had an impression that it suddenly transformed into a human and said something to me. Do you remember by any chance? I'm curious because it felt familiar. She blinked, implying that she remembered seeing Wrath's true form. Ooh, ice cream girl, you remember that. Wrath jumped while cawing like a seagull. Convey to her what the King of Essence is about to say. He continued with a bright smile, delighted by the fact that he was able to face Run-On. The King of Essence has seen you ever since your childhood. He helped you a lot and even covered the hole in your stomach. He is pretty much a parent to you. It did say something. Rayon smiled cheerfully after listening to Wrath. It said it was hungry. Ah. Run-On's lips parted because she didn't expect that it would have said something like that. What bullshit are you spouting? The King of Essence. Wrath yelled, his face turned red. Is actually hungry. When are we going to eat? It's Rayon Sieghart. Rayon walked up to Glenn upon hearing his call. Greetings, my low. Stop with the useless greetings. What even happened here? It's going to be a long story. Rayon lowered his eyes because it wasn't something that he should say in such an open space. In that case, come to the Lord's Manor before noon tomorrow. I'll listen to everyone's story at that time. Glenn nodded while looking at Rayon, Run-On, and the unconscious Rockin one after the other. Bring the injured to that man for now. He needs to earn his keep. Understood. Rayon bowed, realizing that Glenn was talking about the ragged saint, Frederick. Glenn left the aftermath to Roan and disappeared into thin air. I'll take care of the rest, so you can return now, Sir Rayon. Roan greeted him with a gentle smile on his face. Rayon left the aftermath in House Sullian to Roan in the Light Wind Division and brought the injured to the Red Mansion where the ragged Saint Frederick was dwelling. Rockin' Sullian, and isn't she Run-On? Frederick's eyes widened upon seeing Run-On, who had fainted on the way her parents, Martha and Dorian. What even happened? There's a story behind this. A story? Yes. What happened in House Sullian was... Since the saint was alone, Rayon explained what had happened so far. The sinister influence of those demons even reached all the way here. Frederick gasped, finding it surprising that the important people in House Sullian were Eden's demons. They can even deceive their own family if they take off their helmet after all. They took advantage of people's feelings. They really are evil demons. He deeply furrowed his brow, showing his hatred towards Eden. I'll take care of them, but you don't seem to be in a good condition either. Frederick tilted his head while looking at Rayon's pale face. I just overworked myself a little. I don't have any serious injuries. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. He'd actually gotten a serious internal injury because of his wrath, but he refused the treatment because he didn't want Frederick to find out about it. I see. Frederick chuckled and took a pill out of his pocket and threw it at him. It's a medicine for internal injury. It's a new product, so you can test it out for me. He told him to take the medicine and went inside with the patients. He knew about it all along. There was no way someone called a saint wouldn't notice his internal injury. He must have been considerate of his circumstances. Rayon bowed at Frederick's back and left his mansion. Once he returned to the annex building, Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise. Why are you already back? And why is your face so pale? Her lips trembled as she asked why he returned injured when he'd gone for a group meal. There were some issues. He briefly explained what happened so she wouldn't be too shocked since he figured she would find out soon enough anyway. Then is run on all right. She probably isn't all right, but I think she can endure. How about you? I'm fine too. Rayon pretended to be fine and forced himself to smile. You're not fine at all. Go take a rest already. Sylvia noticed that it was a forced smile and hit his shoulder while pointing her finger for him to return to his room. She went to the kitchen and told the maids that they should prepare some food. She seemed to be planning to make some food to help the injured recover. Mom, you are so kind. She's not your mom. Rayon pushed wrath away and entered his room. Either from the relief or the injury, the strength left his body and he sank to the ground. This is even more serious than I thought. The aftereffect from the wrath was way worse than he'd expected. It was even more painful than when his bone was exposed from an injury he got in an all-out battle. The King of Essence told you. It's way too early for you to control pure wrath. Wrath rolled his lips into a smile and sneered at him, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. You've been controlling wrath so far by following the road that the King of Essence had carved, like when you were using the perception of the snow flower, the snow flower's veil, and the evil eye of wrath. He raised his round hand and continued to explain. However, this time you unleashed your wrath on your own accord, straying away from his path. Wrath is an extremely powerful energy, incomparable to aura. That's why it's normal that it puts a heavy strain on your body. Yes, I know. Rayon acknowledged it honestly and nodded. Let's handle the most urgent problem first. Rayon swallowed Frederick's internal injury medicine at once and activated the Ring of Fire. The rings rotating around his heart created a line connecting the high-purity mana to the medicine's healing ability to increase his body's recovery. WAP, the divinity blooming from the underworld, also spread out from deep inside his energy center. The internal injury slowly subsided despite how serious it was, and the pain decreased significantly. Rayon opened his eyes after he absorbed all of the medicine's energy. That's why the King of Essence keeps telling you to know your place. Wrath had apparently been blabbering all along. He liked to continue even when no one was listening, just like everyone who talked too much. You seriously talk so much. No amount of nagging is enough for a pathetic guy like you. Come over here. The King of Essence shall give you a proper lesson today. He tapped on the floor and waved for him to come towards him. It's 1,000 years too early for you to control Wrath. In fact, back in Devildom. Wrath was about to start bragging about himself once again. Messages appeared while hiding his blabbermouth. You've achieved an overwhelming victory against an opponent more powerful than you. You've witnessed the flow of another person's mental world. All stats have increased by 17. The Evil Eye of Wrath has increased in rank. The trait Snow Flower's Veil has increased in rank. It was announcing the rewards for defeating Syria and helping Run-On in her mental world. Wow. Wrath's mouth was about to widen when another message appeared. The new trait. Wrath Release has been created. Wrath Release? Wrath grabbed his own hair while glaring at the message. Kill him, just kill him already. He fell like a deflated balloon, his eyes full of tears. Stop taking everything away from him and kill him instead. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he writhed on the ground like some worthless creature and checked the message about. Wrath Release. Wrath Release 1 star. Allows the user to control the energy received from the Monarch of Wrath along with aura. Maximum usage, 5. The content was simple, but the effect wasn't. It implied that he could properly control the emotion of wrath that was too much for him before. It's only 5 for now, but it's going to change as it grows. 5 was all he could control with his current realm. It was only 5 of the wrath he'd received from wrath, not 5 of his entire wrath. That was why it could be seen as a small amount. However, the number was bound to increase as his realm got higher, which made him look forward to it. What are you even talking about? The King of Essence never gave any energy to him. Wrath yelled at the message. The wrath was simply injected wrath into him to allow the King of Essence to take over his body. He's just using it on his own accord. He pounded his chest with his round fist, saying that he was so frustrated he could die. It's a matter of the past since you already gave it to me. Stop whining about it. Rayon clicked his tongue while looking down on Wrath. Whine. Did you just say that he was whining? Wrath's jaw dropped at his ridiculous statement. If it happened to you, would you leave a thief who keeps stealing your money every time you earn some alone? I would forgive him. Arg, my head hurts. He ended up collapsing while covering his head. Judging from the way his eyes were rolled backward, he was fuming so hard that he lost consciousness. Rayon left Wrath alone and checked the message once again. It will likely be difficult to use it all the time. Even with the trait, maintaining the wrath all the time was bound to strain his body and mind. He could guess that the best usage would be to activate it at an important moment to put an end to the fight, just like how Martha used. Berserk, I should test it out after I recover from the internal injury. He couldn't recklessly unleash the wrath yet because his internal injury wasn't completely healed yet. He was visualizing the image of wrath release in his head when he felt a small wriggling around his chest. Rayon took the mole out of his pocket. Merlin. He weakly shook the mole while calling Merlin's name, but there was no reaction. It seemed to be alive since he could hear the sound of it breathing, but she was still unable to wake up, it seemed. He tried to treat her with the divinity blooming from the underworld just in case, but she wasn't showing any reaction, just like he had anticipated. Did she overexert herself? He sighed and put Merlin back into his inner pocket, but he felt the same wriggling once again. Hey, Rayon immediately took Merlin out and poked at her stomach. You are conscious, aren't you? Rayon stared at the mole's face, and its lips parted while shaking faintly. Ahahaha. Merlin couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out laughing while raising her head. I'm sorry. I wanted to stay in there because your chest was so warm. She licked her lips broadly, saying that she would have been happy to stay there for the rest of her life. Seriously, you. Rayon shook his head with an expression of disgust on his face. Madwoman, gack. Wrath had finally been able to stand back up, but he was so shocked to see Merlin that he hit his own head and fainted once again. Are you really okay? Rayon examined Merlin's condition while looking at her eyes. Yes, it's not a big deal. Merlin nodded and flapped her arms like wings. Then why did you faint? I didn't faint, though. I was just lying down because I ran out of strength and you put me in your clothes. I figured it was an opportunity and stayed still. She grinned with her cheeks turning red. Rayon had never expected that he would see a blushing mole one day. Rayon covered his forehead with his hand and leaned his back against the wall. He was angry about the prank, but he was relieved that she was fine. A sigh of relief. What is this relationship between us? She was an enemy who tried to kill him at first, but she ended up helping him all the time somehow. It was such a mysterious relationship. I don't think I can sleep tonight because I'm too happy. Merlin smiled happily and suddenly fell on her back. Her hands and feet were shaking intensely. Merlin, I must have pushed myself too hard after all. I knew it. Rayon furrowed his brow. Even though the helmet served as a medium, she had created a passage to enter another person's mental world. It was obvious that she was overexerting herself, and she said that she'd been looking for me for weeks without even sleeping. During his encounter with her while she was inside the seagull, she'd said that she had incorporated her will into thousands of animals without even sleeping. Considering how crazy that was, her stamina and willpower shouldn't have recovered yet. Rayon opened his subspace pocket. He took out an Ocean Souls leaf that he'd acquired in the coastal dungeon last time and held it out to Merlin. Eat this and rest for a while. A transparent leaf. Merlin widened her eyes while looking at the Ocean Soul's leaf. It's a leaf of an Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul, the legendary elixir. Yes, it's effective at recovering the body and mind. I think it should be helpful to you in your current state. The Ocean Soul's leaf was the highest grade elixir, but Merlin had helped him even more than that. He didn't feel bad at all about giving it to her. I don't need it. Use it for yourself. Merlin shook her head. She didn't seem to be interested at all in the Ocean Soul's leaf. I already ate one and have more to spare. Rayon showed the other leaves to Merlin and gestured with his hand for her to take it. Merlin grabbed the leaf with both hands and exhaled excitedly. I'll keep it as an heirloom, no. I'll establish a country and cherish it as a national treasure. Just eat it. Rayon furrowed his brow and shook his head. Okay. Merlin smiled happily and fiddled with the Ocean Soul's leaf. Her hand sparkled white and the leaf disappeared like melted snow. She must have sent it to her main body. I have a question. Sure, you must have seen it, but... Rayon told her about Runon's worries and asked whether Syria was still alive. I don't know either. Merlin simply shrugged her shoulders. You don't know? I said this before, but Eden is divided into different factions. We work together, but we don't actually get along. You should have realized since you saw them, but one side wears helmets while the other side wears masks. Rayon nodded while thinking about the Eden demons he'd encountered so far. Idiots wearing helmets sometimes come to our side, and crazy guys wearing masks occasionally go to the helmet's side, but we generally stick to our own kind. Merlin tilted her head, saying that she didn't know about that incident either. Syria was cherished by the helmet demons. It's not completely impossible for him to be alive with the helmet if they gave him some special artifact. The most important part is that I'm not interested in him at all, and that's why I can't tell exactly what happened. It was apparently meaningless to ask her about Syria. Then, Rayon stopped thinking about Syria and asked a question that he'd been curious about all along. The leader of the masked demons is the Fallen, and the leader of the ones wearing helmets is the heavenly demon, right? Yes, the heavenly demon rarely shows up though, I knew it. Rayon nodded slowly. He felt once again that Merlin allowed him to confirm so much information. He felt nothing but gratitude towards her. You don't need to thank me. Merlin shook her head and suddenly started to shiver. I must have really overdone it this time. I should get going. She waved with her trembling hand. Rayon was worried about what kind of request it was going to make, and the mole opened its mouth. This one wants to eat a snake. SN snake. Yes, snakes are the natural enemies of moles. It wants to try it out because it's always been on the receiving end. I leave it to you. Merlin energetically waved her hand and disappeared. A snake in the middle of winter. Rayon laughed bitterly and looked outside. As it turned out, it had been snowing since a moment ago. Squeak. The mole bobbed its hand, asking him to give it the snake already. This is driving me nuts. Rayon sighed and went outside. He spread his aura perception to the best of his ability, just like when he was in a battle, and finally found a hibernating snake after 4 hours. He fed it to the mole and returned to the annex building. I'm so exhausted. He entered his room after a quick bath and his head felt dizzy. He immediately laid down on the bed. I need to sleep. Both his body and mind felt utterly wrecked. He closed his eyes in order to use the energy of sloth. You suffered a lot because of the madwoman. You should risk no wait, no. Wrath started to nod his head, saying that he understood the pain of dealing with Merlin, but suddenly stopped. You said that you would eat everything the King of Essence wanted today. Rayon was already fast asleep and was unable to hear him. You little whelp, wake up already. We didn't have a single meal today now that he thinks about it. The next day at noon, the audience chamber's iron door opened with an oppressive sound. Sieghart warriors were standing on the sides of the red carpet leading to the platform. Palace masters, division leaders, and even squad leaders. The executives who were inside the house or nearby were clenching their fists with pale faces while standing in front of the audience chamber's pillars. The reason they were so nervous was simple. The King of the North sitting on the throne, Glenn Sieghart, was exuding a pressure dry enough to evaporate all of their blood. Ha! Rayon pushed away the suffocating pressure and walked towards the center of the audience chamber with Run-On. Begin. Glenn ordered him to go straight to the point before he could even greet him. Rayon nodded and looked at Run-On standing next to him. Run-On took a step forward and started to talk about everything that had happened to her so far. Syria's brainwashing and torturous actions that had continued ever since her childhood, and the way he kidnapped her to make her wear the helmet. Since it was such an unbelievable story, people's groans broke the silence in the audience chamber. When I woke up, I saw Rayon fighting against Eden's demons. I'll explain what happened after Run-On put on the helmet. Rayon continued the story, starting from the moment Run-On didn't show up to the appointment, leading to him going to find her. Then he continued on to how he defeated Syria and entered her mental world to fight against Baphomet. Of course, he skipped the part about Merlin and said that he just happened to reach her mental world. Eden, you son of a bitch. The true martial palace master, Balder, stomped the ground, unable to withstand his anger. His tremendous strength smashed the ground and the entire audience chamber trembled. Denier also seemed enraged, as a frightening sharpness was dwelling in his gentle appearance. Ha, those demons crossed the line. Eden. Those mask wearers must have a death wish. The squad leaders and division leaders also bit their lips, enraged by the fact that Sieghart had been playing into their hands. Glenn closed his eyes without saying anything. He was maintaining his complexion without showing his anger, and it felt like his calm attitude was tightening his heart even more. Please kill me. Rockin knelt towards Glenn from under the platform. It's all my fault. He slammed his head on the ground to the point where the sound of breaking bones could be heard. I was so proud of my son that I didn't suspect him at all. Rockin averted his gaze from Run-On and bit his lip to the point of bleeding. Even though Run-On warned me about him before, I kept believing in Syria and didn't try to listen to her at all. It all happened because of my incompetence. Please kill me. The blood bursting from his forehead was seeping onto the white floor. Dear, please stop. Rockin looked like he was seriously going to end himself if Clara didn't stop him from next to him. Run-On didn't move from her spot. She wanted to go to Rockin but caught her breath while looking up to Glenn, head of House Sullian. Glenn slowly raised his eyebrows. Rockin's chin quivered upon witnessing the coldness in his red eyes. You've been almost excessively loyal to Sieghart ever since your childhood. I'd like to believe you, but we cannot overlook this matter since Syria Sullian was involved with Eden. Of course, Rockin nodded, saying that he had braced himself. Wise Marshal Palace Master. Yes, Denier stepped forward and bowed. Mobilize all personnel in the Wise Marshal Palace and thoroughly investigate House Sullian's members, finances, and activities. There are definitely still some people left with connections to Eden. At your command. He knelt, saying that he would do his best. Even though Sullian was a vassal family of Sieghart, investigating everything about the house was a huge humiliation for them. However, Rockin stayed with his head lowered, not saying anything. The punishment for the head of Sullian will come after the investigation. Stand by until then. I will follow your orders. Rockin lowered his head while biting his lip. Light Wind Vice Division Leader. As soon as Glenn finished talking, the Central Marshal Palace Master Karun shook his hand at Rayon. I have a question, please ask. Isn't it a bit strange that you went to House Sullian as soon as you heard that Run-On Sullian didn't arrive at the appointed time? She could have had some circumstances around it. I don't understand why you went running there as fast as you could. He furrowed his brow while blatantly suspecting him. The The second team leader has always been good at keeping her promises, and she has always arrived at least an hour before the appointed time whenever ice cream is involved. Since I was somewhat aware of the relationship between Run-On and Syria. Do you think that even makes any sense? Karun briefly clicked his tongue. Why are you doing this? He did a good thing this time, didn't he? Balder, the true martial palace master, tilted his head, finding it strange that he was trying to accuse him. Don't you think it's strange that he went to her home as soon as she didn't arrive at the appointed time? The way he intruded despite the butler telling him off was also abnormal. It almost looks like a fabricated scenario. Karun, Glenn's cold gaze stabbed Karun. He called him by his name instead of his title of Central Martial Palace Master and raised his finger in a frightening manner. Shut your mouth. I haven't finished speaking yet. I beg your pardon. Karun stepped back with trembling lips. Rayon Sieghart. Yes, Rayon bowed and stepped forward. You truly did great. Glenn gave him a nod of acknowledgement, as if he was trying to erase Karun's suspicion. Ones who can achieve great things usually see and feel differently than others. If you thought it wasn't a big deal that Run-On Sullian was late, House Sullian would have fallen under Eden's grasp, and they would have stabbed us in the back in the future. He continued with a dignified voice. House Sullian wasn't the only one you've saved. Sieghart was also saved by you. It was truly a great achievement. Rayon bowed awkwardly. He was expecting a compliment, but he didn't think that he would praise him so much. Karun seemed to want to comment, but he simply bit his lip because he was scolded a moment ago. Come up here. Rayon blankly raised his gaze and saw that Cheryl and Rimmer were waving their hands at him. What are you waiting for? Go up already. Go there and ask for money. A lot of it. Rayon laughed bitterly at Rimmer's comment and went up to the platform. Rayon Sieghart will be bestowed a golden tablet and an additional reward for defeating the evil goat demon and saving House Sullian. Glenn picked up a golden tablet and a red necklace from Roan and gave them to him. It almost looked like he'd prepared them in advance. Rayon carefully lowered his head because he'd never imagined that he would get another golden tablet after only a few days. Rumble. Rayon went down the platform after thanking him, and Glenn stood up. The majestic pressure engulfing the audience chamber made it feel like a mountain was rising. Eden, or rather the five demons' influence, might have already reached inside Sieghart on top of vassal houses. That is why we are going to make an exception and run an inspection for a while. Glenn raised his finger and pointed at Balder. The true martial palace master will be appointed as the head of the special inspectors. You shall check if there's any subversive elements in the house and root them out. I'll take care of it. Balder was surprised at first because he didn't expect to be entrusted with such an important role, but he smiled brightly soon enough and bowed. Ah. Rayon widened his eyes while watching Balder clench his fist. Is he really appointing that clueless person as a special inspector? He was a better choice than Karun, who could be scheming something else, but Rayon had never expected that Blader would be entrusted with such an important job when his personality was so simple, ignorant, and obnoxious. Rayon sighed deeply. It's going to be painful for a while. My lord, Rimmer walked up to the platform after all the executives had left. You aren't seriously planning to let the true martial palace master handle everything, right? I think he's going to destroy whatever that doesn't suit his tastes. He shook his head while looking at the floor that was destroyed when the true martial palace master stomped the ground. You are right. Balder isn't fit to be an inspector. Glenn nodded and looked at Roan. Roan, deploy the obsidian order. Roan's eyes glowed coldly as he was asked to deploy the obsidian order. Not the slightest sign of his usual warmth remained. The spies are definitely going to show an opening once Balder starts to recklessly cause a ruckus. Find them all and bring them in. I'll carry out your orders. Roan placed his hand on his chest and lowered his head. His pressure, which had always been so peaceful, had become as sharp as a dagger. So Balder will be rampaging from the front, and the Obsidian Order will be doing the real investigation from the dark. That's a good plan, however. Rimmer sighed, showing his worries. The true martial palace master is going to blatantly pick a fight with us. That's going to be rather annoying. He darted his tongue, saying that it was terrible to just think about it. Why are you even worried about it? Cheryl tilted her chin, asking what he was even talking about. What? You have that person in the light wind division. That person. Ah, Rimmer clapped his hands and raised his head. Wait, should I be hoping for Balder to come to us now? Oh. Karun exhaled in irritation as he left the audience chamber. He deeply furrowed his brow, and the ferocious look in his eyes became ice cold. You look like you're about to kill someone. Balder came up next to Karun and rolled his lips into a smile. Do you hate that Rayon guy so much? Hate. A trivial emotion like that isn't important at all. Karun twitched his lips without even looking at Balder. Have you ever seen our father compliment anyone like he did today before? Balder thought about it while stroking his chin, then he shook his head. I haven't. He isn't exactly reluctant to praise people, but he's never blatantly praised someone like that before. Yes, forget the children, not even we have ever been praised like that. Even when I became a palace master, he simply told me that I did a good job. Karun raised his eyes slightly, thinking about what happened in the past. But our father has changed from back then, and what he achieved this time was inarguably a great feat. He's destroyed a plan that those Eden bastards have worked on for dozens of years. Balder shook his hand, saying that they should compliment him if he did something good. It was a line befitting his simple personality. It must be nice to be you with your lack of worries. Do you remember what I told you before? He tilted his head. He looked like he couldn't remember what Karun had told him before. I said that our father seemed to be trying to make Rayon Sieghart into his successor. Ah, today's matter confirmed it. Our father is planning to make Rayon compete against us. Karun was certain about it, unlike last time. But he's still just a brat who just barely became an adult. How could he be our competitor? His age doesn't matter. All that matters is if he can do it or not. Rayon Sieghart has gained enough accomplishments and might, but he's still a master. His hand has already surpassed the wall. It wouldn't be strange if he became a grandmaster tomorrow. He looked at Balder for the first time and continued, "You will be the first to be defeated if you remain relieved like an idiot just like your son was devoured by him." Karun narrowed his eyes, mentioning how Rayon had defeated Radin when he was a trainee. "Are you comparing me to Radin?" Balder frowned fiercely, remembering how Radin had become disabled. "Moreover, he's not even a member of the direct line yet. It's only a question of time. Our opposition is enough to stop it for now, but if he manages to achieve the feat of defeating the Axe King next year, there will be nothing we can do to stop it anymore." The Axe King. "Fortunately, you have the authority this time. You should make sure to keep him in check in advance if you don't want that donkey to catch up to your back," Karun declared before he walked towards the central martial palace without even looking back. "Ha." Balder placed his hands on his waist and sighed in irritation. "You are always so great." He glared at Karun, only for Denier to quietly approach him from behind. "He's been like that ever since our childhood. Why are you complaining about it now?" Denier smiled, standing on Balder's right side. "Did you hear us? I created an aura barrier, though." Balder furrowed his brow while looking at Denier. "I overheard it a bit because I was curious about what you were talking about. I'm sure he knew about it." Dernier waved his hand towards Karun, who was getting further away. "In my opinion, I don't think you need to pay so much attention to it. What? Like you said, I think our father was just complimenting him more than usual because Rayon did something great this time." Denier crossed his arms while leaning back against a wall. Karun has always paid so much attention to trivial matters. It would be understandable if it were Ares, but there's no way Rayon would become the successor. After all, he is our nephew. Of course, everyone has dirt if you dig deep enough, but it would be strange for us to try to keep him in check. He left after telling him to investigate the wise martial palace as much as he wanted, unlike Rayon. Dirt. Balder licked his lips while watching Denier's back. His casual words stimulated his sense of urgency towards Rayon instead of Karun's warning. "I should poke him a bit." Rayon went to a small conference room inside the Lord's Manor at Rock and Sullian's request. Light Wind Vice Division Leader. As soon as he opened the door and entered the conference room, Rockin bowed deeply. "Sir." Rayon rapidly blinked and grabbed Rockin's shoulders. He was expecting to be thanked, but he didn't think he would bow as much as he did when he was facing Glenn. Rockin continued without raising his body and head from the bow. "I'm fine with dying. No, I deserve to die. But I just wanted to save her no matter what, and you've achieved that, Vice Division Leader. I'm really thankful to you." His trembling shoulders showed that he was relieved that Runnan had survived rather than himself. "The same goes for me." Clara came up next to Rockin and lowered her head to Rayon. "She is your daughter, but she is also my subordinate. You don't need to thank me like this." Rayon shook his head at Rockin and Clara. "I knew it." Rockin raised his gaze and nodded. "Runnan told us that you would say that, and she was right." He laughed bitterly and slapped his own cheek. "I don't even know what I've been seeing so far. I was completely blind." Rockin bit his lip tightly and went on one knee after making up his mind. "Sir, from today onward, we will serve the Light Winds Vice Division Leader, House Sullian's benefactor. We will follow your requests with everything we have, no matter what they are." He placed his hand on his chest to pledge to him like a Sieghart swordsman. Rayon's lips trembled as he met Rockin's serious eyes. Is he serious? Following any request implied that he was going to obey his orders like they did as one of Sieghart's vassal houses. "Sir, it might sound strange coming from me, but you should think this through. Clara, Runnan, and I were pretty much reborn yesterday. Since you were the one who granted us that new life, it's only natural for us to do so." Rockin shook his head, saying that he wanted to do even more for him. Everyone left in Sullian came to that conclusion together. "Please don't feel pressured by it." Clara smiled while holding Rockin's arm instead of stopping him. "Arg, this is so boring. Just ask them to give you some delicious food." Wrath ground his teeth in jealousy and started to complain that he was hungry. "I understand." Rayon bowed back at Rockin and Clara. "I'll gratefully accept your will, or rather, the will of House Sullian." Since an excessive refusal would have been disrespectful, he accepted their expression of gratitude. Rockin and Clara finally raised their heads. They collapsed into the chairs behind them, feeling exhausted. They looked at least 10 years older than before, probably because they had to bring up painful memories. I'll be taking my leave now. He quietly closed the door and left since he figured that Rockin and Clara would need some time for themselves. He was about to turn around in order to return to the annex building when he met the eyes of a person whose back was leaning against the wall. Run-On's back parted from the wall, and she walked up to him. The conversation inside. I knew about it already since Dad told me. She nodded, saying that she knew about it all along. Rayon awkwardly scratched his cheek and raised his gaze. How are the matters in your house? Is there anything I can do to help? Since it had only been a day since the incident, Run-On and her parents still must have been in a bad condition. He wanted to help them if he could. It's fine. Run-On calmly shook her head. You already did everything you can do for us. Her eyes were as blank as always, but she looked like her personality had changed. She was fully aware that it was her job and that she shouldn't entrust it to someone else. I see. Rayon smiled faintly and took out a gray box from his subspace pocket. It was the ice cream he was forced to buy in the morning because Wrath started to rampage. What is this? The appointment for a group meal is still valid. Just be satisfied with this for now. Run-On nodded, giving an energetic answer coming from her. All right then. Rayon patted Run-On's shoulder and left the Lord's manor. Wow. Wrath rubbed his red nose while looking back at Run-On. You've grown up, ice cream girl. I thought you were crying because you were sad about the ice cream, but that wasn't the case. Rayon chuckled as he watched Wrath sniffle. What impression do you even have of the King of Essence? Do you seriously believe that he would be thinking about food in this situation? He shook his head, telling him to cut the crap. That's true. I'm sorry I misspoke. By the way, you didn't give her the mint chocolate, did you? That would be a bit sad. 1 week later. Ha. Burren sighed while placing the crumpled paperwork on the table. Is there even a point to this? I think they're going to start nitpicking no matter what. He furrowed his brow, saying that Balder was definitely going to be unreasonable about finding fault with them as the special inspector. We still need to do it. Rayon shook his head while checking the documents that Burren brought to him. If he is just being unreasonable, then irritation is all we are going to get. However, if there really is a problem on our side, it's going to be very annoying. Even with an unreasonable fault, he will try to put the blame on us until the very end. Balder had obtained an omnipotent authority as the special inspector, and he was causing a huge mess in the entire house. Even the slightest dissatisfaction led him to find fault in them all day long, and the armed organizations like the divisions and squads and the intelligence agencies like shadow agents were suffering every day. It's even more problematic because he is so diligent on top of being ignorant. Balder was the worst type of superior who worked hard despite being foolish. That was why the entire Sieghart was alarmed about him. Moreover, the true Martial Palace Master hates you. He probably does since I crippled his son. Rayon put down the pen after he signed the document. Balder had recently been quiet in the Lord's manor and sometimes even took his side, but it was because of his simple personality. He surely hadn't forgotten the resentment he held for Rayon about his son. But if we talk about whose fault it was, Radin was the one who picked the fight with you. Burren furrowed his brow, saying that it was ridiculous when he thought about it. A little detail like that doesn't matter to him. That's true, just keep working. We have to do everything because Martha and Run-On are missing. Rayon exhaled heavily while looking at the paperwork piled up on the desk. Wrath tilted his head while looking down at the dirty desk. You haven't been home for a while and got your days off as soon as you returned. I did. Then why is there so much paperwork here? Because the owner of this place doesn't do his job. Rayon twisted his lips while pointing at the Light Wind Division leader's nameplate on the desk, as expected of shitty ears. Wrath shook his head, amazed at him from the bottom of his heart. Arg, he is so hateful. Burren slammed the desk. He also seemed to be having a fit of rage towards Rimmer. It's even more irritating because he blatantly told us that he's running away. He ground his teeth while thinking about how Rimmer declared the day before that he was running away. Dorian opened the door and entered. We are in big trouble. That guy the special inspector is coming here. Dorian's lips trembled, his forehead covered in bandages. Already, Rayon widened his eyes. He didn't expect him to be coming already because the sun had just started to rise. His diligence was the real deal despite his other qualities. What should we do? We haven't finished organizing them yet. Just shove them somewhere and come out. Rayon shook the dust off his hands and left the office. Isn't he coming too early? I heard that the Heavy Steel Squad was completely destroyed yesterday. Heavy Steel Squad, they have a lot of members of the direct lines among them. We are gonna be even more screwed. The Light Wind Swordsman sighed deeply, worried about what was about to happen. Mark Goten was the only person who was standing peacefully. Wham! By the time Rayon stood in front of the Light Wind Division, the training grounds door burst open with the violent sound of footsteps. Balder could be seen behind the creaking door. He was wearing a blackish-red uniform that seemed to be newly made for his position, and it looked like the part around his shoulders and legs was about to burst because it was too small for his body. Letters indicating that he was the special inspector were sparkling brightly in gold on the armband around his left arm. He almost looked like a child eagerly showing off his position. Ahem. Balder stepped heavily up to the light wind division and raised his chin. Since he was already big enough as it was, raising his chin made him look like an ogre. Rayon briefly licked his lips and stepped forward to bow at Balder. Greetings, Special Inspector. He emphasized the Special Inspector part on purpose, and Balder's lips curved into a deep smile. He seemed to be thinking that he'd won. He was even simpler than Rayon had expected. He started to guess that the matter could be concluded without any issue. Where is the Light Wind Division leader? Balder started to look for Rimmer while rolling his eyes like a bear. He's in the middle of his personal training. He responded that Rimmer was doing his personal training because he couldn't bring himself to tell him that he had no idea where he had run off to. Personal training. Balder narrowed his eyes. Is he training on his own when every other member is here? When he's the division leader? We usually have personal time from daybreak to noon, and he is allowed to do whatever he wants. Even if it's personal time, a division leader should always be watching the division members. He raised his voice as if he had found something to nitpick about. HMPH, an old man with a beard looking like a goat, started to write down something on the booklet he was holding. He definitely seemed to be giving some negative points. The division leader is acting on his own without the division members. How suspicious. The division leader trains with us in the afternoon. Some of the other divisions don't even do daybreak training. That doesn't matter. The issue right now is that the division leader is missing. Balder started to nitpick unreasonably right off the bat, just like the rumors. The daybreak training is just a simple warm-up. That's why it's fine even if the division leader is missing. That doesn't even matter. The issue right now is that you aren't meeting my criteria. He examined the sand in the training ground while shaking his hand to express that he had no intention of arguing about it. Why are there so many pebbles in the sand? Are you not maintaining it properly? That dirt is the highest quality sand, imported from the south. There's no way there would be many pebbles. There's one right here. Balder furrowed his brow while pointing at a small piece of stone that was pretty much a sand particle at that point. Ha. Rayon sighed as he watched Balder yelling like he was breathing fire. It's just what we expected. Like Burin told him a moment ago, Balder was finding fault in them from the beginning. He seemed to be planning to make sure to pay back the humiliations of the past. I don't understand why you are slacking so much on the training grounds maintenance. The swordsman can end up being injured. Are the division leader and the members all focused on something else? Balder frowned and examined the light-wind swordsmen one after the other. The swordsman stepped back with trembling shoulders, intimidated by Balder's pressure. Balder walked up to Dorian and glared at him because he was trembling the most. Why are you trembling? You are drenched in cold sweat when I haven't even done anything yet. No, I just sweat a lot normally. Dorian swallowed nervously and responded. The guilty party is usually anxious about their own actions. I'm going to interrogate Heir. Special Inspector. Rayon stood in front of Dorian and shook his head. He was injured while protecting the head of House Sullian and his wife during the previous incident. He was just sweating because he hasn't recovered from his wounds yet. Is that so? Probably because he thought highly of them for resolving that incident. He simply scratched his nose before he raised his chin. But that doesn't mean that I can leave strange matters unattended. List him as a special interrogation target. He shook his head, saying that there were no exceptions. This won't be easy. Rayon furrowed his brow. He was so difficult to deal with because he had the upper hand to begin with, and he was just ignoring reason to push his way through. He was just so simple, ignorant, and obnoxious. I can understand how the Thespian Emperor felt. He started to admire her patience for putting up with his bullshit until the very end. HMPH. Balder walked past Dorian and went towards the combat dummies located at the outer part of the training ground. Why is that equipment so dirty? It's covered in dust because it's not maintained. He blabbered about it being dusty while touching the dummies with hands that were completely sandy from examining the ground earlier. How could you treat the sacred training ground so poorly? You are definitely distracted. Who is in charge of this place? Who the hell is treating the training ground like this? Balder threw the dummies away and violently stomped on the ground. I have no other choice. Rayon clicked his tongue and was about to approach Balder when an old man as big as a mountain came running from behind Balder and smacked the back of his head. Smack! Balder didn't even try to dodge because it was completely unexpected that someone would hit the back of his head. The shattering sound of a watermelon resounded throughout the training ground. What? He hit the back of his head. What's happening? The entire training ground fell silent. On top of the light wind division, even the inspectors dropped their jaws. Esser gambling monster. Rayon blinked, realizing that the gambling monster was the one who'd smashed Balder's head. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly acting like that. Who the hell was that? Balder turned around, his intense bloodlust exploding around, and the gambling monster furrowed his brow while standing in front of him. It's me, you bastard. Instructor, no Sir Harian. Everyone was expecting Balder to be enraged, but his eyes trembled in panic upon finding the gambling monster. Why are you here? I came out because you asked for the person in charge. What do you want? The gambling monster bobbed his hand, telling him to say it already. Balder stepped back. He barely managed to open his mouth, his expression clearly revealing that he was uncomfortable around the gambling monster. I am currently a special inspector right now. Please treat me accordingly. Ah, I see. So you were a great inspector. I'll have to rephrase. The gambling monster nodded to apologize for his rudeness, then smacked Blader's forehead once again. It's me, sir, you bastard. Oh. Rayon's jaw dropped as he watched Balder rubbing his reddened forehead. What's even happening right now? Balder should have been second to none in Sieghart for his bad personality, but he couldn't do anything in front of the gambling monster. It was like watching a mouse facing a cat. Rayon couldn't think straight because he never expected it to happen even in his imagination. He hit the special inspector. But why is the true Martial Palace Master doing nothing about it? Am I dreaming right now? The Light Wind Division and the inspectors were all confused, unable to take their eyes off the gambling monster. Rayon observed the way Balder seemed even more intimidated after getting hit and remembered what he'd said a moment ago. Instructor, considering that Balder referred to the gambling monster as instructor, he must have been his disciple in the past. Since the gambling monster had both the power and position to even be a part of the council, it's completely possible that it was the case. No one stopped the gambling monster even when he left the Council of Elders on his own. It implied that he had a huge amount of accomplishments, might, and position. That was why it wouldn't be strange if he had been Balder's teacher during his childhood. How could you say that? You just added, sir, but you were being rude nonetheless. Balder took a step back and lowered his gaze. It looked like he didn't want to get hit again. The great special inspector is being so difficult. Why are you being a motherfucker when I did what you wanted, sir? The gambling monster advanced as much as Balder had retreated, flicking him on the forehead. Smack. With a sound resembling a nut shattering, Balder's forehead became even redder. His hand trembled as he groaned. It must have been painful even for him. Look, you were only pretending to be polite, but you were actually insulting me. Special Inspector, your stupid head became even harder. My finger hurts even more than you, sir. The gambling monster furrowed his brow while blowing at the finger that he'd used to flick Balder's forehead. He didn't seem to care at all about whatever Balder was saying. I was completely polite this time. Are you satisfied? PL, please stop it. Balder shouted loudly, but he simply flicked his eyes from side to side, unable to do anything about the gambling monster. Wow, Rayon gasped while watching Balder, who seemed to have shrunk to half his original size when someone exclaimed loudly from behind them. He turned his head around and Rimmer was there before he knew it, drinking some beer. Division leader, isn't it fun? Rimmer shook the beer glass while looking at Balder and the gambling monster one after the other. They are in a master-disciple relationship. Balder was taught by that geezer for a pretty long time. I understood that part, but it's surprising that the true Martial Palace Master is having so much difficulty dealing with him. It's because he learned by getting beaten up by him ever since he was even younger than when you all came to me. It was understandable in that case. Scary people during childhood were usually still scary and difficult to deal with even after a person became an adult. Of course, they wouldn't have ended up like that if the beatings were all that happened. That geezer taught Balder to the best of his ability because he was about to retire. I'm pretty sure he even saved his life multiple times, but I never saw them together if that's the case. He wouldn't want his subordinates to see him like that when he's a palace master now. Balder has obviously been avoiding the gambling monster, I guess. After all, the gambling monster doesn't participate in the conference. The gambling monster was a weirdo who left the council to run a gambling house and a pub. There was no reason for them to encounter each other unless Balder looked for him. It feels so great to watch him like that. Rimmer laughed, saying that he hadn't seen that happen for a while before he extended his hand towards Dorian. Dorian tilted his head while looking at Rimmer's hand. Give me some snacks. I don't always have snacks, even for me. Dorian complained, but still took out a corn snack from his belly pocket and gave it to him. What are you waiting for? You should eat it, too. Wrath tapped on Rayon's shoulder, showing that he also wanted the corn snack. He had started to move as soon as Dorian took out the snack, even though he'd been fast asleep the whole time. Rayon was seriously unable to understand why he was the monarch of Wrath. Palace Master, you have to pull yourself together. You are currently in the middle of inspection duty, Palace Master. You have to forget about the master-disciple relationship for now. The warriors from the inspection department tried to convince Balder to use his position as the special inspector. I'm saying this again, but I'm the special inspector. You would be in trouble if you treat me like this, even for you, Sir Harian. Balder frowned while meeting the gambling monster's eyes. His subordinates seemed to have given him the courage to face him. Oh my God, you're even yelling at me now. My ears are going to bleed. The gambling monster picked his ear, pretending he didn't hear what Balder said. Sir Harrion, this is why people say that it's pointless to raise children. I feel like it was just yesterday that I fought to the death to save the great special inspector when you were on the verge of death, but now you're yelling at me already and doing all kinds of shit. That's. Balder carefully glanced at the subordinates behind him and covered his mouth with his finger, pleading for him not to speak about that. There seemed to be a secret behind it. Whatever, Special Inspector. You can say that again. What do you want me to do? The gambling monster spread his arms and raised his chin, telling him to say whatever he wanted. Balder rolled himself up like a roly-poly and bit his lip. Why is he even here? He was well aware that the gambling monster had joined the Light Wind Division. However, he'd heard that he wasn't really interested in the Light Wind Division and rarely showed up. That was why he picked an early hour for the visit. He was planning to destroy the 5th training ground early in the morning and head to the annex building around noon to cause a ruckus. However, it was going wrong from the very beginning. The plan wasn't simply ruined, it was thoroughly crushed. Damn it, he was uncomfortable around the gambling monster because of his relationship with him, but that wasn't the only reason why he couldn't force his way through. The gambling monster, Harrion, had a huge amount of achievement, so much that he could leave the council on his own without giving anything in return. He also had powerful connections while being a powerful warrior himself. Since he was still on friendly terms with the head of the council was going to act if he made a wrong move against the gambling monster. That was one thing that couldn't be allowed to happen. I'm sorry. In the end, Balder averted his gaze and hung his head. The gambling monster cleared his throat and nodded. I have nothing to say if you say so, Special Inspector. Continue the shit you were doing. He shook his hand to tell him to behave himself and withdrew from the scene. Balder sighed roughly and rolled his eyes. I can't just leave like this. He was humiliated to the point where he couldn't be any worse, so he wanted to find a way to crush Rayon Sieghart no matter what. The inside should be managed by a different person. Balder quickly put his thoughts together and went into the indoor training ground. Rayon licked his lips as he watched Balder enter the indoor training ground. Is he planning to provoke us inside? Balder and the inspectors must have been planning to find fault in the indoor training ground since it seemed unrelated to the gambling monster. I can take advantage of this. Rayon put his thoughts together and walked up to the gambling monster. General Administrator, can I make use of your name today? Do as you wish. Gambling monster nodded kindly at him, unlike when he was dealing with Balder. Rayon thanked him, destroyed all the joints of the combat dummies that Balder had touched, and dug out the center of the training ground to ruin the floor. Vice Division Leader, what are you doing right now? Dorian's eyes widened as he dropped the snack he was eating. I know, right? Why are you even ruining the training ground right now? Burin walked up to him and grabbed his arm, trying to stop him. Don't worry and just wait. I'll get all the equipment replaced for us. Rayon shook his hand at the surprised Light Wind Division and broke all of the equipment Balder had touched. He isn't an average guy, just let him do whatever he wants. Rimmer grinned while drinking the beer, anticipating what was going to happen after. Why is it so dirty here? It's completely dusty. Training in such a place is going to make you sick. Balder and the inspectors must have found something to nitpick in the indoor training ground, because their shouts were echoing throughout the training ground. Rayon casually entered the indoor training ground. The training equipment is rusty, and the iron power is falling off. Balder furrowed his brow while pointing at the rust at the corner of the dumbbell and barbell. It was an unreasonable criticism, since it was a very small amount of rust in a corner that a person's hand couldn't even reach. Aren't you aware that you can get tetanus if the rust accidentally touches an injury while you're training? He fiercely picked a fight, convinced that someone other than the gambling monster must be in charge of the inside. There's even more. The training ground is full of dust. You don't even clean properly, and the equipment is poorly maintained. Where is your focus? He ground his teeth while going out of the way to wipe up some dust stuck at the edge of the window with his white glove. Light Wind Vice Division Leader. Try to explain this, understood. Rayon nodded and shouted towards the outside. General Administrator. As soon as he called that title, the gambling monster entered the indoor training ground. Wait, why are you suddenly calling him? You told me to explain this to you. This place is also managed by the General Administrator. Rayon smiled cheerfully and pushed the gambling monster forward. I'm the one in charge, you bastard. The gambling monster walked up to Balder while shaking his finger. And no, I was just worried that it might be dangerous for the swordsmen. Balder hid the glove with the small amount of dust behind him while avoiding the gambling monster's gaze. Everyone would have died already if this much dust was going to endanger them. Do you really think some dust and rust are going to be a threat when they even survived the demonic monarch of the Azure Flame? Find something decent at least if you're going to find fault. The gambling monster frowned, still treating Balder as his disciple rather than the special inspector. But it's better to have none. Then how about I head to the True Martial Palace right now? What are you going to do if I search the window frame and find any dust? Balder hung his head because he was unable to respond and looked at Rayon instead. Where is the office? The division leader's office, not the general administrator. This way. Rayon pointed at Rimmer's office, located on the right side of the indoor training ground. Let's go. Balder and the inspectors headed to the office, surrounded by their last hope. Crack. Rayon followed him after he destroyed the metallic parts of the barbell and dumbbell that Balder had touched. Since they had cleared up early in the morning, the garbage that Rimmer lived with was nowhere to be found, but it was still dusty and completely disorganized, unlike the other places. Rayon honestly had no excuse for that place. It's so dirty, I can't even tell when the last time you cleaned this place was. Since guests usually visit the division leader's office before anywhere else, this place is pretty much the face of your division. Do you have trash as a face? Balder raised his voice, believing that the division leader's office was completely unrelated to the gambling monster. Moreover, why is there so much paperwork piled up? A lot of it needs to be approved. What have you even been doing? He violently slammed the desk, asking where Rimmer was and what he was doing. None of the documents are overdue yet. We can take care of all of them today. This is so suspicious that I can't overlook it. I'm going to summon all the executives of the Light Wind Division, so you will be investigated according. I'll call the person in charge. Rayon calmly nodded and turned his head towards the outside. The person in charge, wait a moment, General Administrator. Rayon shouted the word that Balder was trying to stop him from saying. What's the matter? The gambling monster entered the office, even more nonchalantly than before. He's looking for the one in charge once again. Sir Harian, are you also managing this place? I'm also taking care of this because our division leader is as useless as a certain person. In fact, the gambling monster rarely entered the division leader's office, but he was going along with the play. If you have something to tell me, please spit it, oh great special inspector. The gambling monster confidently straightened his back and jerked his chin at Balder. Balder rapidly averted his gaze like a rabbit that had seen a lion and swallowed nervously. I don't have anything special to say. Then why do you keep ordering me around, you bastard? The gambling monster frowned and flicked his forehead once again. Balder's head was violently pushed back with a smacking sound. I didn't call you, though. Balder shook his head while rubbing his forehead with his finger. Shut up and leave already if you have nothing else to say. He shook his hand, telling him to leave since the Light Wind Division needed to train. In the end, Balder had to leave Rimmer's office after only getting humiliated. Rayon waved his hand towards him just as he was about to leave the indoor training ground. Wait a moment. Rayon pointed at the dumbbell and barbell, noting that one side of the metal was crushed. The dumbbell and barbell are broken. What are you going to do about this? Broken? What are you talking about? The metal broke apart after you touched it earlier, Special Inspector. You need to compensate for this since you broke equipment that was perfectly fine. Bullshit, I simply tried picking it up, I didn't break it. General Administrator. Rayon immediately called the gambling monster as if he saw no point in arguing about it. Arg, I get it. How much is it? Rayon raised a finger. 10 gold. 10 gold. Bullshit. How could a lump of metal be worth 10 gold? Actually, this dumbbell isn't an ordinary dumbbell. It's called the anion dumbbell, a special product that includes an ultra-precision artifact capable of changing the weight and exuding anions. It puts the user at ease and gives the determination to continue difficult training with it. Balder ground his teeth and glanced to the side. An inspector, who was full of arrogance until a few minutes ago, took out gold coins from his pocket and handed them over. His trembling hand showed that he was reluctant to give them away. Let's go. Balder immediately went outside as if he didn't want to be there for even a second longer. Just as he was about to leave the training ground with the inspectors, Rayon called out to Balder once again. Inspector, what is it now? How could you just leave like that after destroying them? Rayon sighed while pointing at the combat dummies this time. I really didn't do it. I didn't break them. But you were the only person who touched that dummy Special Inspector. You are blaming it on me after destroying it yourself. Do you really believe you'll be fine after doing this? General Administrator, Rayon shouted, and the gambling monster immediately appeared. Aurg, Balder clutched his head and screamed, please stop coming here. You are even forbidding me from walking on my land. I'm going to the head of house right now. The gambling monster furrowed his brow and brushed off his hands, ready to take action right away. Whose side are you even on, instructor? You are being too mean to me. Balder frowned, unable to suppress his frustration any further. I would have obviously been on your side if you came to see me, even for just a cheap drink. This guy over here buys the best drink from the area for me whenever he goes out. Whose side do you think I would take? The gambling monster smiled for the first time while patting Rayon's shoulder. Balder quietly looked at Rayon after hearing the gambling monster and eventually nodded. All right, how much is that? It's 20 gold. Balder's eyes widened as soon as he heard the sum. How is a simple combat dummy even worth 20 gold? Actually, this isn't an ordinary combat dummy. It's the anion combat dummy, which emanates anions, and it includes an automated artifact that remembers the opponent's flow of battle. Arg, I get it, I get it. He shook his head and gave away 20 gold after counting them out one by one. Rayon gave the gold to Dorian and immediately pointed at the ruined training ground. The training ground over there is ruined too. You are driving me nuts. I didn't do that. You stomped the ground earlier while saying that there were pebbles inside the sand. You're too strong, Special Inspector, and the ground collapsed afterward. Are you seriously? General Administrator, stop, I get it, I get it. As soon as Rayon called the gambling monster, Balder rapidly shook his hand. Wait, is that also anion product? You already guessed it. This is the anion sand, the highest quality sand imported from the south. It's also called the gold of the southern sea. Anion, anion again, screw anion. Balder screamed, asking what the hell was wrong with anion. The price is one thing, but the biggest issue is that it's extremely difficult to acquire. Shut up and tell me the sum. It's 30 gold. Arg. Despite how confidently he shouted to tell him the amount, he gasped upon hearing the sum. However, he paid up since the gambling monster was watching. Wow. What the? How is that even possible? Since the Light Wind Division had been watching all along as Rayon personally destroyed the equipment, their jaws dropped as Balder compensated them for it. It's over now, right? Balder raised his gaze. His face looked like he had gotten at least 20 years older. Yes, I am amazed by the Special Inspector's wise and incorruptible inspection. Rayon smiled cheerfully and waved his hand at him to come back later. Let's see how long that smile is going to last on your face. What? Because I'm planning to go to the annex building now. Balder bit his lip with a frightening look in his eyes. Why are you so surprised? The annex building is at the farthest location from the main building. It's the perfect place to plan something shady. I'm going to thoroughly search it so that not even a single ant can escape. You'd better brace yourself. That's true. Rayon nodded without removing the smile from his face. Are you still smiling? Everything you do will be pointless once we get there. If I notice anything strange at all, I'm going to summon them all and… General Administrator, let's go. Rayon ignored Balder and called for the gambling monster. No, that's impossible. Balder twisted his lips and shook his hand towards the gambling monster. Doing it here is fine, but interfering with the matter in the annex building exceeds your authority, Sir Harrion. It doesn't though. Rayon walked up to Balder with a frightening smile on his face. Special Inspector, you seem to be gravely mistaken. Our General Administrator is affiliated with the Annex building, not the Light Wind Division or the 5th Training Ground. Balder blinked blankly while looking at the gambling monster. He is right. I'm currently affiliated with the Annex building. The gambling monster snorted while looking at his former disciple. Let's go already. Rayon grabbed Balder's sleeve and started to shake it. Our Annex building is rather old, and we have a lot we'd like to change. And no, Balder frantically shook his arm to escape from Rayon's grasp. I'm not going. Stop it. I'm not going there. No, we need to go there. You need to investigate whether the annex building is doing anything suspicious. Yes, you need to finish it properly since you started it. The gambling monster went to the right side to block Balder's path. Hoo-hoo, Q-hoo-hoo. Rayon and the gambling monster laughed frighteningly while surrounding the terrified Balder. Ha. Wrath's lips trembled as he looked back and forth between Rayon and the gambling monster. Are they seriously human? Rayon looked behind him as the annex building came into view. Balder was following them with an intense frown on his face that made him look like he'd gained wrinkles. He isn't running away, at least. Balder tried to absolutely refuse, but he had to follow them all the way to the annex building because what he'd said before had come back to bite him. However, he was dragging his feet on the ground, showing that he was really reluctant to come. I won't forget today's humility. Balder violently ground his teeth at Rayon, and the gambling monster smacked the back of his head. Whack! With a loud sound resembling a shattering pumpkin, Balder's body swayed to the point of collapsing. Balder screamed while clutching the back of his head. Why are you hitting me? Carrying out inspection with resentment. The Special Inspector shouldn't do that. Do you seriously have a death wish? Should we go to the Lord's Manor together? The gambling monster raised his fist, which was as sturdy as a boulder, while glaring at him. Balder did dare respond, lowering his head. I was just saying it because I was irritated. A Special Inspector shouldn't be swayed by their emotions. Aren't you aware that you must always remain objective and thorough to understand the situation? But you can't do that either, Sir Harrion. That's why I wasn't a Special Inspector. The gambling monster twisted his lips and smacked Balder's forehead with his palm. Please stop. I'm even speaking politely like you wanted, Special Inspector. Is there a problem? You are only pretending to be polite. You keep swearing and hitting me. It'd be better to just act like before. Balder shouted, unable to put up with it anymore. Well, that makes it easier for me. The gambling monster smacked Balder's head once again with a frightening smile on his face. You idiot. If you got lucky enough to become a special inspector, you should focus on doing a good job and being recognized by the head of house. Instead, you're just trying to vent your anger everywhere. How come you become more and more idiotic as you get older? He went next to Balder and started to nag him, acting like he had received a great opportunity to do so. Yua. Balder clutched his stomach as if he were having some digestive issues and curved his body in a circle. Let me give you a piece of advice while we are at it. The gambling monster raised his finger to point at Rayon. You should have realized since you saw it today, but he's a complete nutcase. There's no one as crazy as him in this entire house, or even this entire continent. If you want to keep having authority inside the house, you'd better submit to him. Submit. Despite how I am, I would never lose to a youngster like him. Of course, you have the upper hand for now. However, that order will be reversed in a short time. This is my last piece of advice for my damned disciple, so you should keep it in mind. No, I haven't reached my full potential yet. Balder violently shook his head, saying that it was the one thing that he couldn't accept. And go back to speaking politely from now on. Wow, you are changing your mind so much. This shit is so annoying, sir. The gambling monster spoke politely as he wanted and smashed the back of his head. The blunt sound of something hitting a rock could be heard this time. Wow, did you just block it with your aura? It really hurts. Balder quickly gained distance from the gambling monster while covering the back of his head. The staff from the inspection department followed from behind, frowning even harder upon seeing his unsightly footwork. The gambling monster sighed quietly while watching Balder roll his eyes. I knew he wouldn't listen. I guess I would have also refused if I had been told to submit to my nephew. Still, you aren't qualified to be the head of house. He knew it better than anyone else because he'd watched Balder ever since his childhood. Since he was a brave and powerful warrior, he could become a general standing at the vanguard, but he couldn't become the monarch ruling over the entire house. If Balder ended up as the head of house, it wouldn't even take 10 years until Sieghart fell. On the other hand, the gambling monster licked his lips while watching Rayon's unwavering back. He's the real deal. Even a bold person would have been glad and satisfied with it once the gambling monster stopped Balder's violent conduct. However, that crazy kid took advantage of his name as much as possible to screw with Balder and the inspectors, and he even ended up with some earnings. It was honestly not something that a normal person could decide to do. On top of taking away the enemy's weapon, he would even take away their food and the bowl containing the food. He had the feeling that Sieghart would surpass the 5 demons and the 6 kings to be the only one at the peak if Rayon became the head. His age is the issue. Since Rayon was still too young, his achievements and might were still lacking compared to Karun, Denier, and Balder. He felt like Rayon would do just fine competing against the others to become a successor, as long as that was taken care of. I wonder if I can help him in any way. The gambling monster was putting his thoughts together about Rayon and Balder when Rayon stopped walking and raised his hand. Welcome to the Annex Building, Special Inspector. Rayon politely lowered his head while pointing at the garden's entrance. It's so shabby. Balder frowned upon seeing the garden, which lacked even a single flower because it was winter. He continued with a ferocious voice, as if he were venting his frustrations so far. It's the ugliest and dirtiest garden among all of the gardens in Sieghart. It wouldn't be strange if it were just a dirt patch. Is that so? Rayon maintained his calm smile, even though Sylvia's garden was being mocked. You can tell a lot about the owner's personality from looking at the garden. The Annex Building's owner must be unremarkable and narrow-minded. General Administrator, the gambling monster ran towards Balder as soon as he heard Rayon's call and smacked his mouth. Cough, Balder got hit while he was talking and stepped back with a frown. Do you have a rag stuck in your mouth? Speak more kindly, sir. The gambling monster shook his hand with a frown on his nose after hitting Balder. Oh. Balder couldn't even rub his mouth. He simply groaned in pain, his eyes drooping like a puppy who wanted to go back home because he was too tired of the stroll. Please come in. He opened the door and he could see Sylvia and Helen coming down the stairs. Young master, why are you back so early? You said that you had a lot to organize today. Sylvia tilted her head but stopped walking upon seeing that Balder was standing behind Rayon. Be Balder, I mean Sir Balder. Her pale lips turned pale and trembled, showing that she was afraid of Balder. Sylvia, you still haven't learned your lesson. Balder frowned while looking at Sylvia. His lips were about to twitch as he opened them to say something when the gambling monster raised his foot. Whack! The gambling monster loudly kicked Balder's ass and entered the Annex Building. Get out of the way already. I can't enter because you're standing there like a bear. Balder rubbed his ass and stepped aside. He accidentally hit the door with his shoulder because he was being careful about the gambling monster. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity and pulled off the door completely. Crack! The door twisted and fell with the sound of crushing metal. Balder's jaw dropped as he looked at the fallen door, which was spreading dust around. Everyone in the area looked at him. And no, I didn't do it. You hit it with your shoulder, Special Inspector. How would hitting a door with a shoulder even destroy it? I told you we have to be careful because the Annex Building is worn out. Rayon shook his hand towards Dorian, who came with them. Ah yes, one door panel for now. Dorian took out his notepad and wrote down one door panel. That's wrong. Rayon shook his head while looking at the content of the notepad. You can't simply change only one panel in a double door. Right that we are changing both of them. Ah yes, Dorian nodded and modified it to two door panels. It was his doing, not mine. He pulled off the door panel with his hand. Balder extended his thick finger and pointed at Rayon, General Administrator. Rayon didn't even argue with him, immediately calling on the gambling monster. Everyone saw that you hit it with your shoulder. What kind of bullshit are you even spouting now? The gambling monster walked up to Balder and frowned as soon as Rayon called for him. No, it's impossible for a door to break just because I hit it with my shoulder. Look at your body. It would be strange if it didn't break. Balder sighed because he couldn't argue anymore and gestured with his hand toward the inspection staff behind him. I investigate this place. Do it as fast and safely as possible. Make sure to not destroy anything. He glared at them, saying that they shouldn't spend any more money on compensation. You understood. We will keep that in mind. The inspection staff were bending over halfway because they were also intimidated, and they scattered after they nodded. What's even happening? Sylvia's stiff face finally relaxed after she saw Balder acting as intimidated as a mouse facing a cat. Why is Balder so intimidated? She blinked, unable to understand the situation. I know, right? I don't understand what's happening. Helen and the maids also gasped, not expecting Balder to be so deflated. I brought the special inspector because he said he wanted to investigate the annex building. Rayon walked up to Sylvia and the maids, smiling gently. Don't worry, since nothing bad is going to happen. He reassured everyone by incorporating his will inside his voice. Sylvia and the maids looked like they were a lot more at ease. Special Inspector, it would be good to start from there. Rayon raised his hand and guided him to the corridor on the left side. Tusk. Balder briefly clicked his tongue and followed him. Creak. The left corridor was the narrowest passage in the annex building, and Balder's huge body completely filled the passage. Naturally, a frame hanging on the wall fell. Clong. The sharp sound echoed throughout the corridor as the fallen frames shattered into pieces. Gasp. Balder panicked and leaned his back against the wall. Crumble. The moment Balder's back touched the wall, Rayon pushed the wall by concentrating all his strength into his hand. Or are you insane? Why are you destroying the house? Wrath's jaw dropped as he said that he had never seen anyone destroy their own house. Balder's jaw dropped as he watched the wall crumble into pieces. And no, it's really not me. He's the one who destroyed it. He pointed at Rayon with a trembling chin. That's so rude. Everyone saw that you smashed it with your back, Sir Balder. Rayon shook his head while pointing at the people behind them. There's no way a wall would be destroyed just because someone leaned against it. Are you saying that it makes sense that it was destroyed just because I pushed it with my finger? Balder was unable to refute his words, his face turning red. This is driving me nuts. I didn't do it. He violently stomped the ground, unable to withstand his anger. Crack. Rayon delivered his force into the remaining wall according to that resonance to finish it off completely, even making the ceiling collapse. Rumble. Even the people in other locations came running because of the collapsing sound of the ceiling and wall, their jaws dropping as they looked at Balder. Don't look at me like that. I'm innocent, Balder shouted while slamming his chest, but no one listened to him. Are you planning to destroy this entire house now? The gambling monster smashed the top of his head, telling him to grow up already. I'm really innocent. Shut up. He stopped him from talking, showing that he had no intention of listening to his excuses. Dorian. Ah, yes. Dorian was afraid of Balder, but he still diligently wrote down the estimate for the damage in the annex building. It worked perfectly. He'd brought Balder to the narrowest and the most worn-out corridor, and the plan worked perfectly. It was so perfect that he was even surprised. You are really insane. Even those bastards in the heavenly realm won't be a match for you, despite them being the best at swindling, Wrath exclaimed, saying that he was impressed from the bottom of his heart. I won't move from here. I won't be fooled by your dirty plan anymore. Balder covered his arms and sat on the ground. He even closed his eyes, declaring that he wouldn't move from the spot until the other inspectors finished their investigation. There's still a method if you're going to do this. Rayon left Balder alone and followed the staff from the inspection department. When they started to search the annex building, Rayon broke worn-out objects that weren't that important, adding them to Dorian's bill. Seriously, why are you doing this? Please leave it alone. That's yours. I didn't break that vase. You demon. The inspection staff couldn't do anything about it and simply watched their finances go down the drain with teary eyes. Erg, please stop. Balder raised his trembling eyebrows upon hearing the screams coming from all around the annex building. Is this a demon's castle? An hour later, the inspection staff were standing in front of Balder. We didn't find anything. Same goes for us. It's completely clean. Everyone lowered their heads, saying that they didn't find anything strange at all. Really? Let's leave then. Balder stood up with a smile on his face, glad at the fact that he could finally leave the annex building. Where are you going? Rayon stood in Balder's way and shook his finger. The inspectors destroyed our house a little bit, and we will need to be compensated. HMPH, the anion again, it won't work anymore. It's what the scammers usually say. It doesn't even exist in this world. Balder raised his chin. He must have looked into anion items in the meantime. Unfortunately, we don't have any anion items in our house. Rayon calmly shook his head. Everything that was destroyed were ordinary objects. Really? Then it shouldn't be that expensive. Balder smiled happily because they weren't related to anions. However, Rayon lowered his head and sniffled. The lives of myself, my mother, and the maids dwelled in those objects in this house. They are even more precious than anions. Balder clutched his head and started to scream. So how much is it? About 30 gold coins. That's way too expensive. Memories can't be purchased with money. I'd like to switch them to the best products to offer a small bit of happiness to my mother. Rayon's shoulders trembled faintly, his head lowered. So sad. The gambling monster also sniffled from behind him. Wow, this is driving me mad. Balder handed over 30 gold coins in the end while watching the gambling monster with trembling eyes. I'm leaving now. Wait a moment. Rayon stood in Balder's way once again as he was trying to leave. I can't find the high-tech temperature management artifact, the Warmy No one. What are you even talking about now? There was an artifact that I got from House Yanan next to the frame that you destroyed, Special Inspector. It's an artifact that keeps the entire house warm, but it must have exploded when the frame broke. Nonsense. There was nothing other than frames. How much money do you have to suck out of me before you are suttees? General Administrator, the gambling monster, came up to them right away and nodded for him. I also saw that before. Didn't it look like a small bead? Yes, I think it got destroyed when Sir Balder was moving. Rayon and the gambling monster stared at Balder at the same time. Balder sighed in resignation and took out his subspace pocket. How much is that? As I mentioned before, it's a precious artifact that manages the temperature of the entire annex building, and it was handmade by House Yanan's successor. Just tell me the price already. It's 30 gold coins. Keep it reasona. General Administrator, Rayon called the gambling monster right away, just as Balder started to give a long answer. Do you want to give away 300 gold? Why are you doing this, seriously? Just give him what he wants. You really are going to live a long life. Balder glared at Rayon before he took out 30 gold once again. Balder walked towards the entrance with exhausted steps. He looked like he didn't even have the strength left to respond. I already paid for this door, right? Of course, however. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the table next to the door. I can't see the high-tech alarm artifact, Peekaboo No one. I think it broke when the door fell off. That didn't even exist to begin with. Dorian, you saw it too, right? What? I saw it, the Peekaboo No one. Dorian nodded while averting his gaze from the gambling monster. Peekaboo. He just said Peekaboo instead of Peekaboo. Balder shouted Peekaboo as if he had the perfect excuse. That's not the important part right now. General Administrator. Hey, the gambling monster shook his hand at him, telling him to give up the money already. Do I have to die for this to be over? Balder's lips parted as he looked up into the air, acting as if he had given up on everything. So how much is that, Peekaboo? It's 30 gold coins. Did you have an agreement on prices or something? Why are they all 30 gold? He laughed bitterly while shaking out the empty wallet. I have no money left, you bastard. Since you're the special inspector, the interest is only going to be 10 per day. Rayon nodded and raised a finger. Even loan sharks don't have that kind of interest, you crazy bastard. Blader slammed his chest with his fist and stomped the ground, unable to withstand his frustration. Rumble, the table completely collapsed because of that impact. Adding the table. Dorian added it to the list of destroyed furniture on his own. Arg, just you wait, I'll make sure to send the money today. He left the annex building with an intense frown on his face. He looked like he wanted to kill him. Rayon followed him and struck the center of the garden with the space sword. Wham! An explosion occurred from underground and the garden trembled violently. What is this? It looks like you caused it, Special Inspector. What did I even do this time? Balder glared at him, asking what he was even talking about. Did you ever hear that plants understand human speech? Researchers concluded that saying good things to the plants accelerates their growth and saying bad things to them slows down their growth. What does that have to do with anything? You called them ugly when you first got here, Special Instructor. It looks like the seeds were shocked by that and killed themselves. Rayon used the space sword once again as he spoke. Wham! Explosions occurred over and over inside the garden, and dirt splattered all over the place. Look, they exploded underground because they couldn't withstand the stress. Don't make me laugh. You just used your aura, didn't you? Balder noticed that Rayon had used his aura despite how irritated he was, as expected of a palace master. I only did that to protect myself. Did you see the aura leaving my hand? That's. Since Balder wasn't aware that Rayon had learned the space sword, he obviously couldn't refute it. The King of Essence is going mad instead. Wrath sighed at his ridiculous behavior. How could you use the special art that you learned from slaying a lizard for a trivial matter like this? He shook his head, calling Rayon the incarnation of an evil fiend. It can't be helped now. We also need to be compensated for this. All those seeds included germanium. Stop, please stew up. Balder covered his ears and used his footwork to the best of his ability to run away. His body disappeared from sight in an instant. Since the special inspector is gone, let's settle the bill between us, shall we? Rayon waved his hand toward the inspection staff while watching Balder leave. Why are we even here? Rayon's hand looked like a death god's scythe to them as they muttered with trembling lips. Rimmer was leaning his back against Tiger Rock. He straightened up. I've never seen Balder run away before. He always fought until the very end no matter how many enemies he faced, yet he's running away so quickly. He burst out into the laughter that he'd been holding back as he watched Balder run away without even looking back. Did you expect this to happen? Rimmer looked upwards, full of laughter. There's no way. Glenn calmly shook his head, standing above Tiger Rock. His mouth was also curved into a smile, finding it rather entertaining. I did think that Harion was going to stop Balder's misconduct, however. Glenn looked away from Balder and saw Rayon, who was ordering the inspectors to tend to the garden. It didn't even cross my mind that Rayon would take advantage of this situation. Well, I guess. No one would have expected that. Rayon is the crazy one here. Rimmer nodded in agreement. He already extorted 60 gold in the 5th training ground, so I didn't expect him to bring him to the annex building just to do it again. He's so cruel. That's not true. Glenn shook his head and looked at Sylvia, who was standing behind Rayon. Her complexion had returned to normal. Rayon brought Balder to the annex building to give Sylvia confidence. Confidence, yes. Rayon declared that he would make Sylvia a part of the direct line next year. Once that happens, Sylvia will have to encounter the executives from the house once again. He showed her Balder so that she will be confident when that happens. Rimmer nodded while listening to Glenn. He's so thoughtful after all. He raised his gaze while admiring his thoughtfulness and saw that Rayon was extorting money from the inspection staff. No matter how he looked at him, Rayon simply looked like a thug taking money from poor children. Is that really the case? He asked again, and Glenn's fist started to tremble. My lord, it's frustrating. What? I'm so frustrated that I can't give anything to him despite how commendable he is. It would be nice if he extorted my money, just like he did to Balder. Glenn's trembling fist suggested that he was seriously frustrated. He can extort me all he wants. Just threaten me. Rimmer shook his head while watching Glenn murmur that he was even willing to give away the entirety of Sieghart's treasury. This house is going to fall soon. Should I look for another job? On top of extorting the money from the inspectors, Rayon even used them as a labor force to restore the garden before he let them go. The inspectors ran away without even looking back, their faces as pale as if they'd seen a ghost. They looked like they were never going to set foot in the annex building ever again, just like Balder. Rayon. Sylvia watched the inspectors run away as if their tails were on fire and stepped up next to Rayon. What's going on? Her trembling head showed that she was still unable to understand the situation. Rayon smiled cheerfully while pointing at the gambling monster. Ah, Sylvia exclaimed, her eyes wide. She finally seemed to have remembered the relationship between the gambling monster and Balder. He's not even my disciple. How can I call him a disciple when he hasn't come to visit once since he became a palace master? The gambling monster furrowed his brow. It looked like he was still dissatisfied, even though he'd been bullying Balder all day long. You were advising him seriously, though. I just didn't want to see him being looked down upon by others since he used to be under my wing. I see. Rayon quietly laughed while watching the gambling monster briskly turn his head away. He is such a thoughtful person. Rayon could tell from his experience that the gambling monster was an affectionate person. He was advising Balder so that he would walk the correct Patan better path. If Balder were wise, he would carry out his job as the special inspector excellently based on the gambling monster's advice, but Rayon had the feeling that he would never see that. Rayon. Sylvia furrowed her brow and clenched Rayon's shoulder. I understand the rest, but why did you destroy the house? What are you talking about? The true martial palace master destroyed it. Rayon casually shrugged his shoulders. Are you even trying to deceive me now? Sylvia raised her chin, gesturing for him to try it if he could. Did you think your mom wouldn't notice that sly look on your face? She snickered while lifting the corners of Rayon's lips with her finger. Rayon wrinkled his nose while stepping back. I knew Mom would notice it. Rath's eyes sparkled in anticipation. Take this opportunity to give this sly weasel a good beating. He waved his fist and rooted for Sylvia. I told you she isn't your mom. Rayon shook his head towards Rath and extended his hand towards Dorian. Dorian. Yes. Dorian immediately noticed the meaning of his gesture and took out the gold pouch he'd obtained in the annex building. I've been bothered by how narrow the left corridor was. Rayon delivered all of the money Dorian gave him to Slavia. Since the special inspector voluntarily donated this to us, let's renovate the annex building. It's too cramped now because we have so many people. A voluntary donation. What does voluntary mean again? Dorian was dumbfounded, blinking as he watched the situation from behind. Seriously, you. Sylvia was also stupefied and laughed bitterly. Rayon, you can't extort people's money like this. You should earn it properly. This much compensation is child's play compared to how much the true martial palace master has been belittling and mocking us. Moreover, he really did destroy it. Rayon murmured that it was all Baldur's fault while pointing at the destroyed house, even though she'd completely seen through his lies. But it can't be helped if you don't want it. This much money would have allowed the maids to have personal rooms and enlarge the garden. He was about to take back the gold pouch when Sylvia hurriedly stopped his hand. I guess it's probably all right since it's from Baldur. Sylvia furtively averted her gaze and took the gold coins. He does have a bad temper, and we need to repair the house after all. Yep, this is the right thing to do. Her face gleamed with a golden hue as she opened the pouch of gold coins. Rayon smiled faintly while watching Sylvia count the gold coins. It must be because of the maids and the children. Since the number of maids had increased, and the children in the saint's mansion often came by to play, the annex building had started to feel cramped. Sylvia must have been planning to renovate the annex building so that everyone, including the maids and the children, could live more comfortably, rather than just for her own benefit. Watching Sylvia's bright expression, Rayon could still understand why people usually said that giving pocket money to one's parents was the best way to be a good son. Mother. Rayon took a step towards Sylvia, who was already planning the renovation. He removed the playful atmosphere around him and asked with a serious expression on his face, "The true martial palace master isn't a big deal, is he?" Huh. Sylvia was smiling while looking at the damaged annex building, but her expression stiffened upon hearing his question. "What do you mean?" "I'm planning to restore your status as a member of the direct line within the next year." Rayon declared that he was going to make Sylvia a part of the direct line in front of many people in order to keep his resolution. "A member of the direct line next year. Aren't you being too hasty? What if you fail?" The expressions of the maids darkened. They seemed to be worried about the problems that might arise. It's definitely not an easy task. The gambling monster also furrowed his brow. He seemed to be surprised by Rayon's sudden declaration as well. "Rayon, if you become a member of the direct line, you're going to often encounter the ones who have humiliated us, not just the true martial palace master." Rayon took another step towards Sylvia and nodded heavily. "You can't avoid them or pretend you didn't hear them whenever you face them." You could see from what happened today, but the direct lines and palace masters aren't such great people that you can't even look at them. "Mother, you should know that fact even better than myself." Rayon leaned forward slightly as he spoke, meeting Sylvia's eyes. "I'd like you to think about how Baldur ran his ass off today and confidently face whoever picks a fight with you in the future." Sylvia lowered her head and remained quiet for a long time. She finally managed to raise her head with trembling lips. "Your mom had to lean forward to meet your eyes in the past, but you are the one who has to lean now." Sylvia smiled brightly. She seemed to be extremely glad about that fact. "This won't do." Sylvia vigorously turned around. She gestured at the maids with her shoulders trembling faintly. She seemed to be doing her best to hold back her tears. "Let's hold a party. Take out all the ingredients we have." Yes, Helen and the maids seemed to be feeling the same as Sylvia. They responded even more cheerfully than usual and ran into the annex building. "Mom really knows how to host a great party." Wrath gave a thankful nod to Sylvia before he rode on Yua's shoulder to go towards the annex building. The gambling monster quietly turned around. Rayon stood on his path as he was about to leave. "Where are you going when you are the protagonist of the day? It's bothersome. I didn't give you my gift yet, did I? I brought high-quality liquor from Heir." Rayon mimed pouring the liquor into a glass. "Is it the relic of the ocean? You know about it. There's no way I wouldn't know about the relic of the ocean. Its production supposedly decreased a lot because of Kaibar's rampage. Did you really bring that here?" "Yes, there weren't that many, but I got one of them for you, gambling monster." "Ahem." The gambling monster cleared his throat and turned around right away. "I couldn't possibly refuse your heartfelt gift." He started walking towards the annex building, pretending he was reluctant about it. Rumble. Rayon was about to follow him with a smile when the North Grave Mountains suddenly trembled as if it were about to collapse. Rayon tilted his head while looking at the North Grave Mountain. An earthquake. Lushan Mountain. Underground cavern. A large magic circle was engraved on the gravel-covered training ground, and the children lying on it were quietly groaning with their eyes closed as if they were having a nightmare. Darius Robert was watching the children suffering from outside the magic circle, his pupils not reflecting any light at all. His apathetic expression made it look like he was watching mere pebbles on the ground. "Welcome." An old man wearing a night travel outfit landed behind the magic circle. He bowed with extreme courtesy, just like a priest greeting the god. "How are things proceeding?" He smiled coldly while treating the children like goods in a marketplace. "Excellent." Darius's gaze glowed faintly for the first time. Keep up with your hard work, of course. The old man bowed politely before he returned to the magic circle. Darius watched the magic circle and the children for a bit longer before he went upstairs, where he could see the entire cavern. My lord. He sat on an unrefined chair with his glass raised, and Kubara appeared in her black dress, bowing to him. There's an issue. A shadow crossed Kubara's brow. It was an unexpected sight because she'd always been so composed even during the most critical of situations. An issue. Darius slowly turned his gaze towards her. Rayon Sieghart is apparently still alive. Darius quietly put the glass on the table. He raised his gaze once again to look at the cavern. His boundary was destroyed during the clash against the demonic monarch of the Azure Flame, and he was teleported towards the Owen Kingdom. He met the Pirate King after that. Kubara told Darius about the story that the black market had spread. He's slain the mad dragon Kaibar, and he returned to Sieghart a few days ago. Yes, I knew he would be alive. Darius smiled while looking at the glove covering his hand. He looked excited for some reason. I told you, he's not the type of person who would die so easily. He sipped from his glass without being surprised at all, as if he had already considered the possibility. Are you all right? Kubara narrowed her eyes, trying to discern Darius's true intentions. I'm fine. No, I'm actually feeling better. What? Of course I would be in a good mood. We found out who ruined the Deathbringer Revenant factory. He is the only one who could have. Darius clutched his head and burst into laughter, saying that the mystery was finally solved. That shouldn't be the case, unfortunately. Kubara firmly shook her head, even though Darius's madness was unfolding right in front of her eyes. Rayon Sieghart killed the mad dragon after the Deathbringer Revenant factory was destroyed. It's impossible for him to have reached that place considering the timeline. No, I'm right. Darius tilted his chin while looking down on Kubara. The factory was destroyed after I sent the Deathbringer Revenants to Rayon Sieghart, and he is still alive even though he was supposed to be dead. What do you think that means? He raised his glass once again. His twisted emotions were showing from the smile in his eyes. Rayon Sieghart found out the location of the factory from Sirith and attacked it while leaking the information that he was at another location. It's not difficult for him to manipulate the information like that since he has close ties to the black market, most importantly. Darius took off his glove. The blood flowing from his hand was as sticky as honey, and he dropped it into his glass. The liquor resembled the hue of the evening glow, but turned into a deep bloody red. My instincts are shouting at me that it was his doing. Kubara's lips trembled as she witnessed the madness surrounding Darius's eyes. He hated irrational things the most, but he became the most irrational person in the world whenever Rayon Sieghart was involved. So Rayon Sieghart is alive. Darius rolled his lips into a smile while drinking the bloody liquor. My youngest son will be happy. Rayon was standing on the annex building's lake with his eyes closed. The wind of the winter that would soon come to an end was desperately breathing its last, but the surface of the lake was extremely calm, as if it were frozen. It implied that Rayon had improved even further at materializing his mental world into reality, and the space itself belonged to his will. Rayon calmly opened his eyes after polishing his will through meditation. He faced the world with a clear light in his eyes and unsheathed heavenly drive. Whap! Fire and ice burst out at the same time above the white spark of the blade, the blazing auras of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier almost looked like they were competing against each other with the energy of wind in between. With the three energies emerging from heavenly drive, Rayon raised his sword and swung down vertically. Since he was controlling the space with his will, the lake remained serene even though a tremendous amount of aura was concentrated on his blade. Ha! Rayon unleashed the basic techniques, Fangs of Insanity, and the Lizard Sword Arts techniques before he finally lowered heavenly drive. Not bad. He was somewhat used to creating his own space with his will and drawing out his mental world. It was time to try out the new ability given to him by Wrath. Rayon clenched heavenly drive with both hands while exhaling the impure energy that accumulated from the training. Rumble, the simultaneous activation of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier's auras increased his soul level. He accepted the energy of Wrath stuck at the edge of his soul while feeling the polished sensation of becoming one with the world. Zap! It was an unpleasant feeling where he wasn't himself anymore, and another existence was wearing his skin. Just as he started to feel like his vision was going dark and his thoughts couldn't continue, he activated Wrath Release, WAP. The light returned to his narrow vision, and the excitement in his mind subsided. Despite the serenity of his mind, the energy of wrath seeped into the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier's auras to create a tremendous wave. Rayon swallowed nervously while feeling the Demon King's energy that was making heavenly drive look distorted. Is this Wrath Release? Unlike during the fight against Syria, The energy of wrath was only granting him a tremendous amount of power without dominating his mind and body. However, I can't last for long. His mind wasn't being dominated by wrath, but it was still unstable. Rayon had the feeling that the balance was going to break as soon as he unleashed more than 5 of the power. Let's see. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive backward. He held his breath and unleashed the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Flame dragon art surrounding it with the energy of wrath. Rumble. The red dragon was blazing in blue and breathed out frost instead of fire. It wouldn't be strange to call it the Ice Dragon art. The sword strikes sword like a kite, painting the sky around the annex building in a deep blue hue. Whap! It suddenly started to snow lightly, probably because of how powerful the Ice Dragon art was. Rayon watched the falling snowflakes and furrowed his brow. This hand holding Heavenly Drive trembled uncontrollably. As expected, this isn't easy. Enduring wrath and controlling it were entirely different stories. He could guess that he would need to practice a lot. HMPH, it's only natural. Wrath nodded while supporting his chin on his hands. Did you think that the King of Essence's energy was similar to some random energy? It's 10,000 years too early for you to control it. He shook his hand, telling him to stop being overconfident. That sounds about right. Rayon smiled briefly and walked up to Wrath. It's the Demon King's power after all. It's too early for a weakling like me to use it. Ahem, that's true. Wrath's expression brightened as he was complimented for once. How do you even control this energy of wrath so freely? It's simple. You have to follow the flow of the emotion without being devoured by it. In short, you have to tightly hold the reins of the horse called wrath. Reins, try to devour the wrath with the flame and frost that you can control. It's going to be impossible, though. Wrath giggled, saying that it seriously wasn't an easy task. I see. Rayon calmly nodded. It was simple advice, but he could clearly determine the direction of his training in the future. The giving wrath still had more to give. Let's continue. He raised Heavenly Drive in order to resume his training when a large wave of mana occurred from the room at the end of the annex building. Wham! Black smoke covered the sky with the powerful sound of an explosion. Thud! Rayon ran towards the place where the explosion had occurred. He was being cautious because he couldn't tell what happened, but it was Insia who walked out in a wobbly manner, her face smeared with soot. Lady Insia, Sir Rayon, damn handsome. Insia's exhausted face was suddenly filled with energy. I finally completed it. She raised her hand, saying that she managed to complete the artificial energy center for Sylvia. Rayon could see a marble the size of a child's fist in her hand. Rayon's eyes trembled as he looked at the marble. It holds a tremendous amount of mana. Even though it was a small marble, he could feel as much mana as a master, or even a grandmaster. The Dragon Heart's mana originally had more mana than a transcender, but it was still amazing to maintain that much mana while making an artificial energy center out of it. My mother's realm should increase at once with that. He could guess that Sylvia would recover at once, without even needing any time to gather aura like Rimmer did. Of course, it was still going to take a long time for her to recover her previous skills, since she hadn't held a sword in a long time. Amazing. I expected no less from you, Lady Enkha. Rayon started to walk towards Insia but stopped. The face engraved on the marble's surface looked familiar for some reason. Is that face engraved on the energy center? I knew you would recognize it. It's you, Sir Rayon. I had to work so hard to showcase your damn handsomeness. Insia smiled, complimenting his taste. Rayon's jaw dropped. How is this happening? Insia had drawn his face on the artificial energy center. He couldn't close his mouth because it was too ridiculous. I was thinking about what would make an artificial energy center perfect, and I remembered your face, Sir Rayon, because you are perfectly damn handsome. Perfectly damn handsome. He gained another moniker. I actually finished making the energy center a long time ago, but it took me a while because I wasn't satisfied with this face all along. Insia shook her head, saying that it took her 4 whole days to complete that face. Cough. Rayon choked briefly while watching Insia brag about the face on the artificial energy center. Why is everyone around me so strange? Maybe because you are the craziest among them. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the powerful fragrance of mana emanating from the artificial energy center. I don't like that my face is engraved on it, but it has an extremely high degree of perfection. The artificial energy center that Insia had created was almost perfect, true to her reputation as the genius of House Yan'an. It seemed to be even superior to Rimmer's artificial energy center. No, it is actually superior. Rimmer's artificial energy center contained nothing, but the artificial energy center that Insia was holding included the high-purity mana that the dragon had gathered. Even though the dragon heart was used as a material, the energy center she'd created was even better than the original. Insia Yan'an was indeed a genius, the most skilled crafter that he'd seen so far. I'm planning to make this emblem my signature mark. Insia smiled cheerfully while pointing at Rayon's face engraved on the artificial energy center. What? Rayon blinked blankly. I want to use Sir Rayon's mark as my signature mark. Will you allow it? B. But isn't there already a signature mark for House Yanan? That should be more valuable. Rayon blabbered some excuse, trying to refuse somehow. That's true, but I wanted to make a mark of my own. I'd like to use your face to symbolize a perfect artifact. Insia shook her head. It looked like she wanted to use a mark of her own, but it will reduce the sales if my face is on it. You should use something else. No, it will be the symbol of trust and perfection, and the artifacts will fly off the shelves. Rayon licked his lips while looking at his face engraved on the artificial energy center. I don't want it because it's embarrassing, but I don't think I can refuse. Insia had stayed in the same room for almost a month to create the artificial energy center for no other reason than her willingness to help him. Since she'd already done him a favor, it was impossible for him to refuse the offer. Ha. Rayon sighed briefly and nodded. All right. Insia smiled cheerfully, saying that she would change the face every season, and I'll also send you a portion of the sales for the portrait rights, of course. She made the shape of a gold coin with her finger, saying that it would be quite a lot of money. It's fine. Rayon shook his head. He didn't want to get any money from her because their relationship was a bond of trust rather than money. No, matters with money need to be clear. Insia walked up to him and furrowed her brow. I'll give it to you, so take it. Ah, yes. Rayon unconsciously nodded because of her confident declaration. Wrath groaned in pain while glaring at the artificial energy center. What's the matter? The King of Essence's face would have been there instead if that face-obsessed woman had seen his appearance. What a shame. He pounded his chest, saying that he regretted that he couldn't wake Insia up in the Owen Kingdom's medical ward back then. You are really jealous of all kinds of things. Rayon sighed and shook his head just as Sylvia and the maids came running from the garden. What happened? Young master, are you all right? Their faces were pale, surprised by the black smoke covering the sky. It's finally complete. Rayon smiled while pointing at the artificial energy center that Insia was holding. Ah. Sylvia walked up to the artificial energy center with her lips tightly closed. She seemed to still be capable of sensing the intense fragrance of mana, even though her energy center was destroyed and her mana circuits were hardened. Isn't this Rayon? However, she was more interested in Rayon's face rather than the artificial energy center itself. She blinked rapidly as she asked the question. I knew you would recognize it. Insia smiled brightly, happy about the fact that Rayon's face engraved on the artifact was recognized. Yes, it's Sir Rayon. Of course I would notice since he is my son. I don't know whose son he is, but he is so handsome. Mother, call him damn handsome. Ah yes, he is so damn handsome. Mom. Rayon called her mom instead of mother, which he hadn't done for a long time. He felt even more embarrassed about Sylvia calling him damn handsome, even more than when Run-On and Insia did it. He could even feel the heat on his face. I know. Sylvia slowly nodded and looked at the artificial energy center. Her eyes deepened like a lake reflecting the sunlight. I'm fully aware of how much hardship you went through and how hard Insia contemplated to make this small energy center. Her fingers trembled faintly, revealing her nervousness. That's why I'm worried that I might not deserve to have it. Ha. Rayon sighed and Sylvia's lips twitched as he was about to respond. I would have said that in the past. What? My way of thinking has changed a little as I watched you. Sylvia averted her gaze from the energy center and looked at Rayon. I just need to become someone suitable for this energy center after receiving it, right? She declared what Rayon was about to tell her on her own. Yes, that will do. Insia smiled brightly while holding Sylvia's hand. Rayon nodded while meeting Sylvia's eyes. He could understand that Sylvia had become a lot more strong-willed after the various incidents. Sylvia smiled calmly while accepting the artificial energy center from Insia. I'll try to become someone suitable for this energy center. Glenn parted his back from deep inside the throne and lowered his heated gaze. Did you just say that Sylvia's energy center is complete? Yes. Rimmer nodded, standing with a slouched posture. His red hair shifted, showing the dark bruise swelling around his left eye. He asked me to guard them because he was going to install the energy center in her body and connect the mana circuits soon. It was apparently completed yesterday. Rimmer shook his hand, saying that Rayon had personally requested him. So how did you respond? Glenn glared at Rimmer while twisting his finger. He looked like he was seriously about to kill him if he'd refused. Oh, of course I said yes. It's a request from my cute disciple. Rimmer quickly shook his head, sensing the danger to his life. When are they going to start working on it? Since a dragon's mana is dwelling inside the artificial energy center made by Insia, they should start after they prepare Sylvia's body for it. I see. Glenn furrowed his brow while touching his dry lips. I want to help them. He wanted to personally head there to check on Sylvia's condition and help with the treatment. However, it wasn't an overstatement to say that he was the one who had destroyed her energy center and cut off her mana circuits. That was why he couldn't bring himself to approach them. Roan came up next to Glenn upon hearing his call and lowered his head. Did everyone in the Obsidian Order return? Yes. They've taken care of all the spies and are currently waiting. Dispatch the entire Obsidian Order to guard the annex building's surroundings. Protect them so that not a soul can get through. At your command. Well, guarding them is important, but... Rimmer tilted his chin while rubbing the back of his head. The installation of the energy center and connecting the mana circuits should be more important, don't you think? Why are you stating the obvious? Then how about you help them with that important task, my lord? Rimmer's green eyes were as cold as the northern wind as they met Glenn's red eyes. I know better than anyone that Rayon is a genius, but connecting another person's energy center to the mana circuits isn't an easy task. He's going to need some help. Glenn looked up at the high ceiling instead of yelling at him like always. You should be fully aware, but it's my fault that Sylvia ended up like that. He continued with faintly trembling lips. If I didn't fall to the demonic temptation and only focus on power and the expansion of the house, she would have never had to return in that state. Even my first daughter would have been smiling with her in that home. There's no way I could help her after how pathetic I've been. That's even more of a reason to be with her. Rimmer pounded his chest in frustration. I agree with that idiot for once. Cheryl stepped forward and wrinkled her forehead. If you've caused an issue, it's important to take care of the aftermath. Even though a long time has passed and lots of grudges were built, it doesn't change what you need to do. She looked at Glenn with a determined gaze. Glenn clenched the throne's armrest tightly, still hesitating about it. It would be strange to go there and help when they didn't make a request. Roan smiled gently and interfered between Rimmer and Cheryl. However, there are other ways to help Lady Sylvia. What do you mean by that? The young Master Rayon will be connecting the energy center to Lady Sylvia's mana circuits. How about giving him the knowledge about energy centers and mana circuits? Roan continued with a smile. It shouldn't be an issue if you give it to him as a reward for slaying the mad dragon and compensation for the true martial palace master destroying the annex building. That sounds pretty good. I also think it's a good idea. Rimmer and Cheryl gave Roan a thumbs up to praise him. And you have something to tell the young Master Rayon, my lord. Rimmer raised his hand, miming an overflowing glass of liquor. Glenn met their eyes one after the other and nodded decisively. I'll be going there today. Keep running, you have a long way to go. Rayon raised his finger and spun it in a small circle. Huff. Sylvia was running around the training ground according to his gesture, sweating profusely in monochrome training attire. Her pale face and heavy panting revealed her exhaustion, but her feet never stopped. Oh, our Vice Division leader is so cruel even against his mother. I know, right? I never expected that he would even make his family go through the same training. I'm worried she's going to collapse at this rate. The light wind swordsman swallowed nervously while watching how Rayon never stopped the training despite how much Sylvia was faltering. You must have a lot of room to spare if you're paying attention to them. Burren stood in front of the swordsman with a cold smile on his face. That's not true. We are just worried about Lady Sylvia. You should worry about your own future instead. Repeat the basic techniques 1,000 times each. Start it now. He said there was no going back anymore and ordered them to execute the 4 basic techniques 1,000 times each. Arg. Everywhere is hell, here and there. I should have just minded my own business. The light wind swordsmen complained, but picked up their swords and started to repeat the basic techniques according to Burren's order. Martha lowered her sword and stared at Sylvia, who was running around the training ground. It was a rare sight coming from her because she usually only focused on her training, regardless of other visitors. Miss Rakshasa. Run-On quietly watched Martha's back and came up next to her to tap on her shoulder. What? Weakling, you crazy bitch. A thick vein bulged from Martha's forehead. What are you even saying right now? You were just lucky to have awakened. At least I was lucky. Run-On shrugged her shoulders with blank eyes. You bastard, wait right there. I'll catch up to you no matter what. I'm going to kill you even if I end up dying as a result. Martha raised her sword while yelling at her. She ground her teeth violently and mustered all her strength into her sword strike. HMPH. Run-On easily dodged Martha's sword and quietly snorted. Rayon smiled while taking a glance at Run-On's back. She's taking care of her. Martha had been unable to focus on her training ever since Sylvia came to the training ground. She seemed gloomy, probably because she reminded her of her mother, and Run-On had managed to wake her up at an appropriate time. Run-On had matured drastically both in terms of might and mentality after the incident with Syria. Let's finish after 2 more rounds. Rayon focused on Sylvia once again and raised 2 fingers. Sylvia barely managed to nod and moved her feet once again. She seemed too exhausted to respond. Her amazing perseverance made it obvious why people said she had one of the best talents before she'd left the house. Even then, it's going to take some time. Encia's artificial energy center had a high degree of perfection and included a large amount of aura. It was an amazing result, but there were also disadvantages coming from that in Sylvia's state. Her stamina and strength were even worse than an ordinary person's because her energy center was destroyed and her mana circuits were cut off. In her given state, her body could potentially explode if the artificial energy center was installed in her right away. It was necessary to prepare her body as much as possible before settling the energy center into her. The only relief is that she's been continuously training her stamina. Let's stop for now and rest for a moment. Rayon looked up to the sky after he ordered Sylvia to rest as her face started to turn yellow. And there's another issue. It's me. He was the only person available to connect Sylvia's mana circuits to the energy center, but it wasn't an easy task at all. I'm going to need to study. Rayon returned to his room after he helped with Sylvia's stamina training and also finished his personal training. He sat at the desk without any rest and opened the book about mana circuits that he'd borrowed from Frederick. There were lots of difficult parts because it was a medical book, but he could understand at a slow pace by increasing the focus through the Ring of Fire. However, the more he read the book, the more he thought it wasn't going to be easy. It's really not going to be an easy task. Unlike Rimmer, Sylvia's mana circuits hadn't been used for over 20 years. Reviving them at that point required him to be extremely knowledgeable about the human body, along with delicate control of aura similar to threading a needle. He was rather confident in both aspects, but he couldn't help being anxious because it was Sylvia that he was dealing with. Why are you even so anxious? Wrath bobbed his finger while lying down on the desk. The King of Essence can't help you because he doesn't know about the human body, but he can at least stop any problem from occurring. He licked his lips, saying that he was definitely going to help his mom. I see, Rayon chuckled. Wrath was usually untrustworthy, but he felt strangely relieved when he called her his mom. Rayon was trying to continue reading the book when a black shadow covered the window. Rayon looked at it and saw Glenn's red eyes. My lord. He stood up while making the chair fall backward. He was panicking because he didn't expect Glenn to appear at all, and Glenn gestured with his finger for him to come outside before he disappeared. What's the matter? Is there any reason for him to come? Rayon nervously suppressed his pounding heart and immediately went outside. Glenn was waiting in front of the lake like always. Rayon quickly walked up to him, and Glenn turned around. I heard Balder caused an issue in the annex building. He furrowed his brow while looking at the annex building, which was temporarily covered with a tarp until the renovation started. It's fine. I made sure to get enough compensation for it. It doesn't change the fact that the inspector I nominated caused an issue for you. I've been thinking that you didn't receive enough rewards for slaying the Mad Dragon and defeating the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple anyway. That's why I'm going to teach you a certain technique. Glenn's eyes sparkled ferociously, pretty much forcing him to accept it. Rayon didn't dare refuse and lowered his head. I'm about to teach you the Periton Physical Combat Arts. It's a martial art created by a warrior called the Medical Saint by the people because of his deep understanding of the human body. It should allow you to perfectly understand you and your opponent's bodies. Rayon's widened as he raised his chin. If that's true, then it might be helpful with connecting my mother's mana circuits to her energy center. According to what Glenn told him, Rayon could guess that the physical combat art would be useful for Sylvia's treatment. Periton lived 200 years ago, but there's still no medical book in the world that surpassed his research. He was from Webeck village, and it's extremely famous for its white wine. What? Rayon blinked. He couldn't understand how the topic suddenly switched to white wine. However, Glenn repeated it once more. Did you understand? It's famous for its white wine. Yes. The white wine is called Periton Blanc, just like the village's name. What's going on? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Glenn's back, which seemed narrow for some reason. Is he asking me to buy that Periton white wine for him? But why is he asking me? Glenn could easily acquire the Periton Blanc, and even the relic of the ocean that Rayon had difficulty getting his hands on. Since Glenn drew a clear line between official and private matters, Rayon couldn't understand why he was hinting at him to buy some white wine for him. You idiot. Wrath clicked his tongue at his pathetic demeanor. Do you still not understand why that geezer suddenly started talking about the white wine? Do you know why he said that? Rayon looked down on Wrath with his narrowed eyes. Of course, there's no way the King of Essence wouldn't notice since he is even more human than you. Wrath nodded and floated above Glenn's head. Which food goes along with the white wine? It's usually some fish cuisine. It didn't have to be fish, but people often said that red wines pair well with meats while white wines complement fish. That's right. Wrath clapped his hands loudly and declared that he got the right answer. This geezer wants to eat some fish dishes. Rayon's eyes looked like he was gazing at something even more pitiful than the most pathetic thing in the world. When you cover the tender salmon with sliced onions, top it with cream sauce, and take a bite. Wrath smiled happily while covering his plump cheeks. He seemed to be thinking about the salmon dish he had in Akar. Bring the salmon right now. Why are you picking up the King of Essence? Let him go. Rayon threw Wrath into the lake as he kept rambling and walked up to Glenn. I'll acquire that wine. He still had no clue why Glenn brought up that wine, but he said he would acquire it because he seemed to want it. HMPH, I said something pointless. Glenn casually nodded. He looked like he had already forgotten about the wine. Turn around. Yes, since there was no way he would do anything bad and Rayon couldn't stop him anyway even if he did, he obediently turned around. He could feel Glenn's hand touching the area between his shoulder blades. Stay still, keep your mouth closed. Rayon was about to turn his head around when he heard Glenn's voice. The physical combat art created by Periton uses all mana circuits in the body. That's why you have to have full knowledge of the human body. Glenn's aura surged into him like a wave. Since the energy had the lightning attribute, it was stinging like he was being burned by fire. Explaining everything piece by reading a book isn't to my liking, so do your best to endure it. Rayon couldn't open his mouth because Glenn's aura was piercing into his body. He simply stayed there with his head trembling. Glenn's lightning energy dashed through the main mana circuits connected to his energy center and stimulated even the smallest mana circuits that weren't fully developed yet. Since his aura wasn't moving too fast or too slow, it wasn't exactly difficult to follow his lesson. The human body is like the universe. It's for the same reason that a warrior's body is often called a small universe. Rayon had heard about it before. It was said that the human body had infinite potential and could even reach the realm where it transcends life and death. The energy center and the mana circuits are the core. Glenn rapidly moved his lightning energy as he spoke and stimulated 6 mana circuits branching from the energy center at the same time. The stinging sensation of the lightning energy reached all the way to his fingertips before it returned to the energy center to enlighten him about the flow. Periton physical combat art. Remember the path and the way I controlled the lightning energy just now. If you want to surpass the Grandmaster's realm and reach even higher, the flow you felt just now is going to be extremely helpful to you. Rayon was fully focused on feeling the movement of the lightning energy, unable to even thank him. Glenn retrieved his lightning energy only after showing him the simultaneous maneuvering of the 6 main mana circuits connected to the energy center 2 whole times. Rayon exhaled roughly and sank to the ground. His body felt as heavy as if he were soaked in water, and he was drenched in sweat, probably because of the extreme focus he had. This is so painful I feel like I'm going to die, but I've learned a lot from it. The Periton physical combat art wasn't the only thing Glenn had taught him. He also allowed him to learn the location of his small mana circuits and the movement of his main mana circuits. Rayon stood up while putting together his faltering legs and bowed at Glenn. I simply did what had to be done. Glenn casually shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Keep training and develop your mana circuits all around your body to become even more broad and straight. If you can achieve that, you shall be able to advance to an even broader realm. He put his hand in his clothes and threw a booklet. It was about the Periton physical combat art, which Rayon had already learned the utilization of. Keep up the good work. Glenn turned around without hesitation and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Rayon stayed there for a long time without raising his head until Glenn completely disappeared. Rimmer slammed the ground as he watched Glenn return to the main building. Why is he even doing that? He should have just told him that he wanted to have a drink together. Why is it so difficult for him? He clutched his head with dirty hands, saying that he couldn't understand Glenn at all. It can't be helped. Cheryl briefly clicked her tongue while leaning against a boulder. The head of house is still contemplating whether it's the correct thing to do or not for him to approach Sylvia and Rayon. I know that, but he's progressing way too slowly. I'm going to freaking die before anything happens at this rate. Rimmer closed his eyes tightly and shook his head. Cheryl sighed. She seemed to agree that their relationship wasn't progressing too well. Wait, that Rayon is also strange. He is extremely quick to understand everything, but why does he become blind every time he is in front of the head of house? Why else do you think he started talking about the wine? It's obviously because he wanted to drink it with you. Rimmer violently ground his teeth while watching Rayon, who still had his head lowered. Don't blame Rayon. Cheryl smacked the back of Rimmer's head and shook her head. The head of house is the noble and unreachable sky for Rayon. There's no way he would think that the sky would be shy in front of him. The lines. The lines aren't being connected. I'm so frustrated I'm going to die. Rimmer shouted, pounding his chest in frustration. Hoo-hoo-hoo, we shouldn't need to worry about it so much. Roan smiled gently while looking at Rayon's eyes as he slowly raised his head, because the lines seemed to have reached each other slightly. 1 month later, Rayon helped Sylvia's stamina training from early in the morning until the afternoon and focused on learning the Periton physical combat art at night. He wasn't called the medical saint for no reason, as he became capable of controlling even the smallest movement of his aura as he continued to learn. Periton physical combat art. It almost felt like he had become an artist, drawing on a leaf with a small branch, since Sylvia's condition had improved and he got used to the Periton physical combat art. He decided to connect her mana circuits to her energy center. Rayon walked up to Rimmer and the gambling monster, who were standing in front of the annex building, and bowed at them. I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. The gambling monster nodded kindly, telling him to focus on the task. Relax your shoulders. Things won't work out if you're too tense. Rimmer massaged his shoulders with the same smile as always. Rayon was a bit relieved at seeing them. Rayon bowed at the gambling monster and Rimmer before he went into the annex building. Young master, please take care of the madam. The maids were showing him calm expressions while hiding their trembling hands. They seemed to be trying to avoid putting pressure on him. Vice Division Leader, good luck, everything will be fine. Yua energetically raised her hand and Julius clenched his fist. Judah was acting composed, but her eyes were reflecting her nervousness as she lowered her head. I'll bring back good news, just prepare the food for us. Rayon smiled at the maids and entered Sylvia's room. He could have chosen a safer location, but since Sylvia felt most relaxed in her room, he decided it was best to do it there. Rayon. Sylvia turned around wearing a black martial outfit. Her face looked like she was feeling at ease. Aren't you nervous? Why would I be nervous when you are doing this for me? Sylvia smiled brightly, saying that she trusted her son. It's fine even if it goes wrong. Don't strain yourself, that's not going to happen. Rayon clenched his hand and walked up to Sylvia. Don't worry, the King of Essence will take care of it if any problems occur. Wrath cleared his throat while patting Sylvia's shoulder even though she couldn't even see him. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. I'll let you eat anything you want after this is done. Who do you take the King of Essence for? He doesn't think about food at a time like this. He glared at him sideways, saying that it wasn't necessary. I'm sorry I went too far. By the way, you can find salmon, right? I knew it. His hand wasn't shaking anymore as he took out the artificial energy center and the ocean soul stem from his subspace pocket. Whap! The dazzling light radiating from the artificial energy center seeped into the ocean soul's stem to create a beautiful luminance. What is this? Sylvia tilted her head while looking at the ocean soul's stem, which was glowing blue. It's the ocean soul's stem. It's highly effective at revitalizing the energy center and the mana circuits, as well as getting rid of the impurities. Unlike the ocean soul's leaves, he only had one stem. However, it was extremely effective at purifying the body. The stem was actually the reason he thought he would be able to revive Sylvia's mana circuits. Are you sure you should be using such a precious thing on me? Sylvia's hands didn't even dare touch the stem. They simply trembled. You just need to become a person befitting the stem, in addition to the artificial energy center. Rayon placed the ocean soul stem and the artificial energy center in Sylvia's hand with a grin on his face. Seriously. Swallow them both at once. It won't be that hard. All right. Sylvia put the artificial energy center and the ocean soul stem in her mouth at the same time. They easily went down her throat, as if they melted down as soon as they touched her tongue. The ocean soul was going to flow like blood and revive her hardened mana circuits, while the artificial energy center was going to descend until it reached the energy center's original location on its own. Sylvia frowned. She seemed to be feeling some pain from the artificial energy center's mana. I'll get started right away. Since it was obvious her pain was only going to get worse if he delayed any longer, Rayon immediately signaled the start and raised his hand. Yes, Sylvia turned around while forcing herself to smile. She closed her eyes without saying anything, most likely because she didn't want to pressure him. Rayon slowly caught his breath and formed his aura into a soft thread to shove it into Sylvia's body. The hardness felt like he was piercing into frozen ground. Her mana circuits were completely blocked because she hadn't used any aura in over 20 years, but I still need to go in. He sharpened the edge of the aura like a blade to stab the impurities filling her mana circuits and forced his way in. Sylvia's shoulders were shaking from the pain, but she endured it with her lips tightly closed. Whap. Rayon trusted Sylvia's patience and spread his aura throughout her mana circuits. The ocean soul's energy is moving. The high-purity mana from the ocean soul's stem was bringing life to the hardened mana circuits. He needed to maximize that energy in order to connect the mana circuits to the energy center. Rayon surrounded the ocean soul's energy with his aura as it kept moving on its own. He stopped it from wasting any more vitality and spread the life throughout the hardened mana circuits with the ocean soul's power. VRRRRMM. Just like a withered sprout raising its head after feeding upon the morning dew, the energy of nature dwelling in the ocean soul's stem softened the mana circuits. It shouldn't end with softening. I also need to break through the impurities. There were two issues with Sylvia's mana circuits. The hardness and the impurities were the problems, and it was impossible to connect her mana circuits to the energy center unless both issues were solved. I'm confident in this one. Since he had already broken through all 9 strands of the Curse of Frost, he could easily break through the impurities blocking the mana circuits. Whap! He heated the impurities inside her mana circuits with the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat before he carved a path with the sharpened coldness of glacier as the vitality from the ocean soul stem, heat from the 10,000 flames cultivation, and coldness from glacier continued to do their jobs. Rayon could feel the large amount of impurities starting to leave Sylvia's body. A bit slower. Being hasty could cause an accident. Rayon only increased his focus even further, focusing on carving a path in Sylvia's mana circuits. Kring, just like snowballs piled up and hardened during the entire winter, melted under the spring sunlight. Pure energy appeared inside Sylvia's body. Rayon finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding back after he discharged all of the impurities through her pores. Everything will be in vain if I fail to do this. If he couldn't properly connect her mana circuits to the energy center, all the efforts he'd made so far would be in vain. He increased his focus even more than during a life and death battle and controlled the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier. I need to connect the 6 mana circuits all at once. 6 mana circuits were connected to an energy center. It was necessary to connect those 6 at the same time in order to spread the artificial energy centers, mana equally throughout Sylvia's body. Rayon withdrew the 10,000 flames, cultivation's heat and covered Sylvia's mana circuits with only glacier. This should be the right thing to do. Since Kaibar was a blue dragon, its mana was deeply imbued with the water attribute, guiding it with glacier was the best course of action in order to make the best use of it. Rayon controlled Glacier's coldness and moved the 6 mana circuits at the same time. He used the aura control he'd learned from the Periton physical combat arts to control his aura even more carefully. I'm nervous. He'd practiced a lot with his own body, but his heart was pounding uncontrollably because he was about to use it on Sylvia's body. Even his aura control started to waver as a result. Focus. This is the only chance we've got. Rayon bit his lip as he tightened his grip and focused his aura. It wasn't a good method, but he had no other choice. Feeling the tension poking at his heart like a spike, he started to move the 6 mana circuits at the same time and suddenly remembered the aura control that Glenn had taught him a month ago. The movement of the aura that he'd guided with lightning energy was extremely similar to connecting the mana circuits to the energy center that he was about to perform. I see. I finally understand. The reason Glenn suddenly visited him to teach him the Periton physical combat arts wasn't to compensate him for Baldur's misconduct. It was advice from a father who cared for his daughter. He's been watching. Rayon had thought he didn't really care about Sylvia, but that wasn't the case. He might be regretting what he'd done in the past while staying far away from her. Once he realized Glenn's advice was with him, the tension faded away and the stiff movement of his aura was revived. Rayon fluently moved Glacier's coldness to guide Sylvia's mana circuits toward the artificial energy center. While considering Glenn's advice, the knowledge from the Periton physical combat arts and Sylvia's characteristics, he connected the 6 mana circuits to the best spots on the artificial energy center and unleashed an intense coldness. Just like welding an iron, he used the coldness to meticulously carve the passage connecting Sylvia's energy center to her mana circuits. Wham! A huge explosion occurred inside Sylvia's body the moment the artificial energy center and the mana circuits were perfectly connected. The huge amount of mana inside the artificial energy center started to drive away all of the remaining impurities inside the mana circuits like a tidal wave. Whap! Like the darkness fading away from the dawn of the rising sun, the huge yet pure mana even drove away Glacier's coldness and started to stand on its own. Just like a sprout breaking through the hard ground, a profound flow was awakened inside Sylvia's body. Rayon took his hands off Sylvia's back and opened his eyes. Sylvia was floating about a hand's breadth from the floor, breathing in nature's energy. Rumble, the entire annex building trembled as the huge amount of mana repeatedly condensed and dispersed, creating some sort of blue fog above her head before it was absorbed into her nose. Whoosh. Sylvia slowly opened her eyes after she landed on the ground. The blue aura that had never been seen before was gleaming in her eyes. Sylvia's body tilted backward, seemingly exhausted. Mother, Rayon caught her body. He smiled while meeting her trembling eyes. Welcome back. Sylvia stared blankly at Rayon. It looked like it still felt unreal for her. Rayon, my energy center. Yes, it succeeded. Rayon nodded while looking into Sylvia's eyes, which were shaking like a leaf in the wind. Can you feel it? Yes, Sylvia nodded, eyes full of tears. I can feel the energy center, mana circuits, and mana. She rubbed the lower part of her abdomen with her trembling hand and raised her gaze. Yes, the world was always filled with mana like this. Rayon held Sylvia's trembling hand gently. I never thought I would feel this way again. Sylvia smiled awkwardly. A single tear rolled down from her flushed cheek. She repeatedly thanked him with trembling lips. Wrath sniffled with his reddened nose and got stuck on Sylvia's cheek. The hard times are over. Only the flowery path shall await you from now on, Mom. He shook his head, telling her that he would make her even happier in the future. Get away, please. Rayon pushed Wrath away and wiped the tears from Sylvia's eyes. This is nothing compared to what you've done to me, Mother. Rayon Sieghart never would have grown up while forming various bonds with people if he hadn't been born as Sylvia's son. He would have probably given up on human emotions just like in his previous life, instead aiming to become nothing more than a vengeful spirit ready to sacrifice himself and others to kill Darius. Do you remember? Sylvia smiled innocently while grabbing his hand and wiping her tears. You wiped my tears before, back when you weren't even a year old. Rayon briefly nodded without saying anything. There's no way I would forget. Sylvia cried sadly after Glenn visited him for the first time to name him Rayon, and Rayon unconsciously wiped her tears. I resolved myself to protect you no matter what back then, but I don't think I managed to live up to it. You actually helped me more than I did you. Sylvia brought Rayon's hand to her chest and bit her lip tightly. I felt pain in my heart every time I saw you. I wanted you to grow up like the child you were, but you matured far too quickly because of our family's circumstances. I felt truly sorry because I felt like it was my fault. She started to talk about herself for the first time, and I still think the same way. A 21-year-old born in a house like this would usually cause trouble, act recklessly, and make a fuss with alcohol. However, you've always only looked at the future from the beginning. I was proud of you, but I also felt sorry at the same time. Sylvia raised her finger and lifted Rayon's cheek by slightly pinching it. Only good things are waiting for you in the future, so please smile like a youngster your age from now on. That's all I want from you. Mom, you don't know him well. He smiles a lot. Wrath flew in front of Sylvia and shook his head. But that rascal only smiles when he bullies others and makes fun of them. He's the definition of the evil fiend act. Shut up. Rayon chopped Wrath with the back of his hand and smiled brightly at Sylvia. I'll try. I knew it. I really gave birth to a handsome son. What was the term again? Ah, damn handsome. Sylvia gave a big nod while caressing Rayon's cheeks. Mom. Rayon sighed with a face that looked more tired. Stop looking at my face. Check it out. We need to see if your energy center's mana moves as it should. Honestly, it still feels unreal to me. Sylvia gulped, saying that she still couldn't believe that she had a new energy center. I'll try. She slowly exhaled and raised her hand. Navy-colored mana surged from her outstretched palm. Its movement was as fluent as a swimming dolphin. Sylvia Zieghart's skills still remained after over 20 years of a break. This is my aura. Sylvia's red eyes wavered upon seeing the beautiful high-purity mana. My mana was originally yellow, but it's blue now. Do you dislike it? No, I like it even better because you gave it to me. It's pretty. She shook her hand, saying that she liked it even more than before. How are you planning to use that aura in the future? The amount of mana in Sylvia's energy center was above a grandmaster's level. If she recovered her body and stamina and increased her realm after that, she could reach the grandmaster's realm before long. That was why it was extremely important for her to decide what she wanted to do. I've already decided. The navy-colored mana wavering on her hand spread widely into the shape of a shield. I'm going to protect this annex building. She smiled while looking out the window, where the sunset was casting a golden glow. I'll be protecting your precious things while you are away. Sylvia wasn't saying that she was going to stay because she was afraid of fighting. Her determination to protect their precious things was dwelling in her eyes. Yes, please do that. Rayon nodded because he could understand her feelings. Before then, I have lots of people to thank. I'll start with Encia. Despite the situation, Sylvia started to count the people that she needed to thank. Ah, Rayon remembered Glenn as she mentioned thanking people. What's the matter? Actually, I didn't connect your mana circuits to your energy center on my own. I know that, of course. There's Encia, and people protected us from the outside. That's not what I meant. The head of house visited me a month ago. The head of house did, yes, he visited at night and… Rayon told Sylvia about what Glenn had taught him and what he'd realized earlier. I see. Sylvia kept her head low for a long time, as if she couldn't believe such a thing had happened. I think I should get that wine called Periton Blanc and bring it to him for now. No, she firmly shook her head and stood up. Get that wine and invite him to dinner tomorrow. What? Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Sylvia. Will he come? Judging from Glenn's personality, Rayon thought that he would refuse the invitation, satisfied with restoring Sylvia's energy center. Yes, he will come, Sylvia asserted and walked towards the door. Ah, Mom, wait. Rayon tried to stop her, but Sylvia had already opened the door. Huff, Madam. Helen was crouching on the floor, but she ran up to Sylvia upon seeing her. Madam, are you okay? I'm glad you're safe. The maids also trotted up to her with teary eyes. Sylvia nodded and unleashed her aura above her hand. Her mana looked like a fish leisurely swimming in the air. It was successful. Encia exhaled deeply, her hands put together. Despite her confident appearance, she must have been nervous inside. Sylvia smiled brightly while hugging the maids and Encia. But it stinks like the sewers for some reason. Encia, Helen, and the maids quickly stepped away from Sylvia while pinching their noses. Some of the maids with weak stomachs were even retching. Sylvia widened her eyes, unable to understand what was happening. Rayon scratched the back of his head and pointed at the black smudges covering the carpet. Those are the impurities that came out of your body. It must stink a lot. You should have told me about it before I opened the door. Sylvia ran up to Rayon with a flushed face and smacked his chest. Whack! Rayon was unable to keep his legs on the ground because of the sudden impact and was sent flying outside while destroying the wall. It was because Sylvia couldn't control her strength in her embarrassment. Our Rayon, young master, Kaya, Sylvia and the maids followed Rayon outside while screaming. Wrath stroked his chin while watching that scene. Did he inherit his violence from his family? Cheryl clenched his fist while watching the ruckus in the annex building. They must have succeeded. Yes. Glenn slowly nodded behind her with his arms crossed. He properly connected her mana circuits to the energy center. Glenn smiled gently as he watched Sylvia check on Rayon, who had collapsed. I never expected to see her control mana once again. Sylvia had been smiling brightly as she raised Rayon, but there was always a shadow of darkness lingering in the corners of her eyes. It was a natural outcome since she lost her energy center, which was a punishment even worse than death for warriors. However, the darkness was completely gone after the new energy center settled in her body. He felt like the Sylvia from her youth had returned even though he didn't even look at her back then because he was consumed by darkness. Ha! Roan also sighed in relief and brushed a hand down his chest. It was worth teaching him the Periton physical combat arts. The young master Rayon really did great. Yes, he seems even more knowledgeable than me now. Glenn's lips faintly curved into a smile as he watched Rayon stand up. Good job, even though he was the one who taught him the Periton physical combat arts. Carrying it out perfectly was Rayon's achievement. He was proud of Rayon for treating Sylvia with an accomplishment that had surpassed his expectations. I think they are holding a party to celebrate the recovery of Sylvia's energy center. Cheryl turned around with a smile. She must have heard what they were saying in the annex building. You should join them, my lord. She pointed at the annex building, asking him to join them together. Glenn quietly looked down at the annex building without responding to her. It'd be better to let them share the joy with people they are comfortable with. He shook his head and turned around. My lord. Let's take our leave. Glenn left the North Grave Mountain without hesitation after he witnessed the bright smiles on Sylvia and Rayon's faces. Well. Roan laughed gently while looking at Rayon instead of Glenn. The young master might be thinking differently. Rayon rubbed his chest while heading to the annex building's garden. It hurts, even though he was completely unprepared. He felt like he was smacked by an iron hammer. He could guess that Sylvia's might had completely revived. However, he wasn't too sure if he should be happy about it because it hurt too much. The annex building is always noisy. The gambling monster, who'd been guarding the main entrance, laughed bitterly. How is Sylvia's condition? It went even better than I expected. The mana loss was minimal, and she can surpass the wall at any moment as long as she masters her realm. Rayon smiled while massaging his chest. Good job. The gambling monster walked up to him and patted his shoulder. You've already saved 2 people. Rimmer stood up from the ground and raised his index and middle fingers. Me and your mom. You must be talented in saving people. He smiled, telling him that he did a good job as well. No, I was just lucky. Let's settle the payment first before being modest. I've been rather tight on funds recently. Hee. Rimmer created a circle with his raised fingers and asked for money. He maintained his playful attitude while asking for money, unlike usual. It seemed to be his way of congratulating him. Rayon bowed at them. No, stop changing the topic and give me the money. However, Rimmer was apparently serious about it. You are insane. The gambling monster shook his head at his ridiculous behavior. Rayon ignored Rimmer and went towards the garden. Flutter. Along with the sound of chickens spreading their wings, Dorian, Burin, Martha, and Run-On suddenly came out. Why are you even here? Rayon had deliberately kept it from them to avoid disrupting their training, but they still managed to learn about it somehow and came all the way there. We were worried, Dorian responded, looking around furtively. Can you ask for help at times like this? Burin asked as he furrowed his brow in disappointment. You only use your mouth for eating. You need to blabber sometimes. Martha also ground her teeth in irritation. Not handsome, ugly looking, damn ugly. Run-On briskly turned her head, calling him ugly for once. I'm sorry, I didn't want to disturb your training. What you did disturbed us even more. Martha smacked his chest with her fist. Fortunately, it hurt less than Sylvia's strike. So it ended up being okay, right? Burin asked after a small break. Yes, it ended well. It's fine then. He nodded, saying that everything was fine since it ended up nicely. Sniff, I'm so glad. Dorian pouted with teary eyes. Even though he'd become less of a coward, his tendency to cry easily didn't change. Ha. Run-On also exhaled deeply and sank to the ground. Rayon smiled faintly while watching the team leaders and Dorian, who were relieved as they recovered their smiles. If Sylvia hadn't taught him about the relationships between human beings, he would have simply considered them competitors. He thought once again that she did a lot more for him than he did for her. But why are you looking so serious? Dorian tilted his head, asking what he was thinking about on such a joyful occasion. There is something I need to buy and something I need to do, but it's a bit difficult. What do you need to buy? It's a wine called Periton Blanc. Ah, I have that one. He put his hand in his belly pocket, saying that he had the Periton Blanc. However, Dorian waited instead of taking out the wine right away like always. Does he not have it? I guess it would be strange if he had everything in there. Rayon was thinking that it was a shame, but it couldn't be helped when Dorian continued. Which vintage are you looking for? Huh, I'm asking about the vintage since I have lots of Periton Blancs. I have everything from last year down to 30s. Did you really have all of these? They are necessities. Rayon gasped while watching Dorian take out the Periton Blancs of each year. What doesn't count as a necessity for you? Glenn buried his back into the throne and closed his faintly shaking eyelids. Sylvia's bright expression that he'd seen in the annex building was clearly visible, like a painting. Yes, I'm happy with that. There were so many things he didn't do for his youngest daughter, Sylvia. It was more accurate to say that he did too many things he shouldn't have done to her. Even though malice and desire were dominating his mind, treating her daughter as even worse than a pebble on the roadside was a sin that could never be forgiven. He realized it as soon as he saw Sylvia's smile. He was asking too much from them even though he didn't deserve to be a father or a grandfather. I'll just protect them from the shadows, just like I've been doing. He didn't deserve to join them. He had to be satisfied with being a wall protecting Rayon and Sylvia as if nothing had happened. That was the right thing to do, By the time Glenn opened his eyes once again, he returned to being the supreme being covered with vanity, just like before he'd met Rayon. His icy cold gaze looked upon the world in boredom. Huh. Shirley sighed quietly. She could understand Glenn's behavior, but she was also frustrated at the same time. Roan was quietly standing next to him with his eyes closed. As the suffocating silence continued, a blunt knock could be heard from the audience chamber's door. I'll go out. Glenn shook his hand when Roan was about to move. Enter. Glenn allowed their entry. He seemed to be aware of who was outside the room. Rumble, the audience chamber's door opened, and Rayon made his entrance. He calmly walked up to him and went on his knees. Greetings, my lord. Get to the point already. Glenn shook his hand, telling him to state his business because it was annoying. Yes. Rayon stood up and took out 5 bottles of Periton Blanc from his subspace pocket. I've acquired the aforementioned wines. I see. Glenn twisted his lips while looking at the wine bottles that Rayon was holding. This must be the right thing to do. He wanted to drink them with Rayon, but it would be an excessive reward for him. He had to be satisfied with the fact that his precious grandson gave him the liquor. I'll make sure to enjoy the drink. Glenn gestured with his chin, and Roan, understanding the signal, walked up to Rayon to accept the liquor. My lord. However, Rayon looked at Glenn once again without handing over the liquor. Periton physical combat arts were extremely helpful for restoring my mother's energy center today. That's why. Rayon pulled the bottles back and raised his gaze. If it's okay for you, could we have dinner together tomorrow in the annex building? He bowed at him, clearly inviting him to come to the annex building. Gulp. Glenn swallowed nervously before he knew it. His back twitched from where it was buried in the throne. His dry lips parted as he strained his entire body in order to avoid revealing his feelings. Was that your idea? Glenn furrowed his brow and stared at Rayon with his eyes blazing in crimson. Rayon swallowed nervously under the intense pressure. It must have been a bad idea after all. Glenn's powerful pressure had always been suffocating, but this was even worse. The powerful energy storming around him made him feel like he would get struck by lightning the moment he made a mistake. I should say that it was my idea. It was actually Sylvia who wanted to invite Glenn, but Rayon figured he shouldn't say that because it could potentially harm her. Yes, it was. Rayon confidently raised his gaze and declared that he had come up with the idea. How is Sylvia's condition? Glenn asked about Sylvia's condition instead of answering the invitation. The artificial energy center was successfully settled in. However, it will likely take quite a long time for her to return to being a warrior. I suppose so. He nodded. He seemed to understand that it was inevitable. It felt like his harsh voice had become a bit kinder. Did you ask to dine together tomorrow? Yes, I did. Rayon briefly exhaled and nodded. Glenn didn't say anything. Rayon had the impression that the throne was shaking. Why is that geezer playing so hard to get? Wrath frowned in displeasure. How dare you? You are just a weakling who would collapse after hundreds of thousands of clashes. It increased again. It was thousands of clashes at first, then it became tens of thousands, and now it was hundreds of thousands. It should have been just an equal fight at that point, but Wrath seemed to claim that he was going to win because of his pride. It's even better without that geezer because the King of Essence will have more food. Just go back now. Wrath punched into the air towards Glenn, telling Rayon to return already. Please stay still. Rayon pushed Wrath away with his shoulder, and he could hear the tapping sound of the throne's armrest with a finger. The steady and rhythmical pace came to a halt, and Glenn nodded. All right. I accept the invitation. I had something to tell you anyway. Glenn buried his back into the throne once again as soon as he made up his mind. I'm honored. Rayon went on one knee and bowed at him. He actually accepted it. Rayon hadn't expected him to accept the invitation, to be honest. He was a bit confused because he thought Glenn would simply take the Periton Blancs. I wonder what he's going to tell us. He felt strangely anxious because Glenn suddenly declared he was going to say something to them. However, he had no idea where to even begin guessing about what it would be. Rayon sighed briefly, put the Periton Blancs back into the subspace pocket, and stood up. Would you like to come as well if it's okay with you? Rayon extended his hand toward Cheryl and Roan, who were standing below the platform. He figured that their participation would create a more comfortable atmosphere since they were Glenn's closest vassals. I'll go if I have no missions. Hoo-hoo-hoo, sure. Cheryl and Roan nodded, saying that they would come with Glenn. I'll be leaving now. He said goodbye to the three with his eyes and left the audience chamber. He walked while thinking about what Glenn was going to tell them, and the Lord's manner suddenly started to tremble. Rayon tilted his head while looking at the dust falling from the ceiling. Earthquakes happen a lot nowadays. Rumble. Glenn's legs trembled as he clutched his forehead with his hand, because the vibration was caused by a transcender who couldn't withstand his emotions. Not only the audience chamber, but the entire Lord's manor started to tremble to the point of collapsing. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan raised his gaze and looked at the dust falling like snow around them. It's been a long time since the last time we felt this vibration. He took out a broom and a mop from somewhere, saying that he was going to clean up the dust. What a relief. Cheryl walked up to Glenn, who was lowering his head. I thought my lord gave up on approaching Rayon and Sylvia, but Rayon came at an amazing time. She smiled faintly, as if she'd been reading Glenn's thoughts. Indeed. Glenn raised his head and acknowledged Cheryl's statement. I was planning to simply protect them from the shadows, but I realized I don't even have the courage to refuse his invitation. He bit his lip, saying that he couldn't ignore Rayon's invitation. However, his legs were still shaking. Happiness and sadness seemed to be coexisting in his mind. I was invited, but I'm not hoping for any more than that. I'm just going to dine quietly and return. I'll be satisfied with that. Glenn shook his head, saying that it was all he wanted. This is so frustrating. Cheryl closed her eyes tightly and pounded her on her own chest. Please get a grip. What? She furrowed her brow and continued. It's true that what you've done to Sylvia is unforgivable as a father. However, I know that Rayon and Sylvia aren't the type of people who would be fixated on the past. They will definitely make the wise decision. I know that they would never do that. However, even if they forgive me, I can't forgive myself. Glenn clenched his fist tightly, saying that he could never think differently. That's even more of a reason to approach them and be kind to them. You should help them at least as much as what you've done for the other successors. That's why I'm going to protect them from. Rayon came to you already. Send him off at least. Cheryl couldn't hold back her frustration anymore and raised her voice. It was the first time she'd scolded Glenn because she looked up to him more than anyone else. I'm not asking you to do everything at once. It's okay to take one small step at a time. It's better than nothing. Because of Cheryl's strong reaction, Glenn looked at Roan to ask for help. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan briskly averted his gaze while leaving behind his gentle laughter. Where was the trash can again? He quietly disappeared, implying that he had no intention of stopping Cheryl. My lord, why yes. When you're at the annex building tomorrow, you have to give Rayon and Sylvia a word of blessing. It's a must. Cheryl raised her head sharply with her arms crossed, saying that refusal wasn't allowed. My lord, Cheryl glared fiercely as she met Glenn's eyes, asking for a response. Glenn had no choice but to nod at Cheryl. I'll try. The next evening, Sylvia and the maids were standing in front of the entrance. Helen was walking around and wiping the floors nonstop. She still seemed to be insecure even though she'd been cleaning all day long. You can take it easy though. Rimmer had arrived in advance and he tilted his head slightly while leaning against the wall. The head of house doesn't really care about cleaning anyway. He comes to my office sometimes and he doesn't even say anything. He shook his finger, telling her to stop wasting her energy. That's because he's given up on your dirtiness, not because he doesn't care. The gambling monster frowned at Rimmer, telling him to stop saying stupid shit. This geezer doesn't know anything. I'm the only person our head of house trusts. You are the only person that he beats up to his heart's content, not trusts. Rayon was watching their argument when he noticed a heavy presence approaching the entrance. He's here. Rimmer and the gambling monster also noticed his energy and straightened their postures. He's coming. Sylvia and the maids straightened their backs at Rayon's warning. Tick. The clock pointed at 7 o'clock and the knock could be heard from the entrance. Sylvia slowly exhaled and opened the door and Roan lowered his head. He stepped aside and Glenn made his entrance, his dazzling blonde hair swept back. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. After Sylvia's greeting, everyone in the annex building bowed to Glenn. That's enough for the greetings. Glenn shook his hand to stop them from kneeling. He looked at Sylvia for a moment to confirm her condition and nodded. The energy center has properly settled in. Sylvia smiled calmly while praising Glenn. I didn't do anything, Glenn replied bluntly and shook his head. He briefly nodded while looking at Insia, who was standing among the maids. You've accomplished something remarkable by crafting the artificial energy center. The head of House Yanan must be proud of you. All I did was copy Sir Rayon's original artificial energy center, by the way. Encia stuttered nervously and suddenly started to blink, as if in a daze. I get this impression every time, but even the head of house is damn handsome. A damn handsome elder, that's crazy. Everyone at the entrances' jaws dropped at her sudden statement about damn handsomeness. I was wondering how Sir Rayon became so damn handsome, but it was because he takes after his grandfather. Blood doesn't lie. Lady Encia, Rayon used footwork to approach Encia and covered her mouth. Glenn looked down on Encia with an indescribable gaze. His pupils started to tremble faintly. He must be angry. Since she called him his grandfather, Rayon thought he was definitely infuriated. He was contemplating what to do when Rimmer stepped forward. How long are you planning to stay here? Let's enter already. He hit his thigh with his fist while complaining that his legs were hurting. PL, please come this way. Sylvia didn't miss the opportunity and raised her hand to point at the dining room. Glenn followed Sylvia without even nodding at her, while Cheryl and Roan waved their hands with cheerful smiles on their faces. When Rayon entered the dining room, Glenn was sitting at the seat of honor, with Sylvia sitting next to him. She pointed at the seat on the opposite side, urging Rayon to come over already and sit down. Rayon sighed in his mind and sat on the opposite side of Sylvia, which was next to Glenn. The three of them didn't say anything for a long time. What's going on? Rimmer frowned as the suffocating silence continued. Is this a funeral? Why is everyone so quiet? Wasn't this a celebration party? It's indeed too quiet. The gambling monster nodded in agreement with Rimmer. Hoo, it's only getting started. Roan smiled gently, telling them to wait a bit more. Sylvia quietly licked her lips, and the maids waiting in the kitchen entered the dining room with food. Every single dish was steaming hot, implying that they'd just been completed. The vivid colors and aromas were mouth-watering. Huey. Wrath was drooling intensely from his mouth as he examined the dishes one by one. Meat stew, roasted whole pig, fried chicken, beef ribs, and lamb chops. Oh, that's salmon, isn't it? And there's both grilled and raw. He dropped his jaw while watching the salmon dishes that Yua was bringing. I asked them because you wanted to eat them. Rayon had gotten the ingredients from Dorian and asked Yua to cook while Wrath was sleeping inside the bracelet. Wow, Wrath flew at Yua and started to rub his head against her. You're the best pineapple girl. I'm the one who asked her, though. Pineapple girl. He was only complimenting Yua. Rayon remembered why he shouldn't be kind to a doormat. While Rayon was arguing with Wrath, the wide rectangular table was filled with dishes. Everyone sitting at the table licked their lips even though they were still nervous. Amazing, let me try the beef ribs. Stay still, Rimmer was trying to pick up the fork but had to withdraw after Cheryl smacked the back of his hand. Sylvia smiled at Cheryl and stood up from her seat. Her lips parted after she looked at everyone, starting from the maid at the very end to Glenn, who was at the seat of honor. The people sitting at the table looked at Sylvia with different meanings in their gazes. Sylvia placed her hand on her chest and carefully bowed. I'll look forward to it. It will be so. Congratulations. Cheryl was the first one to applaud, and the others also clapped their hands and cheered for her. Glenn stayed still with his arms crossed without saying or doing anything. Then let's start eating before the food gets cold. Sylvia wasn't surprised despite Glenn's reaction and gestured with her hand for them to eat with a smile. Before that, how about having a drink since Rayon prepared some liquor? She glanced at Rayon. Understood. Rayon nodded, then stood up and took out the Periton Blancs that he'd prepared in advance. Hey, why are you bringing white wines when we have so many meat dishes? Stupid kid, you don't know anything about drinking. The sword is all you are good at, cough. Rimmer blabbered, asking for a different drink only to collapse after Cheryl hit him on the back of his head. You are so dead if you open your mouth once more. Cheryl smiled at Rayon, telling him to continue. Rayon groaned quietly and went towards Glenn. Would you like to have some? Yes. Glenn uncrossed his arms and raised his glass as if he were telling him to try filling it. Rayon focused to the extreme as if he were facing an enemy and poured the Periton Blanc into Glenn's glass as carefully as possible. Once the liquor reached half of the glass, Rayon stopped and bowed at him. Glenn's expression looked slightly brighter, probably because he was holding the liquor he wanted to drink. He seems to like it. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief and filled Sylvia's glass before heading towards Rimmer and the gambling monster. He was going to fill their glasses, but he noticed their strange reactions. They were looking at Glenn with furrowed brows. Rayon looked around while thinking that it was strange, and Glenn was raising his wine glass towards Rimmer and the gambling monster. Rayon wasn't too sure, but Glenn somewhat looked like he was laughing at them. What's going on? He couldn't understand the situation because none of the three were saying anything. Rayon tilted his head, filled Cheryl and Roan's glasses, and returned to his seat. Shall we make a toast? Sylvia raised her glass. Everyone else raised their glasses after her, but Glenn stayed still. You need to offer your wishes during a toast. Cheryl smiled lightly and gestured at Sylvia with her eyes. In that case, to Rayon's happiness. Isn't this your celebration party? Seriously. Rimmer and the gambling monster sighed reluctantly and raised their glasses. Cheryl and Roan also raised their glasses while smiling. Glenn secretly raised his glass even though he looked like he wasn't interested in the toast. He seemed to be playing along with the mood because it was a joyous occasion. The glasses clinked in the air, and everyone took a sip of Periton Blanc. This is pretty good. White wine's advantage is its refreshing and crisp flavor, but Periton Blanc also has the deep flavor of red wines. That's why it can't possibly be bad. The gambling monster finished the glass at once and refilled it on his own. Let's enjoy our wonderful dinner. Sylvia spread her arms, signaling the start of the dinner. The King of Essence wants the salmon first. Wrath was frowning from the taste of alcohol and pointed at the salmon with his round finger. Raw salmano, grilled salmon, no. Start with the raw salmon. Ask your pineapple girl to feed you, great sir. Rayon ignored him, served himself some stew, and started to eat. Hey, even though he kept arguing with Wrath, the dinner proceeded quietly. Rimmer joked from time to time, and while the gambling monster and Shirl responded to him, Glenn didn't say anything. As a result, it was pretty much a time of silence. Would you like some more? Rayon raised the Periton Blanc while looking at Glenn's empty glass. Yes. Glenn briefly nodded and raised his glass. As Rayon filled the glass, Glenn's hand looked like it was shaking slightly. He thought that Glenn might be sensitive to alcohol despite being a transcender, just like Wrath. Rayon continued to fill Glenn's glass whenever it was empty as he continued to eat, and all the Periton Blancs that Dorian gave him were emptied. Wrath burped extensively and lay down with his belly facing upwards. The King of Essence is satisfied for today. He fell asleep right after. The Demon King was really living like a beast who just followed its instincts. Sylvia. Glenn also wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Sylvia. Yes, what are you planning to do from now on? Glenn asked the same question that Rayon had asked her recently. I'm planning to stay here. Are you not going to wield the sword again? Yes, I will. I'm going to wield the sword. However, I want to protect my people from here instead of bringing fame to the house from outside. Sylvia gave him the exact same answer as she gave to Rayon. Rayon said that he would make you a member of the direct line next year. He said that he is going to defeat the Axe King and use all of the achievements he's been saving up so far. Glenn finished off the remaining Periton Blanc in his glass and narrowed his eyes. I decided to accept that suggestion. If you can achieve that, you shall return to the main building. Glenn nodded while moving his gaze from Sylvia to Rayon. My lord. Sylvia's lips trembled, showing her surprise at Glenn's suggestion that she return to the main building. Her red eyes were wavering like the sunset reflected on the ocean. This dinner was worth my time. Glenn gave the best compliment in his standard and stood up from his chair. All the dishes were excellent. I told you, they make good stuff. Shirl, Roan, Rimmer, and the gambling monster also stood up after Glenn. Glenn looked at Sylvia, then Rayon before he left the annex building, and the others followed him. Sylvia covered her face with both hands and exhaled deeply. Her twitching shoulders revealed that she was holding back her tears. Rayon held her shoulder and bit his lip tightly. The fact that Glenn told her to return to the main building implied that he was going to consider her his daughter once again. Since she heard it directly from him, it was only natural that she couldn't control her emotions with all her pent-up feelings welling up inside her. Rayon stayed there, patting Sylvia's back for a long time. You finally said something, Rimmer whistled while looking at Glenn's back. I was actually hoping for something gentler, but that's enough for now. He stopped talking and widened his eyes. Glenn was looking back with his eyes curved into a mocking smile. What is that? What's up with that irritating expression? He's also looking at me like that. The gambling monster also saw his expression and furrowed his brow. Glenn sneered at both of them at once and turned his head without hesitation, as if he were telling them they were mistaken. Wait a moment. Are you acting like that because Rayon filled your glass first? It can't be. Rimmer and the gambling monster dropped their jaws in bewilderment. That's not all. Rayon filled my glass 10 times total today, while you guys had to fill yours on your own. Glenn looked back once again and snorted. Wait, that was because you were sitting next to him. What's special about filling the glass? Losers can keep barking. Glenn shook his hand, treating Rimmer and gambling monster as defeated dogs. Why you? Rimmer ground his teeth and Shirl stopped him. He finally made some progress today. Put up with him for now. Shirl shook her head, telling Rimmer to leave him alone for the day. However, Glenn seemed to have no intention of stopping there as he sneered with his eyes once again. How am I supposed to put up with it when he's making that expression? This is so irritating. I'm closer to Rayon QE. Rimmer dashed at Glenn while shouting and got shot down by lightning. Why are you not doing anything, geezer? Rimmer's chin trembled as he looked up to the gambling monster, who wasn't moving from his spot. I don't want to be beaten up at my age. The gambling monster clicked his tongue while murmuring, what a stupid guy, hoo. Roan laughed gently as if he were enjoying the situation itself and followed everyone. Glenn returned to the audience chamber with a face as bright as the moonlight brushing past the window. The corners of his lips soared to the ceiling, a testament to his good mood. Do you like it that much? Rimmer laughed bitterly at how happy he was. You could have been called grandfather right there if you mustered your courage earlier. He licked his lips while forcibly stretching his hair after getting hit by lightning. It's fine to start it now. Cheryl kicked Rimmer's back and walked up to the platform. Good job, my lord. If you keep extending your hand like you did today, Sylvia and Rayon will become closer to you as well. She smiled with a gentle tone to her voice, contrasting with the day before. Ahem. Seriously, just smile without reservation. Why are you even pretending now? You were just bragging about your grandson filling your glass first. Filling my glass first wasn't the only thing. I know he also refilled it 10 more times. Happy, Rimmer sighed in exhaustion. That did make me happy, but I'm not smiling because of that. Glenn took his hand off his face like Rimmer asked, and deep wells formed near his mouth. I was smiling because I'm so proud of Rayon. He raised his gaze and looked at the silver moonlight. Even though his diagnosis suggested that he couldn't become a warrior, he grew up to create his mother's energy center and even made the preparations to restore her status as a member of the direct lineal by himself. I can't help smiling because of how praiseworthy he is. I agree with that. Rimmer swept back his burnt hair and nodded. No one is as filial as him, and I'm not saying this because he is my disciple. He makes me want to help him more every time I see him, Cheryl agreed with a peaceful smile on her face. The same goes for me. Whenever I see him, I want to take care of him even more. Roan stood next to Cheryl and laughed gently. HRRM. As Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan complimented Rayon's personality, Glenn's mood improved even further and the corners of his lips trembled at the peak of a smile. Ha, Rimmer chuckled while watching him. That's an expression of the highest degree of happiness. Glenn himself likely wasn't aware of it, but the corners of his lips trembled uncontrollably like the wagging tail of a puppy during his happiest moment. Is he imagining living together with Rayon and Sylvia? Glenn seemed to already be imagining the future where Rayon called him grandfather. However, there was still a big mountain to overcome in order to achieve it. So what are you planning to do from now on? Do. Glenn tilted his head, asking what he was talking about. For Sylvia to become a member of the direct line and come to the main building, Rayon needs to defeat the Axe King. If he can't do that, then everything goes back to point zero. No, Rayon is going to die. Rimmer furrowed his brow, asking why he was forgetting the most important part. I'm sure you know better than me, my lord, but Rayon can't win against the Axe King in his current state. In fact, it would still be difficult even if he became a grandmaster. Are you planning to teach him yourself by any chance? That would increase his odds at least. No, Glenn calmly shook his hand. Even though I cherish Rayon, I can't give him even more special privileges. Well, I guess you already did as much as you can do for now. Rimmer nodded in acknowledgement. Then what are you planning to do? Since a duel to the death seems to have a great deal of potential danger, getting rid of the South-North Union seems to be a better idea. Glenn declared that he was going to destroy the South-North Union as if it were an ant colony. What? Rimmer's mouth widened to the point where his jaw reached the ground. What is he even saying right now? He broke out in cold sweat because of the ridiculous statement, and Glenn called out to Roan. Roan, yes, my lord. Did you manage to locate the South-North Union's main base? We managed to find their main base, but the investigation into the South-North Union as a whole isn't finished yet because they have too many water and mountain hideouts. Roan lowered his head apologetically. That's enough. They are just nobodies who will scatter once the South-North Union's boss is killed. What are you even talking about? Rimmer barked, raising his chin sharply. There's nothing to gain from killing the Axe King that way. Everything is fine as long as the Axe King is dead, isn't it? Glenn's eyes were glowing with madness because he wanted to make Sylvia a member of the direct line as fast and as safely as possible. Hoo, I'll sharpen my blade in the meantime. Roan's eyes had returned to those of an assassin, a frightening bloodlust leaking from them. Hey, say something. Rimmer pushed Cheryl, who was standing next to him, with his elbow. Why, they're right. The end justifies the means, doesn't it? Cheryl nodded, saying that it was the safest method. Yes, you're right, you're fucking right. Rimmer violently shook his head while looking at them. Who the hell is going to acknowledge it if he kills the Axe King that way? It's only going to end up plummeting the dignity of our house. Leave the South-North Union for later and focus on finding a way to win against the Axe King for now. He pounded his chest, saying that no one was normal around him. What a shame. Glenn licked his lips. He must have been serious about attacking the South-North Union for Rayon's sake. Then we should send him on a mission. A mission. Rayon is already standing on the Grandmaster's wall. If he gains more experience in a mission, he might even break through the wall. I thought you wouldn't send him on missions anymore because the previous mission was too dangerous. Keeping him with me doesn't help him at all. A flower in a greenhouse can't withstand a storm, after all. Glenn nodded lightly. He looked like he'd already made up his mind. Worst case scenario, we just need to destroy the South-North Union. Indeed, we'll make the preparations. Frightening smiles appeared on Cheryl and Roan's faces. They looked like three wolves smiling with a lamb in front of them. Rimmer clutched his forehead, which was getting heated up. How come I'm the only sane person here? He gasped at the ridiculous situation, and seriousness returned to Glenn's expression. What is he going to say now? Rimmer was nervous, worried about what he was going to say, and Glenn's lips twitched. House Yanan's daughter was very excellent. What? She is still young, but she has great eyes for people. She is so cherished by the head of House Yanan for a good reason. Glenn excessively praised Insia, even more than a warrior at the Grandmaster realm. That's true. Crafting an artificial energy center isn't extremely difficult. She called me Rayon's grandfather. Damn handsome. I'm not too sure what that means, but it must be a compliment. Ah. Rimmer's eyes widened. He thought Glenn was talking about the artificial energy center, but it was a whole different matter. It means extremely handsome. Cheryl explained the meaning behind damn handsome with a smile. Insia uses the word damn handsome whenever she praises Rayon's appearance. I heard that she wanted to use Rayon's face as her signature mark in the future. What a remarkable youngster. Glenn nodded, admiring her from the bottom of his heart. Purchase all the artifacts on the market made by Insia and send a message to the head of House Yanan. Tell her I'd like to see her. Understood. Roan smiled softly and nodded his head. Rimmer shook his head while watching the scene. His love for his grandson is becoming an incurable disease. Do I seriously need to find another job? Sylvia calmly raised her sword. She maintained her posture with her sword above her head for a long time and unleashed her aura. The moment the navy-colored mana seeped into her white blade, she swung her blade vertically. Whoosh! A powerful wind engulfed the training ground and left a thick trace on the ground. Wow. Why is the wind so powerful when she doesn't even have the wind attribute? Is that really a downward slash coming from a person who stopped wielding her sword for over 20 years? That's insane. As expected of our Vice Division leader's mother. The light wind swordsmen exclaimed while pausing their own training, amazed by Sylvia's downward slash. Stop right there. Rayon raised his hand just as Sylvia was about to raise her sword once again while breathing roughly. Your swordsmanship is too light. Rayon came up next to Sylvia and shook his head. Can you see that the angle of your wrist is ruined, and your ankle is directed inward? It's because you are relaxing your limbs too much that the wind scattered around instead of concentrating. He calmly criticized Sylvia's swordsmanship, unlike the light wind swordsman. It's because I'm not used to it yet. No one can be perfect from the beginning, but I already told you about it in the annex building. Did you? Sylvia smiled awkwardly and fanned herself with her hand. Focus and try it again. She nodded faintly and raised her sword above her head. She slashed downwards once again, and while it looked similar to the previous attempt, the strike was faster and more powerful because the power was concentrated. Wham! The ground was significantly dug out, and the white sand underneath was revealed. How was it? It was too powerful this time. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the destroyed ground. You dug out the ground because you couldn't withstand your own power. Your body is going to be ruined if you keep swinging your sword like this. Relax your shoulders and grip. You aren't doing the laundry right now. He used his scabbard to point out Sylvia's issues and stepped back. Okay. Sylvia nodded and raised her sword. She must have weakened her grip and eased the tension in her shoulders as the tip of the blade descended like a living creature. Oh. It's clearly different. Is talent hereditary after all? The light wind swordsman applauded upon seeing Sylvia's fast improvement. How was it? Sylvia asked Rayon, seeming to have regained her confidence. That wasn't good either. Rayon shook his head regretfully. You relaxed too much and the tip of the blade was shaking. We are practicing basic swings right now, not the variable or illusion sword. Why yes, we are. That's why you need to make sure to put enough force on the blade and the tip. Why would you weaken it completely like that? Are you using a whip? Sylvia hung her head powerlessly. Try it again. Rayon raised his hand, saying that she had a long way to go. Okay. Sylvia raised the sword above her head while heeding Rayon's advice. She pulled her elbow inward to adjust her physical strength and swung her blade downward. Whap! The tip of the blade fell softly without shaking. That implied that she'd used an appropriate amount of power. Sylvia thought it was pretty good and immediately looked back at Rayon. Not really. However, Rayon's face was still not satisfied. The tip of the blade wasn't shaking, but it descended too quickly because you were too fixated on that. We are training right now, not fighting. Please focus more. He asked her to do it again, saying that it wasn't good enough once again. Wasn't that pretty good though? I know, right? She only started to wield the sword again recently. How long is he planning to continue with the basic techniques? The light wind swordsman commented while watching out for Rayon's mood. How long are you planning on spectating? Rayon turned around and glared sideways at the light wind division. Do you want to practice basic techniques for a month? No, not at all. We're leaving. I have lots of training planned for today. The light wind swordsman scattered all around the training ground with trembling heads. Wow, he doesn't even go easy on his mother, Burren exclaimed as he watched Rayon resuming his instruction for Sylvia. That's the right thing to do. Martha shook her head while looking at Sylvia's back. He's teaching her properly because she is precious to him. She sighed briefly, bitterness dwelling in her eyes. Rayon, damn handsome today. Run-On nodded in agreement because she also had a painful memory related to her family. Do you want to do it as well? Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the three team leaders from afar. And not really. That demonic bastard, his hearing is too good. I'm leaving. Burin, Martha, and Run-On went to the indoor training ground while stretching themselves. Sylvia groaned with trembling hands because everyone who could help her was gone. Rayon. Rimmer shook his head and put his hand on Rayon's shoulder. Don't go too hard on her. Do it in modera. Do you want to join the practice, division leader? His jaw dropped and he fell speechless. If you stay here any longer, I'll take it as you want to join the training. Wait a moment, I'm the division leader. So you're joining basic training, is that it? No, not at all, keep up the good work. Rimmer hurriedly shook his head and escaped from Rayon's vision. Wait, you're the division leader. Crane shouted in astonishment while looking at Rimmer, who ran away. Rimmer awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I'm also scared of him. 2 weeks had passed since Sylvia started to wield a sword. Her skills improved drastically every day, but Rayon kept shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Do it again. The aura was disheveled this time. Rayon shook his head while pointing at her faintly trembling aura. Yes, Sylvia nodded and raised her sword. She repeated the basic techniques dozens of times, which consisted of the vertical slash, horizontal slash, diagonal slash, and stab. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the faint radiance reflected in the air. Talent really doesn't disappear. She's improving day by day. The reason he was pushing Sylvia into a corner was simple. It was because her talent was outstanding. Whenever he criticized one thing, she improved even further than that. It was the reason Rayon was continuously helping with her training. He could understand why masters usually wanted an excellent disciple. Even then, continuously criticizing her for 2 whole weeks is too harsh. Wrath's lips trembled in terror. Look at her. The area underneath Mom's eyes has become as dark as charcoal. He frowned while pointing at the dark area under Sylvia's eyes. I'm sure my mother understands. Even though Sylvia didn't say anything, she properly accepted the training, and that was why they could train together. Rayon was sure that she was happy about how fast her skills were improving. You should do it in moderation. How long are you planning to make her practice basic techniques? Other people aren't perverts, unlike you. Wrath pointed his finger at Rayon, calling him a crazy bastard. Look, no one is coming near you anymore. I told you it's fine. Rayon shook his hand at Wrath and walked up to Sylvia. You have to be precise when you are thinking about the target as you are stabbing. You have to always keep the principle of the precise sword with you. Okay. Sylvia responded weakly like a deflated balloon and nodded her head. And the angle is important during a diagonal slash. You need to be certain about where you are cutting. As Rayon continued to criticize, Sylvia's face gradually darkened. He is so cruel. I didn't know that he was this bad either. He is a monster. Are Rayon damn ugly? No, scary. Even Burin, Martha, and Run-On, who were rooting for Rayon at first, shook their heads in fear and left. They will learn soon enough. Once Sylvia's real skills returned, all those gazes were bound to change. Moreover, he was certain that Sylvia was definitely going to understand him in this situation. Being fast and powerful isn't always good when it comes to basic techniques. You have to be precise and prudent. Just as he was about to give Sylvia more advice, Rimmer kicked the training ground door open and entered. He smiled while shaking a piece of paper in his hand. I brought you a mission. He shouted for them to rejoice since they'd finally got a mission after such a long time. A mission. It took a long time. I can finally show my skills. Woa, the light wind swordsman approached Rimmer, curious about what kind of mission it was going to be, when someone cheered loudly from inside. I'm free. I'm finally freed from this hell. Sylvia raised her arms and shouted loudly towards the sky. Small water drops started to well up in her eyes. The explosive emotion she was showing made her look like a prisoner who managed to escape from prison. Rayon's lips parted as he stared blankly at Sylvia. Mom. His jaw dropped, shocked by the fact that she said she was free. Even Mom is sick of your personality. Wrath shook his head while looking at the stunned Rayon. Is this the path of the demon god? Shut up. Rayon's jaw dropped as he looked at Sylvia. On top of shouting she was free, she even raised her arms towards the sky and shouted like a slave that had regained their freedom. How is this happening? Rayon had never imagined that Sylvia would shout that she was free because she'd been following his training so nicely. He felt like he was having a nightmare. Nightmare? What the heck? Wrath approached him while glaring at him. You were the nightmare for Mom. He shook his head, telling him that he was so bad at reading the mood. Rayon had never expected that the cotton candy would tell him that he was bad at reading the mood. He was so shocked that he couldn't even think straight. Mom. Rayon raised his trembling finger and called out to Sylvia. Ha. Sylvia sighed deeply and looked at Rayon. It was seriously too hard. Training is fine, but do it in moderation. She glared at him sideways, telling him that it was so painful to endure his training. But you like it too, Mom. You even smiled because your skills were improving quickly. Rayan even called her mom, like during his childhood instead of mother because of how shocked he was. I wasn't smiling because I was happy. I was laughing bitterly because it was too painful. You can't read the mood at all, my son. Sylvia furrowed her brow and stomped the ground. Rayan's chin trembled as he observed Sylvia's frown. But Mom, you said you wanted to train hard. I didn't know it would be this hard. I get criticized here all day long, then return to the annex building just to be scolded during the night training. What I want to do is train hard, not to die. She shook her head violently, saying that she would have given up a long time ago if Rayan weren't her son. What? Were you training even more after that? Burin's jaw dropped in surprise. You kept going with another round of training of the same intensity in the annex building. He's seriously insane. Martha also frowned, saying that she never thought he was that bad. Rayan is a demon. Runon's shoulders trembled, saying that she was afraid of him. I think he'll shed poison instead of blood if we stab him. Dorian also stepped back in fear. Rayan bit his lip tightly, unable to argue against the team leaders and Dorian. Mom, but your skills have definitely improved. You can't find anyone who has improved so quickly even among the 6 kings. I gained those skills by spending my lifespan. I would have seriously died if it continued a bit longer. Rayan really had no more excuses because Sylvia said that even her lifespan was decreased. Wahahaha. Wrath started to laugh while covering his belly. The day finally came when your mouth stays shut. It's even sweeter than mint chocolate. He patted Sylvia's back and blabbered at her to continue. Rayan, I've stayed in the annex building for over 20 years. I've done housework and tended the garden with the maids, but I stopped all activities as a swordswoman. Sylvia raised her unfocused eyes. After what happened, there's no way I can follow your training just because I've gained an energy center. Improving my skills isn't the issue here. I'm lucky to have survived it all. She frantically shook her head. Her blonde hair fluttered in the air, messy from the sand. Wait, you should have said something. You didn't listen even when I said so. When I asked if we could take a little break, if we could try a different type of training. But you said that the basics are important and forced me to endlessly repeat the basic techniques. Sylvia rapidly twitched her lips as if she gained a great chance to vent her frustration. Moreover, you kept criticizing me without complimenting me even once. Do you think you could endure it in my place? I like it better, though. What? Nothing. Rayan scratched his cheek and lowered his voice. His previous life went without saying, and he'd been learning from Glenn or Rimmer, which meant he was almost never complimented. He just did what he'd always been doing, yet he was being scolded for it. Rayan didn't know what to do. Anyway, I'm seriously tired now. Sylvia lay flat on the ground. She closed her eyes, saying that she was going to rest for a while. The King of Essence has been telling you this whole time. No one is as crazy as you for training, even in devildom. Wrath shook his hand, a smile hanging on his lips. Mom, don't worry. The King of Essence will take care of you from now on since he is humane. Rayan was extremely frustrated by the fact that he couldn't refute the Demon King calling himself humane while patting Sylvia's shoulder. I knew it. Rimmer came up next to him and chuckled. You should have given her some freedom just like your great teacher did. He shrugged his shoulders, saying that education nowadays required a mixture of freedom and pressure. Rayan sighed. He felt suffocated by the fact that he was being laughed at by his master, who just let his students do whatever they wanted. You are way too strict. People need to be soft sometimes. Please tell us about the mission. How impatient. It's not a big mission. Rimmer licked his lips and unfolded the paper with the mission on it. We've got a message from the Sinnigan branch. Something that seems to be the South-North Union's hideout was made in the South, and cases of disappearances have increased. That's why they want us to investigate it. South-North Union. Unlike the Axe King, it had been a while since the last time he'd heard about the South-North Union itself. Since they'd been quiet so far, it wouldn't be strange if they were trying to increase the number of hideouts they had. But the missions our division leader brought us have always been difficult, despite their simple appearance. Yeah, they always became difficult for some reason. Jinxed, Burin, Martha, and Runon furrowed their brows, suspicious of Rimmer's ability to choose a mission. It can't be helped. The upper echelon always takes all the nice and easy missions. Rimmer shook his hand, telling them to make him a palace master if they wanted a good mission. Anyway, we'll depart in 3 days. It's not an urgent mission, but make sure to prepare thoroughly, and you should learn some moderation. He patted Rayan's shoulder and left casually. Rayan sighed while looking at Sylvia, who didn't even get back up until Rimmer left. She really seemed to be planning to rest like that. Our demonic vice division leader is going to be quieter from now on. Crane grinned while looking around at the light wind swordsman. Doesn't it make you happy to just think about how depressed he's going to be for a while? He shook his head, saying that their training had been too difficult, just like Sylvia's. Where's Lady Encia? I want to keep his shocked face as a photo. Crane stopped speaking and tilted his head. The swordsmen were simply standing there without saying anything. Why aren't you saying anything? We won't have another chance to make fun of him. Elle looked behind. Behind? What's behind? Gasp. He started to turn his head around and suddenly stopped. Rayon was breathing fiercely, his red eyes glowing even more intensely than the sun. Sir Rayon, I was just. Crane tried to run away, but Rayon grasped his head and forced him to turn his head around. I have no intention of becoming quiet. I do, however, want to make you quiet instead. How about it? He looked around at the light-wind swordsman with a frightening smile on his face. I just need to teach you just like I taught my mother now, right? That's physically impossible. Crane smiled awkwardly and shook his head. We aren't as talented as Lady Sylvia, and we have to prepare for the mission. You only need 1 hour to prepare. What? We will proceed with practical combat training until we leave for the mission. Of course, you will be facing me, and the first participant will be. Rayon let his eyes roam over the group, trying to pick his first opponent. The light-wind swordsman stepped back and created an arena around Rayon and Crane as if it were a natural thing to do. Crane, I choose you. Rayon bobbed his finger, gesturing for him to attack. Why is it me again? Yaon, a woman with narrow eyes, yawned widely enough for her mouth to tear while looking at the window, where the dawn breeze was blowing. Lisha, is it that boring? The branch manager with a kind face smiled lightly, sitting at a desk inside. Being on duty is always boring, but the Sinnigan region itself is too uninteresting. The hideout created in the south is way too small, and there's House Lakian at the east, making everything run fine without me doing anything. The woman called Lisha yawned once again and put her chin on the desk. So that's why you requested to return at the end of the year. The branch manager put down the book he was reading and shook his head. The main house is a cold-hearted place, unlike this branch. They won't even look at you if you fall behind even in the slightest. Stay there for a single week and you will already miss this boring place. I came from the main house too. You are looking down on me too much. Lisha pouted while looking at the branch manager. And the fact that this place is boring wasn't the only reason I requested to return. Then what? The duel to death between the Light Wind Vice Division leader and the Axe King is going to take place on the first of the year. She put her hands together while throwing her gaze outside the window. I've seen many handsome men so far in my life, but I've never seen anyone like Sir Rayon. Imagining him defeating the Axe King with that handsome face makes me just so. Lisha stared at the moon with a dreamy look in her eyes, as if she were dreaming of Rayon cutting off the Axe King's head. I might sound like a party pooper, but the Axe King is powerful. He was famous as a powerful axe wielder even before the Light Wind Vice Division leader was born. I honestly think that it will be difficult for him to win. Getting a draw would be the best outcome. Sir Rayon defeated the mad dragon Kaibar. He won't lose to a human being. The Axe King is also capable of slaying a dragon if he had the opportunity. Whose side are you on, branch manager? Of course I want the Light Wind Vice Division leader to win. I'm just trying to tell you that you shouldn't underestimate the enemy. The branch manager shook his hand and the warrior who'd been keeping watch outside entered the room. Branch manager, we need you to come out. The warrior carefully lowered his head. What's the matter? The branch manager and Lisha stood up and went outside. A child. A little girl with characteristic red hair was standing behind the warrior with her shoulders hunched. She seemed to be in so much of a hurry that one of her shoes was missing, and her expensive-looking clothes had become ragged. Wait, you're... The branch manager's eyes widened upon checking the girl's face. Sialin, the little girl, was the youngest daughter of House Lakian, Sieghart's vassal house. He couldn't be mistaken because he'd greeted her during the head of House Lakian's birthday in the previous year. What happened? Were you attacked or something? The branch manager gasped, unable to understand why House Lakian's cherished youngest daughter looked like a beggar. Let's calm her down for now and ask her. Lisha went to the break room, saying that she would bring some warm water. Yes, we should. PL, please deliver my message to Sieghart. The branch manager sighed while nodding his head, and Sialin grabbed his sleeve. Come and sit over here. Because Sialin's legs were trembling, the branch manager made her sit on the sofa at the center of the branch. I'll listen to you, so tell me slowly. Sialin clutched her chest and caught her breath. She seemed to have made up her mind as she raised her gaze to meet the branch manager's eyes. We've been getting many cases of disappearance in our house recently. Even the people who have been close to me suddenly left the house without even saying goodbye. The branch manager groaned. Sudden disappearance of house members wasn't a good sign, especially when there were many of them. On the other hand, unknown guests keep entering the house to replace the people who have left. I looked into it while hiding because I had a bad feeling about it, and they... Stalin was about to continue with her trembling voice when... Rumble, the main entrance of the branch, was opened violently, and a red-haired middle-aged man entered as if he were walking into his home. He had a golden eye patch over his left eye, and his remaining eye on the right side was blazing with an overwhelming aura. Swordsman Belts. The man who entered the branch was Belts Lakian, the head of House Lakian's first son, who was already nominated as the successor. Excuse me for my little sister's intrusion. Belts politely lowered his head at the branch manager. She's been throwing a tantrum recently because she finds her training to be too hard. Please understand her, even if she said something strange. His lips were curved into a gentle smile, unlike the overwhelming aura around his eyes. Xiaolin's hands trembled violently, as if she were terrified, even though she was looking at her blood-related brother. The branch manager held Xiaolin's trembling hand and hid her behind his back. I understand, of course. However, I'm currently having a personal talk with Lady Xiaolin. Could you wait for a moment? Belts didn't respond, and his cheerful-looking smile turned dark. You must have heard it. Swordsman Belts, it can't be helped. His lips rolled into a smile, and he unsheathed the longsword from his back. What do you think you are doing? You are at Sieghart's branch. So what? Belts ignored the branch manager and slashed down with his longsword like lightning. The branch manager pushed Xiaolin back to prevent her from getting hit by the sword attack, raising the side of his hand. Even though he was taken by surprise, his aura wasn't wavering. However, Belts' longsword cut through the branch manager's aura like a piece of paper and even severed his neck. Br branch manager. The warriors' lips trembled upon seeing the branch manager's head rolling on the ground. Their expressions were filled with disbelief at the situation. Kaya. As Lisha brought the tea into the room, she dropped the tray and screamed. Br branch manager Lisha rapidly came back to her senses and ran inside in order to send an emergency signal to the main house. Belts seemed to have noticed her intention. He raised his longsword and launched it like a spear. Rumble. The longsword destroyed the wall and cut Lisha's body behind it in half. Rubble stained with blood crumbled pitifully. My sister. Belts looked down on Xiaolin with his completely emotionless eyes as her pale lips trembled intensely. It's all your fault that the people in this branch are dying. With that as the last word, no more voices could be heard from the Sinnigan branch. All they had left were screams of despair. Rayon left his room at dawn, before sunrise. Just like every other time he went on a mission, Sylvia and the maids were standing in front of the entrance. Young master, please be careful and return safely. Don't overexert yourself like you did during the last mission. We've dried some beef jerky. Please eat it when you get hungry. Helen and the maids gave him the beef jerky and snacks that they'd prepared, lowering their heads while telling him to have a safe trip. Those parts were the same as every other mission. However, there was one difference. Rayon come back safely. Even though Sylvia used to be unable to hide her worry whenever he went on a mission, her lips were trembling faintly. Mother. Rayon knit his brows upon seeing Sylvia's lips. Are you that happy that I'm leaving on a mission? Happy? What are you talking about? Sylvia shook her head violently. My face is just stiff because I woke up recently. She lifted the corners of her lips with her finger before lowering them again and smiled awkwardly. I already heard you being happy about it in your room. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Sylvia. I heard her very clearly. He'd heard Sylvia's cheer at dawn. If he was cultivating his aura, his mana circuits would have been messed up and caused him an internal injury. Sylvia rubbed the back of her head, unable to give any excuses. I guess it's not soundproof even after the renovation. Maybe we need to call the builder again. She looked around awkwardly. Rayon sighed while watching Sylvia avert her gaze. He'd previously thought her nagging was annoying, but he felt slightly regretful that she was so happy about his departure. This is so fun. Wrath approached him and patted his shoulder. He never thought that your misery would be so entertaining to watch. Shut up. Rayon pushed Wrath away and briefly clicked his tongue. Rayon. Sylvia stepped forward and held his hand. Her lips were curved into a faint smile. Training with you was really painful, but there were some good parts. Of course, because your skills rapidly. That's not it, she shook her head firmly. I could learn how hard you've been training and how powerful you've become. That's why I can send you on a mission without any worry. Sylvia caressed Rayon's head, saying that she was just joking. Come back safely. Okay. Rayon smiled faintly and answered Sylvia's goodbye. I'm going to check how much you've improved after I return. All right. Sylvia confidently clenched her fist. Rayon's mood finally improved, and he met the eyes of Sylvia and the maids one after the other. I'll be back, that was the last thing he said before he left the annex building. He looked at the tip of his fingers, where Sylvia's warmth still lingered, as he passed by the garden where the greenery of spring had started to sprout. Forget about the rest. I'm just glad that my mother became healthy. Sylvia had always been gloomy when her energy center and mana circuits were broken, and she often collapsed because she exhausted herself quickly. Watching her being healthy made acquiring the energy center worthwhile. I'm satisfied with TH. I'm really free now, everyone shout. Whoa, Sylvia's loud shout could be heard from inside the annex building just before Rayon left the garden. As if her kind words were nothing but a lie, her loud voice was filled with happiness. Mom. Rayon looked back with trembling lips. Are you really satisfied now? Wrath patted his shoulder with a broad grin on his face. The deep sneer on his face made it look like he wanted to pay back all the grudges he'd been holding so far. It looks like Mom likes the King of Essence more than you, after all. Kuh. Rayon didn't respond and went to the 5th training ground. His footsteps were as violent as a storm. I'll destroy whatever enemy I encounter. Who are you going to destroy when it's just an investigation mission? Shut up. Huh. Crane sighed intensely enough to get rid of the early morning fog. I didn't think that he would seriously make us train until last night. He is way too ruthless. He thumped his shoulder with his weakly clenched fist, murmuring that he wanted to faint. I know, right? I also thought that he would let us go in the afternoon. I never expected that I would have to swing the sword until night. Burin nodded in agreement. His face also showed exhaustion from the training. How pathetic. Martha knit her brows while looking at Burin and Crane. What are you going to do if you can't even endure that much training when you pick up a sword to become a swordsman? She smirked and clicked her tongue in disdain. Miss Rakshasa, your legs are shaking. Run-On came up next to her before she knew it and poked her thigh with her finger. Ack. Since it was the spot where Rayon's sword had smacked the day before, Martha screamed and jolted. Why, you crazy thing. Martha growled like a hungry beast and extended her hand towards Run-On. You're just bluffing. Do you have a death wish? Run-On stuck her tongue out and ran away while Martha drew her sword and followed her. They're brimming with energy even in the morning, Dorian gasped, rubbing the dark bags under his eyes. Are you okay? I'm not, but I've gotten somewhat used to it now. You've gotten used to it. Yes. When we stayed at my company last time, I went through training that could have seriously killed me. What kind of training can seriously kill you? He ordered me to climb a cliff and rolled boulders down to it. He even destroyed the entire cliff. His forehead broke out in cold sweat despite the cold weather as he said that he thought he would really go to the afterlife back then. Mark Goten, who was standing next to him, was also reminded of that time and closed his eyes tightly. How is it in the annex building? Is it also hellish? Burin left Dorian and Mark Goten trembling in fear and looked at Ewa and Julius instead. No, he takes good care of us. He does everything we ask. Ewa energetically raised her hand and shook her head. She's right. He doesn't say anything in the annex building even if we take a break. Julius licked his lips as if he wanted it to be the other way around. Then why does he become a mad dog whenever he is here? Burin shook his head, saying that it was so painful. It's going to be seriously exhausting if he starts to rampage again today. But his mood seemed to have improved yesterday, so he should be fine today. We should have a quiet journey. Dorian was smiling faintly when the training grounds door was opened and Rayon made his entrance. Even though he didn't kick the door like Rimmer, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Rayon made the Light Wind Division unable to take their eyes off him. He looks like he's in a seriously bad mood. Are you sure his mood was improved? Burin poked Dorian with his elbow and swallowed nervously. That's his state of madness. Emergency. Emergency. Dorian ran up to the platform while shouting emergency. The other swordsmen also noticed the dangerous atmosphere and quickly lined up in front of the platform. Yuhahaha. Rimmer, lying on the platform, started to yawn but briskly stood up upon noticing the raging fire in Rayon's eyes. You're here, you are here. Rimmer unconsciously started to call him sir, only to barely manage to keep his mouth shut and retain his pride as the division leader. Division leader, can I lead the swordsmen today? Rayon looked at Rimmer fiercely, as if telling him that he wasn't allowed to refuse. Sure. Rimmer nodded like a marionette and leaped back. Rayon lowered his head at Rimmer politely, then stood in front of the platform. I'm sure everyone is aware, but this mission is a simple investigation. However, a battle might break out if a problem occurs during the investigation, and we might fall into a situation that we can't handle with our might, forcing us to run away like we did before. He continued, meeting the eyes of the swordsmen standing in front of the platform one after the other. That's why we are going to practice our footwork at full speed, starting from now until we reach Sinnigan. The only time you are allowed to stop moving your feet is when you sleep. The Light Wind swordsman's shoulders trembled upon hearing Rayon's quiet yet frightening voice. What, are we going through that hellish training again? What the Light Wind swordsman murmured in disbelief, but they closed their mouths tightly upon seeing the dry-looking Rayon's eyes. They looked at Rimmer, their eyes damp as if they were begging for help. Rayon, how about we save the training for after we finish the miss? Rimmer reluctantly stepped forward, unable to withstand the gazes from the swordsman. Just as he was about to suggest saving the training for later, Rayon's eyes sparked crimson. Didn't you just say that you were leaving it to me? That's. Moreover, it was you, division leader, who said that the entirety of life is training. Am I wrong? I did say something like that before. He smiled awkwardly and returned to his position. He murmured by only moving his lips after that. I'm also scared of that guy. Rayon confirmed that Rimmer had shrunk back and looked down upon the Light Wind Division once again. We are doing this to improve your skills. I hope you understand. Yes. The Light Wind Division responded as loudly as possible with teary eyes. You are destroying your subordinates instead of your enemies. Wrath sent a round of applause and admiration. You truly don't belong to a place like this. Come to Devildom with the King of Essence. You go there. The King of Essence can't go even if he wanted to. Rayon looked behind him while supporting Hua and Julius so that they could run faster. Hua, W were really not stopping. I'm going to die. The light wind swordsmen were panting in exhaustion while running on a frozen lake. It was a natural outcome when you considered the fact that the intensive footwork journey started at daybreak and continued until evening, well past noon. Is he seriously planning to even skip the meal? That crazy bastard. Rayon damn ugly today. Burin, Martha, and Runnan were also exhaling white puffs of air from exhaustion even though their conditions weren't as bad as the plain swordsmen. Rayon chuckled and waved his hand towards the swordsman behind him. It's bearable, isn't it? I feel like I'm dying. Dorian shook his head while wiping the sweat streaming from his face. If it's too hard, eat some beef jerky while running. It will get a bit better. Rayon told them to eat on their own and looked away. That guy is an evil fiend. You are the only one who can do that. How are we even supposed to eat beef jerky while running at this speed? We are only going to bite our tongues. The swordsman swore at the back of Rayon's head in extremely quiet voices. Ha. Rimmer breathed out a sigh of relief while running at the back of the line. I'm glad that I'm his superior, at least. He shook his head while looking at the back of Rayon's head. If he was a plain swordsman, he would have resigned from the Light Wind Division right away. He didn't expect that he would be so glad to be old, but at least this training isn't simply painful. Rayon wasn't just pushing the Light Wind Division into a corner. As he said, practicing footwork on the way was an excellent way of training that could save time and fill the parts of training that were lacking at the same time, since they'd been mostly practicing swordsmanship so far. Rimmer watched Rayon and the Light Wind Division with a refreshing smile on his face when a cheerful wind blew from the sky. He raised his gaze and saw that a blue hawk was descending like lightning, as if it had found its prey. Whoosh! Rimmer extended his arm without being surprised in the slightest. The hawk rapidly decreased its speed mid-air, as if it were pulling a stunt, and smoothly landed on his forearm. A hawk from the Shadow Agents. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the hawk standing on Rimmer's arm. Considering that the Shadow Agents sent a message when it hadn't even been a day since their departure, something must have happened in Sinnigan. Rimmer caressed the hawk's head before he took out the paper from its leg and started to read. His relaxed expression hardened in an instant. What's the matter? Rayon exhaled the rough breath from his lungs and approached Rimmer. You should read it yourself. Rayon spread the paper Rimmer threw at him out. The message was just a single line, but the content was extremely heavy in comparison. The Sinnigan branch has been annihilated. The letter was stating that they should go to the Sinnigan branch as fast as possible since everyone in the Sinnigan branch had died. Annihilated, but why? Did the South-North Union attack them? The Light Wind Division's eyes were blazing in fury because a branch was also part of Zeeghart. We are changing our approach. Rayon used the heat to burn up the letter before he went to stand in front of the Light Wind Division. Decrease the speed from now on and focus on recovering your body and aura. Manage yourselves so that you are always prepared to fight at peak condition. Yes, the Light Wind swordsmen didn't chat or complain anymore. They responded firmly and prudently caught their breath as if they were about to fight. Rayon gave a nod of satisfaction and took the lead. We aren't resting until we reach Sinnigan. Let's go. What remained was a grotesque village, filled with blood over the fissured land. It looked like there had been an earthquake. Rayon furrowed his brow upon seeing that Sinnigan village, which once symbolized warmth, had turned into a scene from hell. The branch wasn't the only thing that was destroyed. On top of the Sinnigan branch being destroyed, the entirety of Sinnigan village was destroyed. There were no corpses in sight, but blood was leaking from every single house and wall that had been destroyed. It almost looked like a battlefield. This is so cruel. Burin's eyes trembled as he gazed at a well that was stained with blood. The other swordsmen also recognized the gravity of the situation, biting their lips and unable to say anything. Rayon blew away the scent of blood with his sigh and walked inside. People who seemed to have lost their families were gathered around the village, and they were unable to enter because swordsmen with fiery eyes were blocking their path. What are those things? Martha knit her brows while looking at the swordsmen blocking the path. They are swordsmen from House Lachian. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the red lion emblem engraved on their chests. This branch and House Lachian are rather close. They must have come for reinforcement. Lachian was the vassal house located at the east of the Sinnigan branch. Rayon could guess that they came running to help as soon as they found out about the situation. Let's enter. Rayon shook his hand towards the Light Wind Division and entered the village. You are the Light Wind Division. House Lachian's swordsmen lowered their heads upon seeing Zeeghart's emblem. The Shadow Agents must have already delivered a message. What even happened here? We haven't received accurate information yet either. Please come inside. We'll guide you to our division leader. The swordsman raised his hand in a disciplined and respectful manner. Rayon nodded his chin and followed the swordsman into the branch that looked like it had been bombarded. There were lots of people inside, but the most noticeable one was the one-eyed middle-aged man standing at the center. Rayon could feel a huge amount of energy from him. Welcome. The black-haired young man standing next to the middle-aged man came running toward him with a tearful expression on his face. Greetings, Light Wind Division Leader. Ah, and the Light Wind Vice Division Leader, too. The black-haired young man lowered his head towards Rimmer and Rayon one after the other. I'm an information agent from the Sinnigan branch called Jelf. He introduced himself as Jelf and lowered his head once again. You managed to survive. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief. It would have taken a long time if everyone was dead. That was why he was relieved that one person had survived at least. What even happened here? To be honest, I'm not too sure. Jelf swallowed regretfully and shook his head. What? I delivered a letter to the head of House Lachian according to the branch manager's order, and the BR branch was in this state when I returned. The tips of his fingers were trembling as he said that he didn't know the exact circumstances either. Then who would he be? Rayon turned his gaze and looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man. He came up next to Jelf and lowered his head. My name is Belts from Lachian. I'm ashamed that we couldn't prevent such a disaster despite living nearby. He couldn't raise his head as if he were really sorry about it, so he is Belts Lachian. Rayon had heard about him before. He was a swordsman who had already become the successor of House Lachian, and he was an unrivaled monster in his area. Please explain what you know for now. Rayon made them stand and told them that they should start by putting the situation together. We can't be sure, but the group that we thought were bandits were probably the White Blood Religion. White Blood Religion. Martha was the first person to react to Jelf. She stepped forward and leaned into Jelf's space. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly mentioning the White Blood Religion? That's what we found out after examining the traces in this place. Jelf frantically shook his head and stepped back. All personnel in the branch and residents in the village have disappeared, but we could only find half of the corpses. He finished his sentence even though his lips were trembling. Moreover, many corpses left behind had traces of being bitten or being killed cruelly. It's almost the same as the White Blood Religion's bloody festival. Martha frowned while looking at the destroyed buildings of the branch and the village. Rayon gave a small nod while looking at the wall that had collapsed towards the inside of the office, and the blood scattered around like a fountain. White Blood Religion, that might be the case. He did think that it might be the White Blood Religion's doing instead of the South-North Union when he saw the destroyed buildings and scattered blood on the way. However, it was necessary to check the remaining corpses in order to confirm that fact. Can I see the corpses? Of course, please come this way. Jelf nodded and went outside the branch. Rayon patted Martha's shoulder, which was trembling in anger, and followed Jelf towards the training ground located outside the branch. A black tarp was covering the ground, and the fact that it was protruding slightly implied that it was hiding corpses underneath. Rayon signaled with his gaze, and Crane and Dorian came forward from behind him to remove the tarp. What the hell, those filthy blood demons. The light wind swordsmen bit their lips tightly while looking at the corpses that the tarp had been hiding. Lots of corpses were heavily damaged to the point where the swordsmen who had experienced countless battles had difficulty looking at them. A few swordsmen even averted their gazes, unable to look at them. Rayon came closer instead and calmly examined the corpses. It does certainly look like the White Blood Religion's doing. There were almost no corpses that remained intact. The flesh being torn off was average, and many corpses had their limbs cut off or their heads and spines pulled out. It did look similar to the Bloody Festival, which was a devouring of blood and flesh as an offering to the blood god. Crack, he gritted his back teeth and examined the closest corpse to him. The corpse was a young woman. Her waist was cut apart by something sharp, and her neck looked like it was torn out by a wolf. She had died without even closing her eyes, as if she had perished from a sudden attack. Rayon looked at the neck of the corpse and tilted his head. He turned around and looked up at Jelf and Belts, his eyes full of doubt. This corpse is strange. Since strange, what do you mean by that? Jelf's eyes widened, unsure of what he meant. Rayon didn't answer his question, instead looking back. He finished looking at all the other corpses and nodded. I knew it. It's the same with all of them. The necks and wrists were ripped out violently, as if they were trying to show that they were killed by the blood demons from the White Blood Religion. Rayon thought that he would have believed it was the White Blood Religion's doing if he'd examined them carelessly. However, a careful examination allowed him to tell that the perpetrator had made a mistake. The wounds were made at different times. The wounds on the warriors' wrists and necks, caused by bloodsucking, were inflicted after the fatal wounds, their hearts being pulled out, or the slashes made to their waists. That doesn't make any sense. Most of the White Blood Religion's blood demons suck the blood and devour the flesh of living people. The bloody festival of the White Blood Religion was a ceremony where they sacrificed living people to the blood god. That was why drinking fresh blood was mandatory. This meant that they had to drink the blood and devour the flesh of a living person instead of a corpse, but most of the corpse around him had been gnawed after they had perished. Someone plotted this. He could ascertain it once he checked the other corpses after the young woman. Moreover, the biggest reason is, Rayon used his left hand to stroke the blade of Requiem equipped behind him. The blade of Requiem didn't cry. The blade of Requiem was capable of sensing even the faintest bloody energy that even he couldn't notice. However, it was only showing its sadness for the deceased, not anger towards the white blood religion. The branch's personnel weren't killed by the white blood religion, but some unknown perpetrators who had disguised themselves as the white blood religion. He's right. Martha nodded after she examined a middle-aged warrior's corpse. Those people weren't killed by the white blood religion. What do you mean? Dorian stepped back in surprise. When the white blood religion bastards devour flesh while using their bloody cultivation technique, the veins widen towards the outside so that more blood can gush from them. Martha continued while pointing at the neck of a corpse, but all those corpses have their veins shrunken inwards. They might have been bitten off by teeth, but it wasn't the white blood religion's doing. It was faked. She shook her head in certainty. Rayon smiled faintly while watching Martha confidently declare that it wasn't the white blood religion's doing. Has she been investigating all along? He could guess that Martha had been continuously investigating the white blood religion in order to save her mother. That must have been why she noticed at a glance that it wasn't the white blood religion's doing. She is right. Rayon agreed with Martha and looked at Jelf and Belts. The blood vessels aren't the only proof. You can also see that the injuries on their wrists and necks were made after their deaths. The white blood religion wouldn't do that since they suck the blood of the living. This wasn't done by the white blood religion, but someone who pretended to be the white blood religion. Rayon showed everyone that the color inside the wounds on the corpses' necks and wrists were slightly different. How did you figure that out? Martha tilted her head, finding it strange that Rayon knew about it. Of course I would know that. Since the white blood religion was pretty much their main enemy, a continuous investigation about them was mandatory. As soon as Martha heard his response, she frowned like she heard something strange and quickly gained distance. What are you even doing? Rayon laughed bitterly and Belts approached the corpses. Rayon could feel a cold and heavy atmosphere around him, as if he were in a bad mood. Belts slowly examined the corpses without saying anything before he stood up. You seem to be right. He prudently nodded his chin after looking at Rayon and Martha one after the other. I don't know about their blood vessels because I've never encountered the white blood religion, but the wounds were clearly made at different times. Someone must have tried to pretend that it was the white blood religion's doing. Belts sighed after he willingly admitted that he was wrong. It's understandable that you don't know if you never faced them. Martha shook her hand, saying that it was fine. She was giving an unusually gentle reaction because Belts went ahead and acknowledged his mistake. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Belts making a polite posture towards Martha. Did he really not notice? Belts's title was the Sword of Great Wisdom. He had a calm and collected personality, and he was the next head of House Lachian. Rayon couldn't understand how he was deceived by that small trick. I shouldn't suspect him unconditionally, but I should be careful him. As he was thinking that he should be careful about him, an inexplicable stench wafted from Belts. The foul odor was similar to the one creeping up from a pit of accumulated trash. It stimulated his sense of smell, and even his soul for a very brief moment before it faded away. What was that? Rayon's eyes widened and he looked at the others. Burin, Martha, and Dorian were peacefully talking with him without noticing anything despite being right next to him. Am I the only one who noticed that stench? The King of Essence noticed it as well. Wrath clicked his tongue with irritated eyes. That was the scent of corrupted demonic energy. Corrupted demonic energy. It's the foul stench of pure demonic energy, stained and tainted with filth. It's impossible to distinguish whose energy it was because it's become too distorted. He rubbed his own nose, saying that it was a filthy stench. Demonic energy, the Black Tower and the Demon Reception Society were the only groups who used demonic energy. However, it could be someone else, as they could have used something like an artifact covered in demonic energy. Regardless of the case, we will have to stay alert. He examined the corpses once again just in case, but he couldn't find even the slightest amount of demonic energy. He figured he would have to slowly determine what kind of secret Belts was hiding. Sir Jelf. Rayon looked at Jelf and asked, what happened to the southern hideout? We got a message earlier, and they apparently ran away after they completely destroyed the hideout. Jelf responded with dumbfounded eyes. He looked like he still couldn't believe that the white blood religion wasn't the perpetrator. We'll need to start by investigating them. Burin briefly clicked his tongue. He agreed that it was necessary to investigate the hideout, but he had a feeling that they wouldn't find anything even if they went there. Let's return these people to the house first. Rayon covered the corpses with the tarp and closed his eyes to pray for their repose. Yes, we should. That's the right thing to do. Dorian nodded, agreeing with him. How about coming to our house after that? There shouldn't be anywhere to sleep around here. Belts walked up to Rimmer and invited them to House Lachian in the east. Rimmer seemed to be thinking about something as he licked his lips and raised his gaze. Rayon, what do you think? Let's go. Since he was suspicious, watching him more closely was the correct course of action. Rayon bit down his lip tightly while looking at the swordsmen from the house who had perished without even closing their eyes. Regardless of who our opponent is, we'll make sure to avenge you. Rayon and the Light Wind Division departed from the Sinnigan branch after they asked a company that traded with Sieghart to bring the deceased to the house. Since they had examined all of the corpses one by one, they only managed to enter House Lachian when the moon was crawling to the center of the sky. Welcome to Lachian. Belts nodded politely but not excessively, and the main gate, which was bathed in red light, opened. This house is also tremendous. House Lachian was on a whole different scale from the other houses. It almost looked like a royal palace instead of a house. It was smaller than Sieghart, but the buildings and facilities couldn't be compared to an ordinary house. He followed Belts and walked down the main avenue, where the swordsmen around them bowed in a disciplined manner. As expected of a house famous for their longsword technique, all of the warriors were emanating sharp and noble pressures. This is the Lord's Manor, where our head of house dwells. Belts stopped walking in front of a majestic building as tall as a spire, located at the innermost area of the estate. Its shape resembled a longsword piercing the sky, so it's this place. Rayon rubbed his fingers while listening to him. He could feel an energy as powerful as a sharpened blade from inside. Belts briefly cleared his throat and knocked on the door adorned with a drawing of a red lion. "My lord, I've brought the guests from Sieghart. Enter." The voice that immediately responded sounded so heavy that it felt like a weight was attached to it. It sounded like he was talking from right behind the door, but also from the end of a long cave at the same time. "Yes." Belts nodded, opened the door, and entered the room. Rayon glanced at the Light Wind Division before he followed Belts into the Lord's Manor. The entire Lord's Manor seemed to function as an audience chamber, unlike Sieghart, because no other room could be seen. There was only a broad path leading to the platform at the center. Luxurious. The place felt like the definition of that word. Every single thread of the red carpet felt alive, giving the impression that he was stepping on living grass, and the works of art lined up on the sides seemed priceless at a glance. "Welcome." A red-haired old man stood up from the platform, which seemed to be made of gold instead of stone. His body wasn't that big, but his powerful pressure made it feel like a mountain was rising, and his pupils were full of life despite the wrinkles on his face. "I'm the head of Lachian, Huan." Huan Lachian gestured arrogantly with his chin while looking down on the Light Wind Division as a whole. "Greetings, head of House Lachian." Rayon greeted, and the Light Wind Division lowered their heads at Huan after him. What a joyful occasion to see such tall and heroic figures. It's been a long time, War Phantom Division leader. Rimmer furrowed his brow as soon as he heard the name of the War Phantom Division. "I'm the Light Wind Division leader now. Can you call me by the correct title?" "Ah, my bad, I've gotten too old." Huan Lachian laughed loudly and shook his hand. "Which means, are you the Dragon Slayer?" His dark gaze parted from Rimmer and reached Rayon. "You are indeed on a different level. To have such power at 21 years old, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see you myself." Huan's throat was wavering, showing that he was surprised from the bottom of his heart. "Since the Dragon Slayer and the Sword of Light are visiting us, we shall hold a banquet." He murmured that he was going to prepare some drinks since he couldn't miss such a joyous occasion. "I'm sorry." Rayon stepped forward and shook his head. "Since we've lost our family's members, we aren't in a situation to have a drink. Please understand." Rayon carefully showed his refusal. "That's true. I almost made a mistake." Huan laughed while slapping his own forehead. "I'm sorry, old men at this age often end up rambling. I hope you understand." He apologized for his mistake and called for Belts. "Belts, yes." Belts went onto the platform upon hearing Huan's call. "How did it go? Was it the White Blood Religion who attacked the Sinnigan branch?" "No, it wasn't." "It wasn't." He reported everything that happened in Sinnigan to Huan. "You fool." Huan violently ground his teeth and slapped Belts' cheek. With the sound of a bursting drum, blood splattered from Belts' mouth and seeped into the red carpet. "You couldn't even figure that out. How could you humiliate us in front of our guests?" Belts turned his head, and Huan slapped his cheek a few more times while shouting. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Huan and Belts. The general opinion about him is that he is powerful but has a violent and thoughtless personality. It was also noted that, interestingly enough, he is well aware of his own limitations. The man called Huan was exactly how the report from the black market and the shadow agent's information described. However, Rayon still hadn't expected him to humiliate his successor Belts by using violence in front of the Light Wind Division, who were outsiders. He was even more thoughtless than expected. "I'm sorry for the unnecessary trouble caused by him. It's fine." Belts was hanging his head, and Rayon shook his head while looking at his back. "I must have kept you here for too long when you must be tired. Rest well for today." Huan unfurrowed his brow and shook his hand towards the butler behind him. "Please come this way." The butler quietly bowed before he opened the Lord's Manor's door to guide the Light Wind Division outside. "Ah, yes." The The Light Wind Division couldn't say anything because of the awkward atmosphere and followed the butler, leaving the audience chamber. Rayon furtively turned his head before he left. Huan and Belts were standing front to back, not facing each other or saying anything. The relationship between those two, wow. Rimmer stretched while burying his back into the sofa inside the auxiliary building's lobby. It's been a long time since the last time I was here. Have you been here before? Crane curiously went next to Rimmer. Yes, I came here once when we subjugated them. Subjugate, does that mean that you fought against Lachian? Yes, it was in the days where our head of house didn't have any wrinkles on his face. Rimmer chuckled and nodded his head. Lachian had started their rise back then. They were brimming with confidence and they were located in the same area as us. That's why we often had to clash against each other. A frontal war broke out in the end and we won it, taking them as our vassal house. Even though it was his experience, he explained as casually as if he were reading it from a history book. It's remarkable that they were kept alive. Martha tilted her head, showing that she'd never heard about it before. It was because Lachian was powerful and they didn't use any weird tricks. Our head of house must have liked the fact that they always fought head-on. Rimmer rolled his eyes upwards as he thought about that time in the past. I see. I didn't know that, the swordsman gasped. They seemed to have thought that Lachian would have obviously volunteered to obey Sieghart. By the way, is Sir Belts going to be okay? The head of Lachian seemed to be extremely angry. Dorian swallowed nervously, worried about Belts. He is so unreasonable. Martha also furrowed her brow, showing that she didn't expect Belts to be slapped. Ugly. Run-On murmured that she didn't like Huan and glared with her blank eyes. He was way too violent, unlike Sir Belts. I know, right? How could he hit his son while we were watching? He seemed to be the type of person who doesn't hold back their anger. On top of the team leaders, everyone in the Light Wind Division insulted the head of Lachian and pitied Belts. Rayon narrowed his eyes while listening to how everyone agreed that Belts was pitiful while the head of Lachian was violent. Don't tell me, was he trying to get this reaction from us? It's only temporary, but the Light Wind Division was focused on Belts and Huan instead of Sieghart's branch. Rayon was even getting the impression that Huan slapped Belts on purpose to show them that he was a violent and thoughtless head of house. Clap, Rayon lightly clapped his hands to gather the Light Wind Division's attention. You did well today. Since you must have been shocked, you can go to your rooms and rest. Or are we really resting? What's wrong with him? I know, right? I thought we were going to have to train again today. The swordsmen widened their eyes, saying that they didn't expect Rayon to tell them to rest. Do you want to hop? And no, we're leaving now. Rayon tilted his head while asking if they wanted to train, and the swordsmen rapidly shook their heads and ran into their rooms. Team leaders, stay with me. Rayon made Buran, Martha, and Run-On stay on the sofa, creating an aura barrier. What's the matter? Buran tilted his head, asking why he only made them stay. House Lachian is a bit suspicious. Rayon told the team leaders everything he'd been thinking so far. Truthfully, the Sinnigan branch should have been originally constructed in order to watch out for House Lachionvan if it became pointless as time passed because House Lachian became quiet. You're right. Rimmer nodded with a look of surprise in his eyes. As soon as we subjugated House Lachian, we built the branch to watch out for them. It's been forgotten now because House Lachian hasn't done anything in the dozens of years after that. How did you even figure that out? Because it's only natural. Rayon lowered his hand, saying that it wasn't anything special. Doesn't that mean that House Lachian would be the first one to be suspected if the branch was attacked? Buran squinted while looking at Rayon. It's precisely because that's the normal conclusion that many people think that House Lachian isn't the perpetrator. You all are the best example of that. None of you suspected House Lachian. Rayon calmly shook his head. Most importantly, I'm concerned about the fact that Belts Lachian failed to recognize that the wounds weren't from the white blood religion. Even though he didn't know much about the white blood religion, Rayon couldn't understand how he missed the fact that the wounds were made at drastically different times. The demonic energy was of course the biggest reason why he suspected him, but he didn't mention it because he was the only one who noticed it. The head of Lachian looked like he just had a bad personality. I can't believe that a person who slaps his son in front of the guests would plot something like that. Martha twisted her lips, saying that the head of Lachian looked like a simpleton. That might be an act too. Rayon looked at the three team leaders one after the other and tapped the table with his finger. And most importantly, the traitors don't have much time. They don't have much time, yes. You should know that we recently filtered out the traitors in our house, right? Yes. Since we cleaned up inside the house, everyone knows that the vassal houses come next. They might have plotted something in their impatience, and the branch found out, which made them decide to attack it. It was still unknown what exactly happened, and there was no proof that Lachian was the perpetrator, but there were enough reasons to suspect them. Then why did we come all the way here? It might be dangerous, Run-On asked, the question reasonable despite her blank eyes. It might indeed be dangerous, however. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile as if he's been waiting for that question. Some things can only be figured out after we come here. Food. As soon as he made that declaration, Wrath suddenly woke up while drooling from his mouth. Since we haven't eaten anything all day long, let's start by eating. That's the most important task. Please just sleep. How's Lakian? Lord's manor. Are you okay? Huan asked as he looked at Beltz's torn cheek with a worried expression on his face. It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry about it. Beltz wiped away the blood flowing from his cheek and shook his head. They wouldn't have been deceived if we didn't go this far. He briefly exhaled while looking down on the empty carpet. Yes, fortunately, it looks like we averted the crisis, Huan said as he nodded gently, as if his fiery pressure had never happened. It's too early to be relieved. Beltz furrowed his brow while grabbing his left wrist. Rayon Sieghart and the Sword of Rakshasa noticed that the white blood religion wasn't the perpetrator right after they saw the corpses in the Sinigin branch. They are extremely insightful, so they must still suspect us. They probably do, but they won't find anything. Huan and Bletz casually continued their conversation, as if they'd already expected that the Light Wind Division would notice that the white blood religion didn't attack the Sinigin branch. Since there are no clues, they will suspect us and the 5 demons, and even start to think that there's an unknown enemy. They'll fall into a swamp of thoughts. In the end, they will simply end up as our sacrifices. By sacrifices, you mean? Beltz tilted his head, showing that he couldn't understand what he meant by sacrifice. I told them that the Light Wind Division is visiting us, and he said he will personally arrive. Huan leaned back in his chair and curved his lips into a smile. I thought Xiaolin ruined the plan we've been preparing for dozens of years, but this is even better. We will take this opportunity to get rid of our humiliating role as a vassal house. I respect your will, father. However, it's a bit regrettable. Beltz briefly clicked his tongue while looking up into the air. It's true that the preparations aren't perfect, but we can't wait forever. Since all 5 demons are restraining Sieghart right now, this is the perfect time to proceed. That's not what I meant. He slowly shook his head at Huan. If this was going to happen anyway, I should have stopped them from bringing the corpses in Sinigin to Sieghart. Because we could have used those corpses to fill Cryatus's stomach. Kuhahaha. Huan laughed like a madman and patted Beltz's back. Yes, that's how you should think as Huan's son, as Lakian's successor. His gentle smile was unbefitting of his appearance, showing that he was truly satisfied with Beltz's statement. But feeding the blood of those vermin to it won't achieve any impactful growth for Cryatus. It's soon going to devour the flesh and drink the blood of the Sword of Light and the Dragon Slayer, so you don't need to worry about it. Huan shook his hand, telling him to look forward to it. When are we getting started? He said that he was going to head this way immediately, so everything will be over by tomorrow evening. He tapped on the throne's armrest with his finger and curved his lips into an evil smile. Watch Xiaolin carefully until then and make sure that she doesn't do anything stupid. She'll never be able to escape since I've dispatched Basian. My second son is way too aggressive. I'm worried about what he will do. I'll go see. Yes, the one who will become the head of Lakian needs to know everything at all times. Huan finished talking and looked out the window. His lips curved into a frightening smile as he watched the moon floating in the sky. Our Lakian is going to rise on its own soon enough. Rayon looked around after he put on a mask. Oh, Dorian blinked in a daze. He was with him because he used the same room. I'll be back, so I leave it to you in the meantime. Don't worry about it. Dorian took a human-sized doll wearing a blonde wig from his belly pocket. He put the doll in Rayon's bed, covered it with the blanket, and gave him a thumbs up. It's perfect, isn't it? It's perfect indeed, but why do you even have a doll like that? It's an SS. Whatever, stop it. Rayon couldn't understand how far his concept of necessity stretched. Rayon rapidly shook his head, opened the window slightly, and escaped through the small opening. The things you were looking for, you might be able to find them in his pocket. Wrath gasped, dumbfounded by Dorian's belly pocket. That might be true. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. He felt like he could just ask him to give him a dragon heart, and Dorian would take it out of his belly pocket, while saying that it was a necessity. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the mansion on the opposite side from above the auxiliary building's roof. I knew it, they are observing us. He could feel the presence of people observing the auxiliary building from the mansion's window. Since he escaped from the window while their gazes were elsewhere, none of them had noticed Rayon's presence. Rayon concealed himself inside the shadow of the night and headed to the Lord's manor, where he'd met Huan. Huan and Beltz were nowhere to be seen because it was early in the morning, and the warriors standing guard were glaring around with straight postures. Let's start here. He used the Snowflower's veil on top of minimizing his presence to start probing into House Lakian. He investigated how many people were on guard, where they were guarding, and which area was the most defended before he returned to the Lord's manor. How strange. Even though he'd thoroughly searched House Lakian, he couldn't find any demonic energy, blood energy, or anything special like a formation. It was a completely ordinary house of warriors that was simply rather powerful. Rayon leaned his back against a wall where the moonlight didn't reach and bit his lip. I couldn't have been mistaken about that demonic energy. The stench of corrupted demonic energy that he'd felt from Beltz was the real deal. Even though he couldn't sense it, there was definitely something inside the house that was spreading the demonic energy. Shall I look for it tomorrow? The sun was going to rise in a few hours. He started to think that he should stop for the time being and resume the next dawn. No, I can't drag this out when I have no idea what Lakian is planning. Nothing was determined yet the relationship between Huen and Belts, what they were plotting, and the perpetrator of the attack on the Sinnigan branch. Since he couldn't predict how the situation was going to unfold, gathering information as fast as possible was the right course of action. Rayon climbed the high and straight pillar of the Lord's manor. He looked down on the entirety of House Lakian from the highest spot. I couldn't find it in the buildings, gardens, lakes, or facilities. Then where could it be? He looked around and noticed a small mountain to the east, adjacent to House Lakian's territory. A mountain, is it private property? In that case, it would be the best location, since it was right next to the house and no one lived around it. It was the perfect place to hide something. It was going to take a long time to search the entire mountain, but Rayon estimated that he could return by sunrise if he moved quickly. Rayon made up his mind and went over the Lakian's wall to head towards the mountain. Once he reached the base of the mountain, a terrible stench similar to sewage stimulated his soul. This stench, it was weaker than the stench he'd gotten from Belts the day before, but it had almost the exact same nature. It was definitely corrupted demonic energy. Wrath. Rayon called for Wrath, but he didn't respond. He seemed to have fallen asleep already. He was seriously useless when it counted. Rayon frowned because of the stench and climbed the mountain. The scent of the corrupted demonic energy originated from a boulder located halfway up the mountain. This place, Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the boulder. The stench was endlessly leaking from it, but he couldn't feel any mana. However, his assassin's eyes were grasping something. The color of the soil differs very slightly. The soil surrounding the boulder was a shade different from elsewhere. It must have been the result of the boulder's movement pushing up the soil, which means it's a mechanism. Considering the fact that he couldn't sense any mana at all, it must have been a device made purely of machines. Shall I go back? He managed to learn where to touch to move it after a close examination of the boulder. However, the ones inside might notice his presence if he opened the path. That was why he couldn't hastily decide to enter. Rayon jumped down from the boulder and climbed a tree nearby. Someone was bound to enter, so he figured it would be best to wait until that happened. He waited about an hour on the tree before he sensed a presence from above the mountain instead of underneath. His presence was almost perfectly concealed, but he couldn't hide from Rayon's aura perception since he was using the perception of the snow flower. Rayon waited while holding his breath, and a bulky man wearing a robe quietly came down from the mountain and stood in front of the boulder. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at his back. Belts Lakian. His entire body was covered by his robes, but he was Belts Lakian. Even though he was hiding his presence, there was no way Rayon wouldn't recognize him since he'd only met him the day before. SSSH. He seemed to have noticed that the soil around the boulder had different colors. He carefully mixed the soil with his hand and put his finger into the hole carved at the edge of the boulder. SSSH. The boulder was smoothly pushed away, and a hole leading inside opened up. As Rayon expected, it was a mechanism that didn't use any mana at all. Rayon followed Belts like a shadow as he entered the hole. This is terrible. The stench was even worse inside. Rayon could guess that they'd use some kind of sorcery or magic to keep the demonic energy inside, then use the mechanism to keep intruders at bay. They are extremely meticulous. Even though it was in their own home, they spared no effort in making it covert. It was clear that they were no ordinary people, just like he'd expected. Rayon went down while only stepping on the stairs that Belts stepped on, and he could see a cavern illuminated by vivid yellow lighting. There were a significant number of rooms connected to the cavern. The sound of breathing could be heard from inside, and the stench of corrupted demonic energy was leaking from their breath. What are they even doing here? Rayon followed Belts while wondering about what they were doing with the corrupted demonic energy and how they were controlling it. Belts was walking towards the biggest door at the center of the cavern, as if he weren't interested in anything else. Wham! Once he opened the door, a place that looked like it was covered in red paint was revealed. A little girl wearing ragged clothes was bound by chains in the dusty corner, and a middle-aged woman was floating in the air, tied with thin threads like a marionette. Huh, Belts, you're here. The young man who was tearing off the middle-aged woman's flesh raised his chin sharply. Huff. The middle-aged woman's flesh was torn off, but she bit her lip to the point of bleeding to swallow her scream, probably because of the girl in the corner. Basian, what are you doing? It's boring to just take care of a child. I was having some fun to relieve my boredom. The young man called Basian flicked his finger to launch the flesh and blood from his hand. The flesh flew at the little girl and dropped at her feet. I'm pretty sure I told you to simply observe Sialin. Belts furrowed his brow while looking at the little girl, who was groaning. I didn't do anything after I saw the blood yesterday. You should understand this much. Basian complained and shrugged his shoulders. Belts looked at Basian for a moment before he approached Sialin, who was tied up in a corner. Be belts, please, I beg you, let my nanny go. Xiaolin didn't even care about herself. She went on her knees in front of Belts, pleading for him to save her nanny, who was tied up by threads. I'll never do it ever again. I won't do anything, so please. Actions have consequences. Belts calmly shook his head. If you didn't go to the Sinnigan branch, no one in there would have died and your nanny wouldn't have ended up in that state. It's all your fault, Be Belts. Xiaolin's lips trembled, terrified by Belts' emotionless eyes. Yes, that's right. If you hadn't done anything, I wouldn't have needed to waste my time here. Basian frowned and shook his hand. But you were rather lucky. I would have cut your head off already if you weren't my little sister. He mimed drawing a line on his neck with his hand as if it were a shame that he couldn't do it. Basian. Belts turned around and looked down at Basian. Sieghart's men are on the move. Don't leave this place for a while. Why do I have to stay in here like a mole? It's boring. Just endure it a bit longer. What you want is going to happen soon. Huh, really? Our father made up his mind. Even that person is going to arrive soon. Finally, are we removing that dirty title of vassal house? A grotesque laugh leaked from Basian as he said that he was looking forward to it. If you understand, stay quiet. Belts grabbed the doorknob. He turned around to briefly look at Xiaolin, then he opened the door and left the room. Too bad for you. Basian approached Xiaolin with heavy and shuffling steps. My youngest sister, you must have been waiting for those bastards from Sieghart, but it looks like our father is planning to offer them as sacrifices. He caressed Xiaolin's cheek and rolled his lips into a smile. It's all over now, and you are also going to become like me soon enough. Basian licked his lips while looking at Xiaolin, madness leaking from his eyes. You'd better get used to it in advance because the family you used to know doesn't exist anymore. He sneered at his little sister before he went outside. I'm sorry. Xiaolin lowered her head and the tears that she'd been suppressing flowed from her eyes. I am fine, my lady. Her nanny, who was tied by threads, twitched her dry lips. You were trying to do the right thing. I'm fine, so please steady your heart. The nanny forced herself to smile while looking at Xiaolin. I'm really sorry. Xiaolin's hands were shaking uncontrollably. The shackle binding her wrist trembled, making a faint sound echo throughout the room. If only I didn't do anything. It was because she went to the Sinnigan branch that everyone who'd helped her escape had died, and her nanny was being tortured, her flesh being torn off. She even wanted to end her own life because she felt guilty for the death of everyone in the Sinnigan branch. Sniff. Xiaolin scratched the ground with her bloody nails when a man wearing a black mask emerged from the shadow behind the door. His nonchalant eyes were revealed, his finger placed in front of his mouth. Rayon created a thin aura barrier to prevent Basian from hearing them and walked up to the two. Ah, who are you? Xiaolin simply groaned, and her nanny barely managed to open her mouth. I'm from Sieghart. Rayon took out the tablet with Sieghart's emblem on it and showed it to them. Ah. The nanny let the tears that she'd been suppressing for the sake of the girl fall, exhaling her desperate breath. Please, please save Our Lady. Rayon looked at the girl who was shackled by chains while listening to the nanny. Is she the one who delivered the information to the Sinnigan branch? Rayon managed to acquire a significant amount of information from the conversation between Belts and Basian. That girl was called Xiaolin, and she was the little sister of the two. She seemed to be the one who tried to reveal Lakian's evil deeds to the Sinnigan branch. Tell me what's going on here. Rayon went on one knee and met Xiaolin's eyes. Xiaolin's shoulders trembled, overwhelmed by emotions, but she realized that she didn't have much time and immediately nodded. Oh, our house has joined forces with the Holy Sword Alliance. Holy Sword Alliance. Rayon frowned while looking at Xiaolin. Is she really mentioning the Holy Sword Alliance now? He'd thought that it was obviously the Black Tower that was backing them up because of the demonic energy filling the space. That was why the name of Holy Sword Alliance was completely unexpected. Yes, it's the Holy Sword Alliance. Our house changed after their swordsman visited us and gave a sword to my father. What do you mean by changed? The swordsmen who couldn't recklessly swing their swords at people started to commit murder for no reason. They only focus on swords, and getting stronger is their only concern. They are completely uninterested in other matters. Xiaolin forcibly opened her trembling lips and continued. The people who didn't change like that disappeared overnight, and people whose faces I don't know replaced them. My home is gradually becoming a completely unknown place. Is that why you went to the Sinnigan branch? I was trying to tell them that the Holy Sword Alliance was behind it, but everyone was killed. She lowered her head while telling him about how Belts went to the Sinnigan branch to destroy them. The girl couldn't even make a sound as her mind cried in despair. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone to them. It's because of me that they... That's not true. Rayon shook his head while holding Xiaolin's shoulders, which were trembling so violently that it made him anxious. You did nothing wrong, he said, observing the demonic energy emerging from other rooms at the same time. Is there demonic energy influenced by that sword? A sword that created corrupted demonic energy. It wouldn't be strange to call it a demonic sword, but why did they give a sword like that to them? Since the Holy Sword Alliance was a group of insane sword demons who only cared about gaining powerful swordsmanships and swords, it wouldn't be strange for them to possess a sword like that. However, Rayon couldn't understand why they would ever give it to House Lachian. Considering the fact that he said that person is coming, they might be a trade. Who was backing House Lachian and what they were doing were revealed, but it seemed difficult to resolve the issue. No, there's an easy way to resolve it. Considering what Belts has said, Huan seemed to be planning to hand over the Light Wind Division to the Holy Sword Alliance. That meant he just needed to take over the house as quickly as possible and make a trap to attack the Holy Sword Alliance when they arrived. That should create the best results without taking any damage. Where is the sword that the Holy Sword Alliance gave them? It disappeared after I saw it, and I don't know where it is. I'm sorry. It's fine, Rayon put his hand on Xiaolin's head and smiled at her. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to rescue you right now. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Can you endure it? Since the Light Wind Division wasn't aware of the situation either, taking action right away wasn't a good decision. The best course of action was to finish the preparations perfectly and take action while the enemy was unprepared. I'm fine, but... Xiaolin bit her lip while looking at her nanny. It's okay. I can endure it. The nanny smiled awkwardly and nodded her head. I'll be back soon, so please endure. Rayon nodded at them and hid away in the darkness. His eyes glowed red as he left the room filled with demonic energy. I have much to do. The next day, Huan Lachian frowned while sitting on his throne. What's the matter? Most of the warriors in the house were gathered in the Lord's manor in the morning because Rimmer suddenly asked him to summon everyone in the house. Since it was Rimmer's request instead of Rayon Sieghart, it shouldn't be a big deal. Belts calmly shook his head. Even though his energy center was repaired, he's still living like a punk. I'm sure he's only going to say stupid shit like he did yesterday. The Sword of Light's craftiness is second to none. We need to be careful. Did you check on Xiaolin and Basian? Yes, they both haven't moved from there. Ha! Huan furrowed his brow and lightly drank the tea on the table. The day is near. We only need to endure a bit more, so be careful with your actions and words. I'll keep it in mind. Belts nodded, and a knock could be heard from the audience chamber's door. Enter. Huan nodded. The Lord's Manor's door opened up, and the Light Wind Division and Rimmer made their entrances. The swordsman's eyes were shining dangerously, like generals on a battlefield. Even though Rimmer and most of the Light Wind swordsmen could be seen, Rayon Sieghart and another person were missing. Why are you missing people, after asking us to gather every... We found the culprit. Rimmer cut Huan off and smiled cheerfully. Culprit, I'm talking about the culprit that we were all looking for. We found out about the evil fiends who attacked the Sinnigan branch and killed countless people. His eyes were brimming with confidence as he advanced through the central path, acting as if he'd figured out the truth behind the incident. Who is it? Huan suppressed his pounding heart and asked the question with bloodshot eyes. The son of a bitch who caused this is. Rimmer's smile deepened. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a huge vibration occurred from the eastern mountain of House Lachian. Wham! A huge sound of explosion followed, and everyone inside the audience chamber looked in that direction. What is that? We've unleashed a mad dog. Rimmer bared his white teeth while looking up at Huan. He will bring the perpetrator soon enough, of course. I can't guarantee his life. Rayon activated the mechanism attached to the boulder. The large boulder that looked like a turtle's head was pushed away soundlessly, and the path leading underground opened. Rayon inhaled the cold air of daybreak and set foot into the hole that was as dark as the abyss without hesitation. He descended by only stepping on the stairs that Belts had stepped on, and the vivid yellow lighting seeped into the cold ground just like at dawn. However, there was one difference. It was the presence of the Lachian's swordsmen. The swordsmen blocked his path, revealing the crimson demonic energy in their eyes. It's meaningless, though. Rayon surrounded himself with the darkness of the cavern as if he were wearing a robe, walked past the swordsmen, and stood in front of the door at the center leading to the room where Basian was staying. What? No one is coming down even though the door opened. The Lachian swordsmen spread their aura perception to examine the surroundings, but none of them managed to find Rayon's presence. The middle-aged man who seemed to have the highest rank among them frowned and knocked on the door of Basian's room. Knock, knock. The door opened as soon as the two knocks ended, and Huan Lachian's second son, Basian, came out. What? Basian squinted while wiping the blood off his cheek. Rayon looked inside the room through the gap in the door when he came out. Xiaolin was limp on the ground with bruises on her forearm and thigh while her nanny had lost a significant amount of flesh on her shoulder, as if she had been bitten by a beast. They weren't moving in the slightest, and their extremely faint breathing implied that they were both unconscious. It can't be. Did he seriously beat up a child? Wrath furrowed his brow in disbelief. Moreover, he only hit the parts that can be hidden with clothes, so he won't be found out. He needs to die. Does he have nothing better to do than beat up a child? I agree with you for once. Rayon forcibly suppressed his boiling anger and strained his finger. Why are you knocking on my door? Who's here? Basian looked at the stairs while shouting. He was apparently also aware of the fact that the boulder path had opened. The door is open, but no one came down. What kind of nonsense is that? He twisted his lips and took a step out of his room. The moment Basian took his second step, Rayan used his clenched fist to smack Basian's face. Smack! With the sound of a boulder shattering, Basian's face twisted and he slammed into the wall. Hua. Rayan grabbed Basian by his collar as he let out a painful groan and unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand to cut off his arm. Hua. Basian's right arm, which had tried to counter by reflex, dropped onto the cold ground and he let out a screeching scream. Who are you? Do you really believe you'll be fine after doing this in Lakian? Let him go right now. Lakian's swordsmen glared at him while unleashing their demonic energies above their shoulders. Shut up, Rayan quietly declared while pointing the blade of Requiem at Basian's neck. If you mouth off or twitch a single finger, your master is going to die. He made a small cut on Basian's throat while threatening them. Red blood started to soak the blade of Requiem. Rayan was forcing the evil fiends who had given up on being humans to realize that he was the one in charge, not Basian. Basian touched his severed shoulder with his left hand and ground his teeth violently. Did you believe that I'd yield to a petty threat like that? Probably because he was possessed by demonic energy. New flesh was sprouting from his shoulder. Attack him. He can't kill me anyway. Cut his head off right now. Basian shouted for them to attack Rayan without minding him. Kring, Lakian's swordsmen dashed forward as soon as they heard the order, unleashing their sword strikes. Their blades, surrounded by dark demonic energy, were rushing towards Rayan hungrily. Rayan wielded the blade of Requiem in reverse grip and slammed it into Basian's spine. Crack! The shattering sound of bone echoed throughout the cavern, and Basian fell to the ground powerlessly. Clench! The moment the swords of Lakian's swordsmen were right in front of his neck, Rayan clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt with his right hand. The crimson light emanating from the tip of his fingers ruthlessly tore apart the blades that were blazing with demonic energy. Wham! A tremendous explosion occurred, and the attack of the demonic energy in House Lakian's swordsmen turned into ash before it subsided. Rumble! The cavern's ceiling collapsed because of the tremendous power of his strike, and warm sunlight crept into the underground that only had experienced the yellow lighting so far. Who are you? Basian could only tremble his lips because the impact on his spine had paralyzed his entire body. He couldn't even budge a finger. Did you think I wouldn't kill you? Rayan met Basian's eyes and took off the mask covering his face. BL blonde hair and red eyes. Rayan Sieghart, why are you here? I didn't ask you about my name. Why did you think that I wouldn't kill you? Because of the hostages, that's. You're right, I'm not going to kill you yet. I need that demonic energy surrounding you. Rayan rolled his lips into a smile while watching Basian's shoulder, which was regenerating as he spoke. However, once you're no longer of use to me, your head will roll. You'd better keep your mouth shut if you want to live a bit longer. Rayan stepped on Basian's head and entered the room. He treated the nanny with the divinity blooming from the underworld first because her injuries were more severe. Then he approached Xiaolin. SW swordsman, you're really Rayan Sieghart. Xiaolin had woken up because of the sound of the explosion and asked about his identity with trembling eyelids. Yes, Rayan nodded after he easily destroyed the chains squeezing into her arms and legs. Can you stand up? Ah, yes. Xiaolin nodded and stood up while putting her hand on the wall. She sank to the ground once again because she'd been kneeling for so long, but she stood back up right away. I'm going to fight against your house from now on. House Lakian's sins need to be thoroughly exposed if we want to avoid the fight escalating any further. Rayan lowered his heavy gaze to meet Xiaolin's transparent eyes. Can you take up that task? I'm well aware that it's a difficult one, so I'm not going to force you. However, we should be able to reduce the casualties if you step up. Since he kept Basian alive, he could create some proof somehow. But if Xiaolin explained the circumstances herself, she should be able to awaken the warriors who weren't engulfed by the demonic energy yet. However, she had witnessed the deaths of the people in the Synagogue branch, and she'd been locked in a room to be tortured. That was why Rayan understood if she didn't want to do it. I'll do it. Please let me do it. Xiaolin nodded while looking at her nanny, who still hadn't woken up, and Basian, who had collapsed on the ground. In return, can you save our house? Ha. Rayan exhaled quietly while listening to Xiaolin's teary voice. Even people like them are family to her. Even though she was afraid of her father and brothers, she still wanted to save them. The reason she tried to deliver the situation of her house to the Synagogue branch must have been because she wanted her family to stay as it was. I'll do my best. Rayan nodded without telling her for sure. Is it over? Dorian had been waiting at the base of the mountain, but he must have come up after hearing the explosion. He was watching from above the collapsed ceiling with trembling eyebrows. I thought there was a landslide. Come down? Ah, yes. As soon as Dorian landed in the cavern, he pinched his nose and furrowed his brow. Oh, this place is really filled with a strange odor. It's the stench of demonic energy. Rayan opened the door to the room next to the one where Xiaolin was locked in. People wearing House Lakian's martial uniform were piled up in a corner with no signs of life. Those cruel bastards, considering the fact that the corpses were completely dried up, even lacking any flesh, their vitality must have been drained. Rayon walked to the center of the cavern, which was connected to multiple rooms. The deepest and most intense stench of demonic energy was coming from below. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground, and the ground exploded into pieces, revealing the lower area. Some kind of tree root was embedded upside down on the ground, emitting an intense stench of demonic energy. What is this? Rayon was rubbing his fingers because he couldn't tell what it was, and Wrath's eyes widened upon seeing the tree root. Why is the life-sapping tree root in a place like this? Life-sapping tree. It's unsure why only the root is here, but this is a tree from devildom. It quietly digs into the ground and sucks all the nutrients up like a hungry demon. It has a voracious appetite, and not even monsters live around a life-sapping tree. He snorted, saying that he didn't like it because it reminded him of gluttony. Did they gather the demonic energy by offering people up as sacrifices to this root? However, Rayon couldn't feel that much demonic energy from the tree itself. It just had an intense stench. Dorian, take this with you. Even though the demonic energy wasn't intense, the lingering scent of demonic energy could be proof. That was why Rayon threw the life-sapping tree root to Dorian. Yuhei. Dorian managed to catch the root with only his fingernails, probably because he was afraid of it. Are you ready? Basian was lying in front of the door, and Rayon picked him up by the hair. What do I even need to get ready for? You must be already aware. Why are you even asking? Rayon's lips twisted as he looked into Basian's trembling eyes. Get ready to lose everything you had. Wam, Hugh, and Lakian kicked the platform and ran out of the Lord's manor. Belts and the other executives followed him outside. What's happening there? Why is smoke rising from Bikin Mountain? House Lakian's swordsman's lips trembled as they watched the gray smoke rising from halfway up Bikin Mountain in the east. You bastard, what have you done? Huan turned around and glared at Rimmer, who was slowly walking out. Murderous intent was leaking from his dark eyes in a frightening manner. Are you finally revealing your true nature? The demonic energy is leaking from your eyes. What? Nonsense. Huan's lips trembled in panic even more than when the mountain exploded. It wasn't just him. The executives protecting him from his side were also emanating an eerie light from their eyes. I was just kidding. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, saying that he must have been mistaken. But why are you panicking so hard? Just tell me it's not if it isn't demonic energy. He raised his chin sharply, a sneer hanging from his lips. Your filthy mouth is going to kill you one day. That might be true, but you are going to go before I do, don't you think? Belts. Huan turned his head and called for Belts as if he didn't want to deal with him anymore. Yes, Belts knelt in front of Huan upon hearing his violent voice. Go there and check, find out what happened. Understood. You don't need to go. Rimmer cheerfully shook his hand. Our mad dog should be coming this way with a bone in his mouth. Rayon Sieghart. Huan bit his lip, realizing who that mad dog was referring to. Oh, speak of the mad dog and he shall appear. Rimmer smiled cheerfully and raised his finger. Everyone could see that Rayon was running towards the Lord's manor while stepping onto the rooftops one after the other. He seems to be carrying a person. That person. Basian. It's Sir Basian. Lakian's swordsmen widened their eyes upon realizing that Rayon was carrying Basian. Thud. As everyone reacted in surprise, Rayon lightly kicked the wall and landed in front of Huan. Hey, you're late. The guests have been waiting. Rimmer put his hands on his waist and frowned at him. There were lots of things to find. Rayon responded and tapped on Basian's head. Be Basian. Huan bit his lip while looking at his second son, whose arm was torn off and who couldn't even stand properly. What have you done? Even for Sieghart, this kind of violence can't be forgiven. Unforgivable. Lakian's swordsmen unsheathed their swords and unleashed their bloodlust as if they were going to attack at any moment. I'm fine with a fight. Rimmer smoothly gripped the hilt of his sword, and the light wind division managed the distance, prepared to get into formation at any moment while unleashing their sharp pressures. Since I couldn't see your second young master, I wondered about it and looked for him. I found him hiding underground like a mole. Rayon lifted Basian to let him meet Huan's eyes. Father. You bastard, Huan barked, glaring. What do you think you are doing? Do you even realize the consequences of your actions? It will be your death. Rayon cut Huan off as if he were slashing with a sword. Your second son has been caught. How long are you planning to keep up the act? Rayon sneered and twisted Basian's left arm. With the sound of smashing bones, his arm went limp like a marionette without a string. Basian's shoulder trembled as he screamed. His smashed spine must have regenerated with demonic energy, as his senses had returned to a certain extent. Huan could only bite his lip, unable to respond. He wasn't the only one. Belts and the other swordsmen also remained quiet. Unlike House Sullian, where Syria was the only one who'd gone crazy, most of the people in House Lakian were plotting it together. What do you mean by that? Stop humiliating our lord. What has the second young master even done? However, the warriors who weren't chosen by Huan because they were too young or old were proudly raising their voices, completely ignorant of the situation. I'll have to tell you, since some of you don't know about it. Rayon smiled while meeting the heated gazes of the swordsmen. This man, not only him, your head of house, Huan Lakian, and the executives in front of you allied with the Holy Sword Alliance and sacrificed the warriors of the house to the demonic sword. Be bullshit. It's complete nonsense. Yes. There's no reason for our house to ally with the Holy Sword Alliance. Bring proof. Since they'd never imagined such an accusation, their confident voices subsided as if they were buried under mud. You should know once you see this. Rayon turned Basian's body around to show them his shoulder, the one that was torn apart. The demonic energy eating his body was forcibly regenerating his arm. Regeneration? No, that's demonic energy. Then what he just said is all. Yes, it's true. Rayon nodded in response to the warriors. The assault on the Sinnigan branch, the sudden appearance of bandits, and the disappearance of the main executives of the house who were killed afterwards. Rayon raised his index finger and pointed at Huan Lakian. We're all done by your head of house and the executives. As soon as he finished talking, Lakian's swordsmen looked at Huan. Their eyes had lost their trust, wavering like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean. Unbelievable. That's right. It's possible that you covered him with demonic energy. However, many people were still unable to believe him. My lord, he is lying, right? Please tell us, can't you believe your lord? Belt stepped forward and revealed the unyielding look in his eyes. Trust him. Who's going to trust our lord if we don't trust him? He shouted at them to trust their lord, saying that Sieghart was trying to divide Lakian. I don't even need to refute that. Huan lied without even batting an eye. It's all his doing and he is trying to blame it on us. I knew it. They call you the White Sword Dragon and Dragon Slayer, but you are just a bastard possessed by demon. He is an enemy. We need to kill him right away. The swordsmen understood with their heads that Huan was lying, but they still shouted, unable to accept it with their hearts. Yes, I knew this was going to happen. Rayon chuckled and nodded his head. Since Huan was their head of house with a good reputation, it was only natural that they couldn't easily accept it. Come out now. Rayon bobbed his hand behind him and Dorian came forward with Xiaolin. Lady, even our lady was captured. No, Xiaolin shook her head firmly and took a step forward. I was captured by my second brother, not the swordsman Rayon. What happened was... She disclosed everything that happened to her so far with everyone in House Lakian gathered around her. Funnily enough, her miserable appearance added weight to her testimony. My lord, how could this happen? Please say something. Huan lowered his head, not responding to them. Ha. He exhaled violently and raised his gaze. His eyes were glowing black, looking like they were covered by rain clouds. My lord, I'm sorry. Huan calmly extended his hand, and the chests of the swordsmen who were asking for the truth suddenly exploded, a dark sphere being sucked into his hand. It was a lump of corrupted demonic energy. It put off an extreme stench. My lord. The swordsmen couldn't even close their eyes as they collapsed, unable to believe that they were dying like that. Your death shall be the foundation for Lakian to stand upon. Huan gave them a heavy nod as if he were serious about it. Impressive. I heard that the most frightening part about Rayon Sieghart was his mental prowess instead of his sword. It was true. He wrinkled the corners of his eyes while looking up to Rayon. However, you don't know anything about me. You don't understand how I've been living, nor how I've been enduring so far. Huan shouted toward the sky as if he were yelling at the world instead of Rayon. I am not wrong. What? Rayon looked at Huan in disbelief. Do you know how a vassal house lives? Huan giggled while sweeping his hair back. A vassal house. It's adorned with pretty words, but it's pretty much a slave. We are just dogs who have to come running to Sieghart whenever we are called. He continued while scratching the back of his hand with his nails. Sieghart took over Lakian when I became the successor. Do you understand what that means? This house has never been mine. I'm the head of house, yet Glenn Sieghart is above me. Huan stopped laughing and clenched his fist. That humiliation. Do you understand the humiliation of being crushed under someone else from the start? I do. Rayon calmly shook his head. Even with the same achievements, you are looked down upon, and even if you didn't do anything, people sneer and laugh at you. I know what kind of life that is. Rayon was humiliated countless times as he lived as a collateral who was born from the direct line. Even though he had the position as the vice division leader, the direct lines still looked down on him and revealed their distaste towards him. That was why he could fully understand what Huan was talking about. But so what? What? Huan's eyes widened because of the unexpected response. If you wanted to overcome those humiliating gazes and that mockery, you should have done it with your own power. Instead, you borrowed someone else's power, and the Holy Sword Alliance's demonic sword on top of that. Rayon rolled his lips into a cold sneer. You haven't escaped from Sieghart to stand alone. You simply decided to wag your tail at the Holy Sword Alliance instead of Sieghart. Huan's throat trembled intensely, unable to respond. He must have already thought about it before. Try wagging your tail at me. Maybe I'll give you a sword technique. Shut your mouth, he leaned forward and screeched. D-Dad. Xiaolin looked at Huan with her hands put together. Please stop it. Just stop now. The little girl realized that this was the last chance she had and ran forward in order to stop her father from straying onto the wrong path. Xiaolin. Huan's head briefly trembled. It's you. You ruined everything. It's all your fault. D-Dad, you shouldn't have been born. He extended his hand while grinding his teeth. The dark demonic energy and aura condensed into a sphere, rushing towards Xiaolan's chest. Xiaolan didn't even dare to dodge the dark current rushing towards her, freezing on the spot. She closed her eyes, realizing that death was approaching her. However, she didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes upon feeling a heat seeping over her shoulders, quelling her trembling. Instead, she saw Rayon's back, his dark coat fluttering behind him. Sir Rayon, I'm sorry. Rayon turned around and smiled bitterly. I won't be able to grant your request, he said, lightly tapping on Xiaolan's neck. He caught Xiaolan as she fainted with a quiet groan and handed her over to Dorian. I leave her to you. I'll protect her no matter what. Dorian nodded, an unusual determination in his eyes. Rayon bit his lip tightly while looking at his trembling hand. He wasn't just threatening. Huan was seriously trying to kill Xiaolan a moment ago. If he'd been careless, he would have seen such a little girl disappear without leaving any trace. The anger that he'd been forcibly suppressing started to rage uncontrollably. Father. Basian extended his left arm, which had regained sensation, towards Huan. Save me, please. Don't worry, you are never going to die because you inherited my power. I'll definitely save. Rayon raised his right hand and snapped Basian's neck as he listened to Huan. Crack. With the sound of twisting bones, the light faded from Basian's eyes. Since Rayon cut off the line of demonic energy with the divinity blooming from the underworld, Basian couldn't regenerate anymore and immediately perished. Be Basian. Huan's chin trembled upon witnessing Basian's death. I took care of your son since the world doesn't need him. Rayon smiled coldly while brushing off his hands. You don't need to thank me. How dare you? He extended his hand towards the ground. The land fissured like a spider web, and a strangely shaped sword with dozens of blades extending from it like a tree root was pulled out. The blade had a frighteningly dark color, and it retained its grainy texture as if it were made of wood. Is that the demonic sword? He must have been hiding the demonic sword deep underground in order to hide the stench of demonic energy. But it almost looks like it's made of wood. It doesn't almost look like it. It's actually made of wood. What? They fed human vitality to the life-sapping tree root that you saw earlier, and the demonic energy is being released through that stem. What an interesting way of using it, Wrath quietly exclaimed, saying that he didn't expect to see such a way of using the life-sapping tree. Rumble, Huan stabbed the sky with the demonic sword, and dark liquid gushed from the fissured ground to darken the sky and land. It was an eerie phenomenon, perfectly befitting the name of a demonic sword. I'm not the only one who is enhanced by the power of the demonic sword, Crietus. None of you will manage to survive. Just like Huan said, powerful pressures burst from the swordsmen standing behind him. The demonic energies inside their bodies seeped into their aura. The power gushing from them as a result was on a whole different level. What is that crazy demonic sword? Not only the plain swordsmen, but even the team leaders like Burin, Martha, and Runun bit their lips, frightened by the demonic energy. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground. Crimson flames burst from his feet and scorched the darkened land. Light wind division, listen. Noble waves of energy spread from him, fending off the intense demonic energy and illuminating the area with a clear radiance. For the sin of colluding with enemy forces, murdering members of their family, and committing human sacrifices, the head of House Lachian and all their executives will be executed. I hear and I obey. The Light Wind Division was terrified by the demonic energy, but they held their swords upside down to perform a sword salute, then roared to push back the darkness. Rayon nodded, showing that he would be counting on them before he advanced forward. The flame bursting from under his feet started to fade away, frightened by the darkness. I'll make you realize the insignificance of the power obtained by abandoning your family, throwing away your pride, and making your own house fall to a ruin. Rayon slammed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem into the ground. Swordfield Creation. His quiet voice tore apart the space smeared with demonic energy and manifested the red sword and the blue sword into the world. Divine and demonic harmony. Just like the dawn where the sun and moon cross each other, the golden veil engulfed Rayon to drive away the abominable darkness. Let's begin. Rayon raised the divine sword. He pointed it at Huan, his eyes even redder than the flame burning on the blade. The execution. Open formation. Burin's ringing voice echoed out, and the Light Wind Division activated the large light wind formation from where they stood. Since the individual prowess of the swordsmen had improved, and their soul levels had awakened after they faced death, the wave of energy spreading from large light wind formation was sturdier than ever. Wipe out the demonized humans undermining Sieghart. Martha stepped forward and activated. Berserk, the Light Wind's first team, supported her from behind, and the large light wind formation became a single spear aimed to pierce through the Lachian swordsmen violently. The Light Wind Division advanced like a storm, their eyes not reflecting even a shred of fear. Wham! The Light Wind Division's red current clashed head-on against the demonic energy of Lachian's swordsmen and dramatically enlarged the fissure on the ground. Damn it. Belt's Lachian bit his lip tightly as he noticed the expressions of his subordinates freezing. He entrusted his body to the demonic energy and was about to shake the center of the large light wind formation when a green wind blew in to block his path. Clang, holding a sword with a leaf-shaped handguard, Rimmer easily fended off Belt's longsword and shook his finger left and right. How could you ignore me? Rimmer smiled cheerfully and kicked Belt's abdomen. Walk. With the sound of a rubber ball bursting, Belts was sent flying and rolled on the ground. I'm the Light Wind Division leader, not that arrogant kid. Rimmer raised his thumb and pointed at himself. Since he took the most delicious part, I'm going to mess you up instead. Kuh. He revealed the ferocious look in his eyes as he looked at Belts, who groaned in pain. The Sword of Light. Belts bit his lip to the point of bleeding and raised his longsword, demonic energy bursting around it. Lachian is the owner of this land, not anymore. Red lightning sparked from Rimmer's hand and dug into the green wind. It had to be the Holy Sword Alliance of all groups. You made an irreversible mistake. He slashed at Belts' demonic energy, the wind and lightning forming a harmony around his blade. Wham! Crimson lightning and dark demonic energy exploded in a matter of seconds, creating a thick smoke in the air. Wham! Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps after he confirmed that the battle between the Light Wind Division and House Lachian had started. He scratched the land with the Divine Sword's flame and the Demonic Sword's frost, and the evil energy covering the land exploded with a scream. The rumor about you reaching the sword field creation was true, however. Huan bit his lip and raised the demonic sword Crietus. It's meaningless in front of this demonic sword. The demonic energy raging around the demonic sword was dense enough to make a person's skin tingle. He seemed to have awakened the demonic sword's power by reabsorbing the demonic energy that he'd imbued on his subordinates a moment ago. Whoosh! Huan Lachian thrust the demonic sword with a sharp, decisive motion. The demonic energy emanating from the 12 tips of the blades curved like flowing water, rushing towards Rayon's heart. The movement gave the impression that the attack itself was alive. Rayon concentrated his aura into the mana circuits in his left leg. He advanced through the fissured land with the Supreme Harmonies. Second step and raised the divine sword in his right hand. The red blade soared in a semicircular trajectory to block the dark radiance. Wham! The divine sword and the demonic sword clashed, their flames and demonic energy colliding. The resulting explosion sounded as though tens of thousands of people were screaming simultaneously. Spark! The red blade and the dark blade competed without yielding an inch, and purple sparks covered the entire surrounding area. Is that all you've got? Huan shoved his demonic sword forward, his eyes glowing black. His attack became unbearably heavy, as if the souls of the deceased were dwelling in it. You will pay thoroughly for killing my son. Apparently your daughter isn't precious to you. Rayon twisted his lips and lowered his gaze. Xiaolin is a failure. She's just a traitor who abandoned her family. Xiaolin mustered her courage in order to save you. Rayon thrust his demonic sword while exclaiming in anger. The flame and frost crossed diagonally and started to push back the demonic energy of the demonic sword Crietus. You are the one who refused her hand when she did her best until the end to save Lachian. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while meeting Huan's black eyes between their swords. I'll make you regret it even after your death. As he made his declaration, the energy that had been accumulating between the swords couldn't be suppressed anymore and burst in a huge explosion. Their vision turned dark and an eerie darkness emerged. Thud! Rayon advanced through the pitch-black darkness while using the divine and demonic swords as a lamp. He felt like the Supreme Harmony steps were giving him red and blue wings behind his back, as he became even faster after he'd learned the space sword. Rayon caught up to Huan before he could reorganize himself after he stepped back, thrusting the divine and demonic swords like a dancer's beautiful routine. Whap! A flower bud of flame emerged from the red blade, and flower petals of frost scattered from the blue blade. It was the flame spirit activated through the divine and demonic swords. The flower petals left the blades like cherry blossoms after the spring and suddenly descended. More than hundreds of pieces of astral energy surrounded Huan from all directions. Wham! The moment Rayon lowered the divine and demonic swords, the descending flower petals floated back up as if they were revived and unleashed a storm of fire and ice. Huan furrowed his brow and rapidly bent the demonic sword to the right. The 12 tips of the blade vibrated as if they were alive and unleashed a tidal wave of demonic energy. Wham! Wham! The flame spirit storm and the demonic energy's tidal wave covered the entire sky and land, causing countless explosions. Rayon leaped into an explosion that could even destroy an aura shield. As he increased his speed, his vision was narrowed, but Huan's demonic energy could be felt vividly. The roar of a ferocious beast was rampaging from the blades of the divine and demonic swords. He was unleashing the fangs of insanity with two swords. The principles of twin swords that he'd learned from Shirl had further evolved to ferociously scatter the flame and frost. Wham! The tremendous power dwelling on the two blades managed to tear apart the sticky demonic energy and descended toward Huan's chest. However, Huan's confusion didn't last long, befitting a warrior who'd been leading a vassal house. He gained distance as if he were sliding and shook his demonic sword like a fan. The fog of demonic energy thickened and averted the trajectory of the divine and demonic swords. He wasn't simply using the demonic sword's power. The principles of swordsmanship were dwelling in it properly. He was definitely not an opponent to be looked down upon. However, his swordsmanship isn't well balanced. Because the demonic sword's power was too explosive, his swordsmanship and aura couldn't extend as they should. Rayon could guess that targeting that gap was the best strategy. Kring. Rayon leaned forward and slashed upwards with the two swords. He advanced like a charging bison to pierce through the center of the demonic energy rushing toward him. Wham! He rotated the flame and frost counterclockwise and unraveled the concentrated demonic energy. The dark blade of the demonic sword Cryatus was revealed as if it had been stripped naked. Now, Rayon tightened his grip on the divine and demonic swords and pressed upon the curved blade of the demonic sword Cryatus. Clang! The red and blue blades clashed head-on against the dark blade, and a tremendous shockwave engulfed the surrounding area once again. Ku. Huan's trembling fingers suggested that he didn't expect his demonic energy to be destroyed so easily. Curse you, Sieghart! Curse you, sword-field creation! He screamed and twisted his wrist. The fifth and the seventh edges of the demonic sword vibrated fiercely and fended off the divine and demonic swords. However, an opening was created because of that large move. Rayon tried to stab his divine sword into that opening, and Huan recklessly stomped the ground. Wham! A tremendous amount of demonic energy struck down, causing the land to tremor and the ground to fissure rapidly all around. Rayon advanced while stepping onto the crumbling land like a stone bridge, but Huan had used the rebound from swinging his demonic sword to gain distance. You are the one who are going to regret it. He twisted his lips and slashed horizontally with his demonic sword. The dark attack briskly appeared before the sound could be heard. The deadly blade that was the shape of a crescent moon was rushing towards Rayon's neck. Kring! Rayon raised the divine and demonic swords into a cross shape. The lines of flame and frost were extended, grinding the blade of demonic energy into a powder. Rayon hid in the cloud of dust surging from the explosion and pierced Huan's left side. Why, you bastard! Huan hurriedly tried to escape, but Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to barge into his space and swing down the divine sword while stabbing with the demonic sword. Wham! The crimson blade tore off the unprepared 12th edge of Cryatus, and the blue all pierced into Huan's side. PSSSH, Huan's face rapidly turned pale because of his first deep injury. Did you challenge Sieghart with only that much power? Rayon walked up to Huan with twisted lips. He kicked Cryatus's broken blade and tilted his head. But how? How are you unaffected by the demonic energy? Huan's chin trembled, unable to understand the situation. Your flesh should be rotting just from being exposed to the demonic energy. How can you be unscathed? He even gave up on his elegant way of speaking as the head of house, throwing a tantrum like a child, because you were too weak. Rayon shook his head while looking at the dark demonic energy emanating from Cryatus. He already had some resistance to demonic energy, and he was erasing the intruding demonic energy with divinity blooming from the underworld. That was why the demonic sword's energy couldn't affect him in the slightest. I am impossible. Don't be surprised, we haven't even gotten started yet. Crimson lightning sparked from Rayon's eyes as he dashed towards Huan. He extended his right foot while driving away the demonic energy, and Huan slammed the ground with the demonic sword Cryatus. A fog of demonic energy surged to block his path. It's meaningless to run away. Rayon bit his lip, cut off the demonic energy, and followed Huan's presence. Rayon was running through the gap inside the demonic energy but suddenly stopped. He fell speechless at the ridiculous sight. What the? Huan stabbed the chests of his subordinates who possessed demonic energy instead of attacking Rayon. And my lord, why are you attacking us? Lachian swordsmen gazed at the demonic sword's blade piercing through their hearts, their chins trembling intensely. Their bloodshot eyes expressed their realization of his betrayal. 11 blades pierced through 12 people's chests and started to refill the demonic energy in the demonic sword. What an irredeemable piece of trash. Wrath stood up, ghastly fire raging from his eyes. Instead of trying to save his subordinates, did he seriously just kill them to extract the demonic energy? How could trash like that even exist in this world? He was seriously angry at Huan's action because he cherished his subordinates more than anyone else. Kill him right now, tear him into pieces. I was planning to do so even if you didn't ask. Rayon severed the fog of demonic energy and approached Huan. It's because I don't have enough power. I just need more power. Huen's eyes had glazed over as if he had already lost his sanity. The Lachian swordsmen who'd been stabbed with the demonic sword lost their flesh and blood before they could even take a single breath, turning into a state even worse than a zombie before they were slammed into the ground. Rumble, a majestic amount of demonic energy blazed from the demonic sword Cryatus, creating a dark sun. Ahak, my lord. Why are you doing this to us? The powerful wave emanating from the dark sun caused the Lachian swordsmen around him to turn into a pool of blood and disappear. As the people possessing demonic energy perished, the dark sun blazed more and more intensely. I can't let it continue. Rayon bit his lip and entered the dark sun's area of influence. Withdraw, everyone. Rayon ordered a retreat to avoid harming the light wind division and dashed towards Huen. The demonic energy stuck to him like a swamp as he approached Huen. His fingers trembled and his mana circuits shrunk from the intense flow of demonic energy, slowing down the movement of his aura, but Rayon still advanced like a raging bull. Die! Huen slashed down with the demonic sword Cryatus, the dark sun floating above him. The tremendous heat removed the atmosphere and twisted the space. Rayon used the rebound of his advance to unleash the Crimson Slash with the divine sword and activated Frost Pond with the demonic sword. Both swords were attacking. His determination to kill Huen without caring about defense was dwelling in his attack. Crack! The heat and coldness clashed against the demonic energy and the sky and land trembled. A gray tornado surged from between the blades and sucked everything towards it. Kring! In the midst of the pressure, where it was difficult to move even a single finger, Rayon twisted the divine and demonic swords. Clear wind surged between the heat and coldness, combining the two separate energies into a single line. Wham! The wave of flame and frost surged explosively, and Huen's hand trembled intensely, his demonic sword on the verge of breaking as it got pushed back. Huen let out a shout of concentration that sounded like a scream and mustered his strength to clench the grip of the demonic sword. It's too late to finally learn your lesson. Rayon released his wrath. The energies of the divine and demonic swords surged with a majestic light, like the final embers igniting into a blazing fire. Wham! Huen couldn't withstand that power and stepped back. Rayon took that opportunity to stomp the ground with his left foot and thrust the divine and demonic swords that he'd pulled back. Flame Dragon art was activated through the two swords at once. The breaths of a fire dragon and a water dragon clashed against the sun that blazed with demonic energy. The terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area ahead of him, and the demonic barrier shattered into pieces as a result as the 5 edges of the demonic sword Cryatus crumbled into powder. Cough. Huen faltered and fell backwards. His shabby face looked like he'd gotten 20 years older at least in an instant. Father. Even though Belt's Lachian had lost his left arm against Rimmer, he ran towards Huen without hesitation. However, even though his first son came running at him by risking his life, Huen stabbed his stomach with the demonic sword. Father, what is? The fall of the warrior who'd lived with a sense of inferiority for his entire life was even worse than the fiends who were born as demonized humans. Fath. Belts collapsed, his skin drying like a rice field during a drought. Even his eyes melted down, and he couldn't take his gaze off of Huen even after his death. Huff. Huen stood back up with a face that had regained his youth. His pressure was even more powerful in the beginning, probably because he'd devoured Belts, who had the biggest amount of demonic energy. Is this the life you wanted? Rayon bit down his lip tightly. Allying with the Holy Sword Alliance and trusting your soul to the demonic sword and even killing your son with your own hand. What are you even trying to achieve with that? Shut up. Huen roared like a beast and raised the demonic sword Cryatus. I'll avenge my children. Even his brain must have been taken over by demonic energy. He slashed down with the demonic sword Cryatus while claiming that he was taking revenge for Belts, who he'd killed himself. The principles of his longsword technique merged with the explosive power of the demonic energy and unleashed a dark wave capable of melting everything on contact. I will deny your choice. Rayon extended his left foot to the front and bent his knee. He pulled the divine sword behind his right shoulder and the demonic sword behind the right side of his waist, focusing all of his remaining energy. The divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost slowly subsided, blazing faintly like an ember. Kring! The moment the tidal wave from the demonic sword brushed past his hair, Rayon added rotation and pressure to the power he'd mustered from all the way under his feet and made it explode at the tip of his hand. Rayon's Sieghart-style swordplay. Sixth form, divine and demonic harmonies, combined technique. Red-blue invincible sword. The extremely compressed energies of the divine and demonic swords exploded in an instant, ruthlessly shredding the wave of demonic energy. Wham! Rayon advanced towards the center of the demonic energy, where a path was created like the eye of a storm. With the heat and coldness gradually subsiding, the two swords severed the demonic sword and cut off Huen's arms. Cough! Black blood gushed from Huen's shoulders as he collapsed. His black eyes were trembling endlessly, filled with terror and astonishment. Rayon trampled upon the demonic sword Crietus and approached Huen. The sword field creation was undone because he ran out of power, but it didn't really matter. Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem were still sharp enough. Smack! Rayon slammed Heavenly Drive down into Huen's shoulder. Rip! He unleashed the crimson flame covering the silver blade, scorching Huen's demonic energy, flesh, and blood. Huen frantically shook his head and screamed because of the terrible pain. Wait, I'll tell you. I'll say who we made the deal with and why we. I don't need any information from someone like you. Rayon took the Blade of Requiem in reverse grip with his left hand and slammed it into Huen's shoulder. The bright yellow ghastly energy arose like a mirage and started to pull out all the demonic energy from Huen's body while maintaining his breathing. Huen started to rampage with his eyes rolled back because of the pain, which felt like his flesh and veins were being pulled from his body, but he couldn't move an inch from the spot because of Heavenly Drive piercing his shoulder. Please stop, kill me instead. I told you. Rayon tilted his head while looking down on Huen with emotionless eyes. I said I'd make you regret it even after your death. This is only the start. He just stood there and watched until all of the blood vessels in Huen's body ruptured. Huen closed his eyes, terrified by Rayon's red eyes staring at him even more than the pain of all his demonic energy being sucked out of him. All he could do was to let out a ragged scream. What a terrible end for the famous head of Lachian. Just cutting his head off is too good for a trash like him. He needs to experience as much pain as possible before he dies. Burin, Martha, and Runnan nodded their heads, agreeing that Huen shouldn't be allowed to have an easy death. Kneel, it's over. Abandon your weapons. Everyone who is still holding a weapon will be slain. The battle paused and the Light Wind Division took away Lachian swordsmen's weapons before making them kneel. Having a good leader makes combat easy. Even though the situation went wrong, he took advantage of it to finish the battle. He's an amazing guy. None of us seem to be injured. What a perfect victory. The Light Wind swordsmen smiled at Rayon, thinking that they managed to destroy House Lachian without taking much damage. Leader. Rimmer was standing there in confusion after he suddenly lost his opponent and he just blinked his eyes. I'm your leader though. He bobbed his finger towards them, but no one looked at him. I'm the division leader. Don't tell me you are already thinking that Rayon is the division leader. Please say you aren't. Guys, no one responded once again, and Rimmer's voice echoed in vain. Why, you bastards. Smock, Martha was standing in front of a middle-aged man who seemed to be Lachian's executive, slamming her scabbard into his shoulder. Don't be relieved just because you're still alive. He was kneeling on the ground, and she grabbed him by his hair to raise his head, glaring at him ferociously. There's nothing stopping us from killing you at any moment. Not after betraying Sieghart by allying yourselves with the Holy Sword Alliance. Whether or not you keep your head depends on how useful your mouth is. I recommend you think carefully. Lachian's executive swallowed nervously, his shoulders trembling upon hearing Martha's frightening voice. Where is the Holy Sword Alliance? Who did you make the deal with? What the hell is that demonic sword? It wasn't just her. Every swordsman of the Light Wind Division had swordsmen from Lachian kneeling in front of them, gathering information. Runnan was standing slightly away, watching the Light Wind Division and Lachian's swordsmen blankly just in case someone tried to escape. Rimmer sighed while leaning against the half-destroyed wall of the Lord's Manor. This is why it's pointless to be nice to people. When were you ever nice to us? Burin glared at him sideways, even though he hadn't reacted to him at all so far. You've always had us practicing on our own while you went off to play. What have you ever done for us? He snorted at his ridiculous claim. When you think about it, you've always gone out gambling while leaving Rayon to deal with everything. It's been like that since we were the Light Wind Squad. Crane came up next to Burin and calmly nodded his head. I think we see the gambling monster in the training ground more often than our division leader nowadays. Dorian also furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer's clean skin, which looked like it had never been exposed to sunlight. Puppet division leader. Runnan briefly shook her head while looking at Rimmer. Puppet division leader is too mean. It's not. Rimmer tried to refute her words, only to interrupt himself. Wait, that means that you've kept quiet even though you could hear me all along. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. How arrogant. How could you not respond to your division leader? Rimmer raised his fist as if he was going to rush at them at any moment, only to furrow his brow. Confess already. You have nothing to gain from keeping your mouth shut. Burin, Crane, and Dorian started to beat up the demonized humans that were on their knees, pretending that they were deaf once again. Puppet division leader. However, Runnan murmured puppet division leader once again with blank eyes, as if she were asking what he was going to do about it. Those guys. Rimmer sighed deeply and shook his head. His eyes, which resembled leaves under rainfall, grew thoughtful. Yes, you don't need to look at me. His lips curved into a faint smile as he watched the Light Wind Division treat Rayon as their division leader. Because there is no guarantee that I'll still be around after I accomplish my revenge. Even though the Master of the Wise Dragon's sword had lost his right arm and wielded his sword with his left arm, he'd managed to recover most of his former prowess. During the previous clash, Rimmer could have lost to him if Shirl hadn't been around. He had to risk his life in order to kill the man who had become a monster once again. It'll make it easier if I prepare for the farewell in advance. Rimmer looked up to the sky, which had cleared after the demonic energy had dissipated, and closed his eyes. By the way, I wonder which one is going to come. Rayon had told him that the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons were going to arrive the same day after listening to the conversation between Belts and Basian. If he could figure out which one was going to come, it would be extremely helpful for the upcoming battle. If the Master of the Wise Dragon's sword comes here, it will be an opportunity, but a crisis at the same time. The best outcome would be to kill him once he arrived, but he was also afraid that he might lose the Light Wind Division because of how powerful he was. If the same thing happens, no, let's not think about it. Rimmer shook his head to empty his mind of those harsh memories and called out to Rayon. Rayon, stop doing that and get some information out of him. I know you're angry, but we should still get what we can. Understood. Rayon briefly nodded at Rimmer, then looked down at Huan with emotionless eyes. The division leader is right. His anger was quelled as he watched Huan suffer in pain. Since he gave him enough pain, it was time to get some information out of him. However, it feels a bit off. The fight against Huan was intense and dangerous. It was a hard fight, one where he could have lost his life from a single strike, but Huan wasn't that powerful, especially considering how famous Lakian was for their longsword techniques, and that the demonic sword was added into the mix. Even though Rayon's might and sword field had improved, it was still a bit strange. But at the same time, it didn't feel like Huan was still secretly plotting anything. After all, he was clearly afraid of Rayon and couldn't even meet his eyes. Rayon licked his lips slightly and twisted Heavenly Drive, which was embedded in Huan's shoulder. Crack! With the sound of crushing bones, Huan's body trembled. His eyes were shut tight. Shut up. Rayon glared at him while forcibly opening his eyelids. When are the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance set to arrive? Huan immediately opened his dry lips because he was terrified and in pain. He was the ugliest human being so far. They will be here around evening. They always visit after sunset. He shook his head, saying that the Holy Sword Alliance never visited before sunset. Evening. Rayon nodded while looking at the withered corpses of Belts and Basian. It's the same as what I heard at dawn. Belts had told Basian that the Holy Sword Alliance was going to visit him around the evening. Rayon judged that Huan wasn't lying, considering that conversation. We need to prepare quickly. They needed to wrap things up quickly and recover their stamina and aura in preparation for trapping the Holy Sword Alliance. There was no time to waste. Who is supposed to come from the Holy Sword Alliance? That person is. Huan was about to speak, but his entire body suddenly spasmed. He drooled nonstop from his mouth, and a huge amount of demonic energy started to seep from his pores. What? Rayon stepped back, Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem in his hands. The huge amount of energy undulating around him made the demonic energy the Blade of Requiem had extracted look like a joke in comparison. The demonic sword, Wrath, was lying on the ground, but he suddenly stood up and shouted. Demonic sword. As soon as Rayon heard it, he looked at Cryatus. Even though its 12 edges had been destroyed, the demonic sword was floating in the air, emitting an eerie vibration. That demonic sword is targeting the children. You need to stop it immediately. Wrath noticed that the demonic sword was targeting the Light Wind Division and hurriedly pointed his hand. Rayon's gaze followed Wrath's hand. The Light Wind Division was standing blankly in surprise, staring at how the demonic energy was welling up on the ground once again. Rayon tried to move, but his legs briefly spasmed. His condition wasn't good because of the aftereffects of using the sword field creation and Wrath release, but he still used the Supreme Harmony steps to run toward the Light Wind Division. Stay back, everyone. Get away from the demonic energy. As soon as Rayon shouted at them to get away, Rimmer also came running by riding the wind. He must have also noticed the evil energy inside the demonic energy. However, the Light Wind Division reacted too late, which was an obvious outcome. The deadly blade of demonic energy was already right under their feet. In the split second, even shorter than a single breath, Rayon communicated with Rimmer through their gazes. Rayon moved to the right as Rimmer dashed from the left, both unleashing their sword strikes at the blades of demonic energy surging from the ground. Wham! Fire and wind engulfed by the principle of the space sword covered the ground and destroyed all of the blades of demonic energy trying to kill the Light Wind Division. However, the demonic sword's attack wasn't over yet. The last blade, hiding at the deepest part of the swamp of demonic energy, emerged later than the others, rushing towards Rayon's heart. Damn it! Rayon bit his lip, feeling a chill run down his spine. I can't dodge this. His aura and body were reacting too late because he'd used such a big move while in an exhausted state. He could tell that he wouldn't be able to avoid a fatal wound even if he forcibly turned his body. Moreover, Heir and Julius were behind him. Since it was absolutely impossible for them to avoid that attack, he had to block it somehow. Rayon braced for death and raised his sword just as a powerful wind blew from the left side. Rimmer had arrived next to him like a ray of light, creating space between them. PSSH. Even then, Rayon wasn't able to completely avoid an injury. A handful of flesh was dug out of his side, and Rimmer's forearm was also injured. Rimmer cut the flesh from his forearm, where the demonic energy was seeping into. It was a barbaric method, but it was still the best way to prevent the demonic energy's intrusion in that situation. Are you all right? He walked up to Rayon while holding his forearm, which was gushing blood. I'm fine. Rayon gritted his teeth and nodded. Black blood was flowing from the injury on his waist. That implied that the demonic energy had already entered into his flesh. He wanted to heal himself with the divinity blooming from the underworld, but he barely had any left after using it during the battle. It's even more powerful than during the fight against Huan. The attack managed to tear the black dragon coat and reach his body. He really could have died if it weren't for Rimmer. You idiot. Wrath shook his head at his pathetic performance. How could you get injured while trying to save your subordinates? He shook his head in frustration. However, he stopped there because he knew that Rayon was exhausted. That must have been the real body. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the demonic sword, which was slowly floating. The hilt must have been the main body of the demonic sword instead of the 12 blades. This must have been the reason for the sense of déjà vu that I felt when I saw Huan. He thought it was strange that Huan was weaker than expected even though he was holding a demonic sword, and it was because the demonic sword was the main body, not Huan. Why, young master? Are you okay? Heir and Julius, who were standing right behind him, walked up to him with trembling lips. I'm fine. Rayon smiled faintly at them. Vice Division Leader. The injury is severe. Don't worry about me and stay back. Rayon shook his hand to tell the Light Wind Division to stay far away and looked at the demonic sword that was floating on its own. Rimmer sighed quietly while coming next to him. I thought it was strange that it ended so quickly. I'll have to leave it to you since you've been idle so far. Rayon shook his head while clutching his waist. It can't be helped. It's time for the Great Division Leader to. You only care about your own safety, just like always. The quiet voice came from above the collapsed ceiling of the Lord's Manor, violently cutting off Rimmer's words. That voice. Rayon raised his trembling gaze. A middle-aged man with his hair neatly swept back like a man of letters was stroking his beard with his left hand, his only hand. The master of the wise dragon sword. He was the master of the sword that had appeared in Banneret, the city of the 5 divine orders. The young man standing next to the master of the wise dragon sword was also someone that Rayon was bound to recognize. Cloud, the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master. He was the man whom Rayon had no choice but to spare even though he could have killed him. His eyes were full of malice as he looked at Rayon, a new arm attached to his shoulder. Master of the wise dragon sword, was it your doing? Rimmer ground his teeth to the point that a cracking sound could be heard while looking up at the master of the wise dragon sword. You've fallen low to participate in such a nasty plan. Nasty. I'm a sword of the Holy Sword Alliance. A sword doesn't need a personal opinion, however. The master of the wise dragon sword shook his head. I just want to kill you now, regardless of the order. He opened his left hand and the demonic sword Crietus flew towards him, smoothly entering his grasp. Crack! The master of the wise dragon sword snapped the few remaining blades of Crietus. He stroked the hilt, and a blade of light wrapped in darkness surged from the hole where the blade used to be embedded. With the blazing demonic energy around the blade, it was sparkling smoothly to a frightening extent. Beautiful. The master of the wise dragon sword rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the blade of demonic energy. His dignified expression turned evil. This is the true awakening of the demonic sword Crietus. What you fought was nothing but its shell. He raised the violently blazing demonic sword and pointed it at Rimmer. Master of the wise dragon sword. Huan extended his hand towards the master of the wise dragon sword, black blood gushing from him. Save. Yes, I'll save you. As soon as the master of the wise dragon sword nodded, Huan turned into a lump of blood and subsided. The demonic sword Crietus emanated even more intense demonic energy after it drank the blood of its original owner. He smiled gently while looking up at the demonic sword's blade. Let's put an end to this now. Master of the wise dragon sword. Rimmer's hand holding the sword was trembling intensely, his once calm expression dark. There was one more person who couldn't hold back his anger. Rayon Sieghart. Cloud clenched his fist to the point of bleeding and glared at Rayon. I've returned to snap your neck. He unsheathed his sword with his right arm and gave an eerie laugh. You begged for your life while crying back then. Are you acting all strong now? Rayon circulated the ring of fire at the maximum output. He forcibly suppressed the demonic energy entering his body and sneered at him. "Shut up, where did you get that arm? I'm pretty sure I completely ground it into powder. It's none of your business." Rayon had turned Cloud's right arm into ash so that it couldn't be reattached. Considering the fact that the color of its skin was slightly different, it seemed to be another person's arm or an artifact. "I'll kill you. You are the one person I'm going to kill at all costs." I think I heard that line before. Rayon sighed briefly and raised Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. This is no good. The wave of energy coming from Cloud was even more powerful than before, probably because of his new arm, since Rayon couldn't use the Swordfield creation, and his condition wasn't good either. It was really the worst situation he could get. The sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance knelt behind Cloud and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword. Every single one of them were powerful warriors. A difficult fight was awaiting the Light Wind Division, too, but there's still hope if we can drag out this fight. Right after hearing the conversation between Belts and Basian, Rayon contacted the house to request reinforcements. If the message was delivered properly, people were going to come from Sieghart. He just had to last until they arrived somehow. This reminds me of the past. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword bobbed his finger. You couldn't protect your subordinates back then either. You survived alone, clinging to your life tenaciously. I wonder what's going to happen this time. History repeats itself, but you won't be able to survive this time. Shut up. An explosive pressure burst from Rimmer as if he were going to attack at any moment. Division leader. Rayon called out to Rimmer, but he couldn't hear him because he was engulfed by his anger at the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword. Division leader. Rayon raised his voice and kicked Rimmer's ass. "Come back to your senses." Rimmer's eyes widened as Rayon grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. "Let's return together." At those words, the anger reflected in Rimmer's eyes subsided. "Yes, we will." Rimmer caught his breath and nodded. "By the way, who taught you to kick my ass? Who else? Don't copy other things she does. She is a weirdo." He smiled faintly while talking shit about Shirl. "It won't change anything." Veins bulged on the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's forehead, irritated by the fact that Rimmer's anger had subsided. Rayon narrowed his eyes while observing the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's expression. "I knew it. He's the one who broke our division leader's energy center." Judging from the conversation, he could guess that he'd killed Rimmer's subordinates and destroyed his energy center, while Rimmer had cut off his arm. That incident must have been what made Rimmer so lazy, even though he used to have a noble enough personality to be called the Sword of Light. "Kill them all." The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword gestured with his hand, and the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance charged toward the Light Wind Division. "No one is allowed to pass." Rimmer stepped forward and unsheathed his sword. His blade, engulfed by storming wind, was about to slay the sword demons when the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword took action. Clang. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword blocked Rimmer's path with Cryatus, which was engulfed in blazing demonic energy, and rolled his lips into a smile. "It's impossible with your power. That's not up to you to decide." Rimmer smiled, red lightning welling up from his silver blade. "The lightning of the destructive king of the north. I've seen it before. No, it's different from back then." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning twisted like a chain and emanated a powerful light. Wham! Rimmer raised his sword, engulfed by a red storm, and his eyes sparked with a deadly light. "I will end our bitter feud here today." Rimmer unleashed the barren wind of the northern sea. It advanced violently, like a leaf in a storm, and pierced through the air like red lightning, aimed at the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's heart. Whap! The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword clenched the hand holding the demonic sword Cryatus, raising a curvature on the demonic energy. Clang! A powerful shockwave engulfed the surroundings from the clash between the red lightning and the black demonic energy. Rumble. The Light Wind Division and the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance around Rimmer and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword were bounced back regardless of their will and rolled on the ground. Astral Sphere. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword furrowed his brow while watching the red current dwelling on Rimmer's sword. "Did you really reach the astral sphere in that short amount of time? Why are you even surprised? Have you never seen an astral sphere before?" Rimmer rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's crumpled brow. "You are recovering quickly indeed, but it's all pointless." The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword nodded briefly and rapidly bent his wrist, holding the demonic sword to the right. The blade of demonic energy bent like a whip and smashed at Rimmer's back. It was an eccentric move, attacking his opponent's back while standing in front of them. "That's not up to you to decide. It's up to me." Rimmer went into the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's space instead, unleashing the green wind. The astral sphere that was only dwelling at the tip of his blade spread through the flow of the wind to become a shield defending his back. Clong! The blade of demonic energy fell towards him fiercely, but it couldn't break through the thick layer of aura and dissipated in vain. Tusk. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword briefly clicked his tongue because he didn't think that Rimmer would fend off his surprise attack so easily. "I already know that you are underhanded despite your appearance." Rimmer casually swirled his sword and sneered. Yes, I know that better than anyone else. The master of the wise dragon's sword gave off a civilized impression, much like a priest, but he was actually a schemer harboring thousands of snakes in his mind. He wasn't an easy opponent, both in swordsmanship and psychological warfare. I can't be careless at all to begin with because of that damned demonic energy. The master of the wise dragon sword strikes were dangerous, but the demonic energy emerging from the demonic sword Crietus was a huge threat by itself. Those below the master's realm won't even be able to approach. The demonic sword was dominating the space by scattering the demonic energy all around, to allies and enemies alike. Since he wasn't confident he could perfectly fend off the demonic energy while fighting, it was severely limiting his moves. However, he couldn't run away or withdraw. Regardless of his revenge, he needed to quickly slay the master of the wise dragon sword for the sake of Rayon and the light wind division behind him. Wham! Rimmer used his footwork violently, advancing toward the master of the wise dragon sword. The way he rushed while being surrounded by wind and lightning looked like a divine dragon strolling in the sky. Don't be impatient. The battle is only getting started. The master of the wise dragon sword twisted his lips and unleashed an astral sphere with the demonic sword's flame. The wave spread around the astral sphere in concentric circles, turning the dark land upside down and making the atmosphere scream in pain. No, this is the end. Rimmer didn't stop his advance even though he saw the master of the wise dragon sword's powerful astral sphere. He dashed even faster and unleashed his majestic strike. You idiot. The master of the wise dragon sword didn't run away either, thrusting his blade towards Rimmer's neck. Wham! The gray current bursting from the clash between the wind-lightning astral sphere and the astral sphere of demonic energy engulfed the entirety of House Lachian. Rayon squinted while watching the wave created by Rimmer and the master of the wise dragon sword's clash. Is he going to last? Rimmer had no resistance against demonic energy, and he couldn't keep his sanity because of his anger towards the master of the wise dragon sword. Even though his might was getting close to his original realm, Rayon couldn't guarantee his victory. Kring. He was furrowing his brow because of the complicated situation when Cloud rushed from the left side and swung his sword. It was an attack with fast and drastic variation. His versatile sword had improved even more than in their previous encounter. Rayon bit his lip while observing the trajectory of his blade rushing at his chest. I shouldn't clash against it. An astral sphere was clearly dwelling on Cloud's blade. If he clashed against it in his current condition, he was definitely going to get an internal injury that he couldn't easily recover from. Thud. Rayon turned his ankle diagonally and used the supreme harmonies. Third step, like coral moving according to the ocean's flow, he used the power of Cloud's attack to withdraw instead of pushing it back. He could feel that Cloud's blade was brushing past the black dragon coat. Where are you looking at? I'm your opponent. Cloud followed while grinding his teeth. His footwork was fast and full of variety. He seemed to be planning to push him into a corner without giving any room to counterattack. You're not wrong. Rayon raised heavenly drive and furrowed his brow. He's right. This is no time to be concerned about others. He had already spent most of his stamina and aura, and he was severely injured on top of that. Since Cloud was powerful enough that he would have needed to risk his life even in his best condition, being fully focused on him couldn't even guarantee his victory. Kring. Cloud's sword extended like a ray of light. The single tip divided into dozens like the sunlight reflected on a lake and rushed towards the vitals all around his body. Illusion sword, straight sword, and severing sword after that. Since Cloud was learning the versatile sword, every single principle was as powerful as other warriors' special techniques. It was difficult to block, but avoiding it was even more difficult. Rayon stopped breathing and set foot into the radiant wave of the attack. He made the 7 rings of fire resonate at once, and the world slowed down as if time had stopped. The radiance rushing towards his brow was reflecting his own appearance. With his focus reaching the extremity, he could even feel the breath of his opponent. Kring. He tilted his neck to the left to dodge the attack trying to pierce his head, and he covered Heavenly Drive with a thin layer of aura to deflect the slash targeting his waist. A chill ran down his spine every time Cloud's attack brushed past him. Focus wasn't unlimited. He couldn't keep it up for long. You are just a sitting duck when you can't use that great sword field creation. Cloud sneered at him and tried to overwhelm him with sheer power. Instead of using complicated techniques, he charged like a boar while simply surrounding his blade with principles. A wise decision. He didn't forget the previous duel where all his techniques were countered, instead fully focusing on power by simplifying the technique as much as possible. Such a method was difficult to deal with. Should I ask Wrath for help? It should be possible to recover his stamina and aura by making a trade with Wrath. However, he would have to accept a lot more Wrath than before because he'd gotten stronger. It was already getting difficult to control the Wrath. Receiving more could prove dangerous. Moreover, there is another enemy to deal with. Since he might have to fight the master of the wise dragon sword afterwards, It was necessary to overcome the situation by himself instead of getting Wrath to help him. Wrath was also watching him quietly, believing that Rayon could deal with it on his own. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Cloud kept swinging his sword with simple principles in his attacks. However, it was still fast and precise despite being simple, making every single attack difficult to avoid. It's still a sword technique even though there are fewer principles. There must be a gap to break through. As expected of a high-class swordsman, every single attack from Cloud incorporated profound principles despite looking simple. That flow needed to be analyzed. Rayon even activated the evil eye of Wrath and thus perception of the snow flower on top of the ring of fire, observing the flow of the aura Cloud was creating. I knew it. Cloud's attacks weren't made of sheer power. He was using a technique that was making it ordinary by simplifying the versatile sword to the extreme. Did he learn it from the Holy Sword Alliance Master? No, it feels a bit different. He was still using the versatile sword, but it felt like its nature was different from before. However, the flow felt strangely familiar. Whoosh. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the ferocious advance of Cloud's attack. Right waist. The astral sphere was approaching his left shoulder, but it seemed to be targeting the right side of his waist instead. Just as Rayon figured, Cloud rotated the tip of his blade towards the right side of his waist. Since he managed to predict it correctly, he gained some room for movement. Kring. Rayon deflected Cloud's sword and pierced into his space to slash down with the blade of Requiem. The ghastly blade cut through Cloud's aura and injured his thigh. Why, you bastard? Since Cloud didn't think that he would get injured, his eyes widened and he started to attack again. Rayon exhaled roughly and stepped back. Of course, his gaze was still fixated on Cloud's sword and aura. Is it coming to the center this time? Cloud had removed the variation and was targeting his solar plexus with sheer power and speed. No, there's more to it. The ring of fire rotated painfully and examined the movement of the tip of Cloud's blade until the very end. The honest strike rapidly bent to the left. He was planning to cut his heart in a single strike. Rayon bent his waist backwards while standing. He lowered himself until his back became parallel to the land and slashed upwards with Heavenly Drive on the rebound. PSSSH, Heavenly Drive's blade cut through Cloud's chest this time. Red blood started to leak from his chest. Shallow. The demonic energy seeping into his waist was disturbing his movement, and he didn't manage to achieve the normal result. Rayon clicked his tongue in regret. Cloud shook the blood off with his hand and violently ground his teeth. It's that person's technique, so how? His trembling pupils showed his disbelief at the fact that the attack with simplified principles was countered. That person. Rayon thought about how Cloud said that person. Did he not learn it from the Alliance Master? Since he said that person instead of his master or the Alliance Master, he must have learned it from another person. Who could that be, that damn talent of yours? Cloud dashed forward while exploding with the anger he'd been suppressing. Wham! The astral sphere spread around in all directions, collapsing the land and twisting the sky. Shoulder. As soon as Rayon dodged the attack trying to tear off his shoulder, an astral sphere rushed at him from the left. I can't dodge this. Rayon twisted his body and swung down Heavenly Drive in a crescent trajectory. He dodged and deflected at the same time, but Cloud's blade violently pulled the flesh from his thigh. Damn it. He endured the pain that made him want to sink to the ground and slammed forward with the blade of Requiem, which he was holding in reverse grip in his left hand. Whack! The glowing blade of ghastly energy cut through Cloud's aura and sliced his shoulder. Die! Cloud ignored the pain in his shoulder and rushed at him while screaming. Rayon's legs wavered, and the blade with blazing astral energy brushed past his neck. Red blood scattered into the air. Rayon didn't panic even though death was right under his nose. Not yet. Cloud's technique was stupidly violent, but the flow hadn't changed that much. The blueprint to defeat him was slowly filling out as he fought. Rayon forgot the pain in his waist and thigh, focusing solely on Cloud's sword with all his senses. Left shoulder, right waist, right ankle, neck. The flow of Cloud's technique could be read more and more clearly. His swordsmanship became faster than before, but it was easier to dodge. Rayon didn't move his entire body to dodge anymore, only withdrawing a short distance with the part Cloud was targeting to save his stamina and aura. What? Cloud took a step back with trembling lips. How are you even dodging that? He screamed, unable to understand how it was even happening. You haven't advanced even a single step since that day. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile, realizing that the end was near. You would have been defeated in a single strike if I was in a good condition. Shut up. Cloud thrust his blade, unleashing all of his remaining aura as if he'd lost his sanity. The astral sphere dwelling at the tip of his sword pounded violently and created a storming aura all around Rayon. It was an unsophisticated but effective attack that didn't leave any room for dodging. Wham! Rayon didn't withdraw even though the astral sphere was approaching him while turning the land upside down. The opportunity is finally here. It would look like he was bound to die from a spectator's perspective, but it was the only chance that he'd been waiting for. because his energy is dispersed. The astral sphere was an advanced technique consisting of concentrating astral energy to make it more destructive. With the concentration being decreased in return for increasing the area, the power of the astral energy itself was bound to be weaker. Rayon advanced in order to harvest the fruit after a long period of patience. He pulled his remaining aura upwards into his upper energy center and opened the sword field once again. Momentary sword field creation. Divine and demonic harmony. Heavenly drive in the blade of Requiem evaporated, and divine and demonic blades surged from his grasp instead. Rayon stepped forward before the two swords were perfectly materialized. I can't complete the swords now. His condition was pretty much the worst. It was impossible to use the sword field creation again in that state. In fact, the sun and moon weren't rising above his head, nor were the swords engulfed in flame and frost. The divine and demonic swords couldn't be completed, but it didn't matter. The blades were still sharp enough. Golden lightning blazed from Rayon's hands. The power of his soul pushed back the wave of Cloud's energy and created a void boundary where swords could clash. SW sword field creation. No, this is. Haughty blades were revealed from the swords crossing towards Cloud, whose eyes were trembling in panic. The noble divine sword and the frightening demonic sword harmonized with each other into a single technique. I won't lose a second time. Cloud hurriedly condensed his energy into an astral sphere again and leaped towards Rayon. His sword was undeniably powerful even though he was panicking. However, I've already finished analyzing your swordsmanship. The single line created by the divine and demonic swords twisted the flow of the astral sphere and carved a red line on Cloud's neck. I am not done yet. Cloud's shoulders trembled as he clutched his severed neck in disbelief before he finally fell backward. He looked up to Rayon with bloodshot eyes until his head dropped. Not killing you back then was the correct choice. Rayon's lips twitched as he dropped the disappearing divine and demonic swords. He delivered the final words to Cloud, who couldn't listen to him anymore, and leaned forward in order to pick up the two swords that he dropped. Cough. He suddenly started to cough up black blood while trying to pick up the swords. Overexerting himself to muster his aura had made the demonic energy intrude even further into his body, shaking his organs. Sword field creation that lasts for a second. He had to sacrifice a lot for it, but it had allowed him to win. If he hadn't made that decision, Cloud would be the one standing in front of him. Rayon clutched his throbbing chest and raised his gaze. I need to make the decision now. The battle between the Light Wind Division and the Sword Demons from the Holy Sword Alliance came to a halt, as if they'd been doused in cold water. Sir Cloud, impossible. Did Sir Cloud really die? The Sword Demons' chins trembled, as they couldn't believe the fact that Cloud, the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance Master, was defeated by Rayon in his injured state. Ha, that bastard's seriously insane, Martha gasped in disbelief. How could he defeat another Grandmaster after using the sword field creation during his previous fight? Insane was the only word to describe him. It was impossible to understand this existence called Rayon Sieghart, whether she saw him from up close or far away. I didn't expect him to finish his fight before us. Burin raised his fist while looking back at Rayon. He really did a great job. Rayon was in the biggest crisis on that battlefield. He had already spent most of his aura using the sword field creation, and he was even injured. That was why his victory seemed unlikely, but Rayon managed to completely clear that doubt by cutting off Cloud's head. Burin felt like he just wasted his time worrying about Rayon at that point. Vice Division Leader, I believed in you all along. Leave the remaining sword demons to us. Dorian and the Light Wind swordsmen also smiled in excitement, waving their hands at Rayon. However, Runon's purple eyes were directed at the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance instead of Rayon. Slash. The coldness welling up from snow flowers sliced into the chest of a sword demon and pierced their heart. Cough. The attack froze the sword demon's wound completely and took their life. This isn't time to rest yet. Runon briefly nodded at the Light Wind Division and moved towards the next opponent. She wasn't acting like that because she wasn't worried about Rayon, it was because she completely trusted him. Did Runon really just say something right? It's true, and it makes me angry. Burin and Martha also started to slay the sword demons without saving up their aura, realizing that the tide of the battle had shifted towards the Light Wind Division. Ha! Rimmer's eyes curved into a smile as he swept his sweat-drenched hair back. It looks like we won the fight between the rising stars. He giggled while looking back and forth between Cloud, whose head was rolling, and Rayon, who was standing proudly. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword furrowed his brow, showing that even he hadn't anticipated Cloud's defeat. I guess it shouldn't matter since you're going to die here anyway. Right, it doesn't matter. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword regained his composure in the span of a single breath and shook his head, because Rayon Sieghart is no longer in this battle anyway. He narrowed his eyes while watching Rayon cough up black blood. The Alliance Master won't say anything as long as I kill you right here and bring Rayon back with me. You want to bring Rayon back? Rimmer furrowed his brow, questioning what he meant by that. The Alliance Master desires his talent. It will be helpful for him to ascend even higher. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword callously ran his mouth, implying that Rayon would be used as a test subject. What complete nonsense. A frightening wind blew above Rimmer's blade. I knew it. He still hasn't given up on taking Rayon away. The Holy Sword Alliance had begun targeting Rayon in Banneret, the city of 5 divine orders. Rimmer could guess that they weren't driven by simple curiosity. I need to finish this fight as fast as possible. He was feeling a slight pain inside because he'd been stopping the demonic sword Cryatus's demonic energy from reaching the Light Wind Division and Rayon. Since Rayon's fight, the one he'd been worried about the most, had come to an end, quickly putting an end to the fight was the correct course of action. Sword Field Creation. Rimmer raised his sword towards the rainstorm in the sky. Song of Wind and Lightning. A ferocious voice similar to the growl of a beast resounded from high up in the sky all the way to the end of the land. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled, unleashing relentless storms and lightning. In the midst of the boundary of the sword, where the mana itself was being eroded away, Rimmer's blue eyes sparked blue. The majestic wave of energy spreading from him gave the impression that he'd returned to his prime, back when he was called the Sword of Light. Yes. It wouldn't be fun to kill you if you couldn't even do that much. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword calmly nodded his head and pointed the demonic sword Cryatus at Rimmer. Crack! The demonic sword's red eyes emerged from the trembling violently blade. A menacing wave of demonic energy surged from the bloodshot eyes and covered the surrounding area. The rampage of the demonic energy distorted the space in a vertical line. Let's start the second round. Rayon wiped away the black blood soaking his lips. He observed the battlefield while suppressing the urge to faint from the pain caused by his internal injury and the demonic energy. Our division leader opened his sword field. Rimmer had stopped worrying about him and was fighting against the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword at full power. Neither of them was gaining an inch from the close battle, but the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword seemed to have the upper hand because he was using demonic energy. It can't be helped, I guess. After all, he's been protecting me and the Light Wind Division. The demonic sword Cryatus was a terrible sword that spread demonic energy to the entire area instead of just its opponent. Since Rimmer had spread an aura barrier in order to stop it from reaching the Light Wind Division while facing the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword, he'd been at a disadvantage all along. He looked like he would be fixated on his opponent, devoured by his wrath, but he can do it when it comes down to it. Wrath complimented Rimmer for the first time, surprised by his decision. I know, right? Rayon bit his lip and nodded. Damn it, he wanted to help Rimmer, but he was going to be reduced to dust the moment their waves of mana reached him. Staying out of it was the best way to help. How about this side? He looked at the Light Wind Division fighting behind Rimmer and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword. While the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance were more numerous, the Light Wind Division was slightly more powerful. They were pretty much equally matched, but Rayon could guess that they were going to win eventually since Run-On and Mark Goten managed to break the balance. But it's all over if our division leader loses his fight. Even if the Light Wind Division managed to slay the sword demons, the situation would be over if Rimmer lost against the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword. Since Rimmer was still protecting the Light Wind Division as he fought, defeating the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword seemed unlikely. Their fight is probably going to end with our division leader's death or the deaths of both sides. There were two choices Rayon could make in that situation. The first was to leave the rest to Rimmer and retreat with the Light Wind Division. Since Rimmer was being hindered by the Light Wind Division, it would be beneficial for both sides. However, there might be other sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance in the vicinity, and there was a high risk of falling into a dangerous situation since Rayon wasn't going to be helpful at all. The second and last method was to surpass the wall. He'd gained a clue for enlightenment during the fight against Cloud. If he could grasp the faint martial principle that was tickling his brain, it wouldn't be impossible to surpass the wall toward Grandmaster right there. Since the enlightenment might disappear if more time passed, it was a great opportunity at the same time. However, he couldn't easily decide to take the second choice because his condition was pretty much the worst, and the enemy was right in front of him. It must be the only way. Rayon finished his brief contemplation and mustered the small amount of his aura that had covered. He sent an aura message to Burin, Martha, Run-On, and Mark Goat. Listen without looking towards me. The team leaders and Mark Goten flinched slightly, but they kept swinging their swords. I'm going to surpass the wall. The trembling from the team leaders and Mark Goten intensified. You crazy bastard. What the hell are you even talking about? Martha couldn't hold back anymore and yelled through an aura message. Huh. Burin was also dumbfounded and gasped. Hide somewhere else at least if you're going to do it. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword wasn't an idiot. He was definitely going to follow if he moved away, so staying there while pretending he couldn't take action was the best thing to do. Run-on replied firmly, showing her trust in him as she drove her opponent into a corner. Don't worry, we will protect you with our lives. Mark Goten's voice was also filled with trust as he nodded. Rayon looked at Rimmer's back for the last time before he took out his subspace pocket. He took out the Ocean Soul's leaf and 2 elixirs that he'd gotten from Glenn. He wrapped the Ocean Soul's leaf around the red pill that radiated heat and the blue pill that radiated cold and put it inside his mouth. Whap, since all of them were highest grade elixirs, they melted down into a liquid as soon as they touched his tongue and went down his throat. Explosive heat and freezing coldness struck him at the same time. The pain was intense because he was in the possible worst condition, but it quickly subsided, probably from the Ocean Soul's effect. I need to take it slow. If they found out that he was trying to break through the wall, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and the Sword Demons were going to attack him like crazy. He had to put his enlightenment together under the pretense of simple cultivation. Rayon closed his eyes while standing. He controlled the ring of fire to spread the energy of the elixirs, filling his mana circuits all around his body. Rumble. The energy of the elixirs dashing through his mana circuits gathered at his middle energy center and erupted like a volcano. The powerful, high-purity energy stopped the demonic energy from tearing apart his body and drove it into a corner. The heated energy of his middle energy center slowly rose through his mana circuits and reached his upper energy center. The heat and coldness spread around like fireworks upon reaching the top, and the faint enlightenment he'd gained from defeating Cloud shone clearly. His mental world opened up. His aura perception, which he'd spread around to sense the outside reaction, subsided on its own as the world solely focused on himself was revealed. It's better this way. Since he'd started cultivating, a delayed reaction was inevitable. It was better to enter the trance and surpass the wall as quickly as possible. It changed a lot. His mental world had become wider than before, but it still maintained the same appearance of a grave of swords, countless blades embedded in the ground. As Rayon watched the divine and demonic swords, which were the only ones floating in the air, someone's hand grabbed a sword embedded in the ground. That's me. His young self, wearing a training outfit, pulled out a training sword from his mental world and started to practice basic techniques. Next up was a taller version of himself. He took a training sword and practiced the star-connecting sword. The next Rayon unleashed the fangs of insanity. Another Rayon activated the 10,000 Flames cultivation sword technique, and there was even a Rayon who demonstrated the Rayon Sieghart-style sword art that he created himself. As many Rayons as the swords appeared to demonstrate the sword techniques. No, that's not all there is. It wasn't just the techniques that he'd used before. Even the sword techniques that his opponents had used in previous battles were reenacted in his mental world. He remembered the conversation he'd had with the sword demon and Glenn in the past as he watched that scene. What is a sword, you ask? A sword is simply a sword. It's not anything complicated, Glenn said. Your head of house is right. The more you think of it as complicated, the more difficult the sword becomes. Even the versatile sword is no different from the others, the sword demon stated. But if you want to advance even higher, you need to have an appropriate reason for learning and using the sword technique. You need to wrap it with your will. Don't frown so much. It's not that hard. The answer is always inside you. They gave him a similar response as if they'd learned the same martial art. Answer. Rayon watched the swordsmanship of his other selves to obtain the answer that he couldn't find back then. Every single one was flashy and powerful. It looked like they could cut through anything in the world, the principles being fully incorporated into them. However, he noticed a strange thing as he continued to observe. Every technique except for the basic techniques functioned separately from each other. Just as chains can't function if they're separated from each other, he couldn't feel any connection between the sword techniques. Is it because I learned too many sword techniques? No, that's not it. Learning many different techniques was fine. The issue was the fact that he'd increased the number without having a definitive will. He hadn't realized it when the swords were embedded in the ground, but he could see the issue as he pulled them out and demonstrated. The reason he couldn't reach the Grandmaster's realm despite having gained lots of enlightenment and having enough aura was because his mental world wasn't organized yet. Moreover, I couldn't incorporate a proper will into my swordsmanship yet. He'd been fighting with momentary reactions, instead of thinking about what he wanted to achieve and what he wanted to gain. That implied that he hadn't changed that much from the child Rayon who was practicing basic techniques. Rayon slowly raised his gaze. The dark fog faded away and 7 red rings were revealed. Probably because his mind was wavering, the rings of fire were looking twisted as well. My starting point. It was time to return to the starting point, the ring of fire, and complete the 8th ring in order to put the enlightenment together. Let's start with removing the demonic energy. No, I don't need to remove it. Because his mind had cleared, he managed to get a new idea. I don't have any demonic energy, but I have the authorities of demon kings, which are superior to them. Rayon clenched his back teeth while looking up at the 7 rings rotating in the air. Let's try it. Wham, wham! The lightsaber of wind and lightning in Rimmer's hand clashed against the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's lightsaber of demonic energy, endlessly bombarding the area with rays of light like comets. Rimmer severed the space amid waves of mana, shaking the heavens and earth. The tip of his blade rotated counterclockwise and unleashed countless lightning storms. The beautiful and explosive sight made him look like he'd recovered his prowess from his prime. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword raised the demonic sword Crietus diagonally. The extremely concentrated demonic energy twisted the sky and advanced relentlessly. The dazzling light clashed against the dark light, causing a tremendous shockwave to burst out all around. The entire land trembled, and the entirety of House Lachien vibrated as if it were about to collapse. Rimmer turned around mid-air and rushed toward the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword from the left. He raised the blade of wind towards the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's neck. However, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword had already predicted Rimmer's movement. He slanted the demonic sword Crietus diagonally to create a shield of demonic energy. Clang! The powerful wave of the wind and lightning blade gnawed into the light saber of demonic energy, but it didn't manage to break through it. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword was still superior in terms of power alone. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword extended the demonic sword Crietus, and the demonic energy surged from its rotating tip into 9 different directions. The demonic energy curved like a whip and ruthlessly slammed down upon the area. Wham, wham, the land turned dark as if it had been poisoned upon being smacked by the demonic energy. It was a fatal attack, capable of killing the opponent in a single strike. Rimmer surrounded himself with wind and withdrew to the right. He gave up on counterattack and focused on evasion so that he wouldn't waste any energy. However, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword flew at Rimmer even faster and slashed down with Crietus. He seemed to have no intention of leaving him with a choice. Rimmer frowned because of the demonic blade surrounding him like a birdcage. So annoying. He bit his lip and advanced towards the demonic blade closing in on him. Slash. The lightsaber of lightning managed to cut off 2 bits of demonic energy, but the 7 other blades entangled with each other like a whirlwind and dashed towards his heart. As the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's demonic sword needed the darkness, Rimmer dashed towards it and thrust the blade made of concentrated wind and lightning energy. Rumble. Red and green radiance stormed around Rimmer's sword of light, but the darkness of the demonic sword Crietus couldn't be cut off, even though it seemed close. Dark Blood, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword pulled the demonic sword Crietus to the left. The blade, which only had the length of a longsword, extended endlessly and became a greatsword suitable for a divine general from heaven. The descent of the blade that glowed a darkish red looked like it was trying to cut down the entire world. Rimmer raised his sword of light while sensing that his sword field was narrowing. The light from his blade spread to the front and created a majestic storm of light. Wham! A bottomless pit appeared on the ground as Rimmer and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword were pushed back, dragging their feet. Spit. Rimmer spat out the black blood welling in his mouth and furrowed his brow. This is going to be difficult. The demonic energy spreading from the demonic sword Crietus was becoming more and more powerful, as if it were limitless. The discomfort in his stomach made him want to throw up, and his fingertips were trembling. Since the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword had been relying on the demonic sword, he didn't even spend that much aura. As a result, the situation was getting more and more dire. Should I let the youngsters escape, at least? Rimmer started to contemplate whether he should save the Light Wind Division and bring the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword to the grave with him when the man suddenly sneered. You seem to have a lot on your mind. He raised his chin sharply while digging out the land with the demonic sword Crietus. Are you planning to let your subordinates escape? Well, while that would be a wise decision since you can't defeat me before your sword field creation runs out, the Light Wind Division hasn't finished their battle, and Rayon Sieghart can't help you. Even contemplating that is meaningless. He pointed left and right with his chin. This entire area is already surrounded. The only choices you have are to die here with them, or die here yourself while letting the others die out there. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword smiled, showing his confidence at the encirclement. I told you already, you aren't capable of saving others. You can't even save yourself anymore, you bastard. A frightening gleam filled Rimmer's eyes. His reason disappeared and crimson fury replaced it. This is where you end, huh? The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes were trembling faintly. What? Rimmer turned to see where he was looking. Rayon used to be faltering as if he were going to collapse at any moment, but he was slowly floating into the air. In no way is he really trying to break through the wall right here. What Rayon was showing was the phenomenon right before breaking through a wall. How the hell is he so bold? He was trying to break through the wall in the middle of a battlefield. Even the biggest madman in the continent wouldn't do such a thing. What the? The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword also noticed that fact and ground his teeth. Catch him. Drag him down right now. On the other hand, Rimmer shook his hand towards the light wind division. Stop them no matter what. Clicking, the ring of fire was being molded in a semicircle, but crumbled like a leaf as soon as it touched the fifth ring. Ha! Rayon exhaled in frustration while looking at the remains of the shattered ring. As expected, this isn't easy. It was necessary to create a new ring while the pre-existing rings were rotating in order to increase the number of rings of fire. It was easy to create a new ring when there was only one or two and all he needed was enough mana. However, the more the number of rings increased, the more drastically the difficulty increased. He had 7 rings total, and their rotation speed had also increased. That was why he could barely find any room to create a new ring. It's difficult, but I still need to do it. There's no other way. The only way to overcome that hopeless situation was to create the 8th ring and break through the wall. He had to complete the ring even if he had to spend all the mana that he'd gained with the elixirs. Rayon gathered high-purity mana and concentrated it around his heart. He controlled the mana as carefully as extracting a thread out of a cocoon and started to mold a new ring of fire. Clicking, however, the new ring collided with the second ring and shattered into pieces before it even became a semicircle. Again, there was no time to despair from the failure. He extracted another thread of mana and continued his challenge. Clying, the 7th ring barged in as soon as he started to mold it and destroyed the mana. Again. He continued the challenge non-stop, but the trajectories of the rings of fire's rotations were way too erratic, and he couldn't find the way at all. He even started to think that it might be a better idea to just fight to death against a grandmaster. Ha! Rayon raised his gaze. He let out a dejected laugh while looking at the rings rotating in his mental world. You are so cold to the newbie. The 7 rings of fire weren't opening the gate. It was as if they were defending an impregnable fortress. They rotated with a frightening speed and splendor, crushing all of the lines of mana approaching them as if they were saying that they didn't need a new ring. Keep destroying it. Let's see who wins. The flow of time in the mental world was different from reality. Molding the ring of fire in the mental world was such a rare opportunity that he couldn't miss. Then let's try again. Rayon started to pull out the mana to mold another ring but suddenly stopped. How are they still here? His countless selves were still demonstrating swordsmanships while holding the swords in his mental world. The scene that gave the enlightenment usually disappeared after giving the enlightenment. That was why it was strange that they remained. Rayon scattered the mana he was condensing and observed the versions of himself who were swinging their swords. The child Rayon was focused on basic techniques. The boy Rayon was concentrating on making a sword of his own, while the youngster Rayon desired a more advanced technique. Although they were demonstrating different sword techniques, there was one common aspect for all of them. Regardless of the time, he had always practiced swordsmanship using everything he had. It seemed to be the result of always going all out in his training ever since his childhood. Never give up. That was one thing he was confident at doing. There's no time to waste. Rayon smiled faintly and was about to start making the ring of fire, only to suddenly stop. Wait a moment, did my swordsmanship really not incorporate anything so far? He raised his gaze once again. He couldn't believe the fact that his sword wasn't incorporating anything, even though he'd been working so hard on swinging the sword from his childhood until his adulthood. Sword, the moment he saw the boy who was demonstrating the incomplete. Fangs of insanity with heavenly drive in his hand, Rayon remembered the conversation with Vulcan that he'd forgotten. What is your objective? I want to become a swordsman who won't be defeated by anyone or any situation. Revenge against Darius wasn't his only wish. He had expressed his will to become a swordsman who wouldn't be defeated by anyone in order to achieve his objective. It was because his will was always alive in his heart that he'd always swung his sword to the best of his ability. The power called will manifests once the power of the soul dwells inside the determination. Rayon realized that he'd always had the determination to be accomplished by the will. Learning various and complicated techniques is fine. However, there needs to be a meaning behind using those techniques. It's not that hard. The answer is always inside you. His conversation with the sword demon and Glenn could be heard once again in his mind, and the mental world came to a halt. The versions of himself during his childhood, adulthood, and even from the day before embedded their swords back into the ground. They nodded faintly, as if they were saying that they delivered the message they came to tell, and scattered away like smoke. Creak, the 7 rings of fire slowly came to a halt. They opened the path with a majestic flame, as if they were waiting for the new ring's arrival. Rayon raised his finger in fascination. He moved the mana that emanated a golden glow to create a new line among the rings of fire. The most beautiful circle in the world was drawn, and his mental world started to tremble. Rayon closed his eyes, feeling the intense heat from the 8 rings. He entered an even deeper trance in the midst of the darkening world. Stop them at all costs. Drag him down no matter what. Obviously, the Light Wind Division was the first to react to Rimmer, and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's shouts. Since the team leaders and Mark Goat were already aware of Rayon's condition, they leaped towards him before even thinking. Light Wind Division, follow up as fast as possible. Burin called out the order to the confused Light Wind Division and ground his teeth toward Rayon, who was floating in the air. You said you were doing it in secret. Why are you advertising that you're in a trance now? You crazy bastard. Despite swearing at him, he used his footwork with a desperate expression on his face. I knew this was going to happen. Martha laughed bitterly and shook her head. There's no way that crazy bastard isn't going to start trouble. She laughed cheerfully instead and raised her sword from the north. Burin followed behind her and blocked the southern path. Rayon with eyes and mouth closed. Damn handsome. Run-On nodded blankly and stood to the east. Hoo-hoo. Mark Goten smiled faintly and stood to the west. Why are you even laughing? The fact that our vice division leader entered the trance right here shows how much he is counting on us. I'm just glad about that fact. The three team leaders didn't say anything. They simply stared at the approaching enemies with serious eyes. What the hell is going on? Why is he floating in the air? Don't tell me he actually entered a trance right now. What the hell is that boldness? I heard he killed a dragon, and now he is becoming a dragon himself. Is he ascending now? The Light Wind Division managed to arrive before the sword demons but still gasped at the ridiculous situation. Open formation, Burin shouted. The Light Wind Division surrounded Rayon to create the large light wind formation. The wave of energy emanating from the swordsmen was sturdier than ever, as if they had never complained. Charge, break through them, kill them all. The Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons finally arrived and unleashed their deadly attacks, but the wall of aura created by the Light Wind Division didn't waver in the slightest. What are you doing? Push them, just touch him at least. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword shouted in frustration. Rayon Zeekhart can't do anything right now. Ignore the Light Wind Division. Launch an aura blade at Rayon. Avenge Lord Cloud's death. The sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance were encouraged by the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and charged at Rayon, but the Light Wind Division's spirit was even greater. The swordsmen focused on defense to protect Rayon without a care for their own lives. Hold the line. Never let them break through. It's our victory once this damn bastard wakes up. Protect him with your lives. The Light Wind Division fortified their defense upon hearing Burin, Run-On, and Martha's shouts. The sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance continued their straight and destructive attacks, but scattered their own blood on the land instead from counterattacks. The Light Wind Division's aura converged at the center, tightening the Light Wind Division even further when 8 rings floated above Rayon's head. The rotating rings, ablaze with powerful flames, looked like every single one of them was alive. They started to seep into the area around Rayon's heart. What the hell is that? Flame. Both the Light Wind Division and the sword demons stopped breathing upon witnessing that strange scene. However, Rayon's change wasn't over. 3 flowers bloomed above his head this time. The flower on the left was red and vibrant, while the flower on the right was blue and elegant. The last flower blooming at the center was small, but it was shining most brilliantly, radiating a gold color. The flower petals fluttered delicately, as if coated in morning dew, before they released a faint fragrance alongside a mysterious light. No, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword ground his teeth violently and kicked off mid-air. He surpassed the Grandmaster's wall. The 3 flowers were the phenomenon of aura representing the 3 energy centers, and the fact that they'd bloomed implied that his lower energy center, middle energy center, and upper energy center were connected. He thought Rayon was in the process of breaking through the wall, but he was gravely mistaken. The madman had broken through the Grandmaster's wall in that short time period and was advancing even further. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword thrust the demonic sword Cryatus in order to cut through the Light Wind Division. As the demonic sword's blade was unleashed in a flaming pillar, a cold wind blew and blocked its path. Clang. Rimmer's Sword of Light fended off the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's demonic sword, creating powerful lightning in the air. The exploding lightning strikes incinerated the demonic energy as it scattered. I'm your opponent. Where do you think you're going? Stay out of my way. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword furrowed his brow and swung the demonic sword Cryatus at a frightening speed. Both the power and speed had increased drastically, implying that he'd been hiding his strength so far. Clang. Rimmer extended the light saber of wind and lightning to block the demonic sword's trajectory, but his wrist was shaking hard to the point of breaking. Damn it, has he been saving his power? Because Rimmer had already spent more than 30 of his aura to protect Rayon and Light Wind Division from the demonic energy, he didn't have enough energy left to fend off the attack. Even his internal injury had worsened, causing searing pain in his chest, as if it were about to break. I need to hold him back even if I die. The demonic energy's influence was reduced drastically by the wind and lightning engulfing the sword field. He couldn't let the sword field be deactivated even if he had to die for it. Fuck off. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword rapidly bent the demonic sword, showing his impatience. The demonic energy wavered like the ocean's tide and rushed towards the Light Wind Division. You're the one who needs to fuck off. Rimmer crushed the ground heavily and unleashed a tornado of wind and lightning. The storm rising around the Sword of Light clashed against the wave of demonic energy. Wham! The demonic energy and lightning devoured each other, filling the sky and land with intense sparks. I'll never let you pass me. Rimmer wiped the black blood flowing from his mouth away and bared his white teeth. Protect. Do you really believe someone like you can do that? The master of the wise dragon sword wielded the demonic sword Crietus at waist height and curled his lips into a smile. You survived by killing your subordinates. Who do you think you're protecting now? The composure was gone from his expression as he launched the sword. Once the demonic sword Crietus left its owner's hand, it strolled into the air like a living creature and unleashed dozens of lines of demonic energy at Rimmer. Every single one of them was a powerful attack, capable of instantly killing its opponent. Huff. Rimmer pointed at the demonic sword Crietus floating in the air with his light saber of wind and lightning. The wind and lightning spread around in the shape of a fan, tearing through all the approaching streams of demonic energy. The demonic sword Crietus resonated as if it didn't like the outcome before it was sucked into the master of the wise dragon sword's hand. Cough. Rimmer coughed up black blood, his hand trembling intensely. Damn it, the internal injury he'd been suppressing had worsened. Considering the fact that even pieces of his organs could be found in the blood, he really wasn't going to last that long. He wanted to circulate his aura, but he couldn't afford such a luxury because the master of the wise dragon sword's deadly eyes were fixated on him. Wham, wham. Rimmer's chin trembled as he cut through the rampaging wave of demonic energy. His mind was growing hazy. He was really at his limit. Didn't you say that you were going to kill me? The master of the wise dragon sword sneered, his eyes turning red. Is giving up on killing me and trying to stand on my way your definition of revenge? He forcibly rolled his lips into a smile, his face pale. He was definitely frustrated at the situation. Your subordinates died because of how pitiful you are. The master of the wise dragon sword licked his dry lips while looking at Rimmer's reddening eyes. They are also going to die now because you are their superior. He thrust the demonic sword without any preliminary movement. The demonic energy advanced like a ray of light toward Rayon at the center of the light wind formation. Rimmer bit his lip and used footwork. He rushed towards the demonic energy from its right side and unleashed a strike of wind and lightning. Wham! You keep interfering. The master of the wise dragon sword bit his lip while looking at Rimmer's composed eyes, which revealed that he wasn't yielding to his provocation. You're right. Rimmer stood up with difficulty and nodded. They died because of me. I yielded to your trivial provocation and got everyone killed. He raised his sword with trembling hands and showed a bitter look in his eyes. That's why I won't yield this time. You won't lay a finger on them until I'm dead. Rimmer raised his lightning-infused sword and pointed it at the master of the wise dragon sword. His hands weren't shaking anymore. The master of the wise dragon sword's serene expression twisted like a fiend's. All right, if you desire death that much, I'll start by cutting out your stomach. He advanced violently and scattered the demonic energy. The demonic energy materialized into sharp pieces and turned into a raging bladestorm. Rimmer slashed upwards with the sword of light, his feet rooted into the ground. The light converging at the center of the light exploded, cutting through the sky and quelling the bladestorm. Wham! Huge explosions that crushed the area occurred one after the other from the clash between demonic energy and lightning. However, while the demonic energy from Crietus was getting more and more powerful, Rimmer's lightning energy was becoming fainter, the flow being interrupted. The area of his sword field has also decreased, and there wasn't much space he could control anymore. The end was near. Rimmer bit his lip in despair. Just the 3 flowers blooming on Rayon's head turned into lights of respective colors and were sucked into his nose. Damn it, the master of the wise dragon sword realized that he really had no more time left. He held the demonic sword Crietus with both hands and raised it above his head. Rumble, the demonic blade surged to reach the sky and spread around its extremely ominous wave of energy. The master of the wise dragon sword concentrated the demonic energy to the extreme and unleashed the astral sphere as if he were releasing all of the demonic sword's energy at once. Try blocking it if you can. The demonic sword fell from the sky at his sneering words. The astral sphere of demonic energy was blazing like a dark sun, pushing itself into the sword field and creating a tremendous wave of power. Rimmer bit his lip while looking at the astral sphere approaching him. I can kill him. The master of the wise dragon sword was too excited, fully focused on his attack while overlooking his defense. It was possible to cut his head off and achieve his revenge. He could avenge his subordinates with his own hands. However, he wouldn't be able to stop the descending blade. Rayon and everyone in the Light Wind Division were going to die in return for his revenge. This goes without saying. Just as he was about to take action to save the Light Wind Division, the faces of the deceased flashed before his eyes. The eyes flooding his mind were from those idiots who were worried about him, even though the master of the wise dragon sword was tearing their hearts out. Their blood-soaked eyes stared at him, seeming to ask him to avenge them. Rimmer closed his eyes. He would never get another chance to take his revenge if he chose the Light Wind Division. Even if the master of the wise dragon's sword died, revenge wouldn't be achieved with his own hands. He could feel in his soul that his lifelong ambition would never come true. Rimmer slowly opened his eyes. The faces of dead subordinates were still floating in front of him. He smiled and greeted them with his eyes. There's no way you would make such an expression. I'll save your juniors no matter what. Step. Rimmer made up his mind and raised his sword of light while stepping towards the astral sphere without hesitation. I told you you have to overcome me first. The lightning energy blazing around the blade subsided completely and a thick wind replaced it. The wave of wind stretched from below and created a steady wall. The sound disappeared and a windless area was formed. It was the eye of the storm instead of the song of wind and lightning. The sword field had transformed, reverting to its essence and focusing solely on one objective. The exceedingly noble wall of wind blocked the blade of demonic energy. Wham! The astral sphere that blazed with darkness was unable to reach its target and faded away in vain. The wall of wind collapsed after it achieved its goal. It could be called the defender's victory, but Rimmer's sword couldn't stay in his hand anymore. Cling. He coughed up blood while clutching his right arm, which was torn off. The master of the wise dragon's sword's eyes widened, showing his surprise at how Rimmer managed to defend against it. Haha, Rimmer forced himself to laugh and shook his head. I told you, you won't get past me. It's over for you. The master of the wise dragon's sword ignored Rimmer and dashed at the Light Wind Division. Just as his demonic sword was about to stab Crane, who was standing at the very front, Rimmer stood in front of him once again. Whack! Rimmer grinned while blocking the demonic sword Crietus with his body. Are you deaf? You have to kill me first. All right, I'll kill you if you want it that much. The master of the wise dragon's sword was about to cause an explosion from the blade stabbing Rimmer's body. Wham! A huge flame burst from the center of the Light Wind Division. The fire raged as powerfully as the primordial flame, then spread in all directions to incinerate the demonic energy. Step. In the midst of the firestorm, a golden shadow approached and held the demonic sword piercing through Rimmer's abdomen. Whop! The intense flame tore off the demonic blade and sealed Rimmer's wound. Huff. Rimmer fell backwards and the golden shadow supported his back. Why, you're late. I'm sorry. I overslept a little. Rayon smiled faintly as his appearance was revealed in the midst of the subsiding flame. Leave it to me now. Seriously. Rimmer laughed bitterly as he realized that Rayon was returning what he told him in front of the blood-raving demon and closed his eyes. I leave him to you. Rayon carefully carried Rimmer and entrusted him to Dorian. Why, you bastard. The master of the wise dragon's sword took a step back, realizing that Rayon's pressure had changed drastically. Even if you became a grandmaster, it won't change anything, because I'm. Rayon didn't respond to him and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. 1,000 flames were connected to each other and reached the sky. 10,000 flames cultivation, 10,000 flames. Golden void infusion. Rayon's eyes turned golden, and the god of flame dwelled in them. As soon as Rayon opened his eyes, he realized his world had changed. Grandmaster. He could feel through his skin that he'd set foot into the extremely advanced realm that was rare even among the 6 kings. His body felt heavy, as if he were drowning in an abyss. It was difficult to move his limbs like boulders were attached to them. However, the flow of the world was even slower and heavier. It must have been the realm faced by a grandmaster when they fully unleashed their will. Have you lost your mind? Wrath jumped out of the bracelet and glared at him. What kind of goofball falls into a trance in the middle of a battlefield? Just how strong are your nerves? He shook his head, shouting that it was such a ridiculous thing to do. How the hell does someone like this manage to break through the wall? This is so unfair. I'll play with you later, so be quiet for now. Rayon left Wrath alone as he kept yelling and met the master of the wise dragon's sword's distorted eyes. He is powerful. The master of the wise dragon's sword, the demonic sword Crietus in hand, seemed to have transcended the very concept of being powerful. I need to finish him off right now. Rayon could feel that his current prowess couldn't be maintained. It was necessary to slay the master of the wise dragon's sword before his awakened state ended. Whap, he murmured the 10,000 flames cultivation, lines engraved in his head, and raised Heavenly Drive. The flame pillar connecting heaven and earth divided into 18, surrounding the master of the wise dragon sword. It was a flame prison possessing the power of the astral sphere in every single pillar. It's just some flames. The master of the wise dragon sword swung the demonic sword Crietus to escape from the golden void infusion's heat, but the 18 pillars of flames devoured the demonic energy and intensified even further. What the? He slashed downwards violently, unable to understand how the flames were devouring the demonic energy. Crietus unleashed an explosive amount of demonic energy, but the flames didn't extinguish. Rayon reduced the range of the prison through his will and watched calmly. This is the Golden Void Infusion. Though Golden Void Infusion wasn't a simple attack or defense, it was a peculiar technique that consisted of creating a prison with high resistance to demonic energy. It was a technique used by the Sieghart ancestor during his battle against the mysterious man with the white iris and black sclera, and Rayon hadn't expected to use it so quickly. Wham! The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword realized that the Golden Void Infusion was resistant to demonic energy. He unleashed a large amount of his own aura over the demonic energy to cut through the prison bars of fire. A violent explosion occurred from the concentrated aura, and the Golden Void Infusion trembled intensely. Damn it, he jumped at the small area where a child could barely pass through. He seemed to be trying to escape from the Golden Void Infusion, even if he ended up being burned in the process. Pay the rent before you go. Rayon narrowed the bars as the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword tried to escape. Whap! The flames rapidly narrowed and left a deep burn on the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword's leg and waist. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword ground his teeth violently while looking at the crimson burn engraved on him like a slave brand. His furrowed brow was showing no sign of easing under the intense pain. What have you done? You don't need to know. Rayon pointed Heavenly Drive at the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword's eyes and shook his head. What arrogance from just a scratch. The fight is only getting started. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword felt humiliated by the fact that he lost the contest of spirit, unleashing a wave of energy powerful enough to distort the atmosphere. There were 2 scratches. Can't you even count? Rayon deflected the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword's fighting spirit and raised his finger to point at his burns on his waist and leg. Shut up. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword raised his demonic sword, his frightening eyes glaring at Rayon. You are just a rookie at the starting line. The demonic energy and aura burst from his dark blade at the same time, scattering the frightening darkness around him. I'm not at the starting line. I'm at the finishing line where your head is going to roll. Rayon curled his lips into a smile and lifted Heavenly Drive. The flames flowing along the blade concentrated at the tip, creating a sphere of light as brilliant as the sun. It was the astral sphere. The technique reserved for grandmasters was finally in his grasp. I told you to shut up. Then stop talking to me. Shut your mouth already. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword couldn't withstand his anger anymore and thrust the demonic sword Cryatus. The astral sphere of demonic energy rotated at a shocking speed and twisted the space. Clyog. Rayon shoved Heavenly Drive into the whirling demonic energy rushing towards him. The astral sphere engulfed in crimson light pushed itself into the darkness. Wham! The land between them turned upside down, and the dark sky was split apart from the clash between the astral spheres of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and demonic energy. Behind the descending surface of the land, Rayon pierced into the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword space. The flame engulfing his silver blade cut through the demonic energy and advanced even further, incorporating his will to never be defeated. HMH, the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword bit his lip to the point of bleeding while being pushed back from the clash. How is this happening? He glared at Rayon with wide eyes, unable to believe the fact that he was losing a contest of sheer power. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to catch up to him. He advanced through the wind as if Rimmer were pushing his back and unleashed the Flame Spirit. Whap! A red-stained tree blossomed from the tip of his blade. Branches stretched towards the sky as if they had experienced all emotions of life in a split second, and countless petals descended from them. There were hundreds, no, thousands of pieces of flames. They incorporated Rayon's will and carved a crimson path. The beautiful flame petals became a scorching heat that engulfed the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword. This much is nothing. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword roared and raised the demonic sword's blade. Cryatus revealed its thick branch as if it had returned to being the life-sapping tree of devildom before becoming a sword, scattering its darkened leaves. Wham! The black leaves unleashed by Cryatus's blade started to crush the red petals of the Flame Spirit. If it had been the Flame Spirit of the past, the flower petals would have subsided. However, that wasn't the case anymore. The divided petals gathered once again and formed a second storm. This is. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword's eyes became twisted. He tried to thrust the demonic sword once again as the gathered petals advanced while dancing with each other. The red petals incinerated the black leaves and fell upon the branch created by the demonic sword Cryatus. Wham! The red petals decorated the dark tree to create a frightening beauty, and then a tremendous amount of heat exploded to violently tear through the Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword's demonic energy and aura. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword wasn't in good condition once he managed to break out of the red heat. His cloak was tattered, and severe burns were marring his face and his left arm. damn it. He bit his lip while looking down at his arm, which was severely burned. How? Who the hell are you that you can bring forth so much power right after you surpass the wall? The master of the wise dragon's sword dashed, yelling at the incomprehensible situation. It almost looked like a devil was possessing his elegant face. It's not just my power. Rayon calmly responded and slashed upwards with a sparkling flame. The space touched by the blade was connected into one, and a single wall surged from the ground. Wham! The rampart created by the firewall perfectly blocked the master of the wise dragon sword's astral sphere. A wall of the astral sphere. Rayon pierced into the master of the wise dragon sword's space in the midst of his panic. He slashed deep into him, heavenly drive surrounded by the firewall's flame like a scabbard. How dare you? As expected of a warrior at the Grandmaster's realm, the master of the wise dragon sword immediately reacted, creating a shield of astral sphere with his demonic sword. Rayon finished the slash with a line of heat reflected on heavenly drive as if he didn't care about his defense. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, crimson slash. The line of heat dwelling on the blade narrowed to a thickness even thinner than a thread, twisting the space as it passed. Slash. The master of the wise dragon sword's shield of astral sphere was cut apart slightly. It wasn't because of his mistake. The crimson slash, incorporating the principles of the space sword, had cut apart the astral sphere. No, the master of the wise dragon sword hurriedly tried to consolidate the astral sphere, but Rayon's strike had already passed by his chest. PSSSH, the red blood evaporated from the heat before even coming out into the world, and an excruciating burn was etched on the master of the wise dragon sword's chest. How? The master of the wise dragon sword stepped backward, his trembling hand clutching his chest. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot, thrusting heavenly drive, which he'd pulled backward. The flame at the tip of the blade swirled, forming the shape of a flame dragon. A breath of fire was released from the jaw, opened widely enough to devour the world. Wham! The flame dragon art. The fire dragon's roar erupted, melting the ground where the master of the wise dragon sword was standing into a lava field. Black smoke rose from it. Ha! Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the faint golden flame emerging from Heavenly Drive's blade. Is this the true power of the 10,000 Flames cultivation? Though 10,000 Flames cultivation was already powerful when it was just at the 100 Flames level, but the power was on a whole different level at 1,000 Flames. He could guess that the Zeekhart ancestor had created the technique based on Grandmaster's realm. I want to maintain this feeling. He wouldn't be able to return to that realm for a while once it came to an end. It was necessary to make his body learn the sensation in order to accelerate the process. Hey. Wrath briskly shoved his face onto him. The King of Essence's techniques are the same. You couldn't use them properly so far because you were too weak. You should be able to somewhat copy them now. He claimed that his techniques were better and even taught him how to use them. Who? The master of the wise dragon sword exhaled roughly while escaping from the land scorched in black. His cloak was completely incinerated without even a single piece left, and his body was covered with orange burns that looked like crawling worms. It's hot, isn't it? Rayon sneered and extended his hand towards the master of the wise dragon sword. He opened his hand as if he were going to grasp his head and unleashed. Glacier, the monarch of Wrath's ultimate technique, silver-white aurora. Blue radiance sparkled from his hand, spreading out like a deer's horn. By the time the master of the wise dragon sword witnessed that light, the blue coldness was already engulfing him. PSSSH, the blades of frost pierced into the burns, and the master of the wise dragon sword's injuries turned deathly black. Wham! The master of the wise dragon sword used his footwork to the best of his ability, but the silver-white aurora followed him like a leech, causing a tremendous pressure to his legs. Get off me already. The master of the wise dragon sword couldn't withstand it anymore and unleashed a storm of demonic energy by slamming the demonic sword into the ground. However, even the demonic energy froze under the onslaught of ice, limiting his movement to the extreme. Rayon's legs surged with immense power. He dashed forward, causing the ground to burst, and reached the master of the wise dragon sword's right side. His left hand was extended without hesitation. A blue radiance gathered around it. The monarch of Wrath's ultimate technique, Silver Moon Demonic Veil. The sphere floating between his hand and the master of the wise dragon sword's right shoulder was shattered, causing a wave of extreme coldness spread around it. Wham! An ultimate technique unique to Rayon was unleashed, different from Wrath's. Silver Moon Demonic Veil, and the right side of the master of the wise dragon sword's upper body was completely frozen. Cough! The master of the wise dragon sword stepped back while coughing up blood and tried to remove the Silver Moon Demonic Veil's ice with the demonic energy's fire, but the frost never faded away. Yuhaha! Wrath grinned while shaking his round fist. See, That is the King of Essence's technique. Your meager flame is no match for it. He stretched his lips, saying that Glacier was better than the 10,000 Flames cultivation. You are so simple. He used to criticize him for copying in the past, but he was complimenting instead for copying better. Rayon couldn't understand what he even wanted anymore. Impossible. You just became a grandmaster, so how? The master of the wise dragon's sword removed the ice shards from his body along with strips of flesh, his trembling lips turning blue. You still don't understand. Rayon looked at the master of the wise dragon sword with a gaze of disdain. It's more like you've grown weaker rather than I'm growing stronger. What do you mean? Did you feel anything during your fight against our division leader? Rayon confidently turned around with the master of the wise dragon sword in front of him. He bit his lip while looking at Rimmer, who could be dead or alive. Our division leader let you spread the demonic energy on purpose to waste the power of your demonic sword and your aura. He even confined the demonic energy in his body at the end while he collapsed. Ah. The master of the wise dragon sword's complexion turned pale. His eyes trembled as he looked at Rimmer. He never fights without reason. He calculated everything and created this path. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the master of the wise dragon sword's face, which was turning darker and darker. There should be no reason to tell him the most important part. He raised heavenly drive. Golden radiance burst from the silver-gray blade. Auspicious energy, like the dawn's light opening the sky, spread out in all directions. We are the only ones who are allowed to make fun of our division leader. He isn't someone that you can laugh at or look down upon. He grasped the small amount of awakening remaining in him and advanced toward the master of the wise dragon sword. Rimmer, you disgusting bastard. The master of the wise dragon sword dashed while screaming. The world itself was quaking, implying that he must have mustered all his energy, in addition to the demonic sword Cryatus. Rayon drew out his aura while walking into the rampaging demonic energy. The sturdiness of his middle energy center was added to the aura surging from his lower energy center, and the will of his upper energy center surrounded it. Once the aura passed through the three energy centers, it became a golden flame that soaked the blade of heavenly drive. Before anyone could speak a word, Rayon and the master of the wise dragon sword shoved their crimson strike and dark strike toward each other. Wham! The frontal clash between heavenly drive and the demonic sword created a fissure in the space, connecting the sky and the land. Immeasurable shockwaves occurred one after the other from the clash between powers and advanced martial arts. The surface of the land was overturned, and the trees were rooted out. They seemed to be equally matched, but the winner was quickly revealed. Crack! The demonic sword Cryatus's hilt crumbled along with all of the master of the wise dragon sword's power, and the blade of demonic energy scattered around. Why is the demonic sword? He looked at the crumbling hilt of the demonic sword with trembling eyes. It's because of the seed planted by our division leader, the one you called stupid. The master of the wise dragon sword shouldn't have noticed because he was mentally driven into a corner, but Rimmer had inserted wind into the demonic sword's blade to create a small twist. The seed that he'd left behind had carved the path to cut off the master of the wise dragon sword's head. Wait. Rayon ignored his desperate shout and pushed heavenly drive towards him. The golden flame devoured the demonic energy and blazed even more powerfully. The small sun rising from the tip of his blade spread its majestic light towards the center of the scattering demonic energy. Wham! Along with a tremendous impact, the buildings in House Lachian collapsed like dominoes and black smoke rose all the way to the sky. Whoosh! How could a rookie like him? You lost, no. Rayon pointed at Rimmer with his chin while looking down on the master of the wise dragon sword, who was about to die. It's our victory. Revenge was a constant shadow in my thoughts. Even while I was raising the Light Wind Division, my desire for vengeance against the master of the wise dragon sword never faded away. Even amid happiness, joy, anger, and growing affection, revenge remained with me like an ever-present shadow. It couldn't be helped, as I had lost people who were even closer than family to me. Once I realized that I couldn't give up on my revenge against the master of the wise dragon sword and the Holy Sword Alliance, I started to prepare. I swore to the deceased that I would kill the master of the wise dragon sword, even if I had to sacrifice my life in return. However, I was unable to achieve that pledge. I encountered the master of the wise dragon sword like I'd been dreaming of, but I couldn't fight with my life on the line. I was fully focused on stopping him, prioritizing the living instead of the ones I killed. I was really glad that no one had died. I had no regrets. However, the sense of guilt was weighing heavily on my shoulders. I immediately went to the grave of the deceased after I returned to the house. I shouted that I was sorry, that there was no other choice. I swore once again that I was definitely going to kill the master of the wise dragon sword with my own hands, with my life on the line the next time I met him. After that day, I distanced myself from Rayon and the Light Wind Division little by little. I rarely came to the training ground or helped with their training so that the Light Wind Division would still be fine. centered around Rayon even after I was gone. I borrowed the personal training ground of the head of house and only focused on my training. I abandoned the Eye of the Storm that had a good balance between attack and defense. I focused all my efforts on polishing the Song of Wind and Lightning, which was more powerful in attack, in order to sharpen the fangs to bite the master of the wise dragon sword's throat. I thought I could finally throw away everything and solely focus on revenge. However, I was unable to go all out against the master of the wise dragon sword once again. I resolved myself to cut off the master of the wise dragon sword's head without caring about what happened to the light wind division, but I ended up spending a large amount of aura in order to protect them instead. I should feel guilty towards the deceased, but I was strangely feeling at ease. As if my soul were released from the binding of thorny vines, I could move my body more freely. I realized that it was because my end was near. Understanding that it was my final moments, I was planning to tell Rayon to escape with everyone and put an end to my fight, but that damn bastard went ahead and did it. He fell into a trance in the middle of a battlefield. It was a madness that even Glenn wouldn't be able to do. In the end, my plan to take down the master of the wise dragon sword with me was completely shattered. I couldn't run away or put an end to the fight. I had to use all of my power to protect Rayon and the light wind division. However, I had a final opportunity in the midst of that chaotic battle. The master of the wise dragon sword panicked because Rayon was about to awaken and focused all of his power in the direction of the light wind, and an opening was revealed. It was fatal enough to cut off his head and take away his life. However, if I attacked that opening, Rayon and the light wind division were going to die without even leaving a bone behind. A split-second decision. No, I didn't even decide. My body was blocking the master of the wise dragon sword's path before I even started to think. I removed the Song of Wind and Lightning that I'd been polishing in order to kill him, and activated the Eye of the Storm in order to protect everyone. I didn't regret being unable to achieve vengeance at all. All I was thinking about was protecting the ones behind me. I took the demonic energy into my body in order to save them and even shoved the energy of wind into the demonic sword. I thought it was enough. I closed my eyes, resolving myself to kneeling in front of my companions in the afterlife for being unable to achieve vengeance, and as I was prepared to die. That damn Rayon stopped the demonic sword. His faint golden eyes, mysterious and elegant, were crushing the master of the wise dragon sword. Rayon smiled, saying that he was late because he overslept. That was my line. My disciple's back was broader than ever as he advanced while stating the line that I said when I stopped the blood-raving demon's attack. Even Glenn was no match for him, even though I'd entrusted my future to him. Rayon was powerful. Since he had just awakened, he even used the techniques that he normally couldn't use and drove the master of the wise dragon sword into a corner. That Chaldno, my king who used to be a child, seemed to be ascending the stairs to the throne, wearing royal robes and a crown. I couldn't avenge them myself, but I thought it was worth taking the demonic energy in to head to my demise. Unfortunately, there was no sense of relief. After all, I wanted to kill the master of the wise dragon sword myself instead of leaving it to someone else. I never wanted revenge achieved by someone else. Just as I was thinking about that, Rayon defeated the master of the wise dragon sword with his faint golden flame. You lost. No, it's our victory. I felt like my soul was saved by that short sentence, by his firm declaration. Tears flowed from my eyes before I knew it. I felt like my body and mind, which had always been with the deceased, were awakened from the nightmare. There was no regret. I didn't even need to beg for forgiveness from my companions in the afterlife anymore. Instead, I could tell them that my disciple achieved revenge alongside me. I closed my eyes. The excessive demonic energy that I absorbed was filling my entire body. Since even the ragged Saint Frederick wouldn't be able to save me, I didn't even want to live anymore. I opened my eyes once again and looked at the light wind division one after the other. As I was saying farewell with my eyes to the youngsters that I'd raised ever since their childhood, I could hear heavy footsteps. It was Rayon. He returned after the battle and was looking down at me with blurry eyes. Was this the final farewell? I wanted to exchange a heartfelt farewell before my death. I raised my head and parted my dry lips when Rayon suddenly furrowed his brow. Stop exaggerating and wake up already. You bastard. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Rimmer's trembling eyes. This is no good. Rimmer's entire body was tainted by the demonic energy. He could die at any moment, and his body was rapidly losing its vitality. This is bad. The demonic energy has spread all the way to his organs on top of his mana circuits. Martha had analyzed Rimmer's condition in that short time. She must have been continuing her medical studies all along. Can you save him, Rayon? Buran and Ranan's fingers were trembling nervously. Vice Division Leader. I don't want to see him die like this. I can't let him go like this. He should die by getting beaten up in a gambling house instead. The Light Wind Division fell on their knees and lowered their heads, shouting that they didn't want Rimmer to die like that. Don't worry, I can save him. Rayon nodded and examined Rimmer's condition. Like Martha had said, he could feel the stench of demonic energy even from his organs. What do you think a brat like you can even do? Wrath shook his hand, saying that it was impossible for him. Stop giving them false hope and give your body to the King of Essence. The demonic energy will withdraw on its own upon facing him. He might survive if he is lucky. Rayon didn't respond to Wrath and simply stared at him. Why are you looking? You are the giving doormat indeed. Doormat, you damn bastard. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he started to rage and placed his hand on the left side of Rimmer's chest. He unleashed the energy of Wrath dwelling at the bottom of his soul and shoved it into Rimmer's body. Yuck. Wrath's jaw dropped in his surprise at how he started to use the Wrath. I knew it. This is the right answer. He'd realized during his trance that demonic energy was powerless in front of the Demon King's authority. Rayon figured that he could drive away the demonic energy filling Rimmer's body by using that relationship. Hey, you shitty bastard. Let me die in peace at Leakoff. Rayon plugged Rimmer's blabbering mouth and kept inserting the energy of Wrath. The moment the authority of Wrath entered Rimmer's body, the demonic energy corrupting his body trembled in fear and scattered in all directions. Just as Rayon had expected, the demonic energy was completely submissive when faced with the authority of the Demon King. Rimmer's chest jolted as if he were unable to breathe. His face turned pale, and blue veins showed up on his face. What are you even doing right now? Martha was startled, but she could only stomp her feet in frustration, unable to stop him recklessly. It's fine. Rayon shook his hand towards her and the light wind division, telling them to trust him, and spread the energy of Wrath inside Rimmer from his heart. Eat it all up. The energy of Wrath moved on its own and started to devour the demonic energy inside Rimmer's body and mana circuits, as if it were disgusted by the fact that demonic energy dared to exist in its domain. However, it didn't go well all the time. The energies of Wrath sometimes rushed towards a spot where the demonic energy was hiding and ended up with too much concentration in an area. My hand, my only hand left. Rimmer's left hand swelled up like a rubber ball filled with air to the point of bursting. It looked like the hand of a giant. Wait a moment. Rayon calmly nodded and extracted the Wrath from his hand. However, he did it too quickly, and Rimmer's right leg inflated like a building's pillar. Was it the wrong spot? You crazy disciple. Do it right, I'm not your toy. Rimmer yelled with trembling shoulders. He looked like he even forgot the pain from the demonic energy. Just stay still. Rayon shoved his scabbard into Rimmer's mouth and focused once again. He rapidly circulated the Wrath concentrated in his right leg and erased all of the demonic energy in his body, even the pieces hiding in corners. He used his aura to scan Rimmer's body just in case, but he couldn't find any stench of demonic energy anymore. It's done. I just need to recover it now. He was about to throw away the demonic energy and recover the Wrath, but suddenly stopped. No, I don't need to throw it away. Rayon took back the Wrath and even the demonic energy that was corrupting Rimmer's body. Ring. The demonic energy tried to rampage as soon as it entered Rayon's body, but the energies of Wrath, Sloth, and Envy immediately moved to surround the demonic energy. Rumble. The demonic energy was beaten down by the authority of the three monarchs and turned over a new leaf, transforming into pure mana. It flowed through his mana circuits once before settling in his energy center. What? Wrath's head trembled in disbelief. Why is it moving on its own when the King of Essence didn't order anything? He glared at the Wrath that returned after saving Rimmer. I can also control it to a certain extent now. He gained better control over it, probably because he'd become a grandmaster. He could guess that it wouldn't be too dangerous as long as he doesn't completely let it take over his body like during the fight against Syria. I'm dying. My subordinate is killing me, Rimmer screamed while thrashing around. Even when I'm dying, he has to torture me before I die. What is life? He shouted that he was going to die, his voice energetic, unlike before. I think you are alive now, not dead. Burin tilted his head while looking at Rimmer. What? The demonic energy is all gone. Martha examined Rimmer, her jaw dropping as she exclaimed that it couldn't be happening. What did you do? Her eyes were screaming as she asked how he removed the demonic energy so quickly. Stand up. Run-On poked Rimmer's shoulder. How am I supposed to stand up? I'm dying from the pain, huh? Rimmer continued to thrash, only to suddenly stop. Why does it not hurt anymore? His lips trembled as he realized the excruciating pain in his bones, flesh, and organs had vanished. Hey, what did you do? How did you remove the demonic energy with aura? Rimmer extended his left hand in disbelief. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the only arm he had left, but Rimmer didn't seem to care about it at all. He just kept asking how he removed the demonic energy, because you were just exaggerating it. You weren't really going to die to begin with. Rayon shook his hand dismissively, hiding his sorrowful expression. I wasn't exaggerating. I was really going to die. Sure, of course you were. Rayon nodded and helped Rimmer stand up. You should witness the last moments of your archenemy. He supported Rimmer and brought him to the master of the wise dragon sword, who was on his last breath. Just as Rimmer was about to talk to the master of the wise dragon sword, Rayon raised his hand. Let me go first. Why would you even bring me if you were going to do this? Rayon ignored Rimmer and looked down upon the master of the wise dragon sword. I am not going to say anything. The master of the wise dragon sword shook his head with trembling pupils. Don't worry, I'm not looking for an answer from you. What? Did the Holy Sword Alliance, Black Tower, and the White Blood Religion form an alliance? The trembling of the master of the wise dragon sword's pupils halted for a moment. I knew it. The 6 kings and the 5 demons looked like they were allies, but they simply gathered to hold each other in check without coming to a proper agreement. Rayon had his suspicions when the Black Tower attacked Cameloon, and the Holy Sword Alliance and the White Blood Religion attacked Banneret. His reaction confirmed that these 3 groups had formed an alliance, at least for the time being. Black Tower and the White Blood Religion. You've fallen so low, Rimmer murmured weakly. Shut up. The master of the wise dragon sword confirmed that Rayon's guess was correct by telling Rimmer to shut up. Anyway, I can finally be honest now. Rimmer pushed Rayon away and stood on his own. His legs were shaking, but he somehow managed to keep standing and calmly looked down on the master of the wise dragon sword. I'm the loser of our previous battle. I lost all my subordinates and my energy center was broken, but you only lost your arm. I admit it. It was your victory. What? The master of the wise dragon sword swallowed nervously, unable to understand what Rimmer was trying to say. But this time is different, while you were recovering your strength. Rimmer held Rayon's shoulder with his left arm. I've been raising this monstrous disciple. Since he was the one who destroyed you, we are the winner of this fight. He must have been impressed by how Rayon said it was our victory. He smiled faintly while repeating the same thing. The master of the wise dragon's sword bit his lip with a frustrated and sorrowful expression. It's meaningless since it wasn't done with your own hands. It is meaningful. You can raise a disciple too if you have a problem with it. Look at how you ended up, an old man flailing about while trying to recover your power. Serves you right. Rimmer laughed at the master of the wise dragon's sword with a broad grin on his face. He looked like he would have danced if he were in better condition. Dying in a place where no one prays for your repose, it's such a fitting end for you. Rimmer smiled brightly. He looked like he finally had no more regrets left. Why, you damn bastard. The master of the wise dragon's sword slowly drew his last breath with bloodshot eyes. His expression was even more twisted than when he'd lost against Rayon. Get lost, go to hell. Rimmer watched the master of the wise dragon's sword for a while after he perished and sat on the ground. He stroked the part where his right arm used to exist and smiled awkwardly. What? Rayon blinked while meeting Rimmer's eyes. Rimmer sighed deeply and looked up to the clear sky. Can you say that kind of thing, division leader? What did you even think of me? But there's one thing that's wrong. We're relieved because you've survived with us, division leader. Rayon turned Rimmer around to make him look at the light wind division. Everyone was smiling in agreement. There's no escape. Help us with our training one by one to make up for skipping it so far. Lazy bones, gambling addict, penniless, dirt poor, trash of Sieghart. The light wind swordsmen called Rimmer by his nicknames with smiles on their faces. It looked like they'd known about Rimmer's circumstances all along. Trash? Who said that? Rimmer ground his teeth violently while looking for the one who called him trash. Rayon smiled faintly while watching Rimmer's rampage as he chased after the light wind division. It's all over now. Rayon was smiling in satisfaction when he noticed that Wrath was looking around with an extremely serious expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Do you need a restroom? What are you even talking about? It's coming soon, it's coming. Rayon spread his aura perception, frightened by his shout. However, he couldn't sense anything even after he spread his mana for a long time. What's coming? It's coming. It's happening. It's close to us right now. Wrath didn't respond and crouched like a feline targeting its prey. Did you eat something bad or what? Rayon murmured that he was acting strange when messages appeared in the air. You've reached the Grandmaster's realm. You've revealed your all stats. Messages came up one after the other and blocked his vision. Wrath immediately screamed and jolted into the air. It's here. The demon has arrived. Get lost. Rayon blinked in confusion while watching the cotton candy flail in the air. But you are the king of those demons. Because Wrath kept going berserk, Rayon smacked Wrath's forehead with the back of his hand and checked his messages. You've reached the Grandmaster's realm. You've revealed your madness by entering a trance in the middle of a battle. All stats have increased by 40. You've achieved the feat. Youngest Grandmaster in the continent. The soul level increases drastically. Your mastery of all martial arts has increased significantly. It looked like going into a trance to break through the wall in the middle of a battlefield allowed him to gain even more stats than just becoming a Grandmaster. 40 points, that's insane. It was a ridiculous amount, even if he was on the receiving end. But that wasn't even the best part. Your mastery of all martial arts has increased. He was surprised that the 10,000 Flames cultivations, techniques, and Wrath's ultimate techniques were a lot more powerful than he was expecting, and he wasn't just imagining it. He could guess that the increase in mastery had drastically improved the power of his swordsmanship and aura. Damn it. Wrath suddenly raised his head as Rayon was reading the messages with a faint smile on his face. You should take away his points for doing something crazy. Why are you giving him even more, you stupid doormat? He clutched his head and shouted, saying that he couldn't understand the system. Moreover, you didn't even get permission from its owner. Why are you giving it away on your own accord? Wrath swung his round fist towards the system that gave out the rewards. The next messages appeared right away as if it were responding to him. Ring of Fire has reached 8 stars. All stats have increased by 10. The regeneration of your body and aura has increased drastically. Your upper energy center has expanded. The will infused in your aura will become more powerful. A special ability may awaken. They were the rewards gained from reaching 8 stars with the Ring of Fire. The drastic increase in his body and aura's regeneration seemed to be because he imagined an undefeatable warrior and an inextinguishable flame in his mental world. Rayon closed his eyes and observed inside him. Indeed, it's regenerating a lot faster than before. His energy center had become completely empty after the fight to the death against the master of the wise dragon sword, and his aura was recovering at an unprecedented rate. It looked like the Ring of Fire's effect had combined with Sloth's regeneration, causing his healing to reach unbelievable levels. Kaya, as soon as Rayon smiled while feeling his energy center getting gradually heavier, he could hear a scream from Wrath that sounded like a cat. Is the King of Essence a sitting duck at this point? Why are you giving him another stat? Regeneration. He's not going to die anyway. He doesn't even need any regeneration. Screw the will. Wrath was arguing against every single line at that point. Of course, no one was listening to his complaints. Rayon checked the last message, ignoring Wrath, whose non-existent fur seemed to be bristling. What's this special ability? He was aware that his upper energy center had expanded since his mental world had enlarged. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what that special ability was about. How do you not even know that? Wrath clicked his tongue and turned his head. The wall that you've surpassed is the realm as a living being. You've transcended humanity to a certain extent, so you might gain an ability accordingly. Ah, how could an idiot who doesn't even know that fact be the one taking away the King of Essence's stats? This is so frustrating he could die. He pounded his chest, saying that he seriously missed those stats. He wasn't pounding that hard though, probably because it hurt. So what's this ability? How is the King of Essence supposed to know? It depends on what kind of person you are, and it's unknown when it will activate. It might never happen at all. Wrath snorted, saying it depended on the individual. So in the end, you don't know anything either. You need to shut your mouth. Rayon easily dodged Wrath's fist just as the next set of messages appeared. Backstab has increased in rank. Divinity blooming from the underworld has increased in rank. Aura of death resistance has increased in rank. Evil Eye of Wrath has increased in rank. Magic Armor of Snowflower has increased in rank. The last messages announced that his traits had ranked up. The traits that he'd used a lot during the previous battle had gained 1 rank each. Bullshit. Wrath couldn't withstand it anymore and started to swear. Are we at the Beat Ice Cream shop right now? You're giving him all different flavors. Moreover, you're giving away the most delicious stuff, like mint chocolate. But mint chocolate isn't exactly tasty. You shut up and you answer me right now, damn system. He shouted, but the system proudly disappeared, as if it were saying that its job was over. And my bones feel so cold. Wrath's plump body trembled as he murmured that he was feeling cold despite being the Demon King of Frost. Cold. There's seriously no joy in life because everything keeps being taken away. Rayon felt sorry for him for some reason and approached Wrath while scratching his head. Shall I buy you some beet ice cream after we return? How about 3 sets? Even though he said he would buy some beet ice cream, Wrath unexpectedly kept murmuring to himself instead of looking at him. Is he really upset? Rayon licked his lip and focused on listening to Wrath. Which flavor would be the best here? Something that everyone would agree is the best choice. He wasn't upset or angry. He was simply focused on choosing the ice cream flavor. I'm so tired of him. Rayon sighed and looked around. Why are you laughing to yourself? Rimmer shook his hand while letting out a small laugh. Did I? Yes, you smiled then frowned while looking into thin air. Did you find something? He furrowed his brow while examining the spot where Wrath and messages used to be. I'm just a bit tired. Rayon smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek. Yes, he must be tired. After all, we had multiple battles in a row. Burin nodded, saying that it was nothing special since he could see Wrath. He moved his mouth to silently tell Rayon that the spirit was cute. He's not cute. Rayon wanted to shout that he's just a food waster of a demon king, but he suppressed his urge. Well, I guess you are. Rimmer casually nodded. Rayon couldn't help looking at his empty right shoulder. His chest felt tight as if he had indigestion. Division leader. Rayon stood in front of Rimmer and looked into his eyes. What are you going to do about your arm? Let's see. Rimmer smiled awkwardly while touching his right shoulder with his left hand. Should I just retire? His casual voice sounded like he was having a trivial conversation. Retire. I've been working for Sieghart for quite a while. Moreover, I was a division leader, then became an instructor, and returned to being a division leader. I should be able to get quite a lot of severance pay and pension. Rimmer waved his left hand with a bright smile on his face. I could buy a home in a bustling district and commute to the gambling house. Doesn't that sound fun? He rubbed his fingers. It was difficult to tell if he was being serious or joking. In fact, it might be unexpected, but there are quite a lot of gamblers who are missing an arm or an ear. I think it will serve as an advantage when becoming a pro. What do you think? Are you serious about that? Burren's eyes trembled in panic. You are going to lose all your severance pay the day of your retirement. It's not even an option. Martha couldn't be as harsh as always, so she simply bit her lip. Run-On quietly looked at Rimmer, showing that she would understand him no matter what decision he made. Stop with your bullshit. Your severance pay will be gone once you pay back the money you've borrowed from us. You can't leave us now. Stay in the Light Wind Division forever and pay back your debt. You have to work for your whole life. Dorian and the Light Wind Division shouted, saying that they wouldn't allow Rimmer to retire. Ha. Rimmer could only let out a small sigh while looking at the Light Wind Division. It looked like he couldn't refuse because the ones that he's been watching ever since their childhood were asking him to stay. Division leader. Rayon took another step towards Rimmer, who was lowering his head. I'm going to accept it if you really want to retire. However, he calmly shifted his gaze to Rimmer's right shoulder. If it's because of your arm, there might be a solution. What do you mean by that? Rimmer clenched the hand holding his shoulder and raised his gaze. I noticed that Cloud's arm was a bit strange. Rayon walked up to Cloud's corpse and touched his right arm. It had the softness and heat of skin, but the touch was different from a person's arm. It was an artifact, just like Rayon had guessed in the beginning. Crack. The artifact arm was easily pulled out, probably because Cloud was already dead. Does it use mana? It seemed to be using a method that consisted of shoving an artificial vein similar to a mana circuit to the shoulder. It couldn't be used as it was, but he could guess that Encia would be able to make a new one if he gave it to her. Ooh. Rimmer frowned intensely while looking at the artificial arm. I have mysophobia. I'd rather live without it. He spouted some bullshit about having mysophobia despite living in a dumpster. I'm not suggesting that you use this one. The arm's length should be different anyway. Rayon shook his head while lowering the artificial arm. Then, Lady Encia might be able to make a new one if we bring this to her. Ah, that's true. That genius lady even managed to make an artificial energy center. Rimmer nodded, saying that it seemed possible. Indeed, those gamblers that were missing a hand were wearing a prosthetic hand. It looks cooler that way. He grinned happily. He seemed to be imagining himself gambling with an artificial arm. Did you really need to make an arm for him? Wrath shook his head at his hopeless behavior. I'm also regretting bringing it up. While Rayon was contemplating whether he should agree with Wrath or not, Rimmer scratched the back of his neck. Actually, half of my life was all about revenge. He smiled even though the look in his eyes was so different from revenge. Rimmer briefly licked his lips while looking at his empty right shoulder. I'm thinking about wielding a sword with my left hand without getting an arm, or just helping you from the shadows, or really retiring. He looked like he hadn't really made up his mind yet as he sighed quietly. There's no reason to be hasty, so take your time thinking about it. Yeah. Rayon nodded and waved his hand towards the Light Wind Division. Let's wrap it up for now. Since something else might happen, we'll wrap things up as fast as possible and get out of here. Yes, the Light Wind Division answered before they started to move, and Wrath was staring into the air. It's coming. What's coming now? Another message. Wrath narrowed his eyes without responding to him. He has changed a little. What are you even talking about? Rayon looked in the direction where Wrath was staring at and suddenly stopped. Something huge was really approaching from afar. By the time he sensed that fact, a white-haired old man was already floating in the air. Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at the old man. An imposing frame, eyes as sharp as a sharpened blade, and a laid-back aura that didn't match his appearance. There was no mistake, Sir Rector. The white-haired old man was the sword demon Rector, who was extremely familiar. Rayon's lips parted because he hadn't expected that he would encounter him there. How did you get here? Rayon smiled gladly. However, the sword demon simply stared at Cloud and the master of the wise dragon sword's corpses without responding to him. Ah, they are sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance. They tried to take over House Lachian and ended up fighting us. Since there were plenty of corpses in the area, Rayon briefly explained the situation to ease his suspicion. However, Rector didn't react at all. He simply examined the corpses of the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen. Sir Rector, you've become a Grandmaster. Rayon nodded with a smile. He wasn't just saying it out of courtesy. He was sincerely expressing his gratitude. I see. The sword demon calmly nodded and raised his gaze. His emotionless eyes looked completely empty, without any sign of joy over their reunion. However, a faint and inscrutable light was glowing inside that emptiness. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking into the sword demon's eyes. But why? He'd thought that the sword demon would be glad about him becoming a grandmaster, as if it were his own business. Instead, he looked completely unconcerned and disinterested. This doesn't feel right. Rayan was about to spread his aura perception in order to check if he was really the sword demon when the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen landed behind him. Sir Rector, they are from the Holy Sword Alliance. Rayan pointed at them, but Rector held his position without withdrawing or looking back. The Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons didn't move from behind Rector either. They almost looked like they were protecting him instead of attacking him. In no way. It came down to this after all. Rector landed on the ground with a cold expression. The frightening atmosphere around him could freeze the bone and flesh just from approaching. Don't tell me, you. Rimmer stepped forward instead of Rayan, who was staring with trembling hands. Yes, the sword demon calmly nodded. I'm the master of the bloody sword of the Holy Sword Alliance. He disclosed the fact that he was from the Holy Sword Alliance and unleashed the bloodlust in his gaze. Looking at his bloody eyes made a chill run down the spine. What did he just say? Holy Sword Alliance, the sword demon. The light-wind swordsman's eyes were also trembling in disbelief because they'd spent a significant amount of time with him. Hey, old man. Rimmer twisted his lips while using his left hand to point at Rector. What kind of nonsense is that? Why did you suddenly decide to join the Holy Sword Alliance? I didn't join them. The sword demon responded without even batting an eye. I was from the Holy Sword Alliance from the very beginning. Rayan clenched his fist to the point of bleeding while looking at Cloud's corpse. The one he mentioned was Sir Rector. When Cloud shouted about why his swordsmanship wasn't working against him, he was talking about the sword demon. Rayan could finally understand why his techniques felt familiar, because I also learned from him. Since they'd learned the sword from the same person, he was used to Cloud's simplified, versatile sword. So why the hell did you approach us when you were from the Holy Sword Alliance? You were being sincere back then, Rimmer shouted, his face red. He was as angry as when he was facing the master of the wise dragon sword, implying that he had also taken a liking to the sword demon. Is there any reason I should answer your question? Rector coldly shook his head. He extended his hand, and the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons surrounded the Light Wind Division. Out of respect for our past, I'll quickly put an end to this. Arg, one problem after another. The Light Wind Division trembled furiously from the betrayal, but they still gathered to the center to activate the Light Wind formation. However, the formation couldn't be perfectly completed because they were exhausted both mentally and physically. Shring, Rayan unsheathed Heavenly Drive and stood in front of the Light Wind Division. We can't win against them. It was different from the battle against the master of the wise dragon sword. Even if he still had the awakened state from back then, and even if he were in his best condition both in terms of aura and stamina, he wouldn't be able to fend off a single strike from Rector. The situation was pretty much over already. I don't understand. The Holy Sword Alliance and Sieghart are enemies. Why did you teach me swordsmanship? Rayan asked the question not only because he had to buy some time, but also because he was really curious about it. It was just entertainment. Rector shook his head with a voice devoid of any emotion. Rayan bit his lip while observing Rector's cold complexion. There's no way that's true. Rector had taught him sincerely. His gestures were always made with his best efforts, and he strived to teach him as much as possible. It could be understandable if there were another reason, but saying that it was just entertainment made no sense. However, the reason wasn't important for the time being. Rector was approaching in order to attack them himself. The Alliance Master will be satisfied if I return with you, who became a Grandmaster at 21 years old. Rayan looked at Wrath. He was just scratching his chin while staying unexpectedly quiet. Should I borrow Wrath's power right now? No, it's too dangerous. His identity might be found out, and he couldn't tell what kind of aftereffect he was going to suffer if he used the Demon King's advent once again. It had to be kept as the last resort. Letting Wrath take over his body wasn't an acceptable choice either. He would slaughter everyone in the area if he did. I'll let them take me. That's the best choice. Since Rector wanted to take him to the Holy Sword Alliance, that implied that he had no intention of killing him. Since he could release Wrath once he arrived at the Holy Sword Alliance, Rayan decided to follow him. Rayan made up his mind and nodded. Are you going to let the Light Wind Division go if I follow you? The other ones should be meaningless. Rector nodded without even looking at Rimmer and the Light Wind Division. Hey, what kind of stupid shit is that? Don't do it. Never, Rayan. Rimmer, Martha, Burin, and Runnan stepped forward while breaking the sword formation, but Rayan shook his hand to stop them. Stay back. They aren't planning to kill me since they want to take me with them. But you aren't going to die, but we don't know what they are going to do to you. Seriously, you. This is an order from the temporary division leader. Stay back. Rayan ordered the Light Wind Division to stay back and returned Heavenly Drive to its scabbard. A wise decision. Rector laughed weakly and extended his hand. When his hand covered his vision, Rayan unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand. Clong, he thrust his sword, maximizing the Backstab's efficiency, but the blazing, ghastly energy around the blade of Requiem was pushed back before it could cut through Rector's skin. Yes, Rayon Sieghart should act like that. Rector smiled as if he were expecting him to do so. He easily fended off the blade of Requiem and extended his hand once again. The principle of versatile sword was dwelling in his hand, even though it was a simple thrust. It was impossible to avoid or block. Damn it, Rayon was looking at the approaching hand while biting his lip. Rip. The space between Rayon and Rector was cleaved open deeply, and a tremendous amount of aura surged from it. The blade tearing the space apart there was no way Rayon wouldn't recognize that attack. Stay away from my nephew. Rector stepped back with a furrowed brow as hair the color of sunset wavered from the severed space. You damn geezer. Is that Ares Sieghart? Rector clicked his tongue in regret while looking at Ares standing in his way. No, it's not just you. He flicked his eyes to the right while facing Ares. Ares narrowed her eyes while pushing Rector's hand away with her sword. The Holy Sword Alliance's dogs are only good at using a sword and have no quality for gathering information. How did you even figure out my name? Of course I'd recognize the Pirate King from the 5 Divine Orders. I'm not the Pirate King. She clenched her back teeth and stabbed her sword towards the left side of Rector's chest. Kring. Rector swung his right hand in a semicircle. The side of his hand struck down as beautifully as the setting moon and redirected Ares' strike. The mysterious flow had removed the aura itself. Wham! With the trajectory being altered, Ares' attack smashed the ground and created a crack of a terrifying size. Whoosh! Black smoke surged from the ground and created a thin wall between Ares and Rector. How did you get here, Lady Ares? Rayon swallowed nervously while watching Ares fix the grip of her sword. Ares didn't respond. She was spreading her frightening pressure around herself while glaring at the smoke, showing her animosity towards Rector. I shouldn't have spoken to her during a fight. You really can't read the mood. Rayon acknowledged his mistake and was about to step back when Wrath shook his finger. What? It's not because you talked to her during a fight. It's because you used the wrong title. Title? Something came up in Rayon's mind, but he doubted it was the reason why. However, he still tried to call her by that title just in case. Auntie. Yes, my nephew. Ares immediately turned her head and smiled energetically. She looked like a whole different person from when she was showing her bloodlust towards Rector. How did you get here? Rayon unconsciously stuttered because it had been a while since the last time he'd experienced that excessive reaction from Ares. I reluctantly returned to the house because they kept calling me over and over, but you weren't there anymore. I was waiting for you so I could see you before I went back, and I heard that the Light Wind Division sent a request for reinforcements. That's why I immediately came running. Rayon fell speechless for a moment while meeting Ares' confident gaze. She acted so quickly. Rayon could guess that Ares had ignored Glenn's order and came running on her own accord. Just like her first impression, she seemed to be living as she pleased as a free spirit, regardless of Sieghart. And yes, you must be his aunt. Rector nodded calmly after observing Rayon and Ares one after the other. The look in his eyes had become even darker. What, are you jealous? Ares curled her lips into a smile and tilted her head. I guess you would be. You would also brag about him everywhere if your nephew became a grandmaster at 21 years old. Nonsense. Why were you trying to take him if it isn't the case? Rector didn't respond and revealed a frightening gaze. His eyes were as dry as the desert, reminding Rayon of the situation a moment ago. By the way, couldn't he have just caught me a moment ago? Since Rayon was extremely close to Rector when he tried to take him by surprise with the blade of Requiem, Rector should have been able to catch him just by clenching his fingers. Even though Ares used the space sword, Rector should have been faster. Rayon almost felt like Rector had let him go on purpose. You guessed right. Wrath nodded while looking at Rector. That geezer didn't catch you on purpose. I knew it. Rayon weakly bit his lip while looking at Rector. He was certain of it because Wrath had agreed. He wasn't too sure why, but Rector must have let him go on purpose, and the look in his eyes is a bit strange too. Rayon could tell because he was taught by Rector one-on-one. The man who personally demonstrated swordsmanship and explained for him still remained in eyes that seemed to be coated by a dry storm. Moreover, Rayon suspected that he was related to his father. He could guess that there must have been some interference for such a drastic change to occur. Brainwashing. Or did someone get his weakness? He'd never heard that it was possible to brainwash a transcender, but it seemed more plausible because of how strange the situation was. Sir Rector, what even happened to you? If you were brainwashed or someone discovered your weakness? Brainwashed? Rector's cold gaze was directed at him. Do you really believe that a transcender can be brainwashed? His slightly curling lips curved into a smile. I'm in the Holy Sword Alliance of my free will. Rector confidently declared and unsheathed his sword. It was painful to watch the sword that used to teach him be directed at him instead. Is this another form of our bond? If it were in his previous life when he lived as an assassin, he would have thrust his sword at Rector without feeling anything. However, since he'd learned about bonding with people, he couldn't simply show his animosity towards him. Knowing the relationship between people wasn't always advantageous. Rector. Ares nodded while licking her dry lips. Yes, you are the sword demon. The great sword demon was from the Holy Sword Alliance. All of the reputation you've gained so far will be utterly tarnished. The reputation discussed by the others holds no importance. Rector proudly raised his gaze, showing that he wasn't ashamed of himself. His sword incorporated his will and radiated in a dignified manner. What truly matters is the meaning I hold. Even a wretched person can utter good words. Ares chuckled, returned her sword to its scabbard, and lowered her posture. She seemed to be planning to use a sword draw to cut through the space and gain the upper hand in an instant. Anyway, we'd better finish this quickly, both for you and me. What? His grandfather is going to arrive soon. You know who he is, don't you? She smiled while pointing at Rayon. Ah. Rayon's eyes widened. She seemed to be trying to deceive him just like she did against the Dragon Lord, but it wasn't going to work against Rector. Indeed, that might be the case. However, Rector briefly nodded, showing that he believed her despite Rayon's expectations, and raised his sword. The sword was approaching as slowly as a crawling turtle, but it looked extremely huge at the same time. Rumble. It felt like the entire land and even the world was being stabbed by the sword. Rayon's back was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the almost flawless versatile sword executed by their enemy. Is this the true versatile sword? The rings of fire rotated by themselves and analyzed the principles of Rector's versatile sword. Heavy sword, soft sword, slow sword, illusion sword, severing sword, and destructive sword. All of those principles created a beautiful harmony like the instruments of an orchestra, and a power exceeding the realm of swordsmanship was unleashed from it. Wham! Ares drew her sword while crushing the land with her left foot. The sword cut through the space along with a dazzling light and smacked into Rector's attack. Clayang, the thunderous sound of impact sounded like it was a clash between pillars instead of swords, and the wave of aura overturned the land. Ka. Rayon's lips trembled as he witnessed that terrifying scene. I can't step back. I need to stay here. He had to maintain his distance from Ares in order to take Rector by surprise. However, he was more fixated at observing the sequence of Rector's artistic attacks rather than the surprise attack. Rayon thought to himself that he must have become a real swordsman, to be still focused on improving his swordsmanship even when his life was in danger. Kring. Ares took a step back from Rector and thrust the sword that she had pulled back. The space in front of Rector's chest opened up and the sword's strike surged from it like lightning. However, Rector turned his shoulder and easily dodged it as if he already knew where her attack was going to land. He was reading the flow of the battle. As expected, Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Rector's composed expression. He has the upper hand. Even though they had both reached transcendence, Rector was superior to Ares. Are you sure you can take your time like that? His grandfather is going to arrive if you waste more time. Ares bobbed her finger in provocation. She seemed to be trying to make Rector impatient enough to create an opening. Rector's complexion remained completely unaffected as he scattered the light from his sword. The glowing light extended from his rotating wrist and pierced into Ares' distance in an instant. It was another slash through the space, distinct from the space sword from Ares. Tusk. Ares clicked her tongue, clenched her sword with two hands, and swung it upwards diagonally. The formless aura twisted, pushing forward a wall capable of blocking the space. Ares' sword barrier clashed against Rector's strike in the midst of the fissured space. Clang! A tremendous shockwave erupted from inside the fissure, and the thin lines of the crack thickened before they tore apart. Thud! The intense wave of will spread around, collapsing the land and creating a tornado falling from the sky, which seemed to have been crushed. Kring! Rector and Ares kept attacking each other from inside the tornado, which was the result of the clash between their wills. They seemed equally matched at first, but Ares was actually being pushed back little by little. However, she didn't withdraw even when she was injured, thrusting her sword even more fiercely. She fought Rector head-on, as if she were really trying to buy time for Glenn's arrival. Wham! Heaven and earth trembled from the showdown between transcenders. The land was dug out over and over, with no room left for fissures, creating a bottomless pit as a faint red light radiated from the split sky. Ares and Rector kept crossing their swords non-stop in the midst of the destroyed space and fissures. They were giving the impression that they had infinite auras and their breathing was endless. However, Rector's sword rapidly bent and changed the trajectory. The blade extended like lightning, engulfed by a move combining attack and defense. Clang! Ares' sword was blocked, unable to advance any further. All directions where she could advance were blocked by Rector's will. It was literally a prison of will. Rayon's fingertips were shaking as he witnessed how Rector's sword changed from a frail wind to a fiery lightning. This is strange, even though he'd become a grandmaster. It should have been impossible for him to see so much from a battle between transcenders. In fact, the space sword executed by Ares was beyond his understanding, and he couldn't grasp that much from it. However, Rector's sword was straight and honest, just like when he was sparring against him to teach him. Rayon was reminded of his previous teachings, and he could feel through his skin how to achieve the versatile sword. Your talent is excellent, however. Rector lowered his sword and shook his head. You are still inexperienced. I'm still in my prime, unlike you. Ares curled her red lips into a smile and twisted open the prison of will. She thrust her blade until the end while bleeding from not only her limbs but also her lips, managing to free herself from Rector's powerful shackle. Let's put an end to it since I've seen enough of your skills. Rector calmly nodded and raised his sword. He pointed the tip of his blade at Ares, and it looked like he was the only one who existed in the world for a moment. The absolute presence emanating from him made him look like he had become a sword itself. You didn't get old just by idling around. Ares bit her lip tightly, realizing that she was at a disadvantage. She clenched her sword with both hands tightly and unleashed a space slash, cutting down the aura itself. Wham! The majestic blade that even managed to cut through the mad dragon Kaibar was tearing through Rector's space. Rector retained his composure as if he had anticipated she would do at least that much and extended his sword, imbued with the principles of the versatile sword. The sublime light was about to fill the entire space, and Rayon made his move. Rayon drew heavenly drive from its scabbard, channeling the martial principle of the profoundly advanced realm. Rayon Sieghart-style swordplay. Fourth form. Blue rain, the blade surging by gnawing off the scabbard, unleashed a distant sword resonance. The blue sound became a blade and pierced into Rector's ears. However, he wasn't the only one who seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Wham! Crimson beams stretched out one after the other from behind the collapsed wall of the Lord's manor. An old woman's mask was revealed above the fluttering robe, glowing radiantly. It was Merlin. He wasn't sure when she had started to prepare her spells, but her magic rushed to Rector's right side like a ray of light. Bang! A tremendous storm of light surged from Rector's spot upon taking Ares, Rayon, and Merlin's attacks from 3 directions. The spells and sword strikes erupted one after the other, and countless rays soared to the sky. Are we made for each other? Merlin rolled her lips into a faint smile. Our timing was perfectly synchronized. She raised her chin with an unusually seductive voice. Merlin, Ares furrowed her brow while looking at Merlin. Why did that madwoman do this? She shook her head, unable to understand the situation. She must be targeting me as well. Rayon shook his head while sticking next to Ares. Let's put an end to this situation for now. Yes, we should. Ares shook her hand, calling the wind to drive the sandstorm away. Whoosh! Rector hadn't moved an inch from the spot he had been standing. His clothes were slightly scorched and torn, but the damage he took didn't seem to be noticeable. However, a faint wound was created on his right shoulder, which Merlin had attacked. The timing of your surprise attack and the sharpness of your blade, you've improved a lot compared to before. Rector looked his way. His frightening gaze felt like he was about to stab his neck at any moment, but it also gave him the impression that he was proud of him. Rayon started to think that he was going insane. And Merlin, was that surprise attack the Fallen's intention? No, I just came out because you made me angry by trying to take Rayon Sieghart away. 1 Transcender and 2 Grandmasters. He nodded while wiping away the blood flowing from his shoulder. It might take some time, but it won't be too bad. Master of the Bloody Sword. Just as Rector was about to make another move, the middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge of the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons approached him and quietly whispered to him, "We need to withdraw." What? The Alliance Master said it already. We can't clash against him right now. The middle-aged man shook his head while mentioning the Alliance Master's name, Tusk. Rector clicked his tongue in displeasure and sheathed his sword. You won't get another chance like this. Ha, keep talking. Ares furrowed her brow and shook her head. You're just running away because his grandfather is coming. Why are you even blabbering so much? She snickered, immediately noticing who the middle-aged man was referring to. Rector didn't respond to her and looked at Rayon instead. He met his eyes for an extremely brief period of time before he disappeared. Rayon felt nauseous as he thought about Rector's cold and emotionless eyes. It's clear. He wanted to say something to me. Rector might be in the Holy Sword Alliance because he really wanted to be there, but he still wanted to say something to him. Rayon had a feeling that he'd come with the intention of teaching him and warning him to begin with. Moreover, it would be his last lesson. What could it be? Rector stopped following the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance. Master of the Bloody Sword, go ahead and report. I'm going to treat my injuries before I go. He shook his head while pointing at his ear, where blood suddenly started to flow. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded and went ahead with his subordinates to leave the forest. He really. Master Mustin came walking from the deeper part of the forest while Rector was smiling. Are you all right? Mustin bit his lip. His eyes were clear, unlike before. Has an unbelievable talent. Rector wiped away the blood flowing from his ear and murmured that Rayon was impressive. A genuine smile appeared on his face for the first time. It's not that. I was asking if your mind is all right, Master. Mustin lowered his gaze with a gloomy expression as if he were fully aware of his circumstances. Rector didn't respond. He slowly raised his gaze and looked up at the clear sky. It doesn't matter whether I'm all right or not. I'm just doing what I have to do. He sighed briefly, but it would be better to tell Sir Rayon about it. No, Rector firmly shook his head. His radiance will fade if I'm involved with him. I'm tired of feeling regret. I'll be satisfied with protecting him from the shadows. He smiled, showing that he'd already made up his mind. You said that you can also do anything for Rayon, right? Yes. Rector held Mustin's shoulder and stood up. Since the path opened up from today's incident, the end should be coming soon. Rayon chewed his lip while looking in the direction Rector had left. I don't understand what he's thinking. Rector wanted to deliver a message but didn't seem to want to at the same time. It just didn't make any sense, but Rayon really felt it that way. His gaze was as dry as desert at first, but moisture appeared in the end. Considering the fact that he still showed the flow of the versatile sword like he was teaching him, even during the fight against Ares, he must have visited in order to finish the lesson that couldn't be concluded. It sounds insane even though I came up with it. Rector was there to kidnap him and had revealed that he was from the Holy Sword Alliance. Saying that he was there to teach him was just so absurd. Rayon considered himself to be level-headed, but he couldn't help thinking like that. Is this what they call making excuses for myself? He felt like his mind was unreasonably trying to think positively because he didn't want to believe that Rector had betrayed him. Ha. Rayon exhaled to spit out the confusion in his mind and went towards Ares. Are you okay? That geezer, he wasn't going all out. Ares furrowed her brow while returning her sword to the scabbard. What? I'm talking about the sword demon. He could have cut an arm off at least if he wanted, but he just went easy on me and left. She was also aware of the fact that Rector hadn't been going all out. I was underestimating him a bit, but the continent is vast. Ares looked up to the sky, which had regained its blue color, and shifted her gaze to the collapsed lord's manor. She tapped on her scabbard while looking at Merlin, who was being friendly as if she were an ally. I'm thankful for your help, but you're also going after my nephew, right? Yes, and Merlin confidently nodded while meeting Ares' eyes. Wow, I've never seen a kidnapper act so confident before. Ares gasped at her ridiculous behavior. Of course, I'm not going to kidnap him anymore. I know it wouldn't work, then why did you disturb the sword demon? Because it's annoying when someone else takes what's yours. Merlin casually shook her hand as if it were an obvious answer. The black robe surrounding her was sparkling like a mirage. I'll come back later when I have a chance. Who told you that you could leave? Wait. Ares drew her sword at the speed of light before Rayon could even stop her. Her sword strike had already reached Merlin before the blade was even revealed completely. Whap! However, Merlin became blurry and faded away without being injured in the slightest. It was apparently not her main body. Is it an illusion? It's similar to that. Merlin poked her tongue out at Ares as if she were making fun of her. See you later. She waved her hand at Rayon and turned into bubbles, disappearing. Tusk that damned magic. Ares murmured in displeasure and returned her sword to its scabbard. Don't let your guard down. Wrath suddenly raised his head even though he'd been hiding in fear ever since Merlin's appearance. There's no way that Mad Human would have left just like that. She must be hiding somewhere and watching us. That sounds right, it seemed likely. Rayon had the feeling that Merlin would end up possessing another animal to watch them. How did this even happen? Rimmer walked up to them with a furrowed brow. He didn't seem like the type of person who would betray us. He sighed. It looked like he couldn't believe that Rector was a part of the Holy Sword Alliance either. Your arm. Ares finally noticed that Rimmer's right arm was gone. Her eyes widened. Don't look at me like that. I've just invested it for the future. Rimmer chuckled and shook his left hand. Future. Our division leader lost his arm while protecting us. Rayon rubbed his fingertips while looking at Rimmer's shoulder. While protecting you, Ares let her eyes flick between them, asking for an explanation. This crazy bastard went into trance in the middle of a battlefield, but that can't be helped. It's not like you can enter a trance just because you want to. He can do it on purpose. Rimmer shook his head and Ares' eyes widened. Really? Yes. Rayon scratched his head and nodded. I had to take the gamble because we were going to be annihilated otherwise. Ha! Ares gasped in surprise. Does that mean that you awakened after entering the trance in the middle of a battlefield and defeated all the remaining ones afterwards? It's close to that. Wow, she exclaimed loudly and stretched her arms. That's my nephew for you. Yes, a Zeeghart has to be crazy enough to do that once we wield a sword. Ares kept praising him and hugged him, either because Rayon was the one who did it or because the results were good. Wait a moment. Rayon struggled and tried to escape, but Ares didn't let him go and rubbed her cheek on him. The nauseous feeling subsided, probably because of the pure scent of the ocean that was unique to her. Auntie, stop it. All right, nephew. Ares finally stopped trapping him with her arms after he called her auntie. Yeah, you should call me auntie. I worked so hard to get you used to saying it, so why did you return to saying Lady Ares again? It's difficult to use that title inside the house. Who even stopped you? I'll beat them all up. The head of house. Ares swallowed nervously and shook her head. He is allowed to do that, because he is my father. She smiled awkwardly while unusually referring to Glenn as her father. Greetings, Lady Ares Zeeghart. The light-wind swordsman bowed at Ares. Since Ares didn't hold a rank in Zeeghart, they showed their courtesy while calling her by her name. Why are you acting so stiff between family members? Aries smiled cheerfully and shook her hand. Just take it easy and call me Aries. Now that I think about it, I should have a niece and another nephew among you. I am Buren Sieghart. I'm Martha. I respect you. Buren awkwardly came forth, and Martha quickly jumped out with sparkling eyes, probably because she'd witnessed her power. Yes, my niece and nephew. Nice to meet you. Aries smiled deeply while hugging Buren and Martha. You aren't any less impressive than Rayon. You are both masters at your age. That's way faster than me. She patted their heads, impressed about their skills. Run-On, who was the only one left alone, stood there blankly for a while before she went towards Aries to hug her on her own. Who are you? Even Aries was surprised by Run-On's action and looked at her with trembling eyes. I'm Run-On Sullian. Ah, you are Rockin's daughter. She smiled while calling Rockin by his name. Yes, you come here too. No, come here everyone, by the way. Aries furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze. What relationship did you have with the sword demon? She brought up the most sensitive topic after she greeted everyone. About that. Since everyone in the Light Wind Division had received swordsmanship lessons from the sword demon and grew close to him, they just lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Sir Rector gave us various lessons. Rayon let out a small sigh and opened his mouth. When we went to House Arian in the past. He told her about how they met the sword demon and how they've gotten along after that. I see. Aries nodded, understanding why the mood was so gloomy. Unexpectedly, she didn't comfort them or try to encourage them. She seemed to be keeping quiet because she wasn't there to experience it. She was an adult who knew exactly when to act and when to not. Hey, you, we need to talk. Huh, why me? I'm a patient. Aries waved her hand at the Light Wind Division and dragged Rimmer away. The sword demon is from the Holy Sword Alliance. How did this happen? Buren exhaled his frustration while watching Rimmer being dragged away on the ground. He said it was entertainment. He was toying with us. Martha bit her lip tightly, frustrated by the fact that she developed any affection towards the sword demon. Run-On quietly stared at the sky without saying anything. She seemed to be taking it even more seriously than others because of what had happened with Syria. What do you think, Vice Division Leader? Did he really betray us? Dorian anxiously took out a snack from his belly pocket and ate it with a trembling chin. I'm not sure either. Rayon weakly shook his head, unlike his usual attitude. He couldn't say anything because he was even more shocked than the Light Wind Division. But one thing is certain. Sir Rector is our enemy, and you should make sure to remember that fact. Yes. The Light Wind Division slowly nodded. It was a weak response, but Rayon didn't scold them. Let's report for now. Yes. Rayon extended his hand, and Dorian took out a report paper and gave it to him. He took 5 more seconds than usual to take it out, implying that he was also feeling extremely tired. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder and put his pen on the report. He contemplated what to write, then wrote everything that had happened during the mission, tearing off the part about the sword demon at the end. I want to tell him about this personally. Glenn had also gotten close to Rector while competing with the swordsmanship lessons. Since Rayon had seen them talking to each other quite often later, he didn't want to convey it through a letter. Instead, he wrote something that he normally wouldn't write on the back of the paper before he returned it to Dorian. I'll send it right now. Dorian gave Sialan, who he'd been carrying on his back, to Crane before he put the report inside an envelope and prepared to send it to the house. Rayon sighed quietly while watching Sialan, who had a tense expression on her face even during her sleep. I think I can understand the pain you are feeling, even though it's just a small portion. Chad, the leader of Shadow Agents, hurriedly ran to the audience chamber's door and knocked. My lord, the door opened before the knocking sound even resounded inside the room, and Roan's faintly smiling face appeared. Please enter. Chad lowered his head to Roan and entered the audience chamber. Glenn was sitting on the throne, his legs were shaking and a frown on his face, implying that he wasn't in a good mood. It felt like the entire lord's manner was vibrating along with the shaking of his leg. What's wrong? Glenn raised his eyes, urging him to state his business. We've received news from the Light Wind Vice Division Leader. What? Chad took out the envelope from his inner pocket and crimson vitality welled up in Glenn's eyes. His back parted from the throne as he cheerfully waved his hand. Are the youngsters all right? Yes. Some of them are severely injured, but there are no fatalities. However, there was an issue in the process. Issue? Yes. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and Cloud, who seemed to be responsible for the matter with the Holy Sword Alliance, arrived faster than anticipated. The battle against them broke out right away. Glenn frowned, finding that Chad was reading the report too slowly. Can't you read a bit faster? I'll read faster. Chad nervously wiped his forehead and ended up dropping his sweat on the report. Oh, Glenn extended his hand in surprise, and the report left Chad's hand. It was sucked into Glenn's grasp. A hum. Glenn evaporated the sweat on the report and glared furiously at Chad. How could he let his dirty sweat get on this precious report? It was rare for Rayon to write the report instead of Rimmer. Glenn was furious at Chad because he dared get his sweat on a report that needed to be treasured for their entire life. However, he couldn't show that on the outside, so he simply frowned and read the report. Rayon's writing was calm and objective. They tried to prevent House Lachian's betrayal in advance, but Huan didn't yield and they had to execute many warriors on the spot. They defeated the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword who came after that, and all of that was written in his composed writing. He cut out the rotten sprout that I should have severed. Dozens of years had passed since Sieghart's advance came to a halt. It could be called obvious that there were issues inside and out. He was planning on examining the vassal houses one after the other since he had finished cleaning up the interior, but Rayon had taken care of it as if he were saying that he didn't need to do so. Calling him praiseworthy was far too insufficient when to capture the magnitude of his achievement. It's an amazing achievement. Chad furtively raised his head. If House Lachian kept hiding their plans, they would have stabbed us in the back eventually. Since he managed to stop them before it happened, it's a feat far better than excellent. The same went for House Sullian. If it weren't for the young Master Rayon, Syria would have taken over the house by now, Roan added. Ahem. Glenn nodded with an ambiguous look in his eyes since he couldn't blatantly be happy about it. Anyway, Rimmer must be feeling better now. He briefly nodded while thinking that Rimmer's revenge was finally over instead of about Rayon. Indeed, Roan nodded as well, a faint smile on his face. I wonder if he is going to return to his previous self now. I'm not sure about that. He's fallen way too low. Chad raised his hand, his face red. Did you check the back of the page by any chance? The back, yes, there's a line written on the back. He gave a big nod, saying that he should definitely check it out. Glenn flipped the report. His lips trembled intensely upon reading the single line written on the back. GR Grandmaster. He became a Grandmaster. Glenn briskly stood up while crushing the throne's armrest in the process. Hoo-hoo. Roan was also surprised, and his gentle laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it. Glenn stomped the ground so powerfully that the platform was on the verge of being destroyed. Chad quickly gained distance in surprise. Why is he reacting like that? He'd told him because he thought Glenn would be happy about it, yet he was unexpectedly furious. Doesn't he cherish the Light Wind Vice Division leader? He watched Glenn while thinking that it was strange when the man's lips slowly parted. I thought it wasn't time for it yet, but he already surpassed the wall, and I couldn't even witness it. Glenn crushed the only armrest left on the throne into powder, venting that he'd missed the moment Rayon surpassed the wall. Crack, red lightning occurred on its own and surrounded the platform. It looked like a crimson storm was about to rage soon enough. Ares, if it wasn't for her, I would have seen him surpass the wall. Chad's jaw dropped. That's the reason. It wasn't because Glenn wasn't happy about Rayon becoming a Grandmaster, was just extremely sad that he couldn't witness it himself. I should stop thinking. I just need to get on Rayon Sieghart's good side. Chad clenched his fist, resolving to prepare a grand greeting for Rayon and the Light Wind Division. Rayon went to Xiaolin's room upon hearing that she had woken up. Sir Rayon. Xiaolin rolled from her bed but immediately stood up and ran towards him. The bruises on her thighs and forearms stood out painfully, the deep color impossible to miss. What happened to Daddy and my brothers? The girl was looking for her father and brothers, even though she had just woken up after being tortured. Rayon sighed quietly and went on one knee to meet Xiaolin's eyes. I'm sorry. I did my best, but I couldn't keep my promise. Xiaolin gulped and sank down so that she was sitting. Then. The energy of their demonic sword had reached all the way to their brains, and there was no other way. Huan Lachian had become insane enough to absorb the lives of his subordinates, and even his own sons and daughter. Even if he could return to the past, killing him would have been the only choice. Actually. Xiaolin grasped the carpet with her small fist, her eyelids trembling in sadness. I knew it happened as soon as I woke up that the result was different from my wish. I still had some hope, just in case, but the bad feeling never misses. I'm sorry. No, you said you did your best. The girl forced herself to smile and shook her head. What is going to happen to me now? Xiaolin raised her trembling eyes. Rather than fear, sadness was deeply engraved in them. Since I'm the daughter of a house of traitors, am I going to be locked in Sieghart's prison? That's not going to happen. Rayon shook his head. Glenn in his current state was never going to do such a thing, and Rayon would stop him even if he did. What do you want to do? Xiaolin lowered her head to put her thoughts together for a moment before she raised it back up. I'd like to protect this house. This house? Yes, because it's the place I lived with my dad, mom, and brothers. The girl bit her lip, saying that she wanted to protect her memories with her family at least. Rayon sighed briefly. Can she do it? About half of House Lachian's warriors had survived, but nothing guaranteed that they were going to follow Xiaolin. Even if they did, it was going to be a difficult path for a child. It will be difficult. That's okay. Xiaolin confidently raised her head, showing that she had already made up her mind. Her straight and clear eyes showed that she had already hardened her determination. Well, she was the child who tried to disclose the wrongdoings inside her house. She was the one who went to the Sieghart branch and exposed her family's disgrace in order to save them. Rayon could guess that she was fully capable of overcoming the difficulty of reviving her house. Then come to Sieghart with me. To Sieghart, yes, you will have to meet the head of our house. Don't worry, he is a wise man, I understand. Xiaolin clenched her small fist and nodded. We are going to leave tomorrow, so rest for now. Rayon told Xiaolin to rest and left her room. She's so praiseworthy even though she is so small. Wrath sniffled. There are crazy people around here like you, but there are also praiseworthy children like her. The King of Essence can't bring himself to hate this place because of them. It would have been better if he was simply complimenting her, but he was also criticizing Rayon at the same time, his eyes teary. Yes, children should be more unreasonable at her age. Rayon could finally understand why Sylvia didn't want him to mature so quickly. Rayon sighed briefly while looking up at the dark night sky. I'm tired. The injuries weren't that severe, but he felt mentally exhausted because of Rector's betrayal. He missed his home and wanted to see Sylvia and the people in the annex building, and him. Interestingly enough, he even wanted to see Glenn. He wanted to hear him say, "Good job," with his cold voice. I want to see all of them. Rayon was smiling awkwardly just as the bushes on the right side of the lodging started to rustle and a raccoon came out, pointing at itself. Talking about me. Rayon closed his eyes tightly. Rayon lifted his trembling eyelids. I wasn't dreaming after all. A raccoon with a few leaves on its forehead was standing confidently, as if it were a human being, and was staring at him. Wrath, you were right. Rayon tapped on Wrath, who had perfectly predicted that situation. Wrath, you are. Wrath dropped to the ground with a groan that sounded like he'd been stabbed by a blade. He must have been too surprised by Merlin's appearance and lost consciousness. A human being managed to make a demon king faint. Rayon picked Wrath up and put him on his shoulder while shaking his head. Come this way for now. Rayon gestured with his hand at Merlin, then went into the Lord's manor, where the debris remained. He created an aura barrier to prevent others from hearing them, and sat on a chair that was in relatively better condition. I love this kind of consideration. Merlin smiled happily while sitting on the chair on his opposite side. Anyway, have you been around all this time? Yes. Why would I leave when you are staying here? She elegantly swept her hair back, responding like it was an obvious question. She seemed to be forgetting the fact that she looked like a raccoon. Rayon lowered his head at Merlin. It would have been a lot more difficult if Merlin wasn't here. Merlin waved her furry hand, telling him that he shouldn't be thanking her. Between us, Rayon wanted to ask what exactly their relationship was, but something else took priority. Is it really fine for you to act like this? Rayon narrowed his eyes while touching the throne's armrest. What do you mean? You disturbed the white blood religion in Banneret, and you stood in the Holy Sword Alliance's way this time. Isn't there going to be an issue from Eden? No. She shook her head so firmly that Rayon was confused for worrying about her. I've always done whatever I wanted even before I met you. They shouldn't say anything. They'll just think that the crazy woman did something crazy again. Ah, this is so nice. Because you are worried about me, it's sending shivers through me. Merlin blushed while stroking her arms. Rayon never expected to see a blushing raccoon in his lifetime, and it doesn't really matter even if it becomes problematic. I can just leave Eden if that happens. The only reason I'm in Eden right now is because it's helpful to you. She shook her hand, saying that she wasn't interested in the restoration that Eden was trying to achieve at all. That's not what I'm worried about. Rayon sighed and pointed at her head. Fallen or other executives from Eden might have placed some restrictions on you. Yes, they did. Merlin nodded with a faint smile, but I removed them. Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Merlin, who was smiling calmly. It was placed by the Fallen, right? Yes, it took a long time because it was almost unrecognizable and complicated, but I managed to remove it in the end. Merlin was full of surprises the more he talked to her. Was it something like brainwashing? It wasn't brainwashing. It was a restriction that made me unconsciously unable to lie. She told him how it worked, but he couldn't really understand it because it was magic. She removed the Fallen's spell. Impressive. But was it really the only one? It's the Fallen we are dealing with. The Fallen was the leader of Eden, and he was one of the best magicians and sorcerers in the entire continent. Rayon didn't think that a person like him would have only placed a single restriction on her. Because he gives off a similar feeling to Darius. The same thing had happened in his previous life. He'd been waiting for the day when he could leave House Robert without taking any countermeasures because he was satisfied by the fact that the brainwashing was removed. However, Darius had been reading all of his thoughts through the Rage Worm, which could even read the emotions of its host, and had taken the initiative. Since the Fallen wasn't an easy opponent either, it required the utmost attention. There might be another restriction than that spell, so take a day to look into yourself thoroughly, not just your head but also your heart and organs. He might have placed a Rage Worm in you. Rayon advised Merlin with the lesson from his previous life. Did I talk too much? He felt like it could come off as an unnecessary meddling because he even said something unnecessary. Yeah, I'll do it. However, Merlin smiled cheerfully and nodded, showing that it made her happy instead. She seemed to be extremely happy about it. You should be careful too. 3 out of the 5 demons are targeting you. Merlin tapped on his hand, telling him to be careful as well. I heard the White Blood Religion, Holy Sword Alliance, and the Black Tower have formed an alliance. Is that true? Rayon tapped the armrest with his finger, stating the names of the 3-5 demons that she'd mentioned. It should be true. I'm not exactly sure about the White Blood Religion, but I heard that the Holy Sword Alliance Master had a meeting with the Black Tower's Master. Merlin nodded with a peaceful expression on her face. So it did happen. He'd guessed it from the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's reaction, but the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower had really formed an alliance. He could guess that a drastic change was about to occur in the continent. How about your faction, Eden? It looks like we aren't really planning on cooperating with others. Merlin slowly shook her head. The Fallen and the other executives are solely fixated on the restoration. The same goes for the Heavenly Demon, and there seems to be no reason for them to ally with others as a result. However, she raised her hand and tapped on her cheek. They might take advantage of an incident caused by the others. In the end, Eden also requires attention. Yes, the Fallen is waiting for the Holy Sword Alliance, the White Blood Religion, and the Black Tower to clash with the 6 kings. He will be trying to fulfill his plans in the process. What's that plan? I don't know either. Merlin shrugged her shoulders, saying that the Fallen was the only one who knew his plan. Oh right, I should have congratulated you earlier. Congratulations on becoming a Grandmaster. Merlin suddenly clapped her hands and shouted her congratulations for him becoming a Grandmaster. Rayon thought that she was seriously unpredictable. Rayon chuckled. Merlin ended up being the first one to congratulate him for becoming a Grandmaster somehow. I'm sure you'll be able to reach transcendence. Merlin's sparkling eyes showed that she believed in it from the bottom of heart. However, she couldn't overcome the animal instinct and started to scratch her belly. I don't understand why happy moments pass by so quickly. I need to leave now. Rayon swallowed nervously, his gaze fixated at Merlin's mouth. Is it food this time or brushing furs? Since he had no idea what the raccoon was going to ask, he felt as nervous as during a battle. This one wants to try out a hot spring. Hot spring. Rayon's head became empty because of the completely unexpected word. Give this one a bath. Wait. Rayon tried to stop her, but Merlin was already gone and the raccoon that was left behind was moving on all fours, unlike her. Q. The raccoon tapped on his ankle with its plump hand, urging him to make the hot spring already. Do I really need to dig out the ground and heat the water in the middle of night? Rayon closed his eyes once again tightly. Since it was an important matter, the Light Wind Division quickly returned to the house without even having a proper rest after the intense battle. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Sieghart's main gate, which was fully open. Why is the gate open? It was rare for Sieghart's main gate to be open. Even for the members of the house, they needed to get their identity checked before the gate opened. Rayon could guess that something must have happened. Rayon walked up to the main gate while trying to guess what kind of incident there was, and the external commander, Eliyun, came out at lightning speed. For some reason, a bruise had darkened the area around his left eye. Welcome back. Eliyun gave a 90-degree bow towards Ares. Yeah, external commander, keep up with your good work. Ares smiled cheerfully and lightly patted Eliyun's shoulder. Yes, Eliyun merely trembled his shoulders without straightening his back. Rayon gasped while watching that scene. What's happening? As the external commander, Eliyun had always acted proudly even towards the powerful people from the outside, yet he was crouching like a roly-poly for some reason. Don't worry about it. We've had a few arguments before. Ares chuckled, noticing the confused gaze from Rayon. It wasn't just an argument. Didn't you one-sidedly beat him up back then? Rimmer shook his head while scratching his scalp with his left hand. If I remember correctly, you broke all of his limbs and he had to be hospitalized for over 2 months. Considering the bruise around his eye, you must have beat him up again. He briefly clicked his tongue while describing the matter from their past in detail. Shut your mouth, huh? Eliyun frowned at Rimmer and suddenly widened his eyes. Your arm. His lips trembled as he looked at the empty sleeve of Rimmer's right arm. Well, it just happened. Rimmer smiled faintly, saying that it was better than dying. You crazy bastard, how can you say that? It's fine. Everyone with a bright future waiting for them survived. One of them even managed to surpass the wall. He closed his eyes, saying that he was satisfied with Rayon and the Light Wind Division's survival. Eliyun saw Rayon, who was standing behind Rimmer. His eyes were trembling just like when he was facing Ares. Did he really become a Grandmaster? He fell speechless for a moment in disbelief. I can remember the day he left this gate as a trainee as if it were yesterday, but he is already a Grandmaster. Calling him a monster isn't enough to describe him. I was just lucky. Luck can bring you to the Master's realm, but you can't become a Grandmaster that way. Eliyun straightened his back and pulled his chin towards him. It must have been hard to look after this idiot. Welcome back. He placed his hand on his chest and saluted in Sieghart's way. Rayon swallowed nervously while receiving his disciplined greeting. External commander. Iliun had been somewhat polite after he'd become the vice division leader, but it was the first time he had shown such extreme courtesy. Don't be so surprised. Rimmer smiled faintly and gripped Rayon's shoulder. Because this is the position you are in right now. He murmured that he could look forward to interesting things happening in the future. By the way, who were you referring to when you said idiot? Rimmer asked, making Rayon and Iliun look at him at the same time. Why, you damn bastards, why am I an idiot? He started to rampage, but Ares stomped the ground powerfully. Come here already, our head of house is waiting for us. Ares raised her fist, saying that she was going to drag them along if they didn't start running right away. Let's go. Rayon walked through the central avenue with Rimmer, whose face had turned red. It's Lady Ares. She has a whole different pressure around her. Even the division leader even the palace masters are no match for her. The Zeekhart swordsmen passing by the avenue could only admire as they witnessed Ares. However, she wasn't the only person that they were admiring. Is that really Rayon Zeekhart? The atmosphere around him has completely changed. He really did become a grandmaster. Then he must have defeated the master of the wise dragon sword too, a 21-year-old grandmaster. It's completely unprecedented. I'm glad he's from our house. If he were from another house or kingdom, I would have been so jealous I could die. Rayon lowered his eyebrows slightly while listening to the intense reactions from the swordsmen. Their reactions are different from before. There were many occasions when the swordsmen were surprised or admiring when he returned from a mission in the past. However, the direct lines or those who followed them were always glaring at him with jealousy and hatred, yet it didn't exist at all anymore. Every single swordsman on the avenue was watching him in awe. It's only natural. Wrath nodded while looking down on the swordsmen. Humans and demons alike will simply be filled with awe, unable to even muster jealousy in the face of such overwhelming power and talent. They won't even be able to see you as the same kind of existence as them anymore. Wrath clapped his hands, saying that there were going to be way less people bold enough to defy him in the future. I see. Rayon headed to the Lord's manor, realizing that a lot had changed not only in the world inside him, but also outside. Welcome. Roan was in front of the Lord's manor to receive him. He lowered his head at Ares and briefly closed his mouth upon seeing Rimmer. Roan greeted Rimmer and Rayon with his eyes one after the other before he guided them to the audience chamber. The audience chamber's door was wide open, just like Zeekhart's main gate, and the executives that had influence inside the house were standing on both sides of the red carpet at the center. Glenn Zeekhart was sitting on the platform at the center of it all, his gaze filled with emptiness and his chin supported with his hand. The Light Wind Division has completed the mission and returned. Since Rimmer was injured, Rayon walked up to the platform and went on his knees as the temporary division leader. Everyone in the Light Wind Division knelt after him and lowered their heads. Raise your heads. Glenn calmly nodded, then frowned upon seeing Rimmer's right sleeve. Light Wind Division leader, what happened to your arm? My skills were lacking. Rimmer lowered his head, saying that his own skills were insufficient instead of giving any excuses in front of Glenn. Light Wind Vice Division leader. Yes. Rayon raised his gaze upon hearing his call. There are some contents that weren't written on the report. Rayon stated the thought that he had when he wrote the report. Ares, yes, you were acting like you were going to solve everything, so how come you couldn't even stop that from happening? Glenn furrowed his brow at Ares this time. It's not Auntie's fault. Rayon stepped up in order to stop him from reprimanding Ares. Auntie. Karun dragged out the word auntie powerfully. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Karun. How could I make such a mistake? The word unconsciously came out because Ares had been threatening him into calling her auntie all along on the way back. Did you just call her your aunt? Karun curled his lips into a smile as if he'd received a perfect opportunity to criticize him. Who is your auntie here? Know your place, you donkey. Hey. When he took the opportunity to pressure him, Ares went up to Karun and raised her chin. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. Ares glared at Karun like a ferocious, agitated beast. It's me who wanted to be called auntie. Why are you trying to fuck with that? Karun couldn't even close his mouth because of the frightening wave of energy emanating from Ares, standing there with a trembling chin. Hey, Ares. Denier observed the Lord's manner, which had fallen quiet, and lowered his voice. We are in front of our Lord. We should watch our words. That's why I told him to shut his mouth instead of telling him to shut the fuck up. Fight me if you have a problem. The Lord's manner became even quieter.